What the heck? I was actually chosen by the ghost realm. This is utterly speechless. I heard that last time 3 male students were caught by the slit-mouthed woman and taken into the ghost realm as boy toys. After she had her fun, she swallowed them whole. It's terrifying. Some people were even skinned alive by the starving ghosts in the ghost realm. The gruesome scene was unbearable to look at. Legend has it that there's a spring fragrance courtyard in the ghost realm filled with beautiful yet man-eating female ghosts, each one talented and charming, with soft and melodious voices. Blue Star, Huaxia Nation, Sangbei City 6th High School. Suhan from Class 8 of Senior Year 3 was standing in line, waiting to awaken his talent, his eyes fixed on the crescent-shaped pattern on the back of his right hand, with a string of white numbers and symbols flickering in the center. Countdown 8 hours 45 minutes and 50 seconds. When the time reaches 0, he will enter the ghost domain. The ghost domain, a bizarre world filled with specters, can only be entered by the citizens of Huaxia. No one knows its origin. It is generally believed to be created by the gods. Citizens of Huaxia are randomly and forcibly selected after turning 18. The ghost domain is said to hide endless treasures, but it is fraught with dangers. A single misstep could lead to being devoured by ghosts, leaving not even a trace behind. Next, by Ling Shua. At this moment, on the podium, Principal Lin Shohan shouted loudly, his portly figure particularly conspicuous. Suhan slightly raised his head and looked forward. A tall, graceful figure with flowing long hair stepped onto the podium at a leisurely pace, her expression calm and composed. Bai Ling Shua, the acknowledged school beauty of Sangbei City No. 6 High School, was also his classmate. All eyes in the room were focused on her, everyone curious about what innate ability she would awaken. Under the spotlight, Bai Ling Shua gazed at the crystal ball in front of her and took a deep breath. The next second, her slender right hand gently rested on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball suddenly burst forth with dazzling, radiant light, shooting straight into the sky and scattering brilliance in all directions. The originally composed Lin Shohan couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with shock, ecstasy, and disbelief. SSS level ability, Ice Element. Lin Shohan's voice boomed like a thunderclap, instantly amplifying tenfold. The students on the field covered their ears one after another, deafened by the sound. The voice was a bit too loud. SSS level 6th High School is finally going to rise. As soon as Lin Shohan finished speaking, the scene instantly boiled over like a pot coming to a boil. Really? Bai Ling Shua actually awakened an SSS level ice ability? Who would have thought that Sangbei City would produce such an exceptional genius? Doesn't that mean she can directly get admitted to one of the 4 top universities in Huaxia with $1 million annual salary? So envious. Envious of $1 million annual salary? Protecting Huaxia is our ultimate aspiration. The students were talking animatedly. $1 million annual salary, see you in my dreams. Protect Huaxia. I'd rather eat a few more bowls of rice so I can run faster. Su Han's voice sounded faintly. This world is fraught with dangers, with demons and monsters lurking everywhere, and a single misstep could cost one's life. The human race struggles to survive in narrow crevices. But even within the human race, there is no peace, as conflicts persist endlessly. To compete for cultivation resources, nations engage in open and covert battles, employing every possible means such as alliances, infiltration, subversion, and assassination. Especially M country, the most intense. Right now, my strength is too weak. Survival is the priority. Protecting Huaxia? That's a matter for the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent, and the students looked at each other, collectively speechless. Second critical hit. Although everyone understood it in their hearts, hearing him say it still left a chill in their hearts. However, Bai Ling Shua awakening an SSS level talent still shocked Suhan deeply. Awakening talents are divided into 9 levels: E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSSS. Abilities are divided into 10 categories: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and strength. Of course, in addition to these 10 categories, there are special abilities such as bloodline, space, time, and transformation. Statistics show that the probability of awakening a C-level talent exceeds 50%, B-level 20%, A-level 10%, S-level 5%, SS-level 2%, and SSS level 1%. As for awakening SSSS level, it is almost zero. That's right, there has never been an SSSS level talent in the entire Huaxia nation. Poor loser, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Suhan turned around and saw it was Zhou Tianbao, who sat in front of him. A complete trust fund baby, always speaking with an air of superiority, making people annoyed. For someone like this, Suhan couldn't be bothered to pay attention and simply turned his head away. Didn't you used to act all high and mighty in front of me? Why are you suddenly mute now? Zhou Tianbao continued to be aggressive, mocking relentlessly. Don't mess with me, or else. Suhan warned coldly without turning his head. Or else what? Are you going to bite me? Ha ha ha. Zhou Tianbao sneered. Zhou Tianbao, don't think that having some money means you can look down on others. Aren't you just Bai Ling Shua's ultimate lapdog, following her around every day and barking? Besides, I also know you're a mama's boy who only knows how to shout, "Oh, my mom." Suhan finally couldn't help but explode. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding students immediately cast their gazes, pointing at Zhou Tianbao. You, courting death. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, Zhou Tianbao's face turned ashen, his expression extremely unpleasant, even becoming ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly, ready to smash them towards Suhan's head. Next, Suhan. Hearing his name, Zhou Tianbao immediately loosened his fists and glared fiercely at Suhan. However, Suhan merely smiled at him, shrugged, and calmly walked toward the podium. Lowly wretch, just you wait. Zhou Tianbao's face instantly turned red, and anger flared in his eyes. Stepping onto the podium, Suhan felt slightly nervous, took a deep breath, and placed his right hand on the crystal ball. In the next second, the crystal ball emitted a faint glow. Suhan, E-level ability, purple eyes. Eye-related abilities are quite rare, but unfortunately, it's E-level. Lin Shuhan's expression was one of surprise. As soon as the words were spoken, the students on the playground began whispering among themselves. At that moment, awakening the weakest ability, what a loser, haha. E-level talent? The worst talent, it's not even worth awakening. Suhan, so you have your day too. I've awakened an A-level talent, haha. Faced with the mockery below, Suhan remained completely unfazed and cheerful. After all, he has a strong heart. E-rank is E-rank, it's better than not awakening at all. Since the facts were right in front of him, he could only silently accept them. However, after awakening, there is still a 2-day buffer period before the treasure can be used, otherwise the consequences would be severe. A 2-story small building in the suburbs of Sangbei City. A handsome young man, 175 centimeters tall, wearing a white t-shirt on top and jeans on the bottom, walked to the first floor, preparing to go upstairs to the second floor. Xiaoen, when are you going to pay the rent? It's been almost 2 months. At this moment, a beautiful figure walked out from the first floor. Wait a little longer. I'll give it to you in a couple of days. Suhan stopped in his tracks. 2 days and then another 2 days, and just like that, a month has passed. Sister Cheng, I really don't have any money on me. Suhan replied helplessly. That's right, Suhan is not from this world. 10 years ago, he crossed over from Earth and became an orphan. Growing up in an orphanage, he did all kinds of work to survive and study, such as screwing bolts in shady factories and pretending to be an NPC in haunted houses. Life is truly unpredictable, as complex and tangled as a sausage wrapped in another sausage. Oh, I see. Then next time, Suhan felt grateful. He understood that the landlord, Wang Muching, was very kind, had a good figure, and was only 22 years old. Moreover, during a time when he was fixing the air conditioner, he discovered that she was not an ordinary person and seemed to be an esper as well. By the way, there have been ghost sightings here recently, and a few people have died. You need to be careful. Wang Muching suddenly remembered something and reminded. Alright, Suhan nodded. Ghosts occasionally appear in this world, sending chills down people's spines. However, he was about to enter the ghost realm, so there was nothing to fear. Thus, Suhan walked up to the second floor, opened the door, and entered the bedroom. The space was spacious, and the rent was cheap. Thank you. It's just that someone once died in this house. A woman hanged herself, cause of death unknown. There are 2 pillows on the bed, one is his, and the other is also his. His gaze was somewhat dazed, and suddenly Suhan's right eye emitted a faint purple glow. Eyelids gradually grew heavy, falling asleep unknowingly. A sentence echoed in the dream. Congratulations on awakening an SSSS level talent, copy I. Detailed introduction. First, it can see through all illusions and realities. Second, killing enemies grants slaughter points, which can replicate and evolve any superpower talent without limitation. Reminder, evolving superpowers involves a probability. SSSS level talent? Slaughter points? Is this for real? At this moment, Suhan's consciousness was still in a dazed state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, carefully scanned his surroundings, and his body trembled involuntarily. Immediately, a wave of ecstatic joy surged in his heart. This is real. He had truly awakened the legendary SSSS level superpower that no one had ever seen before, the copy I. After wandering in this world for 10 years, his golden finger had finally arrived. Just as Suhan was overwhelmed with excitement, the crescent-shaped pattern on the back of his right hand suddenly began to glow. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The next second, a mysterious and unfathomable force swept over, and he was instantly pulled into the ghostly realm. Newcomers, welcome to Huangquan Street. Here, all kinds of ghosts roam around. They will actively devour your head, dig out your heart, and then eat it bite by bite, extremely cruel. However, there are also ghosts in the shops on both sides of the street, but they won't actively attack humans. As long as you work in the shops, your life will be somewhat safer. Complete the designated quest, and you'll receive a treasure, otherwise, you'll perish immediately. Whether you can leave alive depends on your fate. Now, everyone gather in the hall. The consequences of being late within 10 minutes are your own responsibility. Reminder, keep your head down and walk straight, absolutely no looking around. The moment his consciousness returned, Suhan heard a clear sound in his mind. He quickly glanced at the crescent symbol on the back of his right hand. The countdown showed 48 hours, 47 7 hours 59 minutes and 30 seconds. In other words, he had to stay in the ghost domain for 2 days before he could leave. Immediately, Suhan shook his head and looked around. The sky was gloomy, the streets were lined with all kinds of strange buildings, the eerie wind howled, and the atmosphere was chilling and terrifying. From the distance came the creepy sound of creak, creak, accompanied by the shrill cries of countless ghosts, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing this scene, Suhan's body trembled slightly. Although he had awakened the most powerful SSSS level talent, the copy eye, it was completely useless at this moment. Not only could it not kill the ghosts, but he could also be devoured by them at any time. It was truly unbearable to witness. According to the Ghost Domain Manual, the Ghost Domain is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels are restricted, the middle 3 levels are dangerous, the last 3 levels are catastrophic, and the 10th level is apocalyptic. The strength of ghosts varies on each level. The higher the level, the stronger the ghosts. Each person's teleportation point is randomly determined based on their strength. Ghosts are here. Passive triggered, emotion management system activated. System? What do you mean? Suhan's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood the significance of a system. The next moment, he couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Name, Suhan. Talent, copy eye. Strength 15, normal person 10. Agility, 17, normal person 10. Constitution, 18, normal person 10. Mental strength, 25, normal person 10. Copy ability, 0. Number of draws, 10. Beginner's gift pack. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded. Emotional management system newbie gift pack reminder. Would you like to draw a prize? Would you like to draw a prize? Would you like to draw a prize? Stop shouting. Are you a broken record? Fine, I'll draw, okay? Seriously. Ding. Suhan rolled his eyes helplessly. He didn't even have time to carefully look at the panel data before the system kept urging him. After all, humans are essentially just repeaters. Lucky wheel, 10 consecutive draws begin. First draw, thank you for participating. Second draw, thank you for your patronage. Third draw, congratulations on winning, you have received 1 basic strength pill. Sixth draw, congratulations on winning, you have received 1 intermediate strength pill. Seventh draw, thank you for your patronage. Eighth draw, congratulations on winning, received 1 advanced strength pill. All strength pills? Are you running a street stall? Suhan's face was gloomy, as dark as charcoal. Could his luck really be this bad? Ninth draw, congratulations on winning, received 1 beginner agility pill. The 10th draw, congratulations on winning, you have received a brick. What the heck? A brick? Hearing the word brick, Suhan's face darkened once again. As expected, this lottery is such a scam. He's not a construction worker, so what would he do with a brick? Build a wall? Smash cucumbers? Or stage an accident? He opened the emotion management system item bar and found 4 pills and a brick in the empty slots. The next second, he quickly clicked on these treasures to check their attributes. Power pill. Main function. The primary power pill can increase strength by 50 points, the intermediate power pill can boost strength by 100 points, and the advanced power pill can increase strength by 500 points. Agility pill. Main function. The primary agility pill can increase agility by 50 points, the intermediate agility pill boosts agility by 100 points, and the advanced agility pill can enhance agility by 500 points. Suhan's heart was instantly filled with joy. Pills that increase strength and agility. This is truly a rare treasure. Ghost slapping brick. Type growth, specter. Growth value 0/100. Level bronze, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold. Devouring power 99. Instantly kills level 1 specters. This ghost slaying brick has 2 main functions. First, the ghost slaying brick can absorb ghostly energy to level up. Second, it possesses the ability to transform infinitely, depending on its level. Don't be fooled by its appearance as just a brick. In reality, it is a golden staff. And don't be fooled by it being a golden staff. In reality, it is also a reaper's scythe. Suhan was stunned, his eyes instantly brightened. Instantly killing a level 1 ghost. And it could transform endlessly. He hadn't expected this ghost-slaying brick to be so powerful. It seemed he had underestimated it before. I'd better take a primary strength pill first to enhance my power. His gaze fell on the strength pill, and he murmured softly to himself. With that, a thought crossed his mind, and a light yellow, soybean-sized pill appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. Before long, Suhan felt a surge of immense power welling up inside him. His entire body radiated with overwhelming strength. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt as though a single punch could kill a fierce tiger. If he takes all 3 power pills, his strength will increase by 650 points, making him invincible. He would then be able to dominate Huangquan Street. Host, I'm sorry, but you can only take 1 basic power pill at a time. The system suddenly reminded him. Why? Suhan asked in confusion. If you want to take more strength pills, you must first improve your physique, otherwise, you'll turn into a muscle-bound monster, the system explained. Oh, I understand. Suhan suddenly realized and then curiously asked, so how do I improve my physique? Apart from practicing cultivation techniques, improving your physique also requires obtaining physique pills through the lottery. Of course, some tasks also reward physique pills. I understand, I got it. After speaking, Su-han swallowed a primary agility pill. Soon, he felt his body as light as a feather. He checked the panel and, sure enough, both strength and agility had increased by 50 points. System, how can I obtain lottery chances? Su-han asked curiously. When the emotion value reaches 1000 points, you can draw once, the system replied. Got it. Su-han glanced at the crescent moon pattern on the back of his right hand. The countdown displayed 47 hours 56 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Su-han's expression changed slightly, and he immediately strode toward the direction of the hall. On the way, he saw rows of red lanterns, general stores, brothels, taverns. These buildings were filled with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. As he walked, Su-han felt a strange sound coming from behind him, as if something was perched on his shoulder, softly crying in his ear. He concluded that he had been haunted by a ghost. The next second, he quickened his pace. However, the crying behind him continued, growing louder and louder. Suddenly, a faintly discernible black shadow floated past Su-han and instantly stopped in front of him. Su-han involuntarily took a few steps back in fright, his face as pale as paper. One person and one ghost, their eyes met. He looked up and saw it was a female ghost. She was draped in a blood-red gauze dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with bangs covering her slender eyebrows, her face faintly indistinct. She smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a trace of mockery, as if ridiculing all things in the world. But her beautiful nails were painted blood red, extraordinarily enchanting. What a handsome little mouse, I like it, hee hee hee. The female ghost also stared at Su-han, letting out a sinister hee 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 laugh. She licked her blood-streaked long tongue. In the ghost realm, ghosts refer to humans as mice. What do you want to do? Su-han asked calmly. Of course, capture you to be my boy toy, then eat your head and heart when I get bored. The taste must be great, hee hee. The long-haired female ghost's lips curled slightly. Copy eye, activate. The next second, Su-han silently chanted in his heart, and his right eye suddenly emitted a purple halo. Slit-mouthed woman. He quickly saw the true face of the female ghost and was almost scared enough to vomit stomach acid. Do you think covering your bangs can hide your face? It's useless. A hideous ghost like you, no matter where you are, is as revolting and disgusting as a rat dropping in a delicious soup. Your rotting skin, uneven right eye, sunken nose bridge, and those cracked buck teeth truly make me sick to my stomach. If you looked as beautiful as Nie Xiaoqian, maybe I would consider it. But with your appearance, uglier than even sister foam, I really can't bring myself to do it. Sigh. At the end, Su-han let out a sigh. He could sense that the slit-mouthed woman's strength was merely that of a level 1 ghost. With the ghost-slapping brick in his hand, he wasn't afraid at all. He would test just how powerful this thing really was later. Nie Xiaoqian? Sister foam? You're calling me ugly? That makes me so mad. Even a humble mouse dares to comment on my appearance? Are you looking for death? The slit-mouthed woman trembled with anger. Resentment value from the slit-mouthed woman plus 50. Su-han immediately understood that as long as he angered the other party, he could gain resentment points. This was exactly his specialty. Had ha. It's perfect if you're furious to death. Saves me the trouble of doing it myself. My hands are very precious, you know. I spend half an hour every day using Debeo to take care of them, Su-han said with a grin. Good, very good. Stinking rat, today I must swallow you alive. Woo-woo. The slit-mouthed woman was so angry her lungs were about to explode. After speaking, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes turned from gray to dark black. Resentment value from the slit-mouthed woman plus 88. The next second, the slit-mouthed woman suddenly extended her slender, blood-stained hand, drawing a few graceful arcs as she swiftly clawed towards Su-han's head. However, Su-han remained calm and unhurried. With a mere thought, the ghost-slapping brick instantly appeared in his right hand, and he fiercely slammed it down onto the slit-mouthed woman's head. Black mist rose around the ghost-slapping brick, instantly enveloping the entire body of the slit-mouthed woman and quickly devouring her. What the hell is this thing? The slit-mouthed woman screamed, but before long, she turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing into the ghost-slapping brick, completely and utterly dead. Slit-mouthed woman is gone just like that? That was way too fast. Ghost-slapping brick is freaking awesome. Seeing this, Su-han was shocked. The ghost-slapping brick is simply a divine tool. Is this thing made of gold or silver? My goodness. Experience in ghost brick smashing plus 1. Slaughter value plus 10. The ghosts of Huangquan Street, secretly watching from the shadows, were so terrified that they fled in panic. This handsome human was truly not someone to mess with. Slaughter value? Su-han looked puzzled and then glanced at his own panel. Name, Su-han. Talent, copy eye. Strength, 65. Agility, 67. Constitution, 18. Mental power, 25. Copy ability, 0. Kill value, 10. Number of draws, 0, 138. Sure enough, a kill value section had been added to the panel. System, do you know how kill value can be exchanged for copying abilities? Su-han suddenly asked curiously. Got it. The system replied coldly. Let's hear it. Copying Studying an E-level ability requires 1 point of slaughter value. D-level requires 10 points. SS-level ability requires 1 million points of slaughter value, and SSS level requires 10 million points. Killing a level 1 creature grants 10 points of slaughter value. Level 2 creatures give 100 points. Killing a level 7 creature can yield 10 million points, and level 8 creatures even up to 100 million points. After listening, Su-han suddenly realized 10 points of slaughter value can only replicate D-level talents. The level is too low, it's simply a waste of points. If you want to replicate abilities, they must be at least B-level or above, requiring 1000 points of slaughter value. After all, the replicated abilities can still evolve. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, I hope there are 100 level 1 ghosts on Huangquan Street. Then, he opened the inventory to check the attributes of the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost hunting brick. Type, growth. Growth value, 1/100. Level, bronze. Devouring power, 100. Seeing this data, Su-han instantly understood. A level 1 ghost gives 1 experience point, and the devouring power also increases by 1 point. After reading, he slightly lowered his head and suddenly noticed 3 pitch-black coins on the ground. He bent down to pick them up, carefully examining them in his hand. They were of different sizes, with numbers engraved on them, 1105. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he shouted loudly, could this be the legendary ghost coin? It is said that the currency circulating in the ghost realm is precisely the ghost coin. These 3 ghost coins must have fallen from the slit-mouthed woman. What a treasure! Su-han quickly stored the 3 ghost coins in his inventory, afraid of losing them. He glanced at his right hand and immediately exclaimed, oh no, I'm going to be late. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-han dashed toward the hall at full speed. Arrived at the hall just in time, not late. Su-han glanced at the crescent-shaped mark on the back of his right hand. The countdown displayed 23 hours and 50 minutes. As the sound of footsteps echoed, the 7 students present simultaneously turned to look at him, their gazes converging. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out, Su-han. He looked up and was instantly stunned. Zhou Tianbao. He never expected to run into him here. What terrible luck. At that moment, a clear voice sounded again, silence. The scene instantly fell silent. Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened in anger as he glared fiercely at Su-han, his gaze full of menace, clearly hinting that he intended to make him suffer later. However, Su-han paid no attention and turned his head elsewhere, only to spot a familiar figure, Shua, the campus belle. She had a cold and aloof personality, embodying the image of a regal beauty. She had awakened an SSS level ice ability with exceptional talent, though she was only slightly stronger than him. Shua also glanced at Su-han, her expression carrying a hint of surprise. An E-level waste dares to ignore me, truly hateful. Just wait, I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson later. Zhou Tianbao burned with rage, gritting his teeth as he secretly thought to himself, Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Seeing this, Su-han sneered inwardly. At this moment, a clear voice echoed in the hall again, hello, 8 newcomers. Instance location, first layer of the ghost domain, Huangquan Street. Copy level, level 1. Participants, 8 people. Copy requirements, survive on Huangquan Street for 48 hours. Hint, it is recommended that you cooperate in pairs, otherwise the ghosts on Huangquan Street will eat your brains and hearts. Good luck to you all. As soon as the words were spoken, eerie and piercing cries came from outside the hall, resembling the sound of a tomcat in heat at midnight, sending chills down the spine. E-class pauper, you've angered me, and you won't get away with it. Zhou Tianbao glared at Su-han with furious eyes, gritting his teeth, completely ignoring the strange cries outside. In his eyes, there was only Su-han. Su-han slightly furrowed his brows. He was aware that Zhou Tianbao had awakened an A-level wind ability, fortunately not a strength-based one. The levels of abilities are divided into 6 tiers based on the strength of mental power. Within the same tier, the higher the ability level, the stronger the power. For example, if 2 people are both at the 6th tier, someone with an SS-level ability would absolutely crush a D-level ability user. They have just awakened their abilities, and their powers are still unrefined, so they can only rely on pure strength to fight. And Su-han's greatest confidence lies in his strength. Since Zhou Tianbao is being so persistent, then give him a harsh lesson and let him know not to think you're easy to bully. E-rank? The worst talent? Suddenly, a student exclaimed, an E-rank loser is just here to die in the ghost domain. I don't want to team up with him, afraid he'll hold us back. The nearby students cast disdainful glances. I don't want to either. Count me in. 2 students echoed in succession. However, only 2 people remained silent at the scene, quietly watching. One of them was Shua, who stared coldly at Su-han, her thoughts unfathomable. Su-han looked completely stunned. Could it be that they all thought of him as a rookie? He could only blame the fact that he appeared to be E-level on the surface, but was actually SSSS level. Damn nosy Zhou Tianbao. Useless E-class, isn't your mouth usually sharp enough? Why are you silent now? Scared stiff by me? Zhou Tianbao saw Su-han standing there in a daze and burst into loud laughter. TCH, just you? Su-han sneered disdainfully. What? You worthless fool dare to look down on me? Today, say, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Zhou Tianbao's expression changed, and anger flared up. After speaking, he closed his eyes tightly, focusing his energy to activate his wind-based ability. Immediately, a strong gale swept through the sky with him at the center. He swung his fist straight at Su Han's head, the speed of his punch so fast that it even tore through the air, producing a hissing sound. And Su Han still stood motionless, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as he also raised his fist to meet the attack. Although Zhou Tianbao had awakened an A-level wind ability, greatly enhancing his agility and speed, his strength had not increased. However, in reality, his strength and agility had been boosted by about 4 times their original level. The two were simply not on the same level as opponents. The surrounding students were stunned by the scene before them, and someone blurted out, "This guy can actually stir up such a strong gale, that's insanely awesome." In my opinion, the ability he awakened is at least A-level. A student nearby chimed in. A-level? Damn, that's incredible. My ability is only B-level. Wait a moment, I need to team up with him. The student who spoke earlier was dumbfounded. Look at that E-level loser, he's so scared he's frozen in place. He's definitely going to get beaten up badly later. Another student laughed gleefully. Bai Ling Shua coldly watched the confrontation between the two men but did not step forward to intervene, as she felt there was no need to get involved in matters between men. The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. The next second, Zhou Tianbao's face twisted in pain, his eyes bulged, and he involuntarily staggered backward dozens of steps, accompanied by a miserable scream. However, Su Han's footsteps did not move an inch. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely stunned. What? Zhou Tianbao actually lost? He actually lost to the E-level Su Han. Bai Ling Shua was also shocked and couldn't help but ask, Su Han, have you awakened the power type? Sort of. As soon as Su Han finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Bai Ling Shua and nodded lightly. I remember you didn't awaken the power type, right? Bai Ling Shua asked in confusion. Dual type. Su Han briefly uttered 2 words. What? You actually awakened dual type abilities? Bai Ling Shua was shocked. In the Huaxiao nation, people who awaken dual abilities exist, but they are extremely rare. As her words fell, the other students were utterly shocked. Dual abilities? It's actually dual abilities. This is unbelievable. No wonder he had that confident demeanor earlier, so this is the reason. I'll team up with him later too. The crowd whispered softly, their eyes beginning to shine brightly, filled with anticipation. A dozen meters away, Zhou Tianbao's face was gloomy, and his right arm throbbed with pain as if it were about to break. It turned out that Su Han had awakened dual element abilities, which made his strength so formidable. But so what if he has dual abilities? He's still a useless ability user. He was just careless earlier and didn't give it his all. Besides, Bai Ling Shua is right there. How could he lose face? He's been pursuing Bai Ling Shua all along, but she always treats him with indifference. Now, he was determined to give it his all, to make her see him in a new light. Without time to think further, enduring the intense pain, Zhou Tianbao used the wind's speed to suddenly charge at Su Han, throwing a punch straight at his opponent's head. Su Han slightly bent his body and countered with a heavy punch to Zhou Tianbao's abdomen. Mom! It hurts so much. Zhou Tianbao staggered back more than 10 steps, clutching his stomach and half-squatting on the ground. His face twisted in pain as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. However, Su Han had no intention of letting him go. He darted to Zhou Tianbao's side and swung a punch at his right cheek, a right hook. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Immediately after, another punch landed on the left cheek, a left hook, each punch hitting flesh. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Immediately after, Su Han stopped his punches, using both feet to fiercely kick Zhou Tianbao's abdomen and back, striking from both sides. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. No one knew how much time had passed, but Su Han was finally so exhausted that his hands and feet went numb, while Zhou Tianbao had turned into a complete pig-headed figure, his face covered in bruises. The surrounding students screamed in shock at the scene. Is this what a dual-element student is like? That's incredible. This guy is really ruthless, leaving the other person bruised and battered, probably with only half a life left. I really misjudged him earlier. I have to team up with this guy later. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with fervor and longing. As everyone knows, to survive on Huangquan Street, you must have a powerful teammate, and Su Han was precisely the target they had locked onto. Alright, you two stop fighting. The ghosts are about to rush into the hall. We need to form a team quickly. Bai Ling Shua waved her hand and said coldly, Zhou Tianbao, I'll let you off this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. I hope you won't provoke me again in the future. Su Han lowered his head and looked at Zhou Tianbao lying on the ground, coldly warning him. Zhou Tianbao, with a bruised and swollen face, nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he was seething with hatred towards Su Han. With the goddess by Ling Shue watching from the side, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This was utterly humiliating. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. The system prompt instantly echoed in Su Han's mind, and his expression darkened. It seems you're really not convinced. As soon as he finished speaking, his right foot fiercely kicked Zhou Tianbao's stomach. Mommy, it hurts, it hurts. Zhou Tianbao screamed miserably, his face twisted, cursing Su Han in his heart. You useless trash, just wait. Once I master the A-level wind ability, I will definitely take revenge. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. You're asking for death. As the resentment value surged again, Su Han kicked him once more. Ow, it hurts so much. Please stop kicking me. Zhou Tianbao knelt on the ground in pain, begging for mercy, but his heart was filled with terror. What was going on? Su Han could actually see through his thoughts. It was truly terrifying upon closer reflection. He must never harbor resentment again in the future. Seeing that no more resentment points were received, Su Han finally stopped. Next, the 8 students began to form groups. Buddy, I want to team up with you, a student suddenly said to Su Han with a smile. Who's your buddy? Don't randomly claim relations. Su Han glanced at him coldly and replied. He remembered this guy had mocked him earlier and was a backstabber. He couldn't stand people like that. The student froze, his mouth twitching. He had intended to find a strong teammate but didn't expect to be rejected so bluntly. Su Han not only had great strength but also a sharp tongue. That caught people off guard. The other students were also intimidated by Su Han's words, and no one dared to approach him. After exchanging glances, everyone began forming their groups. Deserves to be Su Han, really knows how to deal with petty people. Bai Ling Shue was already used to this and secretly chuckled in her heart, though she didn't laugh out loud. Su Han's nickname in Class 8 of Senior Year 3 was Poison King, as he had a particularly sharp tongue. Next, she stood in place, waiting for Su Han to take the initiative to invite her to team up, firmly believing he would come over. 60 seconds passed, and Su Han didn't move an inch. 120 seconds later, there was still no movement. Seeing that everyone else had already formed their teams, Bai Ling Shue stomped her foot anxiously. What on earth is Su Han doing? Does he expect me to invite him? This is so infuriating. With her proud personality, she would never take the initiative to invite someone. Besides, as a beautiful girl, she had to remain reserved. Bai Ling Shue, are you in a hurry to use the bathroom? Su Han asked foolishly, looking at her anxiously. You are the one who's desperate to pee. Bai Ling Shue's face turned slightly red, and she gave Su Han a sidelong glance. Then were you dancing just now? You usually seem quite smart, but at critical moments you're so dumb. You're hopelessly dumb. After speaking, she took a deep breath and coldly extended an invitation to Su Han. Su Han, I'll give you a chance now. Let's team up. I hope you know what's good for you. Sorry, women will only slow down the speed of my blade. Su Han frowned deeply and flatly refused. He didn't like acting with others and was more accustomed to fighting alone. Even if it was the school beauty, he still wouldn't agree. What's more, he carried a significant secret that couldn't be exposed. Next, he planned to eliminate the ghosts, collect a large amount of slaughter points, and replicate advanced abilities. If Bai Ling Shue saw this, she would definitely be scared out of her wits, and that wouldn't be good. What? You actually rejected me? This is my first time. Bai Ling Shue was extremely shocked. From childhood to adulthood, she had never actively made a request to anyone. Bai Ling Shue's resentment value plus 20. As soon as the resentment value entered Su Han's mind, he immediately understood and chose not to respond further. Bai Ling Shue let out a cold snort, turned her face away, and no longer looked at him. My goodness. What on earth is going on? Bai Ling Shue is the campus belle. She's the goddess in the hearts of many boys. But Su Han actually rejected her invitation. Simply unbelievable. However, Zhou Tianbao, who was lying on the ground, was stunned when he saw this scene. After a moment's thought, his face immediately lit up with ecstatic joy. Could it be that my chance has come? This is fantastic. Bang! Thinking of this, Zhou Tianbao quickly pulled out a bottle of high-grade elixirs from his pocket and swallowed them all in one go. Instantly, the bruises on his body began to fade rapidly. Before long, Zhou Tianbao sprang up from the ground, walked over to Bai Ling Shue, and extended an invitation to her. Bai Ling Shue hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Han, and seeing that he showed no reaction, could only agree to Zhou Tianbao's request. Quickly, 6 out of the 8 students had already formed teams, leaving only 2 standing alone. Hello, I would like to team up with you. At this moment, another isolated girl mustered up her courage and softly extended an invitation to Su Han, her cheeks slightly reddening after she spoke. No way. Su Han glanced at her and was surprised to find that she was the one who hadn't mocked him earlier, but he still shook his head. How is this possible? The girl's face instantly turned pale, and she asked with a slight tremble in her voice. She knew very well that without teammates, she would likely be devoured by the ghost soon. Because I want to act alone, Su Han said indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the students on site were instantly stunned, looking at Su-han in disbelief. They knew this was the ghost domain, not the human world. Although Su-han was strong, facing so many ghosts was beyond his capability. This was undoubtedly courting death. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su-han remained calm, merely shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, a chilling sound came from outside. Woo 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 ha ha ha. The 8 students immediately became alert, with some even trembling all over, because many ghosts had already gathered at the entrance. Only Su-han's eyes were filled with confusion. According to the Ghost Domain Manual, the ghosts shouldn't have reached the hall so quickly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly understood. It turned out that he had wasted quite a bit of time earlier beating up Zhou Tianbao, and the other students had been so engrossed in watching that they seemed to forget where they were. Adding to that, the delay in choosing teams. So, just as Su-han was in a daze, with a creak, the door opened. Blurry black shadows surged into the hall, their eyes fixed intently on the 8 students, filled with greed, bloodlust, and eeriness. Su-han glanced at these ghosts and saw that they looked extremely horrifying. Some had half their heads missing, with brain matter oozing out, some had hollow eyes, some had their stomachs exposed with bloody intestines spilling out, and some were covered in wriggling maggots, utterly disgusting. Jia, so many rats. A sinister and greedy voice emerged from the group of ghosts. Yeah, I haven't tasted rat meat in a long time. Rat skulls are crunchy, intestines are slippery, and rat meat is especially tender and juicy. Truly unforgettable. The ghost next to him, with its intestines exposed, chimed in, licking its long tongue with excitement written all over its face. Want to eat us? I doubt you have the guts. Suddenly, Su-han stepped out from the crowd, standing at the forefront, and said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the 7 students behind him turned pale instantly, filled with terror, and they all glared at Su-han's back with hateful eyes. Damned useless fool. He actually went to provoke these ghosts. How infuriating. Does he think we're not dying fast enough? It's over. Completely over. Zhou Tianbao stared at Su-han's back with a resentful gaze, a sense of despair rising in his heart. Bang! What's going on? Su-han seems a bit off tonight. Did he eat something strange at night? Or did he lose his mind after eating pickled mustard instant noodles? Shua stared blankly at Su-han's back, her brows slightly furrowed. Resentment value from Zhou Tianbao plus 88. Resentment value from XXX plus 88. Resentment value from XX plus 88. Resentment value from Shua plus 20. Seeing these resentment values, Su-han was slightly stunned, then a delighted smile appeared on his face. So much resentment value. The more resentment points he accumulated, the more he could spin the big wheel and draw rewards. Although these students resented him, he secretly felt delighted. Filthy rat, how dare you say we have no guts? He, I think you're tired of living. Since this rat is so eager to meet the king of hell, I'll grant his wish. Daring to cause trouble on our turf, you really don't know your place. Wait, I'm going to swallow this rat hole and show him my power. The ghosts let out eerie and terrifying howls, rushing straight towards Su-han. Yet Su-han remained calmly standing there, a strange smile playing at the corner of his lips. In the next moment, he chanted an incantation, and a ghost-slaying brick suddenly appeared in his right hand, flipping continuously in the air as the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Whoever has the guts, step forward and see if I don't beat them to death. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of ghosts immediately flew into a rage, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they charged forward. The 7 students in the back turned even paler, trembling all over, cursing Su-han in their hearts. If you wanna die, can you not drag us along? Thanks. But Su-han couldn't hear their mutterings at all. Resentment value from XXX plus 50. Resentment value from XX plus 88. Resentment value from XXX plus 88. Even Shua's resentment towards Su-han grew deeper. Looking at the continuously surging resentment values before him, Su-han secretly rejoiced in his heart. Go ahead and be angry, you filthy rat, you've completely angered me. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. The gut ghost roared furiously, pulling out a dark dagger from within its body, preparing to walk towards Su-han. Brother Gut, wait. Suddenly, a ghost covered in maggots stopped the actions of the intestine ghost. What's wrong, Brother Maggot? Are you trying to fight me over this stinking rat? The intestine ghost's expression changed slightly as he spoke coldly. You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Then why did you stop me? Listen to me. This rat is the real culprit behind killing the slit-mouthed woman, the maggot demon whispered in the intestine demon's ear. Really? The intestine demon looked utterly confused. Of course, it's true. I saw with my own eyes this rat holding a brick and fiercely smashing it against the slit-mouthed woman's head. She disappeared right after, definitely dead. The maggot ghost spoke with a cautious and serious tone. What? You mean the slit-mouthed woman was instantly killed by the stinky rat? The intestine ghost was shocked beyond belief. That's right, so I advise you not to provoke him, or you won't escape unscathed either. The maggot ghost nodded. Impossible. Impossible. The intestine ghost shook his head repeatedly. You have to understand, the slit-mouthed woman's strength was even greater than his, reaching the peak of level 1, while this stinking rat had just been teleported teleported to Yellow Spring Street with very weak power. Yet the slit-mouthed woman was killed in an instant. Hearing this, the surrounding ghosts gasped in shock. Maggot brother, what should we do then? The intestine ghost quickly regained composure and asked. Here's what I think. The maggot ghost whispered in the intestine ghost's ear, discussing the plan. However, alright, let's do it this way. The intestine ghost's eyes lit up. The next second, the gut ghost coldly looked at Suhan and said, Filthy rat, I have something to do right now, so I'll let you off this time. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. TSK, go ahead and run, but don't make it seem like I'm afraid of you. Got the guts to face me one-on-one, or do you all want to come at me together? I'm ready anytime. Suhan sneered sarcastically. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Brothers, let's go. Changzi ghost shook his head and quickly left the gate with a group of ghosts. The 7 students at the back were dumbfounded by the scene, too shocked to say a word. What's going on? These ghosts actually ran away? They were scared off by Suhan. Impossible. How did this good-for-nothing manage to do that? This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Tianbao stared blankly at Suhan, hardly able to believe his eyes. Who would have thought that Suhan could scare off so many ghosts with just a few words? It was unbelievably awesome. My goodness. Suhan, why are those ghosts afraid of you? The sharp-eyed Bai Ling Shua looked up, her face full of curiosity, and asked. Maybe it's because I have an aura of dominance. Suhan thought for a moment and said with a smile. Aura of dominance? I've never heard of that before. It seems this world doesn't have such a special ability. Bai Ling Shua tilted her head and pondered for a while. Yes, I have it on me, hee. Suhan said with a mischievous smile. Bai Ling Shua naturally had never heard of Wang Ba Ji Qi, as it was a term from the internet in the previous life. In fact, it is a homophone for Wang Ba Ji Qi, used to describe someone with a powerful aura that makes others instinctively submit and admire them. Although Bai Ling Shua didn't quite understand what Wang Ba Ji Qi was, she could sense that it was something quite formidable. Suhan then glanced at his right arm, where a countdown was displayed. 47 hours 30 minutes and 25 seconds. Time was running out. He needed to hurry and gather more slaughter points. Only by accumulating enough killing points can one replicate talents above grade A. Alright, I won't waste time chatting with you anymore. I'm heading out. Take care of yourselves. After saying this, Suhan waved goodbye to Bai Ling Shua and turned to walk straight out of the hall. When Suhan walked onto Huangquan Street, he found that the group of ghosts from earlier had long disappeared without a trace, leaving him somewhat annoyed. He had no choice but to search for other ghosts. The night was dark, silent, and eerie. The wind outside howled, carrying a bone-chilling cold, and the occasional sound of ghosts sobbing sent shivers down the spine. With every step Suhan took, he almost always glanced around. Red lanterns hung in front of the buildings on both sides. He could feel faintly that there were pairs of dark, eerie eyes on the street staring at him intently, as if ready to devour him at any moment. Along the way, there were taverns, general stores, tailor shops, bathhouses, brothels. It is said that spending in these shops requires ghost coins, and inside, high-level ghosts indulge themselves. Why? However, high-level ghosts generally do not actively attack humans unless provoked. But the first-level ghosts on the street devour humans. At the moment, Suhan cannot afford to provoke those high-level ghosts. Therefore, he can only slay the first-level ghosts on the street to collect enough killing points. Unfortunately, after walking for so long, he hasn't encountered a single ghostly figure, and he's practically going crazy. Man, kid, stop right there. At that moment, a strange voice came from behind. Suhan turned around and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Around, chubby head stitched together with needle and thread, bloodshot all over, a ferocious mouth, tiny ears, a very short tail, and movements as slow as a snail. Isn't this the legendary sloth ghost? I didn't expect to run into him here. What do you want to do? You, Phi, Nal, Ly, stopped walking. Cha, ing, after, you, al, most, x, host, ed, me. The sloth ghost finished speaking and took a few deep breaths. Suhan was speechless. These words actually took a full 5 minutes to say. I want to devour. Catching its breath, the sloth ghost continued speaking. Listening to you talk is such a damn struggle. I might as well send you on your way. Next time, reincarnate as a more efficient ghost. Before the words had even faded, Suhan had already pulled out the ghost-slaying brick and smashed it hard onto the sloth ghost's head. The sloth ghost let out a series of miserable screams before quickly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke and being absorbed into the ghost-slaying brick. Experience points for smashing ghosts +1. Slaughter value +10. Not very articulate when speaking, but sure screams quite fluently. Seeing the sloth ghost die, Suhan couldn't help but mutter. After killing the sloth ghost, Suhan continued to wander on Huangquan Street, searching for other ghostly figures. The ghost coins just scavenged from the sloth ghost amounted to only 5. What a poor ghost. Not much different from him. 2 humans have fallen. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in Suhan's mind, and he muttered to himself, 2 people died in such a short time? He then shook his head and continued walking forward. Help! Please don't eat me. Woo woo woo. Not long after, a heart-wrenching scream came from behind. behind. Shout all you want, no matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. He. This was immediately followed by a cacophony of wailing and howling. Suhan turned around and immediately activated the Sharingan, taking in the entire scene before him. Not far away, a group of ferocious ghosts was surrounding a girl curled up in a corner, trembling with fear, baring their fangs and claws as if ready to devour her at any moment. Moreover, Suhan noticed that this group of ghosts was not the same as the ones that had appeared in the hall earlier. Initially, he had no intention of stepping in to save her, but he needed a large amount of slaughter points and had to slay these ghosts one by one. Hey, how are you all? Suhan immediately greeted the group of evil spirits, a strange smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Another rat? The evil spirits turned around to look, first stunned, then burst into wild laughter. I was just thinking this rat is too stinky to eat. Now it's perfect. Another rat has delivered itself to me. Truly a heaven-sent opportunity. It's been so long since I last had rat meat. Today, I can finally feast to my heart's content. He. Exactly. This group of malicious spirits muttered to each other, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on Suhan, as if starving people were staring at a juicy, glistening drumstick. You could even hear the sound of them swallowing their saliva. Suddenly, the leading demon gave a signal to the others, who instantly understood. In the next moment, over a dozen demons moved swiftly, surrounding Suhan tightly, afraid he might escape. Surrounded on all sides? Suhan narrowed his eyes, glanced around, and carefully examined the group of demons. They were not tall, only about 1 meter in height, their bodies as thin as skeletal frames, devoid of any skin, yet streaked with threads of blood, gruesomely seeping through their bones. The white teeth were fully exposed, emitting cold white gleams in the dark night. Filthy rat, you're already surrounded by us. Surrender now. He. A malicious ghost grinned at Suhan, drooling. The word surrender has never existed in my dictionary. Suhan shook his head. With that, he moved his mind, and the ghost-slaying brick fell into his right hand, flipping back and forth continuously. The expression suddenly turned cold. Whoever dares to come up, I'll take them down. The evil spirits were instantly stunned, and one of them mocked, "Stinking rat, you don't really plan to use a brick against us, do you?" That's right. Suhan chuckled lightly. Before the voice had even faded, the group of malicious ghosts froze for a moment, then burst into uproarious laughter. Using a brick as a weapon? That's killing me with laughter. Has this rat been scared silly? He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Listening to their mockery, Suhan's face remained calm as he responded indifferently. Why don't you try and see for yourselves? Arrogant rat. Let's see how long you can stay cocky. Brothers, attack. Swallow this rat alive. One by one, the ferocious ghosts opened their bloodthirsty mouths, lunging at Suhan's head to tear it apart. Suhan sneered coldly in his heart. The leading evil ghost was struck hard by the ghost-slapping brick, let out a miserable scream, and instantly turned into black smoke, devoured by the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick experience +1. Slaughter value +10. Next, Suhan shouted, "Extend." The ghost-slapping brick swiftly extended to both sides in response. The next second, Suhan swung the extended ghost-slapping brick, like playing whack-a-mole, repeatedly smashing the heads of the evil spirits. Each strike was precise and immensely enjoyable. Accompanied by piercing screams, one evil spirit after another was slapped to death. The sound echoed through Huangquan Street, sending chills down the spine and making one's scalp tingle. Ghost-slaying brick experience +1. Slaughter value +10. Ghost-slaying brick experience +1. Kill value +10. However, the leader of this group of evil spirits was stunned on the spot, dumbfounded, and even forgot to run away. What on earth is going on? That was no ordinary brick, but a ghostly object specifically designed to devour spirits. Such a thing has never happened before. Who exactly is this human? Moments later, over a dozen evil spirits were slapped to death by Suhan, leaving only one. The experience of using the ghost-slapping brick quickly increased by over 10 levels, and the devouring powers attack was greatly enhanced. Are you really human? The demon leader looked at Suhan, his eyes full of doubt, his voice trembling slightly as he asked. Of course, 100% genuine. Suhan responded with a smile. Then how can your brick devour ghosts? The demon leader continued to ask. As everyone knows, ghosts are immortal beings, and only other ghosts can deal with them. This is a secret, I can't tell you. Suhan shook his head and refused, his expression suddenly turning cold. Alright, no more nonsense with you. You can go die now. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you like a slave. I'm begging you. As soon as Suhan finished speaking, the leader of the evil spirits immediately knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. So even ghosts are afraid of death? That's rare. Suhan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I have feet, I don't need oxen or horses. Saying this, he paused for a moment, raised his left hand to scratch his head, then looked down at the kneeling leader of the evil spirits, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Want me to let you go? Yes. The demon leader nodded in response. Reason? How about this, you answer a question for me first. Seeing the leader of the evil spirits freeze, Suhan smiled and urged, go ahead and ask. Where are the other first-level ghosts on Huangquan Street gathered? The Ghost Denver. Specific location? At the western end of Huangquan Street. How about I take you there? The leader of the evil spirits said with a flattering smile. No need. Su-han shook his head. After all, his understanding of ghosts was limited. If ghosts could communicate secret signals among themselves, wouldn't the other ghosts have escaped long ago? He wasn't that foolish. The ghosts in the ghost den were all valuable for their kill points and couldn't be wasted lightly. What should I do then? The demon leader asked. You can go to hell. Su-han's face darkened. No, you just promised to spare me. You can't go back on your word. The demon leader's face instantly showed fear. I never promised you that. As soon as the words fell, Su-han raised his right hand, swung the slender ghost-slaying brick, and smashed it fiercely toward the head of the ghost leader. Damned rat! Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Facing the terrifying ghost-slaying brick hurtling toward him, the ghost leader roared ferociously. You still want to be a ghost? Try being a human in your next life. Su-han sneered. Before the voice had faded, the leader of the evil spirits let out a miserable scream and was instantly absorbed by the ghost-slapping brick, turning into a wisp of black smoke. Ghost-slapping brick experience +1. Slaughter value +10. Resentment value from the leader of the evil spirits +99. This evil spirit is dead, yet its resentment is still so intense. Seeing the sudden appearance of 99 resentment points in front of him, Su-han couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This was the highest resentment value he had ever seen. Immediately, he checked the attributes of the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick. Type, growth. Growth value, 18/100. Level, bronze. Devouring power, 117. The experience value has increased to 18 points, the devouring power has surpassed 100 points, and the strength is growing stronger. In other words, devouring a level 1 ghost can increase 1 attribute point. If it's a level 2 ghost, does it increase 2 points? Or something else? Regarding this, Su-han is still unsure and can only explore it gradually. After dealing with these evil ghosts, he let out a light breath, feeling great. The next second, he glanced at the girl in the corner with a hint of helplessness. The girl was still curled up, trembling, her head gently resting on her chest, completely unfazed by the wailing of the evil spirit just now. It seemed her heart was filled with fear, utterly terrified. So Su-han walked over unhurriedly. Coming close to her, he immediately caught a whiff of a fragrance resembling apples, carrying a sweet and sour scent with a faint hint of alcohol. Hello, the ghost has already run away. Su-han shouted loudly. However, the girl remained motionless, her body still trembling. Hello, the ghost has already run away. Wake up! Seeing this, Su-han took a few steps closer, crouched down slightly, and shouted again near the girl's ear. Suddenly, the girl's body trembled slightly, she opened her eyes, and looked up at Su-han in confusion. The two instantly locked eyes. It's you! Su-han was greatly surprised. It turned out she was the girl who had taken the initiative to invite him in the hall, only to be rejected by him at the time. It seemed she hadn't found a companion and was thus surrounded by this group of malicious ghosts. However, why don't these evil spirits directly devour her? Su-han carefully examined the girl. Her features were well proportioned, delicate but not stunning, yet she gave off a very pleasant feeling, exuding a refined and graceful charm. She was dressed appropriately and elegantly, with dignified manners. Why are you here? What about those ghosts? The girl timidly raised her head slightly and cautiously looked around. I've already driven those ghosts away, Su-han responded indifferently. You drove them away? The girl was surprised. Yes. Su-han nodded. Oh, the girl recalled the scene in the hall and suddenly understood. Hello, my name is Su-han. Su-han introduced himself. Hello, my name is Chen Xiaoen. The girl looked up and met Su-han's gaze, a faint blush appearing on her face. Her expression was somewhat flustered, and she quickly lowered her head and said softly, thank you for helping me out. Favorability from Chen Xiaoen +20. You're welcome. Su-han waved his hand and suddenly thought of a question. Curiously, he asked, by the way, why don't those evil spirits eat you? As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized it was inappropriate and wanted to take them back, but it was already too late. Perhaps he had been single for too long, speaking bluntly, and not knowing how to be tactful. To ease the awkwardness, Su-han could only scratch his head and laugh. Maybe it has something to do with the superpower I awakened. However, Chen Xiaoen did not blame Su-han. She spoke in a calm and unhurried tone. What kind of ability? Su-han blurted out. B-level talent. Gas aura. Chen Xiaoen seemed a little embarrassed, her voice very soft. After speaking, she lowered her head slightly, her expression appearing somewhat desolate. Gas energy? Su-han looked confused, having never heard of such an ability. Extremely rare. Chen Xiaoen explained, it allows the body to transform into gas, releasing it from any part of the body, while also purifying and compressing the surrounding air, controlling the air within a certain range. Amazing plus, Su-han exclaimed in awe. He recalled Caesar Clown from his previous life's One Piece, who ate the gasanomi, with effects very similar to this gas energy. No wonder those evil spirits didn't devour Chen Xiaoen. It turns out she has poison in her body, narrowly escaping disaster. If he could replicate the gas ability, who knows what kind of power it would evolve into. into. Just the thought of it made him incredibly excited. However, his slaughter value is still insufficient. A B-level talent requires 1000 points of slaughter value, which means he only needs to kill 100 first-level ghosts. This talent is good? Su-han's words left Chen Xiaoqian a bit stunned. She then shook her head and said, I don't think it's good at all. It's completely useless. After all, she was a girl and didn't like having a poisonous ability. Otherwise, everyone would avoid her. That's because you don't know how to use it, Su-han said with a smile. How do I use it? Chen Xiaoqian asked curiously. You can make weapons like gas-tier grenades or gas poison bombs, which are extremely powerful against ordinary enemies. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Chen Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. This is what we call flexible application, Su-han said with a smile. Chen Xiaoqian softly responded with an then suddenly asked curiously, by the way, even though you've awakened dual abilities, why are ghosts afraid of you? That's a secret, I can't tell, Su-han replied with a mysterious smile. I understand. Chen Xiaoqian immediately understood and didn't ask further. It's getting late. You should go find a job at a shop, or else you'll be surrounded by ghosts again. I'll walk you part of the way, Su-han said. Of course, he wasn't simply escorting Chen Xiaoqian, he had other plans. Mainly, he was worried that if she got devoured by ghosts on the street, the gas he wanted to replicate would be lost in vain, which would be a real pity. Thank you. Chen Xiaoqian felt deeply grateful, almost wanting to offer herself in return. It's nothing, I just happened to be taking a walk. Su-han smiled. The two of them walked slowly along Huangquan Street, like a couple, undisturbed, and even the ghosts dared not approach to bother them. As they walked, they saw many shops along the way. By the way, which shop do you want to work at? Su-han asked. Huangquan Bathhouse, I guess, Chen Xiaoqian thought for a moment. It's just the right place to cleanse the filth left by the ghosts on my body. Alright, I'll take you there. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Huangquan Bathhouse. Go ahead, and don't make any mistakes. I'll come to find you later, Su-han instructed. Alright. Chen Xiaoqian's face turned slightly red, showing a shy expression, and she walked in without looking back. Seeing this, Su-han shook his head without offering any explanation, as she had already entered the bathhouse. He knew Chen Xiaoqian had definitely misunderstood his meaning. Afterward, Su-han wandered along Huangquan Street, heading west. Huangquan Tavern. In the stairwell on the first floor, two waiters dressed in white uniforms were walking up to the second floor, whispering to each other. Ling Shua, I didn't expect the ghosts on Huangquan Street to be so despicable. They actually set traps outside to catch us. It's terrifying. Fortunately, you were prepared in advance, otherwise, the two of us would have been devoured by them. The other two weren't so lucky. Zhou Tianbao trembled all over, seemingly still in shock. It turned out that when they left the hall, they were ambushed and hunted by intestine ghosts. Fortunately, Ling Shua managed to repel them using a high-level treasure, allowing them to escape. In the end, the two of them ended up working at the Yellow Springs Tavern, where the ghosts wouldn't actively devour humans. Zhou Tianbao, please don't call me Ling Shua. I don't like it, Ling Shua said coldly. What should I call you? Full name. I see you're quite capable in class, so why are you so timid here? Ling Shua glanced at him, a trace of disdain in her eyes. Because I'm afraid of death. Zhou Tianbao smiled awkwardly. Useless thing, only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. If I had known earlier, I would have. Ling Shua stopped mid-sentence and didn't continue. Forget it, I won't say it. She originally wanted to ask Su-han to go together, but the other party directly refused her, which made her lose face. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Zhou Tianbao lowered his head, silent, his expression gloomy. Stop dawdling and quickly clean up the table left by guest 208, or the consequences will be serious. Ling Shua glanced coldly in the direction of the second floor and said, Okay. Zhou Tianbao nodded, and the two quickened their pace. They pushed open the door to room 208, and a pungent stench hit them, making it hard to resist the urge to vomit. The table was piled with leftover chunks of meat, human brain matter, kidneys, bloody intestines, and even countless wriggling maggots. Ling Shua and Zhou Tianbao were startled at the sight, clutching their stomachs as they vomited uncontrollably. I threw up everything I ate last night, even stomach acid. Zhou Tianbao, I can't take it anymore. This is just too disgusting. The leftovers on the table, you clean them up. After vomiting, Ling Shua leaned weakly against the wall, gasping for breath while holding onto it. No way. Just what I wanted. Lord Bandage instructed us to clean up together. Zhou Tianbao was instantly stunned and stammered in response. Do you have any objections? Ling Shua's face darkened. If it weren't for me, you would have been devoured by the ghosts on Huangquan Street long ago. You owe me your life. Alright, I'll clean it up. Ling Shua's words struck Zhou Tianbao's heart directly, and he smiled bitterly in helplessness. Ever since entering the ghost domain, he had been plagued by bad luck. At first, he was beaten by Su-han until he looked like a pig's head, then he was chased by ghosts and almost lost his life, and right after that, he had to obey Ling Shua's orders. It was truly unbearable to watch. In the outside world, he was someone who ruled and dominated, but in the ghost realm, he could only be a turtle bullied by others. This is how it should be. Ling Shua nodded with satisfaction satisfaction and walked straight out of room 208. Zhou Tianbao forced himself to endure the nausea, covering his nose as he began to clean up the remnants on the table. 15 minutes later, the cleaning was done. He quickly walked to the window, opened it, and greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Looking down, he saw an astonishing scene. A human strolled leisurely down Huangquan Street, looking around casually, as if wandering through a bustling pedestrian street. Who is this? That's incredible. Zhou Tianbao widened his eyes, utterly shocked. The ghosts on Huangquan Street would actively devour humans without hesitation, yet this human seemed to completely ignore their existence. It can't be sisterly. However, the person below seemed to sense the gaze from the second floor and looked up. The two locked eyes and were stunned. Su Han, Zhou Tianbao. The two shouted each other's names in unison. How is this possible? Su Han isn't afraid of ghosts? Zhou Tianbao shook his head frantically, hardly able to believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that the person below was indeed Su Han, which meant everything in front of him was real. He quickly left the window and prepared to call Bai Ling Shua to come and see. At the same time, so Zhou Tianbao and Bai Ling Shua aren't dead after all, I thought. It seems they are already working at the Yellow Springs Tavern. Su Han chuckled softly. At that moment, the sound of a rumbling stomach echoed. Grumble grumble. Hungry. Usually, Su Han eats 4 meals a day, the regular 3 meals and a late-night snack. Having a late-night snack in the early hours is the most satisfying. But he didn't have a late-night snack last night, so why not go to Huangquan Tavern to see if there's anything delicious? Anyway, he had quite a few ghost coins on him, so he should be able to have a big feast. Thinking of this, he headed towards the Yellow Springs Tavern. Not long after, the two of them arrived by the window. Bai Ling Shua, take a look. Is that Su Han down there? Zhou Tianbao asked with doubt. Bai Ling Shua looked down and found that Huangquan Street was completely empty, not even a ghostly shadow. After watching for quite a while, it was still the same. There's not a single figure on Huangquan Street. Zhou Tianbao, are you joking with me? Is it fun? Bai Ling Shua's face turned cold, completely disbelieving Zhou Tianbao's words. How could Su Han possibly dare to wander alone on Huangquan Street? It's practically seeking death. No one? Impossible. Suddenly, Zhou Tianbao was dumbfounded. He hurriedly stepped forward to check, and upon lowering his head, he saw that it was indeed as Bai Ling Shua had said. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was seeing things earlier? Mistaken? Very likely. After all, this was the ghost domain, where all sorts of strange things could happen. I'll let it go this time. Zhou Tianbao, if you dare lie to me again, just see how I'll deal with you. Bai Ling Shua let out a cold snort, her face flushed with anger. The feeling of being deceived was truly unbearable. I won't dare next time, Zhou Tianbao said sullenly. Next time? Bai Ling Shua glared at him fiercely. There won't be a next time, Zhou Tianbao promised through gritted teeth. Bai Ling Shua softly responded with a hum. What are you two mice dawdling here for? Hurry up and serve the dishes to the guests. As they were speaking, a muffled voice came from behind, eerie and terrifying, accompanied by the sound of teeth chewing, sending chills down their spines. Bai Ling Shua and Zhou Tianbao turned around and almost fainted from fright. It was a monster pieced together from numerous fragmented corpses, with blood streaks clearly visible. One eye was hollow, while the other was perfectly intact. The corpse emitted a nauseating stench, and it held a butcher's knife in its hand. This ghost was a patroller, specifically responsible for inspecting the situation in the room. If it found anyone who was careless, it would immediately strike them with its knife. Alright, we'll go right away. Bai Ling Shua and Zhou Tianbao were so frightened their hearts nearly jumped out of their chests. They quickly moved away from the window, turned their backs to the ghost, and swiftly ran out of room 208. Once outside, they let out a long sigh of relief. It was truly terrifying. They arrived at the entrance of Huangquan Tavern. Filthy rat, it's already full here. Go, 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 don't interfere with our business. Su Han was about to walk in when he was immediately stopped by a sinister voice. Following the sound, he discovered it was a gatekeeper. Ghost. A face protruded from the middle of the left door, with an ugly mouth and hollow eyes that were particularly striking. Su Han was slightly stunned, completely unable to understand the meaning of these words. Could it really be full? Impossible. Copy eye, activate. The next second, Su Han silently recited in his heart, and his right eye instantly emitted a purple glow. Soon, he saw many high-level ghosts leisurely enjoying food in the first-floor hall, with quite a few empty seats. Damn it! How dare you lie to me? The hall is far from full. Do you believe I'll crush you to death? Su Han's face instantly darkened, sneering coldly at the gatekeeping ghost. Filthy rat, you dare threaten me? Looks like you're tired of living. The gatekeeping ghost opened its hollowed-out blood-red eyes, its face instantly twisting into a ferocious snarl, glaring menacingly at Su Han. Try staring at me again, I dare you? Su Han's expression turned cold. I'm staring at you, what can you do about it? The gatekeeper ghost's voice had just fallen when it immediately emerged from the left door, transforming into a ferocious ghostly figure, glaring fiercely at Su Han. I can crush you to death. However, Su Han showed no mercy. With a silent incantation in his mind, a ghost-slaying brick appeared in his right hand. He said coldly, arrogant rat, today I will devour devour you alive. Suhan's words enraged the left gatekeeper ghost, which opened its fanged mouth and lunged at Suhan's head. Perfect timing, Suhan sneered. Before his words had even faded, the ghost-slaying brick in his hand smashed fiercely toward the left gatekeeper ghost's head. Ah! In the next moment, the left gatekeeper ghost let out a miserable scream, turning into a wisp of black smoke that was absorbed into the ghost-slaying brick, vanishing completely. Ghost brick experience +1. Slaughter value +10. Even a level 1 ghost dares to show off in front of me? Truly courting death. Seeing the information before him, Suhan sneered coldly. At this moment, the right gatekeeper ghost witnessed the scene, utterly terrified. Its head slightly retracted into the right gate and instantly disappeared. It was extremely frightened. The power of this rat was too terrifying. Its brother had just been instantly killed. It was simply unbelievable. It was the one who made the first move just now, so I retaliated. You better remember that clearly, and don't go spreading rumors later. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as its. Got it? Suhan stared at the right gatekeeper ghost with a wicked smile, threatening him fiercely. Although he had slain the left gatekeeper ghost, this was, after all, the Yellow Springs Tavern. There were bound to be big figures inside, likely second-level ghosts or higher, and someone might even come out to inquire proactively. Therefore, he had to think of a countermeasure in advance. After speaking, Suhan waved the ghost-slapping brick in front of the right gatekeeper ghost. Got it. The right gatekeeper ghost was so frightened that it quickly retracted its head back into the right gate, disappearing in an instant, leaving only an ugly mouth exposed. Clearly, it was very afraid of the ghost-smiting brick in Suhan's hand, terrified that the other party might actually throw it over. Suhan smiled and suddenly asked, "What did your brother mean by what he just said? I didn't quite understand." You don't know yet? The right gatekeeper ghost was stunned for a moment. Suhan shook his head. In each shop on Huangquan Street, at most only two human novices can be accepted, the right gatekeeping ghost explained, suddenly, correcting itself halfway through. It thought to itself, this human is truly terrifying, better not provoke him, must be cautious with words. Oh, I understand now. Suhan immediately grasped the meaning. No wonder that mysterious voice reminded us 8 people to pair up. It turns out it was because of this rule. Who dares to cause trouble in Huangquan Tavern? At that moment, a sinister and terrifying voice came from inside the shop. Suhan turned to look, his brows slightly furrowed. A ghostly figure wrapped entirely in bandages appeared, with fresh blood seeping through the wrappings, leaving only a pair of eerie green eyes, exposed, staring intently in this direction. Judging by its aura, the ghost's strength was at least level 2, and it was temporarily no match for him. He walked over. Lord Bandage. The right gatekeeper ghost quickly poked out a terrifying and fierce face from behind the right gate, calling out respectfully, Where's little left? The bandaged ghost looked at the right gatekeeper ghost with a face full of confusion. The right gatekeeper ghost glanced at Suhan, then looked at the bandaged ghost, hesitating for a moment. I killed him. Suhan calmly took over the conversation. The bandaged ghost tilted its head, looking even more confused. I said I killed little left. Now do you understand? Suhan, seeing the bandaged ghost staring at him, couldn't help but raise his voice. What? How is this possible? The bandaged demon was utterly shocked. After all, when humans see demons, it's like mice seeing humans, they can't hide fast enough, let alone dare to kill a demon. He really killed little left. At this moment, the right gatekeeper demon added tremblingly. The bandaged demon stared at Suhan in disbelief, taking a sharp breath inward. Damn rat, you've got some nerve to kill my subordinate in the Yellow Springs Tavern. Don't even think about leaving through this door today, or I'll swallow you alive. The next second, Bandage Ghost's expression turned chillingly cold. Master Bandage, please don't wrong me, Suhan calmly explained. I didn't kill Xiao Zuo on purpose. It attacked first, so I had no choice but to fight back. In the end, I accidentally lost control, and that's how it died. This was self-defense. It doesn't count as a crime at all. Framing you? Self-defense? The bandaged ghost stared at him coldly and said faintly, I think you angered Xiao Zuo, and that's why it attacked you. Am I right? The bandaged ghost's gaze carried a chill. It was known that gatekeeper ghosts generally wouldn't actively attack humans, unless. No, if you don't believe me, you can ask Little Right. Suhan shook his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the right gatekeeper ghost, the meaning clear. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll regret it. The right gatekeeper ghost was so frightened that it immediately withdrew its ugly, terrifying face back into the door, not daring to meet Suhan's eyes. Little Right, why do you only have one mouth? Where's the head? The bandaged ghost turned around and looked up at the right gatekeeper ghost, full of confusion. The head is here. Soon, the right gatekeeper ghost revealed the entire head again. Is what this rat said true or false? The bandaged ghost interrogated. It's true, absolutely true. The right gatekeeper ghost nodded. The bandaged ghost immediately understood, turned his head and coldly stared at Suhan. Filthy rat, although it was self-defense and you accidentally killed little left, you can escape the death penalty, but not punishment. Now you have to come with me to the Yellow Springs Tavern and clean the toilets for our esteemed guests. Suhan was stunned, suddenly thinking, I remember a shop can only employ 2 human workers, so you are. This This is atonement for you, but they are simply working. It's different, the bandaged ghost explained. Oh, Suhan immediately understood and then said, can I not go? No, the consequence of not going is death. The bandaged ghost stared intently at Suhan with its dark eyes, as if it wanted to devour him alive. Then can I buy Xiao's life with money? Suhan suddenly asked. Money from mortals is useless in the ghost realm. How about ghost coins? As soon as these words were spoken, the bandaged ghost and the right gatekeeper ghost looked at Suhan in astonishment. Stinking rat, you actually have ghost coins? The bandaged ghost stared at Suhan in astonishment and asked. Yeah, is there a problem? Suhan asked with a puzzled expression. Impossible. The bandaged ghost shook his head, his face instantly darkening. You're lying. Ghost coins are the exclusive currency of the ghost realm. It's absolutely impossible for a human who just entered the ghost realm to possess them. I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, I didn't come to Huangquan Tavern to look for a job. I came here specifically to spend money. As he spoke, Suhan took out 10 coins from his pocket, varying in size, each engraved with numbers like 5, 10, 50, 100, 500, 1000, and so on. The two gatekeeping ghosts were instantly stunned, their mouths agape in shock. My monthly salary is only 10 ghost coins, and my annual salary is just 100 ghost coins. But this rat pulled out over 1000 ghost coins in one go. It's simply too wealthy. I've been guarding the gate at the Yellow Springs Tavern for decades, and my savings are only around 1000 ghost coins. Yet he's been in the ghost realm for less than an hour. The gap is just too ridiculous. I really can't accept this. The right gatekeeper ghost thought this, extremely frustrated, but dared not say it out loud. How did you manage to get so many ghost coins? And also, where exactly did your ghost coins come from? The bandaged ghost was full of shock and urgently questioned Suhan. As for your two questions, sorry, I can't answer. Besides, I'm not your subordinate. Why do you care where my ghost coins come from? Suhan retorted coldly. Damned filthy rat, how dare you speak to me in that tone? Do you believe I'll swallow you alive right now? Hearing this, the bandaged ghost was so furious it almost exploded, its eyes instantly turning an evil blood red, ferocious and terrifying. Resentment value from the bandaged ghost plus 50. I don't believe it, because I am the guest. Is this how Huangquan restaurant treats its guests? Seeing the resentment value increase, Suhan was secretly pleased and let out a cold laugh. After speaking, he took a few steps back, came to the front door, and looked up at the couplets on the walls on both sides. The next moment, Suhan loudly recited, customers are gods, employees are servants. After finishing, he walked over to the bandaged ghost and said in a deep voice, do you want to ruin the reputation of the Yellow Springs restaurant? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Hearing Suhan's aggressive words, the bandaged ghost's eyes instantly turned blood red and bloodthirsty. It gritted its teeth, wishing it could tear the other party to pieces. In fact, it was just an employee, not the owner of the Yellow Springs restaurant, merely a supervisor. If the higher-ups find out about this, I'm afraid I'll face severe punishment and my position will be in jeopardy. You have to understand, Bandage Ghost worked hard to climb to the supervisor position and absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Resentment value from Bandage Ghost plus 88. Alright, thinking of this, Bandage Ghost could only swallow the grievance, exhale slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Dear guest, please come in. Speaking, it extended both hands, making a gesture of respectful invitation. Sichuan opera face changing? Quite interesting, haha. Suhan was slightly stunned, then smiled, and suddenly remembered something, so he asked, by the way, how is Xiao's matter resolved? If it's dead, it's dead. It's just a gatekeeping ghost, after all. I'll just grab a random ghost outside to replace it, no big deal. You don't need to worry at all. The bandaged ghost said respectfully with a smile. The right gatekeeper ghost listened and showed a trace of a helpless smile, then buried its entire face into the door, wanting only to stay quiet. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Suhan nodded. Honored guest, shall I take you to the restaurant to enjoy some delicacies? Lead the way. Yes. The bandaged ghost walked ahead, with Suhan following behind. They arrived at the first floor restaurant. Woo 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 yeah yeah yeah, the sound of rolling skulls. A strange sound echoed through the restaurant, resembling the midnight wails and sobs of ghosts, mournful and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Suhan felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Looking around, European-style wall lamps hung on the walls. Although they illuminated the hall, the dim light made the atmosphere eerie and terrifying. Yes, the chairs were all carved with ferocious fang skulls. Most of the dining tables had one or two high-level ghosts seated before them, feasting heartily, directly crushing human brain matter, with blood splattering everywhere. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. Suddenly, Suhan saw a familiar figure, Zhou Tianbao. He was pushing an empty food cart, his expression tense, his whole body trembling, hurrying toward the kitchen. The moment Zhou Tianbao saw him, he froze. Suan, are you also working at the Huangquan Tavern? He asked incredulously. If you can come, why can't I? What a joke. Suan sneered coldly. Was the person wandering around Huangquan Street just now you? Zhou Tianbao pressed further. That's right, it was me. Suan nodded nodded in acknowledgement. Impossible. Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. How dare you wander alone on Huangquan Street? He stared at Su Han, his face full of disbelief. Suddenly, as he thought carefully, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. If Su Han truly wasn't afraid of ghosts, why would he come to Huangquan Tavern seeking refuge and a job? It simply didn't make sense. Most likely, he was just pretending to fool him. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianbao snorted coldly. Su Han, I've already seen through your little trick. Stop pretending. Pretending about what? Su Han raised an eyebrow. What nonsense? Zhou Tianbao sneered with disdain. Su Han paused for a moment, a smile involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. What else could you be pretending? Obviously, you're trying to show off in front of me. I see through all your little schemes, Zhou Tianbao scoffed. Show off? Su Han mocked. You know, I actually used to work at a blow-up doll factory. F**********. Zhou Tianbao cursed. Filthy rat, how dare you speak to our esteemed guest in such a disrespectful tone? You must be tired of living. Before the words had fully landed, a sinister and chilling voice came from nearby. A bandaged ghost slowly approached, its expression cold and eerie. Bandage lord, I wasn't speaking to the guest, Zhou Tianbao stammered, his face turning deathly pale as he heard the terrifying voice. His entire body trembled, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and he responded fearfully. He had just been arguing with Su Han and hadn't noticed any other high-ranking ghosts nearby. Do you still dare to argue? Believe it or not, I'll swallow you alive right now. The bandaged ghost's dark eyes stared fiercely at Zhou Tianbao, accompanied by the eerie and terrifying sound of chewing. Zhou Tianbao was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. The floor instantly became soaked, emitting a strong stench of urine that was overwhelmingly foul. Zhou Tianbao, you wet your pants. Su Han caught a whiff of the smell, quickly covering his nose with his right hand and shouting loudly. These words made Zhou Tianbao's face flush red with embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl into it immediately. It was utterly humiliating. You filthy stinking rat, you've dirted the floor and disturbed the guests. The bandaged ghost lowered its head and coldly reprimanded. Tonight, you're forbidden to sleep. You'll clean the guests' toilets until dawn. The schedule in the ghost realm is exactly the opposite of the human world. Clean toilets? Upon hearing the punishment, Zhou Tianbao was so frightened he nearly fainted, his face turning deathly pale. He had heard that the harshest punishment at the Yellow Springs Inn was cleaning toilets, and the difficulty was beyond imagination. What? You don't want to? The bandaged ghost let out a cold snort. I do. Zhou Tianbao forced a slight smile. If he dared to say no, he might lose his life on the spot. Honored guest, I deeply apologize for this filthy rat disturbing you. Zhou Tianbao quickly apologized. I've already punished him severely. Are you satisfied now? The bandaged ghost turned to look at Su Han, smiling ingratiatingly. Yes, satisfied. Su Han nodded. Hearing the conversation between a human and a ghost, Zhou Tianbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Han, utterly shocked. What's going on? How could Su Han be an honored guest of the Yellow Springs Tavern? Is this some kind of mistake? He chuckled bitterly and muttered to himself. Clearly, I am the noble one, while Su Han is nothing but a lowly pauper. How could he possibly compare to me? Absolutely impossible. But ever since we came to the ghost realm, everything has changed. It seems completely reversed. Okay. At first, I was chased by ghosts, then I became a waiter at the Yellow Springs Inn serving tea and water to ghosts, and in the end, I even had to clean toilets for them. Meanwhile, Su Han not only remained unscathed but also dared to stroll freely on Yellow Springs Street, suddenly becoming an honored guest of the Yellow Springs Inn. The difference in treatment between us is worlds apart. Is heaven playing tricks on me? As he said this, Zhou Tianbao's face turned frighteningly grim. Zhou Tianbao, do you want to know the reason? Su Han seemed to have heard his muttering and asked with a smile. I do, I really do. Zhou Tianbao nodded involuntarily. I'm better than you. Su Han smiled faintly. Zhou Tianbao froze for a moment, then fell silent. Clearly, he had awakened an A-level talent, while Su Han's talent was only E-level. Logically, the two shouldn't even be in the same league. Yet, the other party was thriving in the ghost domain, which made him start doubting himself. Take your time thinking, I'm going to eat. Seeing Zhou Tianbao still standing there in a daze, Su Han shook his head, glanced around, and said to the bandaged ghost, I don't want to eat in the first-floor restaurant. Are there any private rooms? Yes, I'll take you there, the bandaged ghost replied with a smile. Alright, lead the way. Before long, they arrived on the second floor. Su Han activated the copy eye to scan each room and ultimately chose room 208. After entering the room, he found a spot to sit down and immediately picked up the menu on the table, studying it carefully. Blood-soaked buns, meaty white bones, heart and liver fried rice, graveyard rice cakes. Not a single dish was normal, all were made from human flesh. How could he possibly bring himself to eat this? Can I order custom dishes here? Su Han asked. Yes, you can. What kind of dish would you like to order? I can help arrange it, the bandaged ghost replied with a smile. Is there any other meat besides human meat? No, only human meat. Then I'll order some vegetarian food. Su Han thought for a moment. moment. Although human meat tasted good, he couldn't eat it. What if he incurred divine punishment? Steamed buns without blood, stir-fried rice cakes, sweet and sour lotus root, braised radish, and a large bottle of Coca-Cola. That's all. Su-han ordered 4 vegetarian dishes in one go. Alright, I'll arrange it right away, the bandaged ghost said with a smile, then turned and left room 208 with the menu. In the kitchen, the chef took the menu, glanced at it, and frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. Bandage Lord, this is. Don't ask too much. It's what the esteemed guest requested. Just do as you're told. The next second, the chef began preparing dishes according to the menu. After a while, Shua cautiously pushed the dining cart into the kitchen. Although she had been here more than once, she still found it disgusting, feeling nauseous with just a slight whiff. The kitchen was dimly lit and eerie, chaotic, and damp with signs of corrosion. Despite this, the space was unusually spacious. The tables were piled with various pieces of meat, heads, half-torsos, severed intestines. In the corners were countless jars and bottles. Under the tables were baskets full of live maggots, writhing densely. Shua forced herself to suppress her nausea, pushed the dining cart to the chef's side, and asked softly, which table needs the food delivered? The chef, wearing a white hat and with a nose resembling an elephant's, glared at her fiercely and said grimly, private room 208. Startled by the glare, Shua took a few steps back in fear. I've already placed the dishes on the table. Hurry up and deliver them. After speaking, the chef squatted slightly, reached under the table to grab a handful of maggots from the basket and put them directly into his mouth. The sound of his teeth crunching was clearly audible, and the overwhelming smell of maggot juice filled the air. Shua approached the table, looked at the dishes on it, and was full of surprise, murmuring to herself, it's all vegetarian food for humans. Looking at these, she swallowed hard, licked her lips, and couldn't resist wanting to take a bite. She had vomited up her meal from the previous night a few days ago, and her stomach was growling with hunger. But she couldn't do that. If the ghosts found out, she would be severely punished. Without thinking much, she quickly placed the 4 dishes and the large bottle of cola into the cart and headed to private room 208. Knock, knock, knock. Knocked on the door 3 times. Hello, esteemed guest. I am delivery person number 0608. Please come in. A crisp and magnetic voice came from the room. Shua lowered her head and pushed the dining cart inside. Shua, long time no see. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. The next second, Shua looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. A young man looked at her with a smile. Su-han, why are you here? Shua looked at Su-han in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. I'm a guest. Su-han smiled faintly. You're a guest? How is that possible? Shua widened her eyes, feeling that everything in front of her was unreal. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Hurry up and bring the dishes, I'm starving. Su-han immediately changed the subject, reaching out his right hand to gently touch his stomach. Oh, okay. Shua finished speaking, then bent down to place the 4 dishes and a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the dining cart onto the table. You can go ahead and get busy. Su-han waved his hand. However, Shua seemed not to hear his words, her eyes fixed intently on the dishes on the table, almost drooling. Do you want to eat too? Su-han saw through it at a glance and asked. Shua nodded. Alright, then, let's eat together. Impossible. Seeing Shua starving, Su-han frowned slightly but still nodded. I heard that Shua's family is quite wealthy. Once we get out, she might bring some treasures to thank me. Things like cultivation techniques or elixirs, I'd be happy to accept. Heh, I'm not one to suffer a loss. Thank you so much. Su-han's words filled Shua's heart with warmth, and a few tears couldn't help but slip down her cheeks. She grew up in a wealthy family, surrounded by people every day, which annoyed her to no end. To avoid those who tried to curry favor with her, she had no choice but to slowly change her personality. In the end, Shua transformed into a cold and aloof queen-like figure. Despite being well prepared, she still underestimated the survival environment of the ghost domain. It was simply uninhabitable for humans. Affinity value from Shua plus 20. You're welcome. Go ahead and eat. Su-han waved his hand. Shua softly said and reached out to wipe her tears. After drying her tears, she rubbed her hands on her work uniform, clean and efficient. The next second, Shua sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and, without any regard for her ladylike image, desperately grabbed food into her bowl and devoured it in big mouthfuls. Eat slower, don't rush. Su-han reminded her with a smile. If I eat slowly, I might get caught by the patrollers, and the punishment would be severe then. Shua said while eating. Patrollers? Su-han was completely puzzled. A ghost specifically patrolling each room, keeping an eye on whether employees are slacking off or being perfunctory. Oh, I see. The two were chatting. Wait, I haven't eaten yet. Did you finish it all? Why didn't I notice before that you could eat so much? Are you a pig? Looking at the plates on the table that had been completely emptied, Su-han was dumbfounded. Sorry, I was just too hungry. Su-han's words made Shua blush instantly. After speaking, she let out a loud burp, her face turning even redder, as red as an apple on Mount Fuji. You've even drunk more than half a bottle of Coca-Cola. You're little stomach sure can hold a lot, Su-han said helplessly. Sorry, I will compensate you. Bai Ling Shua panicked. How will you compensate me? These 4 dishes cost dozens of ghost coins. You can't afford to compensate. Or are you planning to sleep with me tonight? Su-han deliberately put on a stern face to scare Bai Ling Shua, while teasing her in the process. Sure enough, her face turned pale with fright. She knew that the currency in the ghost realm was ghost coins, which were extremely valuable. 1 ghost coin was equivalent to the purchasing power of $100 in the human world. However, an employee's annual salary was only 100 ghost coins, which was pitifully low. Capitalism in the ghost realm was just as exploitative. However, the dishes at the Yellow Springs restaurant are shockingly expensive, with even a small dish costing at least 10 ghost coins. After all, Yellow Springs Street has only this one restaurant, and rarity makes things precious. Thinking of this, Bai Ling Shua gritted her teeth and whispered, Su-han, how about I stay with you tonight? As soon as she said it, her face turned bright red. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes sneaking a glance at Su-han. Su-han is handsome, has a decent personality, but his words can be a bit sharp. She can accept it and doesn't feel she's at a disadvantage. Su-han was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. She actually agreed to his proposal. Is this still the aloof Bai Ling Snow? What? Could it be that I am not good enough for you? Seeing Su-han's displeased expression, Bai Ling Snow puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, pouting as she looked up. Bai Ling Shua, let me tell you, this is the ghost domain, not the human world. I advise you to put away that arrogant attitude and stop talking to me like that. I'm very annoyed. Bai Ling Shua's words made Su-han feel uncomfortable. He responded coldly and then added, besides, I'm not interested in you for now. I'll talk about it when I am. What do you mean? Bai Ling Shua stomped her feet in anger. Su-han was completely unyielding and wouldn't buy into her tricks. But she didn't dare to argue. After all, in the ghost domain, she indeed had to listen to Su-han. Why did you say that to me just now? Which sentence? Su-han looked puzzled. You clearly know and still deliberately ask. I forgot. I'll stay with you tonight, that's the sentence. Bai Ling Shua's words became softer and softer, and her face gradually flushed. Oh, that was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Su-han suddenly understood. What? You actually tricked me? Bai Ling Shua was slightly stunned, then immediately glared coldly at Su-han. Goo goo goo. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Alright, I'm done talking with you guys. I'm starving to death. Go and reorder the exact same dishes. Su-han rubbed his stomach and immediately gave the order. Hearing the grumble grumble sound from her stomach, Bai Ling Shua felt a bit embarrassed. After speaking, she turned around and pushed the dining cart out of room 208. Bai Ling Shua's favorability plus 88. Yellow Springs Tavern, corner of the first floor. Zhou Tianbao nervously pushed the cleaning cart, first turning left and walking a short distance, then turning right, arriving in front of a dim wooden door. A faint, shadowy figure followed closely behind. For large golden characters were prominently written on the wooden door, Yellow Springs Toilet. He pushed the door open. Immediately, a pungent stench rushed toward him, making Zhou Tianbao extremely nauseous, almost to the point of vomiting stomach acid. However, when he raised his eyes to look inside, he fainted on the spot. My goodness, is this actually a toilet? Whose toilet could be as big as a basketball court? This place is practically a cesspool. No wonder the highest punishment at the Yellow Springs Tavern is cleaning the toilets, making one's legs go weak and scalp tingle. Stinking rat, stop playing dead and get to work or I'll swallow you alive. A dark figure walked up to Zhou Tianbao and threatened him grimly. Zhou Tianbao was so frightened that he quickly stood up, trembling all over as he looked at the dark figure. He walked to the cleaning cart, picked up the tools, and prepared to clean this massive toilet. Standing by the cesspool, Zhou Tianbao took a deep breath and started working. Why is it me who has to clean up these ghosts' excrement, while Su-han gets to enjoy gourmet food in the restaurant? That's more like it. The difference in treatment is just too much. The heavens are truly unfair, so unfair. Enduring the stench, Zhou Tianbao cleaned while thinking to himself, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He hated Su-han to death. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be here suffering like this. Damn Su-han. At the same time, Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Su-han, who received the resentment value, was walking on Huangquan Street and was suddenly stunned. I don't think I've offended Zhou Tianbao. Why is he holding a grudge against me again? It's simply baffling. How come I still get hit lying down? Heading west, Su-han walked along Huangquan Street, reaching out to touch his stomach, feeling a bit bloated. Earlier, he spent a total of 150 ghost coins at Huangquan Tavern, which was considered cheap. After all, everything he ordered was vegetarian. Although the taste is average, it's quite fragrant when eaten. When you're hungry, everything tastes good. Su-han glanced at the crescent moon pattern on his arm. Countdown 43 hours 24 minutes and 52 seconds. He was instantly stunned. He felt that not much time had passed, so how did more than 4 hours go by just like that? Could it be that the flow of time in the ghost realm is different from the human world? After thinking for a long time, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I should hurry to the ghost cavern and devour more ghost souls. On the way, eerie winds howled, and ghostly wails and low sobbing sounds echoed from all around, sending chills down the spine. Following me sneakily, is there something you want? Suhan suddenly stopped in his tracks and said coldly without turning his head. Oh my, what a handsome little mouse. Looks like my luck has turned. But you've got some nerve, wandering alone on Huangquan Street. I'm truly surprised. You're unlucky to run into me today. At this moment, a graceful figure emerged from the dim light, eyes filled with greed, tongue streaked with blood, lightly licking her lips. Another female ghost? Why do female ghosts always like to follow me? It seems being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Suhan turned his head and was instantly stunned. It was a female ghost with short hair dyed in all sorts of colors, looking strange and terrifying. Could it be that you also want me to be a male concubine? Suhan said in a deep voice. I don't want to keep any male pets. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The short-haired female ghost sneered. Although I'm heading west too, I'm not Tang Monk. You female ghosts all want to eat my flesh and drink my blood, truly putting me in a difficult position. Suhan's eyes sparkled. Wait, what did you just say? The short-haired female ghost's expression changed slightly. Which sentence? Suhan asked in confusion. The last one. I can't remember. Hurry up, you filthy rat, or I'll swallow you right now, the short-haired female ghost shouted harshly. As she spoke, her face immediately turned hideously terrifying, opening a gaping bloody mouth. Is it Journey to the West? Or Tang Monk? Or are you saying I'm very handsome? Suhan's expression remained calm as he casually uttered a few keywords. Seeing his fearless demeanor, the short-haired female ghost was quite surprised and shook her head, saying, none of those. Male concubine? Suhan tried again tentatively. Yes, that's it. The short-haired female ghost nodded. You encountered the slit-mouthed woman? She knew that only the slit-mouthed woman would like this taste. After all, that woman was too ugly, completely incomparable. Then how did you escape her clutches? Why would I need to escape? Suhan suddenly laughed. What do you mean? The short-haired female ghost looked puzzled. I killed her. Suhan said calmly. You killed the slit-mouthed woman? The short-haired female ghost was stunned. Her expression changed drastically, and she immediately turned around to flee. Since this rat could kill the slit-mouthed woman, his strength must be extraordinary. After all, she was no match for him. Trying to run? No way. Suhan let out a cold snort, focused his thoughts, and a ghost-slaying brick instantly appeared in his right hand. He silently chanted, extend. The ghost-slaying brick quickly extended, resembling a Rui Jingu Bang, and swung straight toward the back of the short-haired female ghost's head. Ah! The short-haired female ghost let out a miserable scream and instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke, devoured by the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick experience +1. Kill value +10. A mere level 1 ghost dares to show off in front of me? Truly courting death. After dealing with the short-haired female ghost, Suhan quickly stored the ghost-slaying brick in his inventory, muttering under his breath. He continued heading west. Along the way, many ghosts tried to attack him, but all were instantly killed by his ghost-slaying brick, scaring other level 1 ghosts into fleeing far away. After an unknown amount of time, Suhan arrived at a mist-filled dense forest. The dense forest was filled with stone tablets of various sizes, engraved with inscriptions. The faint moonlight slanted down onto the cold stone tablets. A gentle breeze passed through, carrying a mournful whisper, as if lamenting for the deceased resting here. Suhan strolled along the weed-covered cemetery path, producing a squeak sound with each step. Even though he was the nemesis of level 1 ghosts, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, overwhelmed by the eerie atmosphere. Finally, he confirmed that this was the ghost lair mentioned by the evil spirit. He speculated that the first-level ghosts were hiding in this boundless cemetery. He chose the nearest tombstone and walked over. From underground came bursts of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls, sending chills down one's spine. Suhan focused his thoughts, and a ghost-slaying brick appeared in his right hand once again. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Reaching the tombstone, he knocked on the stone with the ghost-slaying brick. Who? Suddenly, a deep and icy voice came from underground. Ghost Sweeper Squad. What are you up to in there? Hurry up and come out to face your death. Suhan had a sudden idea. Don't talk nonsense. We're not up to anything. You are up to something. Goodness, there's actually a stinky rat outside the door. At this moment, a ghost deep in the cemetery caught a strange smell and suddenly let out a loud scream. The next moment, the tombstone abruptly sank into the ground, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Suhan quickly stepped back a few paces. Soon, a ghost emerged from underground. The two exchanged a glance. So it was you. Suhan was greatly shocked. It was the maggot ghost that had barged into the hall. Filthy rat, how did you find your way here? The maggot ghost, upon seeing Suhan's true form, trembled all over in fear, with maggots continuously falling off its body. After all, the ghost cavern was extremely far from Huangquan Street, a place humans could never reach. Nothing is impossible. Now, you should die. Suhan felt a wave of disgust. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure flickered, and he swung the ghost-smiting brick fiercely at the maggot ghost's forehead. Ah! The maggot ghost let out a miserable scream and instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke, devoured by the ghost-smiting brick. Ghost brick experience +1. slaughter value plus 10. Su-han's gaze turned forward. It was a stone staircase, with wall lamps hanging on both sides, emitting a faint, eerie glow. He walked straight toward the stone staircase. Moments later, a group of ghosts heard screams and hurried over. When they saw Su-han's face, they were all stunned. Damn stinking rat, you actually killed Brother Maggot. Today, don't even think about escaping from this graveyard. Leading them was that intestine ghost, speaking with deep resentment. Oh, Su-han responded indifferently. Brothers, swallow this stinking rat for me. The intestine ghost trembled with anger upon seeing Su-han's disdain and immediately gave the order. Kill, kill. The ghost horde behind opened their bloody mouths, lunging at Su-han's head and body. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Facing the oncoming enemies, Su-han held the ghost-slaying brick, a strange smile slightly curling at the corner of his mouth. One ghost after another rushed over, only to be slapped to death by Su-han with the ghost-slaying brick as if swatting mosquitoes, accompanied by a series of miserable screams before vanishing instantly without a trace. Ghost-slaying brick experience plus 1. Slaughter value plus 10. Ghost-slaying brick experience plus 1. Kill value plus 10. As the ghosts kept falling, a large number of ghost coins scattered across the ground. Seeing this scene, the intestine ghost was dumbfounded, trembling all over, and stood frozen in place. Is this a mouse to be slaughtered? Clearly, it's a demon. No, I must escape quickly, or I'll meet a tragic end here too. The intestine ghost, regaining its senses, instantly looked terrified, even ferocious, and turned to sprint madly toward the depths of the cemetery. There was still a hidden escape route there. The intestine ghost turned to flee but found its legs unable to move, only able to step in place. Why aren't you running anymore? At this moment, Su-han had already dealt with the other ghosts and glanced at the intestine ghost with a puzzled expression. You stepped on my intestines. How can I still run? The intestine ghost was on the verge of tears. Oh, Su-han looked up and confirmed it. The next second, he moved his right foot away. The gut ghost was overjoyed and immediately started sprinting forward. Trying to escape in front of me? Do you think you can get away? Hee hee. Looking at the back of the intestine ghost, Su-han chuckled softly. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the cemetery. Ghost brick experience plus 1. Slaughter value plus 10. After the gut ghost was dealt with, Su-han put the ghost brick into the inventory and bent down slightly to pick up the ghost coins on the ground. So many ghost coins. His eyes immediately lit up. After picking everything up, Su-han's expression turned somewhat grim. All these ghost coins were in denominations of 10 and 5, not even a single 50, adding up to just over a mere 1,000 ghost coins. What a bunch of paupers. Then, Su-han looked around the interior of the cemetery, only to see a barren flatland with nothing on it. He shook his head and turned to walk out of the cemetery. Not long after, Su-han passed through the eerie grass and arrived at the second tombstone, awakening the ghost in the cemetery in the same manner. Before long, this group of ghosts was all killed by him using the ghost-slaying brick. Next, the third cemetery, all the ghosts underground were completely cleared out. The fourth cemetery was no exception, until the 20th cemetery. After dealing with all the underground ghosts, Su-han looked up in a certain direction in the distance and sensed a terrifying aura. That aura was enough to kill him in an instant, sending chills down his spine. Utterly terrifying. After watching for a while, he casually touched the crescent-shaped mark on his arm. Countdown 5 hours 14 minutes and 52 seconds. Unknowingly, only 5 hours were left. Time flew by so quickly. He couldn't keep killing endlessly like this, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see Chen Xiaoen. So, Su-han stopped his steps toward the next graveyard. Immediately after, he opened the attribute panel to check. Name, Su-han. Talent, Copy I. Strength, 65. Agility, 67. Constitution, 18. Mental power, 25. Copy ability, 0. Kill value, 11100. Lottery attempts, 1, 1588. Seeing these values, Su-han couldn't help but be surprised. 11,100 kill points? That means he has already killed 1110 level 1 ghosts. Impressive. He hadn't even realized he had killed so many ghosts. He exhaled lightly to calm himself and curiously asked, System, can I draw a lottery? The system coldly responded, why? Only when you have collected 10 lottery draws can you unlock the lucky wheel. Oh, alright. Su-han sighed helplessly. After speaking, he began to check the attributes of the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick. Type. Growth value, 1110/10,000. Level, silver, can transform into a stick or whip. Devouring power, 1209, instantly kills a level 2 ghost. He glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp in shock. The ghost-slapping brick had unexpectedly leveled up twice in one go, simply unbelievable. Moreover, it could finally change its form and possessed the power to instantly kill a level 2 ghost. Seeing this, Su-han was overwhelmed with joy, and the thought of strutting confidently down Huangquan Street filled him with excitement. Then, Su-han began to play with the ghost brick, transforming it into a stick, a whip, making it smaller, larger, and even turning it thick and massive. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. After playing for a while, he suddenly thought of something inside. It's a pity pity that I'm about to leave the ghost realm. Who knows when I'll be able to return. After all, he was already almost invincible in the first layer of the ghost realm. He could easily slay level 1 and level 2 ghosts while collecting a large amount of slaughter points. It's worth noting that slaughter points could infinitely replicate talents and evolve them, making it an exceptional weapon. Host, you don't need to worry. I just detected a method to enter and exit the ghost realm at any time. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke. Enter and exit the ghost realm at any time? Suhan was stunned, and his face immediately showed an expression of wild joy. He hurriedly asked, quick, tell me, key. The system only uttered 2 words. What do you mean? Suhan looked completely puzzled. The first layer of the ghost realm hides a key that allows entry and exit at any time. Where is it? Huangquan Street. Specific location? Brothel. Brothel? Hearing this word, Suhan was momentarily stunned. Of course, he knew the purpose of a brothel, but he never expected the key to be hidden there. It was truly unbelievable. Hurry up and go. I don't think there's much time left, the system urged. All right. Suhan nodded, turned around, and headed straight east. The brothel was located in the bustling area of the midsection of Huangquan Street, a place coveted by some high-ranking ghosts. Not far from the entrance of the brothel, Suhan looked up. Between 2 pillars hung a plaque with 4 large, bright red characters that read Huangquan Fragrant Courtyard, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Dear guests, come in and take a look. At this moment, 2 female ghosts with heavy powder on their faces, thickly drawn eyebrows, and flamboyant attire were shouting at the entrance of Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard. Suhan stepped forward toward the entrance. Filthy rat, we don't accept workers here. Get lost. Don't interfere with us receiving guests. The seductive female ghost on the right glanced sideways, staring at Suhan with utter disdain. Exactly, the female ghost on the left echoed. You've misunderstood. I'm just here for some fun. Facing the scolding of the 2 female ghosts, Suhan remained unfazed, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward as he spoke softly. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 female ghosts were slightly stunned, exchanged a glance, and then revealed a cold smile. This is the first time I've seen a rat dare to come to the Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard for fun. Quite bold. The female ghost on the right sneered and glanced at Suhan. Well, now you've seen one. Suhan shrugged, his expression indifferent. I think you're looking for death. When the time comes, the sisters inside will suck you dry into human jerky. Seeing Suhan completely unconcerned, the female ghost on the right immediately turned grim. I am not afraid. Suhan shook his head. The 2 female ghosts were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The 2 female ghosts stared blankly at Suhan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of their mouths. This little mouse truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Doesn't he realize this is the domain of ghosts? To dare to speak so arrogantly in front of them, he's simply courting death. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Why don't one of you come up and try? Ha! Suhan's lips curved slightly upward as he let out a soft chuckle. No, we won't take the initiative to attack the rats. I advise you to get out of the way quickly and stop interfering with us entertaining our guests. The female ghost on the right let out a cold laugh. Forget it. I won't waste time chatting nonsense with you. Time was running out, and Suhan had to quickly find the key that allowed free access to the ghost domain. With that, he chanted an incantation, and a ghost coin with a denomination of 1,000 suddenly appeared in his hand, which he waved in front of the 2 female ghosts. Originally, Suhan intended to deal with the 2 female ghosts directly, but upon further thought, he realized it was unwise. Acting rashly would only bring more trouble, wasting time, and possibly making it harder to find the key. So he abandoned the idea. What? This rat actually has ghost coins? And these ghost coins are actually worth 1,000 each? The 2 female ghosts immediately gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at Suhan. Can I go in now? Seeing their shocked expressions, Suhan said indifferently, honored guest, please come in. The 2 female ghosts let out a slight breath, immediately changed their expressions, and greeted with beaming smiles and utmost respect. They only recognize ghost coins, regardless of the other party's status, even if it's a humble mouse. So the ghost realm is just as realistic. Suhan murmured softly to himself. After speaking, he lifted his foot and stepped into the interior of the Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard. Raising his eyes to look around, a long gold and red silk carpet stretched straight to the staircase entrance. The staircase split into 2 wings, extending to either side. The courtyard had 4 floors, with many connected large red lanterns hanging from the railings on each level. The railings were painted with dark red lacquer, giving off an eerie and sinister vibe. On the first floor, many vermilion-colored small tables are neatly arranged on both sides. Various sophisticated ghosts at the scene are drinking flower wine, accompanied by seductive female ghosts, chatting and laughing. They completely failed to notice the appearance of Suhan, a human. Oh my, esteemed guest, esteemed guest. Suddenly, a plump female ghost holding a folding fan walked over briskly, smiling charmingly and coquettishly. Upon learning Suhan's true identity, her expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her original smile. Suhan glanced at her, knowing in his heart that this must be the ghost mother of the Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard, and cupped his hands in greeting. Hello, oh my, such a polite young master. I suppose this must be your first time visiting the Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard for leisure. A plump female ghost teased while fanning herself. Yes, Su-han nodded in response. Young master, do you happen to know any familiar ghost maidens? The plump female ghost asked with a smile. Although she knew it was Su-han's first visit, perhaps he had come for a famous ghost maiden. No, Su-han shook his head. Then how about I call a few ghost girls for you to choose from? Alright, young master, please wait a moment. With that, the plump female ghost swayed her figure, waved her fan, and left. System, do you know where the key is hidden? Su-han asked. Ghost courtesan, the system answered briefly. Su-han's eyes immediately lit up. Young master, I have brought the ghost maidens. Please make your selection. Before long, the plump female ghost arrived with a group of ghost maidens. Su-han responded indifferently and raised his head to glance around. Each of these ghost maidens had a slender figure and striking looks, but none of them are particularly outstanding. This means the ghost courtesan is not among them. He carefully counted and found there were 9 ghost maidens in total. Although these ghost maidens are all fine, none of them satisfy me. Su-han shook his head and sighed. Okay. What? You're not satisfied? The plump female ghost was taken aback. The 9 ghost maidens also showed displeasure, feeling offended, and a few even glared at Su-han fiercely. With their looks, they were more than enough to match this rat, but unexpectedly, they were all rejected, which was truly infuriating. Resentment value from XXXX plus 20. Resentment value from XXX plus 40. Resentment value from XX plus 50. Seeing the resentment value skyrocketing, Su-han snorted coldly. It seems your ghost ladies have quite a few complaints about me. I'm actually a bit angry now. That's not the case, young master. Please don't be angry. The plump female ghost hurriedly tried to smooth things over. After speaking, she glared fiercely at the 9 ghost ladies and said coldly, you all should leave now. Yes, mom. 9 ghost girls nodded and turned to walk inside. After they walked away. Sorry. The plump female ghost apologized again. It's fine. Su-han waved his hand. Since Huangquan Fragrance Courtyard doesn't have a ghost girl to your liking, there's nothing more I can do. How about you take a look elsewhere? The plump female ghost laughed, seemingly hinting at seeing the guest out. That's not necessarily the case. Su-han gave a mysterious smile. The plump female ghost looked puzzled, then suddenly seemed to sense something and tentatively asked, could it be that you have a particular hobby? She knew that most distinguished guests preferred ghost girls with beautiful appearances and good figures, but she also understood that a very small number of people favored ghost girls who were ugly and out of shape. This time, it was Su-han's turn to be confused. Young master, what do you think of me? The plump female ghost suddenly winked at Su-han, then spun around in place. Alright, stop spinning. I'm not interested in you. I'm looking for the ghost courtesan of Huangquan Xiaoen. Seeing this, Su-han immediately understood the peculiar preference the plump female ghost had just mentioned. He then made a gagging motion and waved his hand dismissively. What? You want to find the ghost courtesan? Su-han's words left the plump female ghost stunned, and she immediately stopped spinning. What? Is it not possible? It's not that it's impossible, but the ghost courtesan rarely entertains guests. Oh, so that's how it is. Su-han suddenly understood. The situation had become tricky. If the ghost courtesan refused to see guests, then he would have no choice but to force his way in. Young master, it wasn't that I didn't want to introduce you earlier, but there are reasons behind this. I hope you can understand, the plump female ghost explained. I understand that, but how will we know the result if we don't try? Su-han nodded slightly. Now, go and greet the ghost courtesan for me. Maybe she'll take an interest in me. Alright. The plump female ghost responded helplessly, turning around and heading upstairs. She arrived at room 408, codenamed Tianzi. Miss Bai, there's a guest outside who wishes to see you. The plump female ghost stood by the bed and spoke softly through the bed curtain. I said I don't entertain guests. How many times do I have to say it? A cold response came from inside. It was the voice of the ghost courtesan Bai Shishir. This guest is different, the plump female ghost explained slowly. Oh, tell me more. Bai Shishir suddenly showed interest. He is a mouse, quite handsome, with a good figure. Maybe he suits your taste. That's rather interesting. Not long after, Bai Shishir agreed to meet Su-han, but she stated that she needed to take a look at him first before deciding whether to meet. After speaking, she got out of bed, her feet touching the ground, and walked toward the door. White Shishir, wearing a black veil, walked to the railing of the 4th floor corridor and looked down toward the 1st floor. In the hall, a handsome boy dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans was glancing around. Her eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward at a 45-degree angle. What do you think? The plump female ghost beside her asked softly. Not bad, bring him up, Bai Shishir said calmly. Got it. The plump female ghost exclaimed with joy and quickly turned to rush downstairs. Bai Shishir's gaze remained fixed on Su-han, her eyes shimmering with endless light. Su-han seemed to sense the gaze coming from upstairs. He immediately turned around and looked up, instantly locking eyes with the person and the ghost. The veiled ghost courtesan? Su-han was overjoyed. It was well known that women who wore veils were either extremely ugly or stunningly beautiful. The former wore them to avoid scaring others, while the latter wore them to avoid captivating everyone. The woman upstairs was undoubtedly the latter, as beautiful as a celestial being. She was none other than the ghost courtesan of the Huangquan fragrance courtyard. Noticing Su Han's gaze, Bai Shishir turned and walked into the room. At this moment, a plump female ghost, dressed to the nines, approached Su Han and informed him that the ghost courtesan wanted to see him. Su Han listened without any emotional ripple in his heart. All of this was within his expectations. After all, the ghost courtesan had glanced at him and thought there was a chance. Afterward, under the guidance of the plump female ghost, Su Han arrived at room 408, marked as heaven. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door 3 times. Come in. A charming voice came from inside the room. The next second, Su Han pushed the door open and entered. With a creak, the door opened. The scene shifted, and Su Han seemed to enter a room filled with femininity. The air was permeated with a rich fragrance, leaving one endlessly captivated. The walls were covered with murals of half-naked women, the images exuding intense allure, making it almost impossible to look away. One could nearly get a nosebleed. Not far away, by the bed surrounded by red gauze curtains, sat a half-naked, sexy, and beautiful woman. Hey, handsome, come over here to me. Come on, I'll treat you well. This alluring woman seductively enticed Su Han, her eyes brimming with charm, her lips sensually captivating, while extending her fair and slender jade-like legs, resembling a peerless beauty. Seeing this scene, how could Su Han possibly hold back? His face instantly flushed like an apple, his heart raced wildly, and his male hormones surged uncontrollably. The next second, he rushed over directly, taking off his clothes one by one as he moved. Host, wake up, this is an illusion. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded in Su Han's mind. An illusion? Hearing this sound, Su Han was slightly stunned. He shook his head, instantly sobering up, his body trembling, and his palms covered in sweat. He murmured to himself, I actually fell into an illusion, damn it. If it weren't for the system's timely reminder, Su Han would have long been drained into a dried corpse by this ghostly courtesan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Men are indeed creatures driven by their lower halves, and he was no exception. This was purely an instinctive reaction. A knife hangs over the word lust, and it must never be touched lightly. In the face of beauty, his resolve was still not strong enough. As the saying goes, even heroes find it hard to resist a beauty's charm. Thinking of this, Su Han let out a slight sigh, hurriedly picked up his clothes from the ground and put them back on, his expression instantly turning grim. Activate the copy wheel eye. The next second, Su Han silently chanted in his heart, and his right eye instantly emitted a purple halo as he softly murmured, break for me. The purple halo rapidly spread in all directions, shattering the illusion, which quickly disappeared without a trace. What? You actually broke through my illusion? Bai Shishir was so shocked that she stared at Su Han in disbelief, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. At the same time, Su Han was also staring at her in astonishment. Under the glow of the replication eye, a humanoid monster with a fox face sat on the redwood bed. Though its body was human-shaped, a white tail dragged behind it. A hybrid ghost of human and fox? System, do you know what kind of ghost this is? Su Han took a deep breath and asked. Fox demon, the system replied. Fox demon? Su Han was puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with this type of demon. Fox demons often wander in the dark and mist, revealing only their forms but not their faces. They wait for people to let their guard down, then kill and devour them. Although they can transform into human shapes, they can never show a human face, their fur and tails remain. The system explained. After listening, Su Han had a general understanding in his heart. Then, he retracted his gaze from the virtual screen, turned to look at the ghost courtesan, and found her completely different. Her face was covered with a black veil, her figure was curvaceous, dressed seductively, exuding a charming and alluring aura. Su Han was greatly surprised. Apparently, this beautiful appearance was an illusion, created by the ghost courtesan. No wonder she rarely saw guests, she was probably afraid of being recognized by high-level ghosts. Filthy rat, who exactly are you? At this moment, Bai Shishir interrupted Su Han's thoughts and questioned him. I am your father. Su Han shouted this angrily, almost falling into the fox demon's trap. Courting death. Bai Shishir's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely unpleasant. Fox demon, stop wasting time and hand over the key, or I won't be polite to you. Su Han spoke bluntly and got straight to the point. What key? Bai Shishir froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. Her face changed drastically, her body trembled, and she stared at Su Han in disbelief. How did you know my true form? You should know, even the ghosts on Huangquan Street don't know her true identity, not even Ghost Mother. It's clear how deeply she has hidden herself. Since I can break your illusion, your true form must have been revealed. It's a simple logic. Su Han smiled faintly. Do you have the ability to see through illusions? Bai Shishir speculated. That's right. I didn't expect you to be quite smart, Su Han said in surprise. Bai Shishir was speechless, thinking to herself how there could be such a perverse skill in this world. All her secrets were now exposed to this stinky rat, driving her crazy. She might as well just swallow him whole. Resentment value from Bai Shishir plus 50. Seeing the resentment value surge, Suhan sneered coldly, hand over the key quickly. I really don't know what you're talking about. Bai Shishir rolled her eyes at him. It's the key that allows free access to the ghost domain, Suhan explained. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Shishir's expression changed slightly, but inwardly, she was utterly shocked. How did this rat discover such an important secret of hers? If it were just recognizing her true form, she could still accept it. But for even the secret of freely entering and exiting the ghost domain to be uncovered, it was simply inconceivable. Who exactly was this opponent? Thinking of this, Bai Shishir took a sharp breath in her heart. Moments later, she quickly calmed her emotions and said coldly, filthy rat, I don't understand what you're talking about. Are you pretending to be stupid, or do you think I'm easy to fool? I advise you not to play such tricks, or this time next year will be the anniversary of your death. Ha! Suhan let out a cold laugh, then silently chanted something. A ghostly brick instantly appeared in his right hand as he stepped closer to Bai Shishir. What the heck? A brick? Bai Shishir was stunned, looking at Suhan, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Yes, a brick. Suhan walked with a stylish stride while smiling and answering. Are you really planning to use a brick to deal with me? That's hilarious. Bai Shishir mocked. Yes, Suhan responded coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he continued walking forward, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. Soon, she won't even have time to cry. A single brick will send her to her grave. Had ha. Seeing Suhan getting closer and closer, Bai Shishir chuckled softly and decided to stop hiding. She dispelled the illusion, revealing her true form. It was the face of a fox paired with a human body, with a white tail extending from her backside. The next moment, she licked her lips, her eyes suddenly flashing with a strange light that flickered continuously. Finally, she opened her mouth wide like a torrential abyss, her entire being appearing grotesque and sinister. Ah whoa! Bai Shishir let out a piercing howl, her figure flickering as she lunged forward like a leopard, her gaping mouth aiming straight for Suhan's head. However, faced with the oncoming fox demon, Suhan remained completely unperturbed. A faint smile appeared on his face as he suddenly transformed the brick in his hand into a long staff. Then, he swung the long staff and smashed it hard against the fox demon's head. The next second, the long staff suddenly emitted waves of black mist, quickly enveloping the fox demon's head tightly. What on earth is this thing? Bai Shishir was horrified to discover that the long staff had actually begun to devour her body, and she immediately let out a chilling, piercing scream. She instantly understood that this seemingly ordinary brick was actually a ghostly object. The mocking words she had just said to Suhan now sounded so ridiculous. If this continued, she would truly be finished, with no way out. I can't die, she shouted inwardly. If you kill me, the key to entering and leaving the ghost realm will disappear forever. Oh, hearing this, Suhan was slightly stunned, withdrew the ghost brick, and coldly stared at the fox ghost in front of him. Seeing this, Bai Shishir let out a long breath of eerie air, still shaken. A moment later, she would have been completely devoured by the long staff. Could the key be on you? Suhan asked. Yes. Bai Shishir nodded. Where is it? Hand it over quickly. To be honest, I am actually the key. You are the key? Suhan exclaimed in surprise. Bai Shishir softly responded with a How do you say? I have the ability to travel through time and space, freely entering and exiting the ghost realm. Travel through time and space? That's amazing. Suhan was instantly shocked. But now I can only traverse once a month, Bai Shishir said helplessly with a sigh. Because my strength is too weak. From what you're saying, the stronger the strength, the more times one can traverse in a month? Suhan speculated. Yes. Bai Shishir nodded. Interesting. Suhan's lips curved into a slight smile. If he could enter the ghost domain multiple times a month, he would be able to slay countless ghosts and earn more slaughter points. After all, the slaughter value could infinitely replicate abilities and continuously evolve. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, he suddenly thought of a problem. If I take you out of the ghost domain, it might cause panic among humans. That could be a bit troublesome. Host, this is very simple. Suddenly, the system spoke. Oh, tell me about it. You can sign a master-servant contract with this fox spirit, so she will merge with your body and won't be discovered by humans. Moreover, she can protect your life at any time. The system explained. Great idea. Absolutely fantastic. Damn it. Suhan's eyes lit up, then he fell silent. Merging with a ghost did sound a bit disgusting, but for the sake of the kill value, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Beside him, Bai Shishir was trembling all over, waiting in terror for Suhan's decision, fearing that she would be devoured by him, which would truly be a miserable fate. Since you can travel through time and space, then make a master-servant contract with me. Suhan looked up at Bai Shishir and said slowly, Master-servant contract? All right. Bai Shishir was slightly stunned, sighing inwardly. For her, signing a master-servant contract with a human was an unbearable humiliation. But, to survive, she had no choice but to compromise. After all, the human before her had the power to kill her in an instant. Moreover, she couldn't use her teleportation ability to escape at the moment. The reason was simple. She had just used it once and would have to wait until next month month to use it again. Have you made up your mind? Seeing Bai Shishir frozen there, Su-han urged. Alright, I'll sign the master-servant contract with you. Bai Shishir took a deep breath, looked at Su-han, and nodded slightly. Su-han smiled. Then let's start now. Bai Shishir spoke and asked again, do you need me to teach you? No need, I know how. Su-han waved his hand and silently asked in his heart, system, quickly tell me what to do. The system then provided detailed guidance. After listening, Su-han directly bit his thumb, causing blood to flow. He used his fingertip to draw a strange pattern on the ground. Soon, the blood curse of the contract was completed, and the pattern on the ground immediately emitted a blood-red glow, surrounding the area. Your turn. Su-han glanced at Bai Shishir and said calmly, alright. After speaking, Bai Shishir quickly walked to the pattern, extended her right hand, and lightly tapped it with her thumb. Congratulations on signing a master-servant contract with the fox demon. From this moment on, the fox spirit vows to protect the host's life at all costs. If the host were to perish, the fox spirit would also die. Conversely, the host will not easily meet their end. As soon as the words fell, this message simultaneously entered the minds of both the human and the spirit. Su-han finished reading and smiled faintly, while Bai Shishir's face instantly turned as pale as paper. From now on, I am your master. Disobey my orders, and you will undoubtedly die. Su-han's expression suddenly turned cold. Yes, master, Bai Shishir responded respectfully with cupped hands, without any room for resistance. As long as she harbored even a trace of betrayal, a burning sensation would ignite deep within her soul, instantly reducing her to ashes. At the same time, Su-han received detailed information about Bai Shishir. Servant Ghost, Nine-Tailed Fox Ghost. Level 1. Abilities, Time-Space Traversal, Illusions. Seeing this, Su-han couldn't help but be stunned. He looked up at Bai Shishir and asked, are you the Nine-Tailed Fox Spirit? Yes, master. Bai Shishir nodded in confirmation. Then, why do you only have one tail? As long as my strength increases by one level, I will grow an additional tail, until I reach 9 tails in total. Oh, I see. By the way, my real name is not Bai Shishir. Then what is it? White Fox. Bai Shishir softly uttered these two words. White Fox. This name suits you quite well. Su-han praised with slight surprise. Thank you for the compliment, master. White Fox responded gratefully. Su-han let out a light hum and continued, from now on, follow me, and I promise to help you evolve into a true nine-tailed fox spirit. Suddenly, the white fox's eyes sparkled with endless light, as if it had already begun to yearn for the arrival of that day. At that moment, a voice rang out. The host may freely choose the body part for the fox spirit to reside in. The navel. Su-han pondered for a moment, a feeling akin to opening a third eye surging in his heart. Moreover, the navel is located in a certain special position on the body. Although the fox demon's true form is ugly, she can transform into various shapes. Mature woman, lowly, queen, white stockings. The fox demon seems capable of transforming into anything. Then, Su-han glanced at the crescent-shaped mark on his arm. Countdown 2 hours 13 minutes and 14 seconds. Time was running out, and he had to leave Huangquan Shangyuan as soon as possible. Xiaobai, come with me now. Su-han looked at the white fox but did not rush to let her enter his body. Alright, master. The white fox nodded in response. She really liked the nickname Little White. The next moment, Su-han turned and walked towards the door, while the white fox transformed into Bai Shishir's appearance and followed closely behind. They arrived on the first floor. Honored guest, Miss Bai, what brings you here? The plump female ghost looked at Su-han and the white fox, full of surprise. Tonight, I've booked Bai Shishir. Su-han said indifferently to the plump female ghost. Booked? The plump female ghost was stunned. Just tonight, I'm taking her to spend the night somewhere else, Su-han explained casually. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? The plump female ghost was shocked. You heard it right, I'm willing to go with him. At this moment, the white fox wearing a black veil spoke. Alright, not bad. The white fox's words made the plump female ghost slightly stunned. You should know that Bai Shishir rarely meets with guests, and even higher-level ghosts seldom get to see her. Ever since this mouse came here, everything has changed. Not only did Bai Shishir readily agree to meet him, but she also planned to go out overnight with him. From this, it seems that Bai Shishir has indeed been captivated by this mouse. It's truly unbelievable. How much? Su-han asked. 1,000 ghost coins. The plump female ghost reported a number. So expensive? Is this a shady business? Miss Bai is the ghost courtesan of the fragrant courtyard in the underworld, so naturally, the price is steep. With that, Su-han recited an incantation, and a coin with a denomination of 1,000 suddenly appeared in his palm, which he casually tossed to the plump female ghost. He originally wanted to redeem the white fox, but after thinking it over, he found it inappropriate. After all, he was about to leave the ghost realm, and the redemption price was very high, making it a losing deal he didn't want to make. The plump female ghost took the coin and immediately beamed with joy. Not long after, Su-han walked out of the Huangquan fragrance courtyard with the white fox. Looking at the backs of the human and the ghost, the two female ghosts greeting guests at the door were dumbfounded, completely stunned. Not only was this mouse unharmed, but it even wooed the ghost courtesan. Its flirting skills skills are truly extraordinary. Walking on Huangquan Street. Xiaobai, you can come in now. At this moment, Su Han stopped in his tracks. The white fox softly uttered an and instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, entering Su Han's body and finally settling securely at his navel. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from his navel, resembling an upright eye, akin to the third eye of Erlang Shen, shimmering with silver brilliance. However, this eye exudes charm and enchantment, and anyone who looks into it will fall deeply into an illusion. Of course, the stronger a person is, the harder it is to confuse them, while the weaker they are, the more easily they are affected. Xiaobai, can you use your illusion technique to deal with the enemies then? Su Han asked with satisfaction. Certainly, master, the white fox replied. With that, Su Han headed in the direction of the Huangquan bathhouse. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Huangquan bathhouse. He directly took out a 500 denomination ghost coin. The gatekeeper glanced over, showing a hint of surprise, then respectfully called out, "Honored guest, please come in." Su Han stepped inside. He arrived at the bar in the bathroom. "I want to take a bath," Su Han said to the female ghost at the bar. "Honored guest, which type of bath would you like?" The female ghost glanced at Su Han, paused for a moment, and then asked, "What kinds of baths are there?" "Human blood bath, milk bath, herbal bath, steam bath, acupuncture bath." "Give me a milk bath." "Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away. By the way, I want Chen Xiaoqian to scrub my back," Su Han suddenly added. "Sorry, she's currently attending to another guest." The ghostly woman checked the information and immediately apologized. Boom. "Oh, which room am I in?" "Private room 403. "Where's Chen Xiaoqian?" "She's in private room 407. "I want to live next door to her, is that okay?" Su Han asked. "Coincidentally, room 406 is vacant. I'll arrange it for you." The female ghost checked the information again. "You're welcome." After speaking, Su Han turned and walked upstairs. Stopped in front of room 400 in the SSSS door. "Stupid rat, too weak. Put in more effort. Didn't you eat? Believe it or not, I'll swallow you whole." "Impossible." At this moment, an angry roar came from next door. "Sir, I've used all my strength." Immediately afterward, a trembling sob echoed from inside. Upon hearing it, Su Han recognized it as Chen Xiaoqian's voice. He certainly wouldn't stand idly by and walk straight to the door of room 407. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door. "Who is it?" "I'm taking a bath right now." A cold reprimanding voice came from inside. "I am the waiter here to deliver water," Su Han said, thinking quickly. "Oh, come in." With that, Su Han raised his hand and pushed the door open, walking in. He looked up and saw a massive ghost with its eyes tightly shut, lying in a wooden bathtub, appearing extremely content, and Chen Xiaoqian was half squatting on the ground, holding a brush in her hand, scrubbing the ghost while softly crying and complaining. "Next, Chen Xiaoqian, long time no see." Su Han smiled faintly. As soon as the words fell, the massive ghost slowly opened its eyes, glanced at Su Han, and then closed them again. It thought Su Han was also a staff member of the Huangquan bathhouse and didn't pay much attention. But Chen Xiaoqian was different. She turned around and was instantly stunned. "Su Han, why are you here?" "I'm here to give you a scrub. I don't have time right now." As she spoke, Chen Xiaoqian glanced at the ghost in the bathtub and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Now you have time," Su Han said with a slight smile. Chen Xiaoqian looked utterly confused. "Now I'll perform a magic trick for you. Watch carefully and don't blink." After speaking, Su Han chanted an incantation, and the ghost-slapping brick instantly appeared in his hand. In a flash, he moved to the wooden barrel bathtub. Then, he raised the ghost-slapping brick and smashed it fiercely against the forehead of the massive ghost. The next second, before the massive ghost could react, accompanied by a miserable scream, it instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and was absorbed into the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost brick experience +2. Slaughter value +100. A level 2 ghost was instantly killed by Su Han. Su Han is just too strong. Chen Xiaoqian, who was beside him, was instantly stunned by the scene. "Did you enjoy the magic?" Seeing Chen Xiaoqian's surprised expression, Su Han asked with a smile. "Why yes, it was great." The confused Chen Xiaoqian nodded. "Now that I've made this ghost disappear, don't you have some free time?" Su Han smiled faintly. "That's right." However, Chen Xiaoqian was momentarily stunned, then immediately praised. "Your skills are incredible." "Just average." Alright then." At this moment, Chen Xiaoqian still hadn't recovered from the shock, her heart surging with emotions, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. "Alright, stop standing there like an idiot. Come over and help me scrub." Su Han saw Chen Xiaoqian standing there in a daze and couldn't help but shout. Chen Xiaoqian responded with an "oh," suddenly remembered something, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. An hour passed. After soaking in the milk bath, Su Han felt refreshed, his whole body exuding a rich milkshake fragrance, an aroma that was irresistible. However, Chen Xiaoqian, standing to the side, had cheeks flushed as red as Mount Fuji. She lowered her head, burying it in her chest, but her left eye couldn't help sneaking glances at Su Han. In fact, she had also taken a milk bath. Favorability from Chen Xiaoqian +99. Chen Xiaoqian, it hasn't been long, but your skills are really impressive. Seeing the favorability score, Su Han praised approvingly. accordingly. Thank you, Chen Xiaoqian responded softly. Afterward, Su-han glanced at the crescent moon pattern on his right arm. Countdown 37 minutes and 38 seconds. About half an hour remains before leaving the ghost domain. Time flies so fast, he hasn't had enough fun yet. If the other participants heard this, they'd probably be furious. Su-han is enjoying himself in the ghost domain while they're suffering. By the way, Xiaoqian, could you show me your special ability? Su-han suddenly looked at Chen Xiaoqian and asked. Chen Xiaoqian was a bit surprised, but she still nodded, closed her eyes tightly, and began to unleash her ability, Gas Aura. Copy eye, activate. Su-han silently chanted in his heart, and his right eye instantly emitted a purple halo. The air quickly filled with a fragrance similar to that of apples, sweet and sour with a faint hint of alcohol. Copy. The moment he smelled this scent, Su-han silently recited in his heart. A purple halo enveloped the gas, beginning the analysis. Ding. Consumed 1000 kill points. B-level ability Gas of Miasma successfully copied. Seeing the prompt, Su-han felt a surge of joy in his heart and a faint smile appeared on his face. But it wasn't over yet. Evolve. He silently recited in his heart again. Ding. Consumed 10,000 slaughter points. B-level ability Gas of Miasma successfully evolved into A-level ability Body of 100 Poisons. As soon as the notification sounded, Su-han was overjoyed, his face breaking into a wide smile. Finally, he possessed his own superpower, and it felt amazing. Immediately, Su-han checked the detailed information of the greatest superpower, the Poison Immune Body. The Poison Immune Body can absorb all the poisons in the world, refine itself, become immune to fire and water, invulnerable to poisons, impervious to evil, and even release deadly toxins. This superpower is quite impressive and suits my traits perfectly. Su-han muttered softly, then opened his attribute panel. Name, Su-han. Talent, Copy Eye. Strength, 65. Agility, 67. Constitution, 1018. Mental Power, 25. Copy Ability, Poison Immunity. Proficiency, Beginner. No. Kill Value, 200 points. Number of Draws, 2, 2068 points. The proficiency of abilities is divided into 4 levels: Beginner, Proficient, Expert, and Master. If two people both have SS level fire abilities, the one with Master level proficiency can easily defeat the one at the beginner level. The Constitution attribute directly increased by 1000 points. The body immune to all poisons truly is a qualitative leap. It's just, the slaughter value is only 200 points left. Su-han feels like he's back to square one. How frustrating. Since his constitution has improved, doesn't that mean he can now take mid to high level strength pills? No sooner said than done. Immediately, with a thought, a yellow pea-sized pill appeared in Su-han's hand, and he swallowed it. The strength attribute instantly rose to 165 points. Then, Su-han swallowed a yellow pigeon egg-sized pill. Soon, his strength soared to 665 points, equivalent to the second tier of the strength system. He felt a surge of immense power within his body, his entire being brimming with explosive force. Clenching his fists tightly, the air tore with a ripping sound as he swung them, utterly terrifying. Immediately afterward, Su-han opened the attribute panel of the Ghost Slapping Brick. Ghost Slapping Brick. Type, Growth value, 1112/10,000. Rank, Silver, can be transformed into a staff or whip. Devouring power, 1211, instantly kills a level 2 ghost. Growth value increases by 2 points, and devouring power also increases by 2 points accordingly. Su-han immediately understood the attribute value required to slay a level 2 ghost, let out a slight sigh of relief, and felt quite pleased. Brother Han, why are you so happy? Seeing Su-han beaming with joy, Chen Xiaoqian said softly, we'll be leaving the ghost domain in half an hour. Of course I'm happy. Su-han casually made up a reason. That's true. Chen Xiaoqian nodded. By the way, where is your hometown? Shilan City. I'm in Sangbei City. One in the south, one in the north. The distance is a bit far. Will we meet again? Chen Xiaoqian asked softly. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks immediately flushed with a hint of red. That depends on fate, Su-han replied hesitantly. Chen Xiaoqian softly responded with an All newcomers, please gather in the lobby. You must arrive within 10 minutes. Latecomers will bear the consequences. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Let's go together, Su-han said to Chen Xiaoqian. All right. Chen Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. The two of them walked out of private room 406 together. They arrived at the hall. Chen Xiaoqian took the initiative to separate from Su-han and walked to a corner to stay quietly. Su-han said no more and looked around. Only 5 people were left on the scene, meaning 3 had already been devoured by the ghost. So disgusting. A putrid stench of decay suddenly filled Su-han's nostrils. He quickly covered his nose with his hand and switched to breathing through his mouth. Zhou Tianbao smells terrible. I wonder what he's been up to. Bai Ling Shua walked toward Su-han, complaining slightly as she spoke. Su-han immediately understood. Wasn't this Zhou Tianbao, who had been punished by the bandaged ghost to clean toilets, ending up reeking all over? Ha! Bai Ling Shua suddenly let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong? Su-han asked curiously. Su-han, you actually smell like milkshake. It's really nice. Oh, I just took a milk bath bath at the Huangquan bathhouse earlier. It was quite relaxing. As soon as the words fell, the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on Su Han, their faces filled with shock, each one stunned, except for Chen Xiaoqian, who remained calm. Lowly wretch, once we're out, I will never let you off easily. Zhou Tianbao was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then glared at Su Han with a face full of resentment. During these dozens of hours, he had been dealing with the ghost's excrement, enduring the unbearable stench. Meanwhile, Su Han was enjoying a feast and soaking in a milk bath, living an extremely carefree life. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Even Bai Ling Shua couldn't help but envy Su Han. Congratulations on completing the mission. Each of you will receive a level 3 crystal core. This crystal core can directly elevate your mental power from tier 1 to tier 2. As soon as the words were spoken, a clear and bright sound rang out again. Immediately, each person had a sandalwood-colored brocade box in their hands. Everyone instantly beamed with joy. Alright, now I'll send you all out. The next moment, everyone in the hall disappeared without a trace, except for Su Han. Su Han was stunned, his eyes darting around as he pondered silently. Little one, you are very impressive. The ethereal voice sounded again. I also know that I'm very outstanding, Su Han said with a smile. Can't you be a bit more modest? There's no need for that. Cut the nonsense. What do you mean by leaving me here alone? Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Hidden mission? Su Han asked in confusion. Because you found the key to freely enter the ghost realm. At this moment, Su Han suddenly felt enlightened. Now I will give you some rewards. I hope you will continue to work hard, and in the future. What about the future? Su Han curiously asked further. Before the words were finished, he received a few more items in his hand and was then transported out of the ghost domain. Inside a luxury mansion in Sangbei City, a middle-aged man wearing a loose red coat sits on a chair, shaking a wine glass filled with red wine in his right hand, holding a phone in his left hand, with a smile on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. After speaking, the middle-aged man takes a small sip of red wine. May the god Zeus bless you. A voice came from the other end of the phone. I don't believe in your Western main god. You'd better take care of yourself. There is only interest between us. The middle-aged man's tone gradually turned cold, clearly having no fondness for the Western main god. Oh, I see. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a 5-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a slow response. Also, I don't want inferior crystal cores, only high-quality ones, and the best would be even better. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and reminded. Last time, some crystal cores were found to have too many impurities and too little essence, making them difficult to absorb. If it weren't for the abundance given by the followers, he wouldn't bother with such thankless tasks. What's more, the other party played mind games, which he found extremely repulsive. Pleasure working with you. Happy cooperation. As the words fell, the middle-aged man directly hung up the phone, raised his right hand, and drank the glass of red wine in one go, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As long as this matter was successfully completed, his level could be raised to the 5th tier. Thinking of this, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. The moment his consciousness returned, Su Han felt a wave of dizziness, then shook his head, feeling much clearer. Looking around, it was pitch black. Suddenly, a faint sound came to his ears, as if something was dripping, making a drip-drip noise, like standing in front of a mirror late at night watching water droplets fall, the atmosphere eerie and terrifying. Su Han let out a long breath and realized he was in his own room. Perhaps it was because someone had died in this house before. The drip-drip sound often echoed at night. Although it sounds creepy, he was already used to it. Immediately, Su Han walked to the wall near the door, raised his hand to flip the switch, and the room instantly lit up. He turned and walked toward the bed. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was exactly midnight. Exactly 48 hours have passed. In other words, the flow of time in the human world and the ghost realm is synchronized. However, Su Han always felt that time in the ghost realm seemed to be slightly faster. It is well known that when people are fully focused on work, they always feel that time is insufficient, but once they lose focus, time seems endlessly long. That's roughly the idea. He glanced down at the back of his right hand and found that the crescent-shaped pattern had already disappeared. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Although it was currently midnight, Su Han not only didn't feel sleepy but was unusually excited. Next, he began organizing the treasures, his eyes instantly gleaming with dazzling light. He rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Opening the inventory, what appeared before him were 10 level 3 crystal cores, 8 level 4 crystal cores, 2 level 5 crystal cores, and of course, a map. A total of 20 crystal cores. Seeing this, Su Han couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his face full of excitement. Crystal core, the inner core of a beast. Only beasts of level 3 and above can produce crystal cores. In this world, the main currencies in circulation are crystal cores and money, with a ratio of approximately 1 to 10,000. Supernatural beings can absorb energy through crystal cores to enhance their mental power. However, the quality of crystal cores varies greatly. The quality is divided into 4 levels: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. The color colors of crystal cores are also classified as opaque, semi-transparent, slightly transparent, and transparent, similar to the grading of gemstones. Soon, Su-han discovered that the color of these 20 crystal cores was completely transparent, indicating they were top-grade crystal cores. Logically, a single low-grade level 3 crystal core would not be enough for an ability user to break through from the first tier to the second tier. Only top-grade crystal cores possess such capability. No wonder that mysterious person said so back then. Su-han had once harbored doubts in his heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to take out a top-grade level 3 crystal core, placing it in his palm. Through the crystal core, he could see the intertwined blood-red threads within. This was precisely the energy contained in the crystal core, the essence condensed after the demonic beasts devoured humans. Su-han sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the transparent crystal core in his hand, and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, the blood-red threads within the crystal core seemed to come alive, entangling back and forth inside the core before rapidly surging into his palm. And Su-han's head glowed faintly as he absorbed the energy from the transparent crystal core, converting it into mental power. The next day, Su-han returned to school and sat down at his seat. At this moment, the classmates in the class were gathered in a circle, chattering excitedly, each one unusually thrilled. "Oh my, Bao, you actually came back alive from the ghost realm. It's simply unbelievable. I heard that 2 students from class 3-6 next door lost their lives in the ghost realm. It was too tragic to bear. I can only say you're truly amazing. Bao, quickly tell us about the situation in the ghost realm." The students were chatting lively, creating a bustling atmosphere. It turned out that Tian Bao had arrived at school early and was busy bragging to every classmate about his achievements in the ghost realm. Okay, of course, he only chose the flattering parts. Meanwhile, Su-han, sitting in the back row, seemed out of place, as if he belonged to a different world. He appeared unwilling to expose Tian Bao's lies. He prefers to stay quiet and think about many things alone. Early yesterday morning, Su-han advanced his realm to the second-tier perfection by absorbing a top-grade crystal core, and then peacefully went to sleep. Each minor realm is further divided into 4 levels: small success, great success, peak, and perfection. Moreover, advancing realms too quickly can lead to the risk of going astray. This is just like how building a house requires laying a solid foundation first. He spent a total of 9 top-grade level 3 crystal cores. Don't be fooled by Tian Bao. At that moment, Shua walked in from outside the classroom and let out a cold snort. A cold voice seemed to be stating an indisputable fact. As soon as Shua finished speaking, the classmates in the room immediately turned their gazes toward her. Everyone was full of confusion, eager to hear the answer from her. Upon hearing this, Tian Bao's face instantly showed an embarrassed expression. He gently lowered his head, avoiding Shua's gaze. Seeing this, the classmates were completely baffled. If it weren't for me, Tian Bao would probably be dead by now. Moreover, he suffered endless torment in the ghost realm, emitting a foul stench that almost made me pass out. But Su-han, on the other hand, lived comfortably in the ghost realm, as if he were strolling through a pedestrian street. Shua spoke coldly, then glanced at Su-han sitting in the corner, her gaze intertwined with gratitude, surprise, and even a hint of admiration. As soon as the words fell, the classmates in the room were instantly in an uproar, all turning their eyes towards Su-han. Initially, everyone thought it was already impressive that Tian Bao managed to return alive from the ghost realm, an extraordinary feat, but now they realized they were completely wrong. The truly powerful person turned out to be Su-han, who had awakened an E-level talent. This left them utterly incredulous, almost unable to believe what Shua had just said. Facing the crowd's gaze, Su-han raised his head and said indifferently, "I'm just a tiny bit better than them, nothing remarkable." The classmates were instantly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Su-han, their mouths involuntarily twitching. If these words had come from Shua, they could still understand. After all, she had awakened an SSS level ice talent and was a true prodigy. But Su-han had only awakened the most trashy E-level talent. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. How could Su-han possibly be stronger than Shua? This was simply an insult to their intelligence. "Suan, I think you're just bragging. Don't take us for fools." At this moment, a tall and thin boy stood up from his seat, questioning Suan's words. "That's right," the boy next to him chimed in. "I'm bragging? Ha!" Su-han let out a cold laugh and added, "Believe it if you want, if not, forget it." With that, he slightly lowered his head and continued focusing on his own thoughts, ignoring them. "I believe you. Su-han is indeed just a little better than me, but that's for now. In the future, I will definitely surpass him." Suddenly, Shua spoke, her gaze filled with confidence. As a proud daughter of heaven, she would never admit defeat easily. Tian Bao, however, lowered his head without retorting, as if he had done something wrong. After all, he had been severely beaten by Su-han in the ghost domain, leaving him with no face to speak. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years, for now, he would endure. As soon as Shua's words came out, the classmates were stunned, each looking at Su-han in disbelief. The proud school belle Shua actually bowed her head to Su-han? This was big news. Did that mean Su-han's strength was even more terrifying? Of course, a small number of classmates still had doubts. Even though Bai Lingxue said it herself, they were not easily convinced. After all, no one had ever seen Su-han's true strength. However, upon hearing these words, Su-han gently shook his head. The classmates seemed to have misunderstood what he said. What he had said was a billion points, not a little bit. Although the pronunciation was similar, the difference was vast. But he had no intention of explaining himself. There was no need. Moreover, he firmly believed that Bai Lingxue could never surpass him, because SSSS far outclassed SSS. It was as simple as that. Classmates, quiet down. I have something to announce. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurriedly stepped onto the podium, his expression icy. Tang Xiaoen, the homeroom teacher of class 3 to 8. It was said that he had previously been stationed in Lulan City, where he was unfortunately severely injured by a powerful beast, resulting in damage to his mental strength and a significant decline in his abilities. He was later transferred to the remote Sangbei city to work as a teacher. While he usually maintained a stern demeanor in front of students, he was known to bond well with them in private, making him a very good and responsible homeroom teacher. However, every time Su-han saw the homeroom teacher, he couldn't help but think of teacher Tang Guoqiang from his previous life. Which school is the best for excavator training? In China, Shandong, go to Lanxiang. This advertising slogan is so classic that it left other students completely confused, not understanding why Su-han was laughing. The scene instantly fell silent. I just received some good news. Next week, 8 prestigious universities will come to Sangbei City to select talent, including the 4 top universities in Huaxia. The selected students will enter university early, while the others will have to go through the college entrance examination. Of course, there is one condition for this selection. The condition is only one: the awakened talent must reach grade A or above. Thanks to Bai Lingxue, our class was allocated 5 spots, while other classes only got 3. As for the reason, everyone should already be well aware. At this point, Tang Guoqiang's gaze fell on Bai Lingxue, revealing a grateful smile. Bai Lingxue responded with a faint smile. The next moment, Tang Guoqiang glanced around the classroom and continued, I currently have 3 candidates, SSS level Bai Lingxue, S level Gu Qianqing, and S level Xiaoen. In addition, there are 4 students who have awakened A-level talents. The 4 of you will compete for 2 spots. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom instantly became noisy. Wow! 8 prestigious universities are actually coming to our remote Sangbei city for early selection. This seems to be the first time. Truly unbelievable. I really envy those who have the chance to participate in the assessment. Unfortunately, I only awakened a D-level talent, which is far too inferior. A little inferior? I think the gap is huge. There's a big difference between D-level and A-level talent. If I could be admitted to one of the 4 prestigious universities, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. The classmates whispered among themselves, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. However, Su-han remained unmoved after hearing this, quietly focusing on his own tasks. After all, his apparent talent was rated as E-level, and this matter had nothing to do with him. He wasn't in a hurry and planned to consider choosing a university after the college entrance exam. Homeroom teacher, I want to recommend one more person. At that moment, Bai Lingxue suddenly stood up from her seat and spoke to Tang Guoqiang on the stage. This doesn't seem right. Our class already has 5 spots. Adding more might cause dissatisfaction among other classes. Tang Guoqiang pondered for a moment and shook his head. You've misunderstood my meaning, Bai Lingxue said calmly. Tang Guoqiang looked completely puzzled. I mean 5 people competing for 2 spots. 5 people? I remember only 4 people awakened in A-level talent. You're right, but the one I recommended is currently a bit stronger than me. Who? Bai Lingxue's words left Tang Guoqiang utterly shocked. Upon hearing this, Su-han immediately looked up, his brows slightly furrowed. He knew that Bai Lingxue was referring to him. As for why she did this, he vaguely understood. To repay a favor? Interesting. He had no intention of refuting it and decided to just go with the flow. Whether he entered the university early or late wouldn't make any difference. Su-han, Bai Lingxue softly uttered the 2 words. Su-han? Tang Guoqiang was stunned. He looked at Bai Lingxue and asked in confusion. I remember he only awakened an E-level talent, so he's not even qualified to participate in this selection. That's true, but you only know part of the story, because Su-han awakened dual element talents. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted. Su-han actually awakened dual elements. No wonder Bai Lingxue praised him so much earlier. Now I understand. I really envy Su-han. What do you mean? The classmates all turned their heads, focusing their gaze on Su-han, their eyes filled with surprise and shock. Tang Guoqiang looked at Su-han, his heart slightly moved. It should be noted that students who awaken dual abilities in the entire Huaxia nation are extremely rare, akin to a phoenix feather or unicorn horn. He remembered that Sangbei City's 6th high school hadn't seen a dual ability awakener for a long time, and he couldn't believe Su-han had achieved it. It was truly incredible. Now the class had 2 outstanding students. One was Bai by Ling Shue, who possessed an SSS level talent, and the other was Su Han, with dual ability talent. As the homeroom teacher of Class 3-8, Tang Guoqiang felt immensely proud and full of fighting spirit. Facing everyone's gaze, Su Han remained calm and composed, focused on his own matters, completely unaffected by the attention around him. Calm, composed, determined. This child has great potential. I dare say that when facing a beast's attack, he will surely respond swiftly and survive. Perhaps he might even become a great general guarding the frontier in the future. Contribute to the strength of Huaxia. Seeing Su Han remain so composed, Tang Guoqiang was filled with emotion. After all, he had once been a guard in Lulan City and naturally understood the importance of staying calm when facing beasts. He speculated that Su Han's performance might be related to his upbringing. After all, this child had been an orphan since a young age, and he had always studied and trained diligently, never complaining of fatigue. Though his personality was peculiar, appearing gentle on the surface, his words were as sharp as a venomous snake, never allowing himself to suffer losses. Such trials, however, had forged Su Han's resilient heart. Thinking of this, Tang Guoqiang waved his hand, signaling the students to stop their commotion. The scene immediately quieted down. Suan, what is your second talent? The next moment, Tang Guoqiang turned to Suan and asked curiously. A-level strength type. Suan thought for a moment and decided to slightly lower the talent level to avoid causing a stir. After all, keeping a low profile is the right way. The tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be destroyed by the wind. Before possessing enough strength to protect oneself, survival through compromise is the ultimate principle. This was the most fundamental truth he had concluded in his previous life. A-class strength type. Tang Guoqiang's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his smile, his face beaming. Not bad at all. Since you also meet the requirements, let's compete for the 2 spots together. At this point, Su Han could only nod helplessly. Refusal was no longer an option, as the words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. Next, the 5 participants competed in a strength contest, with the top 2 earning selection qualifications. They were Su Han, Zhou Tianbao, Wang Kong, Guizhi, and Li Jing. They arrived at the training ground. The competition rules were that each person would face off against every other participant in one match, with rankings determined by the number of wins. Opponents were decided by drawing lots. First round, Zhou Tianbao versus Wang Kong, Guizhi against Li Jing, while Su Han stood alone on the side watching. Soon, the match began. Su Han looked up. Zhou Tianbao directly unleashed his grade A wind talent, causing a strong wind to sweep across the ground. His figure instantly appeared in front of Wang Kong, delivering a punch straight to his chest. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Wang Kong was shocked and couldn't react in time. He was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Defeated. Zhou Tianbao quickly advanced to the second tier after obtaining a 3rd-level top-grade crystal core in the Ghost Realm, while Wang Kong was only at the first tier, so his defeat was expected. At the same time, Guizhi and Li Jing were locked in a fierce battle, with Guizhi narrowly claiming victory in the end. Not long after, it was Su Han's turn to take the stage, with Guizhi as the opponent. Su Han, bring it on! Guizhi shouted excitedly at Su Han. I want to see just how strong dual element talent really is. Oh, then you'd better be careful. Su Han smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. With a swift motion, he instantly appeared in front of Guizhi, lightly striking her abdomen with his right fist. Guizhi was shocked, not expecting Su Han's speed to be so swift. Guizhi was punched in the abdomen, her whole body sent flying and heavily falling to the ground. The opponent was easily dealt with. The classmates watching the scene all showed expressions of surprise. It seems Su Han and Zhou Tianbao are stronger than the other 3. This indicates their strength has already reached the 2nd tier. Zhou Tianbao reaching the 2nd tier is understandable, given his wealthy family and abundant resources. But how could Su Han also reach the 2nd tier? Tang Guoqiang watched the 5 contestants in the arena, muttering a few words under his breath, because Su Han obtained a top-grade level 3 crystal core. Standing aside, Bai Ling Shue heard and softly asked, where did the crystal core come from? Tang Guoqiang was greatly shocked, and Bai Ling Shue briefly recounted the events of the ghost domain. After listening, Tang Guoqiang gasped in astonishment. 3 days ago was the day of talent awakening. After awakening, the classmates were given 2 days off, so he naturally didn't know about this matter. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them actually came out of the ghost domain alive, which was truly shocking. Even more incredible was Su Han's performance within it. Could the ghost domain really be that simple? Tang Guoqiang's emotions were difficult to calm for a long time as he stared blankly at Su Han in the arena, his mind filled with swirling thoughts. Time passed bit by bit, and in the end, only Su Han and Zhou Tianbao remained, both with 3 consecutive victories. Since the 2 spots are already decided, I don't think there's any need to continue fighting. Su Han glanced at Zhou Tianbao, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. However, no, I want to fight. Zhou Tianbao said coldly, his eyes full of resentment, staring intently at Su Han. But I don't want to fight. It's pointless. Su Han shook his head. TCH, you must have seen my strength improve significantly properly and now you're afraid to fight me. A total coward, Zhou Tianbao mocked. It's not cowardice, I just don't want to dirty my hands fighting you. Su Han responded calmly. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Stop pretending to be tough. Zhou Tianbao gritted his teeth in anger. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 50. I've never seen such an outrageous request in my entire life. Since you said so, I'll grant your wish. Su Han smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a gleam flashed in Zhou Tianbao's eyes, and he instantly became excited. Yesterday, besides absorbing that third-level top-grade crystal core, he also obtained several third-level high-grade crystal cores. However, due to certain limitations, he could only elevate his realm to the peak of the second level and could not advance further. Meanwhile, Su Han only obtained one third-level top-grade crystal core, so his realm was definitely inferior to Zhou Tianbao's. Next, he planned to teach Su Han a good lesson and make him suffer. Are you ready? Su Han smiled lightly at Zhou Tianbao. However, come on, today I'm going to give you a good beating. Zhou Tianbao responded with a cold sneer. After speaking, his eyes turned sharp and a fierce killing intent emanated from his gaze, as if he wanted to devour Su Han alive. But Su Han still looked at Zhou Tianbao with a smile, as if watching a monkey perform tricks. The two struck at the same time. At the moment of physical contact, Zhou Tianbao's right fist, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, fiercely slammed toward Su Han's abdomen. Su Han seemed to have no intention of dodging, the corner of his mouth curling into a strange smile. Seeing this, Zhou Tianbao was overjoyed, and the next second, his right fist accurately struck Su Han's abdomen, producing a faint sound. At the same time, Su Han retaliated with a heavy punch. Why is your body as hard as a steel plate? Feeling the tearing pain brought by the punch, Zhou Tianbao couldn't help but let out a painful groan. After being hit in the abdomen, he fell to the ground directly. My goodness, it hurts so much. Zhou Tianbao, rolling on the ground, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 88. Overestimating yourself. Su Han chuckled lightly. Because he possesses a body immune to all poisons, his body is as hard as steel. Originally, he planned to use the seductive illusion of the white fox to make Zhou Tianbao strip in public and embarrass himself, or even run naked, which would definitely cause a sensation throughout the school. But on second thought, the homeroom teacher Tang Guoqian was present, making it hard to avoid leaving flaws, so he had to give up. The classmates, seeing this scene, were all dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Back in the classroom, Tang Guoqian stood on the podium, his expression stern. By Ling Shua, Gu Qianqing, Xiaoen, Su Han, Zhou Tianbao, the five of you will represent Class 8 of Senior Year 3 at 6th High School in this academy's early selection. I hope you can showcase your strengths, achieve good results, and strive to enter the 4 major higher academies of Huaxia. Work hard to bring honor to Class 8 of Senior Year 3. Other students, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard in your studies, you can also get into a good university through the college entrance exam. At this point, Tang Guoqian paused, took a few steps, and his expression suddenly became serious. Classmates, perhaps you are fantasizing about getting into a good university, earning $1 million salary, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and living a wealthy life. Dream on. Impossible. Looking around the room, he asked, have you ever seen a powerful demon beast that can speak human language? A demonic beast can speak human language? The classmates were instantly stunned, some with their mouths agape, some with their eyes wide open, and others covering their mouths. It was the first time they had heard such news, and it was simply unbelievable, because the basic cultivation manual of Huaxia did not mention this at all, possibly to avoid causing students to fear powerful demonic beasts. So high-level demonic beasts can speak human language, quite interesting. Su Han calmly muttered to himself, knowing that slaying demonic beasts could also earn him slaughter points. I've seen it before. Seeing his classmates stunned by his words, Tang Guoqian slowly spoke, then fell into a moment of recollection. Those demonic beasts capable of speaking human language are extremely powerful, utterly ferocious, and devoid of humanity, preying exclusively on humans for sustenance. Many of my comrades were devoured alive by them, bitten to death in one gulp, with blood splattering everywhere, a scene of extreme brutality. I want to tell you that the true heroes are on the front lines, constantly protecting Huaxia. The beautiful life you enjoy today was bought with the blood of the martyrs. Perhaps the names of the heroes have been forgotten, and their faces have long faded with the years, but that memory is forever etched in people's hearts. The national spirit and the Chinese dream are becoming increasingly clear. I hope you all work hard in your cultivation, and in the future become pillars of China, contributing your strength to protect it. After finishing this long speech, Tang Guoqian let out a deep breath. Then, he turned his gaze to the south, silently sighing in his heart, I retreated to Tsangbei with wounds, yet my heart remains in Lulan. However, the classmates in the room all stared blankly at Tang Guoqian on the stage, their hearts surging with emotion, their blood boiling, yet unsure of what to say. After all, they had not experienced those hardships and naturally had no right to speak. Perhaps only by personally battling powerful beasts could one truly understand the weight of it all. In this world, beasts above level 7 can speak human language and possess intelligence. Beasts above level 9 can even even freely change their size and transform into human form. So the homeroom teacher's life is so full of passion and hardship, brimming with dreams. Suhan stared blankly at Tang Guoqiang on the stage, a trace of respect flickering in his eyes. Although the homeroom teacher's passionate speech moved everyone, he knew in his heart that he was not yet ready to dedicate himself to protecting Huaxia. Staying alive was the most important thing. Today, I've said so much mainly to tell everyone, while dreams are beautiful, reality is exceptionally harsh. Only with great strength can you protect yourself and safeguard Huaxia. Finally, Tang Guoqiang added a few more words. Xiaoen Trading Company is one of the top 5 trading companies in Huaxia, with branches all over the country. It deals in various treasures, including elixirs, secret manuals, weapons, and, of course, it also purchases treasures. In the afternoon, Suhan arrived at the Xiaoen Trading Company located in the center of Sanbei City. Being penniless and owing his landlord Wang Muching 2 months' rent, he planned to sell a top-grade level 3 crystal core to get some money for emergencies. Living without money is truly unbearable. Standing at the grand and resplendent entrance, Suhan was momentarily stunned. The trading company was tall and majestic, resembling a towering mountain character when viewed from the front, with 4 floors in total. The plaque above the central door was inscribed with the 4 golden characters Xiaoen Trading Company, and the entire pavilion gleamed with golden light, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder it's one of the top 5 trading firms in Huaxia. Its grandeur is truly awe-inspiring. Welcome! Stepping into the entrance of the trading firm, 2 tall, elegant beauties in cheongsams with graceful curves greeted him respectfully. Inside, an array of dazzling weapons, elixirs, and materials came into view, leaving Suhan overwhelmed and unsure where to look first. Hello, sir, may I ask what you are looking to purchase? At this moment, a tall, slender beauty dressed in a black suit walked over with a radiant smile. I want to sell a level 3 crystal core, Suhan said. What quality? The woman in the suit saw Suhan dressed shabbily, looking like a student. Her tone was casual, but a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. Top grade. A 3rd grade top grade crystal core. The woman in the suit, who had been indifferent, suddenly exclaimed. Although 3rd grade crystal cores are common, most of them are of lower quality. Top grade crystal cores are extremely rare, and even the branch of the Xiaoen Trading Company only has 1 or 2 in stock. It was evident that the value of a top grade crystal core was extraordinary. The reason is simple. Supreme crystal cores can only be formed through mutations in the inner cores of advanced beasts. Sorry, sir. Since this level 3 crystal core is extremely valuable, I cannot directly determine the price. Please follow me. The woman in the suit took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Suhan nodded and followed her to the 2nd floor, arriving at a luxurious room. Xiaoqin, what's the matter? A slightly overweight middle-aged man was busy and looked up to inquire. He was the manager of Xiaoen Trading Company, named Zhang Jinhai. A guest wants to sell a 3rd level top-grade crystal core. You decide. Alright, you may leave first. A peculiar glint flashed in Zhang Jinhai's eyes as he gave the order. After speaking, the woman in the suit exited the room, and Suhan walked in. Sir, may I take a look at your crystal core? Zhang Jinhai spoke bluntly. Suhan nodded, took out a transparent crystal core from his pocket, and gently placed it on the table. May I ask how you obtained this top-grade level 3 crystal core? Zhang Jinhai reached out to take the crystal core, carefully examined it, confirmed it was genuine, and then looked up curiously to ask. I don't need to tell you. Suhan's expression turned slightly cold after hearing that. Fine. Zhang Jinhai shrugged helplessly. The price of this top-tier level 3 crystal core is 1 million. 1 million? Suhan was stunned, hardly able to believe his ears. He had originally thought this crystal core was worth around 100,000, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be as high as 1 million. This figure far exceeded his expectations. In this world, the currency circulated among ability users is the lower grade level 3 crystal core. Its exchange rate is 1 lower grade level 3 crystal core is equivalent to 10,000 money. Lower grade level 3 crystal core, medium grade level 3 crystal core, upper grade level 3 crystal core, supreme grade level 3 crystal core equals 1:10:50:100. Anyone who possesses a supreme grade crystal core would never pawn it easily. It would definitely be used for cultivation. After all, improving one's strength is the most crucial thing. Other than Suhan, that silly boy, doing this, it can only be said that he is too poor and completely ignorant of market trends. Walking out of the Xiaoen trading firm, suddenly holding $1 million in his hands, Suhan was extremely excited, grinning from ear to ear. The feeling of having money is truly wonderful. After all, he used to be so poor that he couldn't even afford rent, and his life was utterly miserable. From this moment on, he no longer worries about making a living and can fully dedicate himself to cultivation. Moreover, he understands the importance of top-grade crystal cores and will never sell them lightly again. Arrived at the pet market, Suhan bought 100 white mice, 20 yuan each, spending a total of 2,000 yuan, mainly to practice the 100 poisons body and improve proficiency, to prepare for the upcoming selection for the advanced academy. Back to the suburbs of Sanbei Sangbei City. On the road. Why does this place feel a bit familiar? So strange. At this moment, a charming voice sounded in Su-han's ear. Su-han looked puzzled. By the way, I did come here recently. Suddenly, the white fox remembered something. What do you mean? This month, I traveled here through time and space and devoured a few ordinary humans, enjoying a hearty meal. Su-han suddenly understood. A few days ago, he remembered Wang Muqing mentioning that there had been ghost sightings in the suburbs of Sangbei City recently. So it turns out all of this was the white fox's doing. What a coincidence. I'm speechless. Thinking of this, Su-han sternly warned, Xiaobai, from now on, without my permission, you must never devour ordinary humans, or I'll hit you with a brick. Understood, master. The white fox quickly agreed in fear. Why? Is it true that ghosts can only level up by eating humans? Su-han asked curiously. No, actually, demonic beasts are fine too. It's just that eating them upgrades slower. After all, the meat of demonic beasts is dense and lacks the essence of human flesh. The white fox patiently explained. I understand. Su-han nodded, quickly returned to the lodging, went up to the second floor, opened the door, and entered the room. Su-han placed the white mouse in the corner, then walked out of the room again. Went downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Su-han knocked on the door 3 times. Xiaoen, I thought you had been eaten by a ghost. A moment later, Wang Muqing opened the door. When she saw Su-han, she was momentarily stunned, then immediately started joking. Over the past few days, she noticed that Su-han had been away from home and felt very worried. Ghosts dare to eat me? They scatter like mice when they see me. I'm their nemesis, Su-han said with a smile. Suddenly, I find you quite humorous, but don't joke about these things recklessly, or you might really attract trouble from ghosts. What I said is true. Alright, stop messing around. Su-han shrugged and didn't offer further explanation. Even if he explained, Wang Muqing probably wouldn't believe him. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Wang Muqing asked. Pay the rent. Oh, Su-han paid the rent, chatted casually with Wang Muqing for a few moments, and then went upstairs to the second floor. Returning to the room, he closed the door. Turn on the light, and it instantly brightens. At this moment, the night outside the window gradually envelopes the earth, with a glow of twilight reflecting. Su-han sits at the desk, preparing to practice his special ability, the body of 100 poisons. The mirror on the desk reflects the face of a handsome young man. If he dressed up a bit, he would definitely be a school heartthrob-level handsome guy. Under the table was a small cage containing a little white mouse, squeaking squeak, squeak, squeak. Those who adapt to the times are the true heroes. Su-han took a deep breath, slightly closed his eyes, and focused his mental energy to release the toxic gas from his body. Immediately, streams of black gas surged out of his body, quickly filling the entire room. However, the white mouse smelled the black gas and did not die immediately. Instead, it lingered for a long time before expiring. This indicates that its toxicity is still not strong enough and must be further enhanced through practice. Unknowingly, 4 days passed. As soon as the white mouse caught a whiff of the black gas, it instantly dropped dead. Moreover, the color of the black gas also changed, turning gray. Su-han finally raised the proficiency of the 100 poisons body to a new level. At the same time, all 100 white mice were sacrificed. He immediately checked his attribute panel, and sure enough, the proficiency of the 100 poisons body had reached the mastery level. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh of relief, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. The hard work of so many days had finally paid off. Although the gray gas couldn't kill the enemy instantly, it could poison them, significantly weaken their mental strength, and slow down their movements. By then, I could adopt a war of attrition, and slowly wear the enemy down. What's more, the superpowered body of 100 poisons is a group attack skill that can accumulate a large amount of kill points at once. It's unbelievably satisfying. At this moment, in the northeastern direction of the suburbs of Sangbei City, inside a small building. Ding! In the room, 5 people were sitting around the conference table, engaged in a heated discussion. Captain, Sangbei City hasn't been peaceful lately. Not only have many level 3 monsters appeared, but there are even ghosts haunting the area, leaving the residents in a state of panic. I'm a bit worried. At this moment, a young man stood up from his seat, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man in the higher seat, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. I just received bad news. A beast tide has appeared in Beiwang City. The city has been breached by demonic beasts, and the casualties among the Chinese humans are severe and unbearable. Moreover, Beiwang City is relatively close to Sangbei City. That's why some third-level demonic beasts have come here. As for the reasons why those ghosts appear, I have no idea. The middle-aged man calmly glanced at the young man and responded in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted into an uproar. What? Beiwang City has fallen? How is that possible? I remember that the northern desolate city is guarded by an 8th-tier expert. Even if a beast tide attacks, it shouldn't be like this. Then, doesn't that mean Sangbei City is doomed? Everyone's faces were filled with shock, but their hearts were full of anxiety. Seeing you all panic like this really disappoints me. I often say, when faced with situations, stay calm, calm, and calm. Only by staying calm can one maintain a clear mind and defeat powerful enemies. enemies. Listening to these discussions, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat let out a cold snort, his face full of disappointment. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a young girl on the far right. Look at how composed Xiaoqing is, while you all are like ants on a hot pan. Truly disgraceful. Xiaoqing, as a newcomer, has performed exceptionally well. You all should learn from her. As soon as the words were spoken, the other three immediately turned their gaze toward Xiaoqing. Faced with everyone's attention, Xiaoqing instead appeared somewhat flustered, her expression uncertain. In fact, she hadn't been calm at all just now. She was simply so shocked that she was dumbfounded, her mind completely blank. But she wouldn't admit it voluntarily, otherwise, wouldn't that embarrass the captain? She still understood these social etiquettes. So, Xiaoqing took a deep breath, desperately trying to calm herself down. Beihuang City is an important stronghold for guarding the northern spirit beasts, because a vast Yunluo mountain range lies thousands of miles away, where a large number of demonic beasts gather, including even high-level ones. For hundreds of years, beast tides have occasionally attacked Beihuang City. Unexpectedly, such a dangerous situation has arisen this year. Alright, stop staring at Xiaoqing. Seeing that Xiaoqing's expression was off, the middle-aged man immediately helped her out of the awkward situation. After speaking, the other three withdrew their gazes. As for the reason why Beihuang City fell, it was because an 8th-level demonic beast appeared in this beast tide and directly devoured the 8th-tier guardian. So, the middle-aged man spoke coldly, his voice gradually growing heavy. By the end, he stopped speaking. The scene instantly fell into silence and sorrow, with everyone's eyes losing their luster. They knew that level 8 beasts were extremely intelligent and overwhelmingly powerful, and ordinary level 8 ability users were simply no match. To stop this beast tide, we can only rely on the elites of the Huaxia King's group. But don't worry, everyone, I've already informed the higher-ups. It is estimated that before long, the higher-ups will send elites to Sangbei City, the middle-aged man said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone finally relaxed their tense nerves and let out a long breath. Captain, what should we do now? A young man asked. The most important thing right now is to clear all tier 3 monsters in Sangbei City and provide the residents with a stable living environment. If you encounter monsters that are difficult to deal with, send a signal immediately, and I will come to support you as soon as possible. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and made a decision. The other four responded in unison. Today's meeting is concluded. Everyone, take action. As the words fell, everyone got up one after another and walked out of the room. After they left, the room returned to silence. The middle-aged man also stood up, a flash of golden light suddenly appearing in his eyes. His figure flickered as he swiftly moved to the window, opened it, and leapt out, landing steadily on the ground. He glanced toward the southeast, and his figure moved accordingly. Sangbei City, Northern District. On a dim and narrow street, two figures walked side by side. Bai Ling Shua, where exactly are you taking me? Yes, Captain. Suhan stopped in his tracks and turned to the girl beside him to ask. He had been quietly staying at home when he suddenly received a phone call. On the call, Bai Ling Shua said she had a surprise for him but refused to reveal any details. He originally didn't want to go, but when he thought about her wealthy family background, he figured she might bring some treasures to thank him, and his heart wavered. Don't rush, you'll know when we get there. Bai Ling Shua pouted as she spoke. She had put in quite a bit of effort to repay Suhan. Alright, I'll go with you then. Suhan rolled his eyes. That's more like it. Bai Ling Shua smiled at him, and that smile unexpectedly left Suhan stunned. Because he rarely saw her smile, she usually wore a cold expression, as if others owed her millions. What? Do I look ugly when I smile? Bai Ling Shua asked in confusion. Beautiful, especially beautiful, unbelievably stunning. Suhan repeatedly praised. It's rare for you to compliment someone for the first time. How unusual. But, I'm very happy to hear it. Bai Ling Shua laughed again. Bai Ling Shua's favorability plus 88. Alright, let's hurry up and go. The two continued forward and soon arrived in front of a restaurant. You're not bringing me here to eat, are you? Seeing the restaurant in front of him called the world's best shrimp, Suhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, don't you like eating shrimp? Bai Ling Shua winked at him and said in a low voice, let me tell you, the shrimp here are absolutely amazing, incredibly delicious. Oh, that good? Suhan immediately became interested. Then I'll go in with you and give it a try. The next moment, the two walked into the restaurant and found a corner to sit down. Ha, isn't that Bai Ling Shua and Suhan? Just after sitting down, a surprised voice came from behind. The two turned around and saw that it was Guotsai and Li Jing from their class. Wow, it really is you two. Okay, Li Jing exclaimed in surprise. So you were secretly dating. This is big news. The school beauty and the poor boy. Guotsai, standing nearby, also whispered. She never expected Bai Ling Shua to take a liking to Suhan. This poor boy, it was truly shocking. Guotsai, Li Jing, you've misunderstood. We're just here to eat, not a couple. Bai Ling Shua responded coldly. Got it. That's right. Guotsai and Li Jing exchanged a glance, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. The evidence was irrefutable. Who would believe Bai Ling Shua's words? Take your time eating, we've finished and we'll leave first. Suddenly, Guotsai stood stood up, grabbed Li Jing's hand, and quickly left the restaurant. Su Han remained silent throughout, calmly watching their performance. He knew that no matter how he explained, it would be useless. After all, everyone loves gossip. Su Han, if they spread this around, we won't be able to clear our name even if we jump into the Yellow River. Bai Ling Xue's face was full of anxiety. Let them spread it if they want. Who cares what others say? Su Han said indifferently. You. Bai Ling Xue was so angry that she couldn't speak. It's nothing, don't worry unnecessarily. Besides, it's not like we're on a date. We're just classmates having a meal together. Su Han smiled, not taking this matter to heart at all. That's true, but it's hard to avoid people gossiping. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just worried that if my family finds out, it might be bad for you. Bai Ling Xue sighed. However, so that's what you're worried about. Su Han was a bit surprised after hearing this. He had thought she would say he had tarnished her reputation, but it turned out she wasn't the kind of unreasonable spoiled young lady he had imagined. Yeah, what did you think? Bai Ling Xue rolled her eyes at him. I thought, never mind, forget it. Let's eat first, I'm starving. Halfway through his sentence, Su Han shook his head and raised his hand to touch his stomach. Bai Ling Xue's appetite suddenly diminished quite a bit. After finishing the shrimp, the two walked out of the restaurant and once again stepped onto that dim and narrow street. The shrimp at this restaurant really tastes amazing, Su Han said as he walked, still savoring the delicious flavor in his mind. You actually ate 10 pounds by yourself? I'm speechless. Bai Ling Xue immediately rolled her eyes. Sigh. To ease the awkwardness, Su Han laughed heartily. The shrimp was just too delicious, he simply couldn't stop. The main issue was that there wasn't much shrimp meat. 1 or 2 pounds simply weren't enough to fill him up. Help! Help! Someone! At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from ahead, piercing the silent night sky. Su Han, this voice sounds a bit familiar. Upon hearing the scream, Bai Ling Xue's expression was stern yet tinged with doubt. Indeed, it seems like we just heard it. Su Han stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly. Alright, how about we go over and take a look? The two immediately quickened their pace, heading toward the direction of the sound. Soon, they arrived at the scene and were instantly stunned. Not far away stood a monstrous beast as large as an elephant. It had an ugly appearance, blood-red eyes, disheveled fur, horns on its head emitting a faint golden glow, sturdy and powerful limbs, and sharp teeth still dripping with fresh blood. Overall, it looked like a giant wild boar. Two humans lay on the ground, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Their heads had been bitten off by the beast, and blood had stained a large area of the land, clearly indicating they were long dead. Judging by their clothing, these two seemed to be Guizai and Li Jing. Who would have thought they would meet such a tragic end? What a misfortune. A third-level beast, Pig Bristle. Ha ha ha. Bai Ling Xue recognized this demonic beast and immediately gasped, her face turning as pale as paper. According to the Huaxia cultivation manual, the Julia is extremely bloodthirsty and violent, specializing in hunting humans. Their strength is only at the second tier, making them no match at all. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. Su Han, however, appeared unusually calm, murmuring softly to himself and pondering for a moment. Why would a third-tier demonic beast like the Julia appear in Sangbei City? His heart was filled with doubt. Su Han, let's run quickly. Bai Ling Xue suddenly turned her head, shouting in terror. I'm afraid we can't escape. Take a look behind you, and you'll understand. Bai Ling Xue turned around and was almost scared out of her wits. She saw a third-level demonic beast, a boar-like creature, charging toward them at full speed. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with a thirst for blood, and its massive mouth was wide open, with saliva dripping onto the ground. Okay, what should we do? Are we really going to die? Bai Ling Xue trembled all over, her heart like an ant on a hot pan, filled with anxiety. After all, this was her first time facing a third-level demonic beast, and it was inevitable for her to panic, even though she was a favored daughter of the heavens. In the face of such power, everything seemed futile. Don't be nervous, stay calm. Su Han remained expressionless, standing in place to reassure her. At the moment, he only had the 100 poisons body and illusions, and relying solely on these to deal with a third-level demonic beast like the Pig Bristle was indeed challenging. After all, the ghost-slaying brick only worked on ghosts. However, with Bai Ling Xue's cooperation, there was still a chance of success. I can't calm down. Bai Ling Xue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her mind remained restless and chaotic. After a brief pause, she stammered, maybe we can join forces to kill it. Su Han's gaze was fixed on the third-level demon beast, the boar. How is that possible? Bai Ling Xue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Nothing is impossible. You have to trust me. Alright, I trust you. Bai Ling Xue suddenly recalled the experience in the ghost realm, and an inexplicable sense of trust in Su Han arose in her heart. Cover your nose first and try to hold your breath. Su Su-han ordered, then added, don't ask why, there's not much time. Bai Ling Shua nodded and complied. However, in the eyes of the boar-like beast, these two humans were already a delicious meal with no chance of escape. The next moment, Su-han and Bai Ling Shua simultaneously launched their abilities to attack the third-level demonic beast, the boar-like creature. Su-han responded calmly. Why? The air suddenly turned icy cold, and even Su-han's breath instantly transformed into white mist. From all directions, ice spikes pierced toward the head of the third-level demonic beast, the boar bristle, like sharp arrows. Soon, a stream of gray gas quickly converged toward the boar bristle's nose. Su-han also had the white fox cast an illusion to confuse it. Facing the attack from the two, the third-level beast, the pig boar, showed disdain in its eyes, raised its head indifferently, let out a deafening roar, and charged at them fiercely. It could sense that the strength of the two in front of it was only at the second level, and their attacks were so weak that they couldn't even scratch an itch. What it didn't know was that although these two humans were only at the second level, their talent levels were extraordinarily remarkable. One was SSS level, and the other had even reached SSSS level. As a result, the power of their attacks was exceptionally terrifying. However, the third-level beast pig boar had extraordinarily thick skin, and the ice spikes could only scratch its surface, unable to inflict fatal damage. However, the effect of the gray gas was completely different. As the boar charged wildly, the gas quickly entered its nostrils, disturbing its mind. It immediately felt dizzy, staggering as if stepping into a surreal dream, completely bewildered. Soon, its consciousness became blurry. Great opportunity. Seeing this scene, Su-han was overjoyed. He kicked his legs and suddenly charged forward. Roar! He used his iron-hard fists to fiercely smash the head of the third-level demonic beast, the pig bristle, accompanied by a piercing pig-slaughtering howl. After dozens of fierce punches, the third-level demonic beast, the pig bristle, finally couldn't bear the onslaught, collapsed to the ground with a thud, and died completely. Killing value plus 1,000. Afterward, Su-han plopped down on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Completely exhausted, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, the skin of this level 3 demon beast, the pig bristle, is ridiculously thick. After speaking, a faint pain radiated from his fist, accompanied by a weak sizzle sound. After a moment, Su-han closed his eyes tightly and began activating his special ability, Body of 100 Poisons, drawing the gray gas permeating the air into his body. Not far away, Bai Ling Shua saw the scene and was instantly dumbfounded. The gray gas turned out to be poison gas. Su-han's body could actually release this kind of supernatural ability, which was simply unbelievable. After about 5 minutes, Su-han suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body seemed to have regained strength, looking refreshed and energetic. The gray gas in the air had also completely dissipated. He stood up, walked to Bai Ling Shua's side, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bai Ling Shua took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly was that poison gas just now?" "Actually, I've awakened 3 types of abilities." Su-han smiled mysteriously. Since the secret had already been exposed, he could only admit it calmly. 3. System. Bai Ling Shua widened her eyes in shock, staring blankly at Su-han and stammering as she asked, "Don't tell anyone, or I'll be assassinated," Su-han solemnly warned. Faced with the threat of this third-level demonic beast, the boar bristle, he had no choice but to use poison gas, otherwise, both of them would face the fate of being devoured. But it wasn't over yet. Bai Ling Shua softly responded, her heart filled with gratitude towards Su-han. Favorability from Bai Ling Shua plus 99. Alright, let's dig out the crystal core of this third-level demonic beast, the boar bristle, and take a look. After gaining the favorability points, Su-han immediately changed the subject. Alright, Bai Ling Shua nodded in agreement. Arriving in front of the third-level demonic beast, the pig boar, Su-han took out a sharp knife and swiftly cut open its abdomen, causing blood to gush out instantly. Before long, he had extracted the crystal core. The crystal core was opaque, classified as a low-grade crystal core. Su-han put the crystal core into his pocket. "Did you kill this third-level demonic beast, the boar bristle?" At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Su-han turned around and was stunned for a few seconds. The person who arrived was his landlord, Wang Muqing. The moment he saw Wang Muqing, Su-han was only slightly surprised and then quickly relaxed, not showing too much astonishment. After all, he had long known that Wang Muqing was an extraordinary ability user with an exceptional identity. Bang! However, Wang Muqing was stunned, staring at Su-han with his mouth slightly open, visibly shocked. "I didn't expect to meet her tenant, Su-han, here." What a coincidence! What surprised her even more was that Su-han was covered in blood, clearly having just fought fiercely with this level 3 demonic beast, the boar bristle. What was shocking was that not only was Su-han alive, but he had also slain the beast. It was simply unbelievable. She herself could barely manage to defeat this level 3 demonic beast, the boar bristle, yet Su-han had actually done it. Not to mention, he's still a high school student. Xingjia. Su-han interrupted Wang Muqing's thoughts and greeted her with a smile. "Xiaoen, what exactly is going on here?" Wang Muqing's words brought Su-han back to his senses. He replied calmly, "This third-level demon beast, the pig bristle, attacked us, so we had no choice but to kill it." He spoke nonchalantly, his expression appearing completely relaxed. Seeing Su-han so composed, the corner of Wang Muqing's mouth twitched slightly. This wasn't a first-level or second-level demon beast, it was a third-level demon beast, the pig bristle. Su-han's performance left her utterly shocked. Thinking of this, Wang Muqing raised her eyes and kept scanning Su-han up and down. Sister Qing, I know I'm handsome, but if you look at me with that kind of gaze, I'll get shy. Seeing this, Su-han scratched his head and suddenly exclaimed, could it be that you've taken a liking to me? An old cow eating young grass? Get lost, you're so improper. Su-han's words made Wang Muqing's cheeks flush slightly, and she immediately rolled her eyes. Favorability from Wang Muqing plus 50. Su-han just gave Wang Muqing a faint smile. Standing to the side, Bai Ling Shua kept a stern expression. Watching this scene, she suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in her heart and secretly thought, could it be that I've already fallen for Su-han? You're a high school student, right? Wang Muqing suddenly asked. Yes. Su-han nodded. Then how are you so strong? I'm good enough. Wang Muqing was speechless. Xinjia, maybe you misunderstood. Actually, this tier 3 demonic beast, the boar bristle, was slain by both her and me together, not by me alone. As he spoke, Su-han pointed at Bai Ling Shua. Following Su-han's gesture, Wang Muqing raised her eyes to look at Bai Ling Shua, her gaze full of doubt. Her name is Bai Ling Shua, she's my classmate, and her awakened talent is SSS level ice element. Su-han introduced. My god, it's actually an SSS level talent. Wang Muqing exclaimed, then immediately looked at Bai Ling Shua with a different gaze, her eyes sparkling with a hint of brilliance. Isn't it just SSS level? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? If she finds out that my talent is SSSS level, wouldn't she go through the roof? Su-han was speechless. Suddenly, he thought of something and coughed. No, his thoughts had gone astray. Afterward, the three of them chatted casually for a bit. Su-han learned that Wang Muqing was actually a guardian of Sangbei City. The city guard team she belonged to was called the Wei Group, which was specifically responsible for maintaining the city's order and safety, ensuring that residents were not harmed in the slightest. However, she was still a senior in college, interning in Sangbei City for training. Finally, Wang Muqing revealed the reason for the appearance of the third-level demonic beast. Su-han and Bai Ling Shua were both shocked after hearing it. If Beihuang City falls, Sangbei City will inevitably suffer. Xiaoen, Bai Ling Shua, how about the two of you join me in clearing out the third-level demonic beasts? At this moment, Wang Muqing extended an invitation to the two of them. With more people, the cleanup would be faster, and it could also help improve their skills. Sorry, Sister Qing, I refuse. Su-han thought for a moment, mainly because he didn't want to reveal his secrets. Besides, he had to participate in the selection for the Advanced Academy in a few days and wasn't interested in guarding Sangbei City for the time being. I refuse as well, Bai Ling Shua responded coldly. Why? Wang Muqing asked curiously. Because we are going to participate in the selection for higher institutions next week, Su-han explained. Oh, I see. Wang Muqing suddenly understood and stopped insisting. Afterward, the three of them began to clean up the scene. Seeing the corpses of Guizai and Li Jing on the ground, Su-han felt a pang in his heart. Every era is the same, whether past or present, survival belongs to the strong, while the weak are eliminated. Only by continuously strengthening oneself can one remain invincible forever. But Bai Ling Snow froze, her body trembling slightly, her heart filled with fear. After all, she was just a high school student, and watching her classmate die right before her eyes inevitably left her panicked and helpless. Master, if I devour this third-level demon beast, I can advance. Suddenly, Su-han heard the excited voice of the white fox in his mind. I'll handle it. Su-han was overjoyed. If the white fox advanced to level 2, his strength would also increase significantly. This was undoubtedly good news. Xinjia, I want the corpse of this level 3 demon beast, the boar bristle. Is that okay? Su-han asked tentatively. Of course, it's yours since you killed it. Wang Muqing agreed with a smile. Su-han felt relieved and thought for a moment. If he kept all the spoils for himself, it would be too selfish. The next moment, he took out a low-grade crystal core and handed it to Bai Ling Shua. I don't want it, there are plenty at home. Bai Ling Shua shook her head and refused. Alright then. Su-han was momentarily stunned, then smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, as expected of a wealthy family, their resources are indeed abundant. Reincarnation truly is a skill. If only one could foresee the future at birth, unless luck is extraordinarily good. Immediately, Su-han looked at the third-level demonic beast, the pig boar, which was as massive as an elephant, and muttered to himself, this is way too big. I probably can't move it by myself. He had no choice but to ask the two beauties beside him for help, and fortunately, they agreed. They arrived at a small building on the outskirts of Sangbei City and threw the third-level demonic beast, the pig boar, heavily onto the ground, producing a loud thud. It seemed as though the three of them were dragging it together, but in reality, most of the effort was borne by Su-han, as his strength was extraordinarily powerful. Soon, Su-han expressed his gratitude to them. Bai Ling Shua left to go home and wash off the stains on her body. Wang Muqing, on the other hand, continued to clean up the tier 3 3 demonic beasts. After they left, Su-han immediately summoned the white fox. Upon seeing the corpse of the Tier 3 demonic beast, the boar, the white fox became so excited that its face turned bright red and began devouring it right away. Su-han went upstairs to clean the bloodstains off his body. 5 hours passed. After devouring the Tier 3 demonic beast boar, the white fox let out a few piercing howls of excitement, filling the night sky with an eerie and terrifying aura. The surrounding residents, frightened, quickly hid inside their homes. They knew that this sound was a ghostly wail, a harbinger of a man-eating omen. Before long, the white fox advanced to a Tier 2 ghost, and a pristine white tail grew from its body. Witnessing this scene, Su-han couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The white fox's advancements signified a significant boost in his strength, making him feel ecstatic. Transform into a cool and sexy queen. To celebrate White Fox's promotion, Su-han wanted to enjoy some eye candy and gave the order. In the next second, White Fox instantly transformed into an absolutely stunning woman dressed in a black and red cheongsam. Her cold purple pupils resembled frost, her orange-red lips were tightly pressed, and her demeanor was dignified, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Not bad, really has the queen vibe. A glimmer of light appeared in Su-han's eyes. Master, do you like it? White Fox asked. Like it, as long as you like it. Then turn into an adorable airhead again. As soon as the words were spoken, the white fox changed her appearance once more. She transformed into a delicate and charming look, adorably naive and silly, with big, lively eyes that sparkled, and rosy cheeks that seemed to emit a faint pink glow, utterly adorable. Then, the white fox transformed into a queenly figure, a lowly, a beautiful girl. Seeing these diverse and stunning appearances, Su-han was overjoyed and couldn't help but swallow hard. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these days, the occasional roars of beasts echoed through Sangbei City, forcing the residents to cower at home, too afraid to go outside. Soon, the guardians arrived at the scene, slaying the beasts one by one. The tragic howls reverberated throughout Sangbei City, sending chills down everyone's spine. Afterward, the beasts gradually disappeared, and the city regained a temporary calm. Residents began stepping out of their homes, strolling, dining, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps they had already grown accustomed to this way of life. Back in the classroom, Su-han returned to his seat, quietly embodying the demeanor of a handsome man. At this moment, the classmates in the class began to chatter noisily. Those Tier 3 demonic beasts have finally been completely eradicated. That's great. Yeah, but Guizai and Li Jing were devoured by the Tier 3 demonic beasts. Not even their bodies were left. It's truly horrifying. Sigh, we can only say their luck was just too bad. How could a Tier 3 demon beast appear in that Sangbei district? It's really strange. The students discussed it fervently, lamenting the unpredictability of life. Just a few days ago, they had seen each other often, and now the person was gone. However, these students were unaware that Beihuang City had already fallen. After all, this was classified information, meant to prevent widespread panic. Although Su-han and Bai Xiaoen knew this secret, they would not disclose it voluntarily. Moreover, Wang Muqing had warned the two of them, otherwise, Sangbei City would surely descend into chaos. Due to the deaths of Guizai and Li Jing, no one knew about Su-han and Bai Xiaoen having a meal together. For this, Su-han let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. If the whole school found out, it would cause a lot of trouble. Not that he was afraid of trouble, it was just too bothersome. He simply wanted to stay in peace. Moreover, within these 3 days, Su-han elevated his realm to the 3rd stage minor achievement, significantly boosting his strength. He spent a total of 2 4th-level top-grade crystal cores. Even when facing a 4th-level ability user, he could hold his ground. At that moment, Tang Guoqian walked into the classroom from outside, stood on the podium, his expression stern. Tomorrow is the day for the early selection of the 8 major advanced academies. I hope you 5 contestants are well prepared. Give it your all, showcase your strengths, and strive to enter the 4 major advanced academies of Huaxia. The location is at Duqing Mountain. That's good. Hearing Tang Guoqian's words, Su-han and the other 4 nodded one after another. Duqing Mountain is not far from Sangbei City, and it only contains 1st or 2nd level beasts. Every once in a while, some human experts will clear out beasts above the 3rd level. This place is also considered a breeding ground for Sangbei City and a treasure trove for students to undergo trials. Normally, the entrance to Duqing Mountain is closed and only opens on important days. Meanwhile, in the luxurious conference room of Sangbei Hotel, 8 people were discussing. Share the insider information you've gathered. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke calmly. His name was Feng Deming, the head of the Modu Academy, approximately 50 years old. There is a student at Sangbei No. 2 High School who has awakened an SS level fire element. The name seems to be Lu Huidie. A middle-aged man in the audience spoke. Gu Siqing, the head of the Kyoto Academy. Man Yun from Sangbei No. 3 High School has awakened an SS level earth element. A young woman nearby also spoke. Du Wan, the person in charge of Hanwu Academy. And Cheng from Sangbei No. 4 High School has awakened an SS level light element. The 4th middle-aged man continued speaking. Mo Fei Xiaoen, the head of Guanshan Academy. Bai Ling Snow from Tsangbei 6th High School has awakened an SSS level ice element. Su Yian, the head of Jiangnan Academy, announced. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately erupted. Wow, SSS level talent. I must recruit her into Kyoto Academy when the time comes. What? A student in this backwater place, Tsangbei City, actually awakened SSS level talent? That's pure luck. Oh, then the people we brought along are going to be overshadowed, aren't they? This is getting interesting. Although Bai Ling Shua has awakened an SSS level talent, she still can't compare to our people. Woo woo woo. Indeed, you can only blame the scarcity of resources in Tsangbei City. Everyone began to discuss fervently. Listening to these voices, Feng Deming waved his hand, signaling for the noise to stop. The scene instantly fell silent. Actually, I also found out that a student at Tsangbei No. 1 High School awakened an SSS level wood element. His name is Yuan Feng. Looking around, Feng Deming slowly spoke. The audience below slightly frowned, clearly deep in thought. Due to the limited spots available for entering the 4 major universities of Huaxia in developed cities, students with slightly less talent have to find alternative paths to get into their ideal universities. For example, Modu University only admits 100 SSS level talented students from Modu, and students below SS level who wish to enter must go to remote districts to participate in the assessments. After all, talent in remote districts is not outstanding, competition is low, and resources are scarce, making it easier to stand out. This practice is referred to as snatching spots. Now, the assessment heads of the 8 prestigious academies each brought a highly talented student to Tsangbei City to compete for spots. These students were born into wealth, with family businesses backing them. Their families spared no expense in bribing the assessment heads of the prestigious academies in remote city districts. To avoid being discovered by their superiors, the assessment heads of the 8 academies arrived early in the remote city districts for recruitment and included the students they brought in the assessments. In the end, the top 10 students can enter the 8 prestigious academies. Currently, only 2 SSS level students pose a threat to the people we brought. The others are nothing to worry about. Besides, there are exactly 10 spots, so everyone doesn't need to worry. Seeing the audience below remain silent, Feng Deming smiled and spoke. Hearing this, the other officials let out a long sigh of relief, their faces gradually showing smiles. After all, they had received quite a few valuable gifts from these students' parents. If the students they brought were not admitted, wouldn't those gifts have been given in vain? They really couldn't bear that. Alright, today's meeting ends here. Dismissed. As soon as Feng Deming finished speaking, the other leaders got up one after another and walked out. At this moment, inside a building in the center of Tsangbei City, in a meeting room. This is outrageous. Is there no justice left? Mayor Zhang Kunming of Tsangbei, sitting in the main seat, slammed the table, his face as dark as iron. Mayor, you must uphold justice for us. Wang Qingyun, the principal of Tsangbei No. 1 High School, shouted loudly. Exactly. Are you willing to watch the quotas of Tsangbei City being taken by students from other developed cities? Principal Yang Fenglin of Tsangbei No. 2 High School immediately echoed. In my opinion, we should report them to the higher-ups. I don't believe the higher-ups would favor them. Principal Lin Shohan of Tsangbei No. 6 High School also shared his opinion. Brother Lin, that won't work. If they wanted to sue, they would have done it long ago. This is what they call officials protecting each other. Guo Tai Lin, the principal of Tsangbei No. 5 Middle School, shook his head helplessly. As his words fell, the scene turned deathly silent, and everyone remained speechless. At present, the Huaxia nation is in a period of external threats, with frequent attacks by beasts causing heavy human casualties and a perilous situation. However, internal corruption is severe. Resources are already scarce, with most controlled by the wealthy. The poor can only obtain minimal resources, struggling to survive. Their only hope of changing their fate is to get into their dream school, work hard on their cultivation, slay demons and monsters, and make a name for themselves. Now the rich are trying to seize the resources of the poor, which is infuriating, but they are helpless and can only sigh in secret. Actually, after thinking it over carefully, Principal Guo does make sense. If we really go to file a complaint, we might end up being counterattacked, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Moreover, Beiwang City has recently fallen, and there's a chance the beast tide might launch a fierce attack on Tsangbei City. We must prioritize the bigger picture and do our best to protect the lives of Huaxia's residents. Zhang Kunming could only choose to compromise, as there was no other option, especially given the extremely dire situation. What do you think we should do then? Lin Shohan asked. For now, we can only start with the students. Zhang Kunming pondered for a moment. It seems that's our only option. Wang Qingyun picked up the conversation, a trace of desolation in his eyes, appearing very unwilling. Have you gathered detailed information on those 8 students? Suddenly, Zhang Kunming seemed to recall something and asked. No. The 6 principals shook their heads one after another. This is a bit troublesome. Zhang Kunming slightly furrowed his brows. He also understood that the heads of the 8 prestigious universities were well prepared and would never easily disclose specific information about the students they brought brought. Moreover, the information of all the students participating in the selection from the 6 high schools in Sangbei City had likely already been obtained by the other party. What should we do about this? Mayor, I actually have an idea. Lin Shuhan suddenly thought of a good solution and quickly spoke up. Alright, let's do it this way. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhang Kunming's eyes. Dakingshan. On a vast open plain, 8 assessment officials from various prestigious universities sat side by side on a high platform. Below, a group of students stood, their chatter rising and falling, filled with excitement. These students were the elites of their respective classes, exceptionally talented, yet inevitably a bit anxious. After all, they were about to face the selection process, all yearning to gain early admission to prestigious schools, access more resources, train diligently, slay monsters, and bring honor to their families. Good morning, everyone. Today is the selection day for the 8 prestigious universities, and the rules are basically the same as in previous years. However, this year, 8 students from other provinces have been added to participate in the assessment. The assessment will take place in Daqing Mountain, where there are only first-level or second-level demonic beasts. The Great Green Mountain is divided into 4 areas, numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. Although these beasts are not very strong, you have just awakened your talents and are still weak, so do not take them lightly. Just do your best. Later, I will distribute a high-tech watch to everyone, which will make it convenient to record data and will also display the number of the area you are in. As long as you slay a level 1 beast, the watch will sense it and display the number 1. Slaying a level 2 beast will display the number 2. The assessment score will be based on the number of beasts you slay in your respective areas. The more you slay, the higher your ranking. Ultimately, the top 10 students will be able to enter the 8 major higher academies ahead of schedule. The exam duration is 8 hours. Alright, now I will start calling names. Please come up to the stage to collect your watches. After speaking, Mayor Zhang Kunming of Sangbei let out a long sigh, a faint sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And Chang. Soon, a handsome student walked out from the audience, stepped onto the stage to receive the watch, and was assigned to Area 1. Man Yun, South Wind, by Ling Shua. This male student is from another province and has been assigned to Area 4. By Ling Shua. Area 1, Suhan. After being called, Suhan squeezed out from the crowd and walked forward. Reaching the platform, he took a blue watch from Zhang Kunming's hand, with the number 1 prominently printed in the upper right corner. This means he was assigned to Area 1. It seems Bai Ling Shua is also in the same area. What a coincidence. Soon, Suhan stepped off the stage, returned to his original position, and casually put the blue watch on his left arm, which looked quite fitting. Xia Wendong. Zone 4. This boy is also a student from another province. You all received your watches, right? Seeing that the watches had all been distributed, Zhang Kunming lowered his head and asked the audience below. Yes, we did. The students responded in unison. Alright, now you can enter Daqing Mountain to begin the assessment. As soon as Zhang Kunming made the announcement, the students below the stage immediately sprang into action, quickly heading toward Daqing Mountain. The 8 assessment supervisors, however, began whispering to each other. Why do I feel like something's not quite right? Gu Xiqing, the head of the Kyoto Academy, said with a hint of doubt. Brother Gu, what's not right? Feng Deming, the head of the Modu Academy, asked curiously. I noticed that all the students we brought were assigned to Area 4. It feels a bit odd. Gu Xiqing explained. Listening to you, it does seem a bit unusual. Feng Deming nodded. Could they have set up a trap? The person in charge of Hanwu Academy next door, Duan, speculated. No. Feng Deming shook his head in denial. Why? Duan asked, full of doubt. Because they don't have the guts. If you offend us, no student in Sangbei City will ever dream of entering a higher institution again. Feng Deming let out a cold snort, his tone filled with dominance and determination. That's absolutely right. As long as the strength is sufficient, all schemes and intrigues are nothing but castles in the air. As they were discussing, Suhan and Bai Ling Shua had already arrived at the entrance of the Dakingshan number 1 area and stopped. The two exchanged a glance, nodded to each other, then turned and walked inside. Dakingshan number 1 area. This was a forest, with dense and towering trees resembling giant umbrellas propping up the sky. The surroundings were unusually quiet, so quiet that even the sound of leaves falling could be heard. Occasionally, a squirrel gnawed on a pine cone that dropped to the ground, or a bird flapped its wings. A few wolf howls echoed from afar, making the entire forest seem even more eerie and terrifying. At this moment, a man and a woman were traversing through the dense forest. By the way, Ling Shue, which academy are you planning to enter? Suhan suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and asked Bai Ling Shue. With her awakened SSS level talent, getting into any of the 4 major academies in Huaxia would be no problem. That much was certain. Of course, the Magic City Academy, Bai Ling Shue answered without hesitation. After all, the Magic City Academy ranks first among the 4 major academies in Huaxia, followed by the Kyoto Academy, the Hanwu Academy, and finally the Guangshan Academy. Suhan simply responded indifferently with an "Oh, what about you?" Me, I haven't decided yet. Don't you have an ideal university in mind? Bai Ling Shua asked, somewhat surprised. There is, but plans can't keep up with changes. Su-han pondered for a moment and said slowly, I don't understand. Bai Ling Shua shook her head. Actually, I can't figure it out either. We'll see when the time comes, ha. Su-han chuckled softly. Bai Ling Shua was speechless. Alright, let's act separately and see who kills more monsters. Su-han then looked into the distance. Alright, let's compete. Bai Ling Shua pouted. The proud daughter of heaven would never admit defeat easily. After speaking, the two went their separate ways. Lowly commoner, how dare you get close to my goddess? It infuriates me. I won't let you off, just you wait and see. A shadow quietly followed them from the darkness, unnoticed, gritting its teeth. The next second, it transformed into a gust of wind and vanished instantly. Seeing the resentment value, Su-han was stunned and muttered to himself, could it be that Zhou Tianbao plans to take revenge on me in Area 1? It's very possible. After a pause, he snorted coldly, if Zhou Tianbao really dares to make a move, I will never let him see the sun of tomorrow. Not long after, they arrived at a secluded forest. Suddenly, 5 demonic beasts leapt out from the depths of the dense forest, surrounding Su-han and howling with their mouths open, saliva dripping incessantly. 5 level 1 demonic beasts, hyenas. Seeing this, Su-han smiled faintly, raised his hand, and took out a dagger emitting a faint glow, incredibly sharp. After using his fists to kill a 3rd level boar-like beast last time, his fists were in unbearable pain, so he decided to buy a sharp weapon. He spent a top-grade 4th level crystal core at the Xiaoen trading firm to purchase this silver dagger, named Dark Soul, which had a pretty good name. In the next second, Su-han's figure flashed, holding Dark Soul as he thrust straight at the necks of the 5 hyenas. Within a few breaths, blood holes appeared on their necks, and they fell to the ground, bleeding to death amidst screams. At the same time, the blue watch on Su-han's left arm displayed 5-1s, proving he had killed 5 first-level monsters. Afterward, he summoned the white fox. Seeing the 5 beast corpses, the white fox's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth to devour them. Its body instantly disappeared, returning to Su-han's navel. The white fox was extremely excited, with a radiant smile on its face. Since signing the master-servant contract with Su-han, she had been enjoying a streak of good fortune. In just a few days, her cultivation level had soared. It was incredibly fast, as if riding a rocket. The whole process felt like a dream. You must know, the white fox had always acted cautiously in the past, fearing discovery by those powerful humans or demons. If exposed, her secret would be revealed. To hide her identity, she even deliberately stayed in her room, not daring to receive any guests. Perhaps Su-han really was her destined one. Thinking of this, the white fox began devouring those corpses with great joy, savoring the experience. Affinity from the white fox plus 99. Seeing the skyrocketing affinity value, Su-han was momentarily stunned, feeling quite surprised. The next second, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he continued to step forward. After walking for a short while, Su-han unexpectedly encountered a 2nd-level demon beast, a wind wolf. This wind wolf was enormous, about the size of 2 lions, with a snow-white body, slender bones, ears standing straight up, sharp fangs exposed, and blood-red eyes fixed on Su-han. Howl. In the next moment, the wind wolf's speed was like that of a cheetah, suddenly pouncing towards Su-han. Perfect timing. Su-han held the dark soul tightly and let out a cold snort. After a minute of fierce combat, he swiftly slew it. The blue watch immediately displayed a 2 symbol. These 1st and 2nd level beasts were as easy for Su-han to kill as lambs, not even requiring the use of poison. After all, his strength was immense, his body as hard as steel, and his supernatural abilities had reached the 3rd stage of minor mastery. It was simply too effortless. Meanwhile, in Area 4, SS-level contestant Xiaoen from the Magic City was traversing through a dense forest, moving with an eerie swiftness. As he walked, he stopped in his tracks, looked around, and frowned slightly, sensing something was off. The reason was simple. He had been lingering here for 20 minutes but hadn't seen a single trace of a demonic beast, not even a shadow. How strange. After all, this was Mount Dacheng, where there should logically be a large number of 1st or 2nd level demonic beasts roaming. Why wasn't there even one? It's inevitable to feel depressed. If Xiaoen cannot slay enough monsters, his ranking will definitely drop out of the top 10, and in that case, he will be eliminated. Once eliminated, it will be hard for him to explain to his family, and his dream of entering the Magic City Academy will be completely shattered. He absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. Xiaoen. At this moment, a loud voice came from behind. Xiaoen turned around and stared for a few seconds. It turned out to be Nanfeng from Kyoto. The two were fairly acquainted. The next day, perhaps it was because one was from Shanghai and the other from Kyoto, there was an added sense of mutual recognition. What is it? Did you encounter a beast? Nanfeng asked. No. Xiaoen shook his head. You didn't encounter one either? Nanfeng was surprised. Could it be that there really are no beasts in Area 4? Nanfeng's words made Xiaoen exclaim in surprise. Mayor Songbei has gone too far. He's practically leaving us no way to survive. How despicable. The south wind gnashed its teeth. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Maybe those beasts are afraid of us and are hiding. Xiaoen pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. After all, they came from a developed city and carried a certain arrogance in their bones, especially a sense of superiority toward the beasts in these remote areas. Right, that's quite possible. Nanfeng was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly realized. Alright, let's split up and take action. Xiaoen gestured with a wave of his hand. Okay, Nanfeng nodded. With that, the two waved goodbye and went their separate ways. Time flows backward. As soon as all the participating students entered Duching Mountain, Zhang Kunming, the mayor of Sangbei City, immediately raised his hand and took out a small device from his pocket. A rectangular virtual screen appeared in mid-air. The screen was temporarily blank. This is a virtual ranking device specifically designed for student exams. Moreover, the virtual ranking device is connected to high-tech watches. As soon as a student slays a monster, the screen will quickly update, displaying the rankings in real time. This mainly facilitates the assessment personnel of the 8 major higher academies to keep track of the situation at any time. After setting up the virtual ranking device, Zhang Kunming went to sit beside the 8 assessment personnel to watch together, along with the 6 principals of Sangbei City Middle School. With nothing else to do, everyone soon started a discussion. Everyone, who do you think will take first place in this selection? Zhang Kunming looked around at everyone and asked with a smile. Of course, it's Xiaoen. Feng Deming, the person in charge of the Modu Academy, said confidently, his tone full of assurance. Although Xiaoen's talent only reaches SS level, his strength is in no way inferior to the SSS level super geniuses. After all, the ability he awakened belongs to the dark element, with extremely powerful attack capabilities, capable of instantly killing first-level beasts and taking only 2 minutes to slay second-level beasts. As Feng Deming finished speaking, the other 7 assessment leaders did not refute him, clearly showing their strong recognition of Xiaoen's strength. However, the principal of Sangbei City held a different opinion. I think it's Yuan Feng. Wang Qingyun, the principal of Sangbei No. 1 High School, quickly expressed his view. I remember Yuan Feng awakened in SSS level Wood Element, which is a support ability. Its attack power isn't strong and definitely can't rank first, he said, with a hint of disdain in his tone. At this moment, Gu Xiqing, the head of the Kyoto Academy, also chimed in with an obviously contemptuous tone. That's right, exactly. Mo Feisom, the head of the Guangzhou Shenzhen Academy sitting nearby, echoed. Then let's wait and see. Humph. Hearing these rebuttals, Wang Qingyun sneered inwardly, although he didn't voice it, fearing it might displease the 8 heads. He asked calmly, since you think Yuan Feng is incapable, what about Bai Ling Xue? Principal Lin Shohan of Sangbei No. 6 High School spoke up at this moment. Her? Barely passable. Gu Xiqing pondered for a moment, while Lin Shohan merely let out a lido and secretly cursed in his heart. These officials are so arrogant, completely disregarding the SSS level talent student from Sangbei City. However, these 8 officials do indeed have their reasons for confidence. The reason is simple. Students in developed cities have abundant resources, while those in remote areas are severely lacking, simply not on the same level. For instance, students in the Magic City can use silver grade weapons as soon as they awaken, whereas students in Sangbei can at most use bronze grade weapons upon awakening, or sometimes none at all. Even if the Magic City students have lower talent, they can make up for it with advanced weapons. Just thinking about this gap makes the disparity clear. At that moment, the virtual screen in midair flickered, and the ranking of the assessed students appeared. The people on the stage immediately stopped their conversations and turned their attention to the virtual screen. First place, Bai Ling Xue, 1 second-level demonic beast, 6 first-level demonic beasts. Second place, Su Han, 1 second-level demonic beast, 5 first-level demonic beasts. Third place, Yuan Feng, 1 second-level demonic beast, 3 first-level demonic beasts. Seeing this ranking, the 8 assessment supervisors were all dumbfounded, each one stunned, because there were no names of students from other provinces on the list. In other words, the number of demonic beasts they killed was 0. How could this be? Absolutely impossible. It seems the students you brought aren't very capable. They can't even kill a first-level demon beast. Ha! Zhang Kunming glanced at the unpleasant expressions of the 8 leaders, secretly pleased, and sneered with a hint of sarcasm. In fact, he had only secretly reduced the number of demon beasts in Area 4 by a little. There were definitely still demon beasts there, just fewer in number. Yeah, so this is what the geniuses from developed cities amount to. Wang Qingyun chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Mayor Zhang, what exactly is going on here? Suddenly, Feng Deming turned to stare at Zhang Kunming, his face cold as he questioned him. Zhang Kunming looked bewildered. Don't play dumb. Feng Deming snorted coldly. I really don't understand what you mean, Zhang Kunming said with a face full of grievance. Why are all the students we brought assigned to Area 4? If I'm not mistaken, there must be something fishy in Area 4, Feng Deming said in a deep voice, his expression grim. You must be joking. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Zhang Kunming's expression shifted slightly as he flattered with a smile. After all, we still have to rely on you in Sangbei City in the future. Is there really nothing fishy? Really? If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. The words were not yet finished when Gu Siqing interrupted. They've been ranked. Feng Deming turned his head to look at the virtual screen in midair, and sure enough, the names of the 8 people brought by Xiaoen appeared, though their ranking was at the bottom. Seeing this, Zheng Kunming let out a long sigh of relief, raised his hand to pat his chest, and thought, I was almost scared to death just now. Luckily, I didn't swear an oath. What a stroke of luck. After calming himself, he smiled and said to Feng Deming, Brother Feng, I wasn't lying to you, was I? It must be that the students you brought are too amazing, so awe-inspiring that even the beasts in Zone 4 are scared and hiding, not daring to show themselves. Feng Deming felt comfortable after hearing this and nodded. Daching Mountain, Area 1. At this moment, inside a dimly lit cave. What kind of so-called genius? Today, all of you must die. Don't even think about getting out alive, a voice roared angrily. A middle-aged man dressed in black, wearing a gas mask and carrying an air tank sneered, his entire appearance resembling a counter-terrorist elite from a video game. The time is almost up, he said lightly, then turned his gaze toward the cave entrance and stepped forward. Soon, he reached the entrance and pushed aside the dense vines. Instantly, a beam of light shone in, and a glimmer flashed in the man's eyes. This cave was almost undetectable, as it was completely covered by vines, leaving not even the slightest gap. More critically, the interior of the cave is connected to an external passage. The middle-aged man discovered it by chance. He arrived at an open area and then raised his hand to operate the gas tank on his back. A colorless and odorless gas quickly floated into the sky, spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed. This gas is called Laughing Step Scatter. As long as an ability user below the 5th tier inhales even a single breath, they will laugh uncontrollably on the spot for 1 minute, then fall unconscious for 3 hours, or even remain in a coma until death. Its most notable characteristic is its extremely rapid diffusion. In just about 2 hours, this gas can permeate every corner of Daching Mountain. The middle-aged man released gas while sneering, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. He hated these geniuses to the core, wishing they would disappear immediately. The Eliminate Geniuses plan officially begins. 1 hour later, Suhan moved through the jungle of Area 1, with the occasional roars of demonic beasts adding an eerie atmosphere to the forest. Within this hour, he had slain 5 second-level demonic beasts and 31st-level demonic beasts. Although the numbers weren't high, the efficiency was somewhat slow. After all, he hadn't used poison but relied on the dagger Dark Soul to kill them one by one. As he walked, a loud shout suddenly rang out, You lowly peasant, this is my prey, get lost. Immediately after, a weak voice responded, I clearly found it first, don't bully me with your power. Bullying you, so what? I'll go tell the mayor. However, a commotion came from ahead, so it was Zhou Tianbao bullying a timid student. As long as others don't provoke me, that's fine. I don't have the time to help anyone. It's better to hurry up and slay the demonic beasts, that's the proper thing to do. Suhan frowned deeply, raised his eyes to look ahead, and felt a chill in his heart. He turned and prepared to leave toward the left. Hey, classmate, can you come and help us judge this matter? Suddenly, the timid student looked at Suhan, his face full of grievance. I'm not interested, Suhan replied coldly. Oh, so it's the lowly Suhan. Long time no see, huh? Zhou Tianbao also turned his head in this direction, full of mockery. Zhou Tianbao, you'd better not mess with me, or I'll make your life worse than death. Suhan didn't even turn his head, issuing a cold warning. Lowly scum, you ruined me and even went after my goddess. You're utterly unforgivable. Today, it's either you die or I perish. Zhou Tianbao's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, wishing he could tear Suhan into pieces. Resentment value from Zhou Tianbao plus 99. Oh, you want to kill me? Seeing the surge in resentment value, Suhan understood clearly that Zhou Tianbao had murderous intent. That's right, I just want to kill you. Zhou Tianbao sneered. With just you? Haven't I taught you enough of a lesson? Feeling itchy again? Any random cat or dog dares to act arrogant in front of me, truly tired of living. Okay. Suhan's face was full of disdain. Just give it a try, hee. Zhou Tianbao said with a sinister smile. To deal with you, one move is enough. I don't believe it. Suhan merely chuckled lightly and did not respond. Hey, classmate, let me help you deal with this unreasonable guy. Nearby, the timid student weakly said to Suhan, but a trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No need. Suhan shook his head. It's fine, I just want to take proper revenge on him. The timid student grinned. Suhan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Tianbao. This time, he would show no mercy. Even if he didn't kill Zhou Tianbao, he would cripple him, forcing him to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. TSK. Two lowly peasants, how bold you are. You all come together, and I, Zhou, am scared? With that, Zhou Tianbao burst into loud laughter. Has Zhou Tianbao's brain rusted? Suhan was stunned, then immediately frowned deeply. Logically speaking, he had severely taught Zhou Tianbao a lesson several times, and the other party should have long been filled with fear. Why was he so unusually defiant today? This situation is truly unusual, something's off. However, Suhan failed to notice that someone was quietly approaching him. Master, that cowardly student seems to harbor harbor ill intentions toward you. The way he looks at you is strange. The white fox noticed and couldn't help but give a reminder. Oh, I understand. Su-han's heart stirred, and he immediately grasped the crux of the matter, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. So, they had already colluded. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for showing no mercy. Both of them must die. Xiaobai, later you'll use an illusion to deal with that cowardly student. Su-han gave instructions while raising his eyes to stare at Zhou Tianbao. Yes, master, the white fox responded. Prepare to die, Zhou Tianbao. Su-han shouted angrily. I think you're the one who deserves to die. However, Zhou Tianbao sneered, his gaze fixed on the timid student who was gradually approaching Su-han. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the timid student's eyes. He swiftly pulled out a sharp dagger, pushed off with both feet, and accelerated abruptly, aiming the dagger straight at Su-han's chest. Lowly peasant, you would never have guessed that this timid student is actually my accomplice. Hee. Mess with me, and don't expect a good ending. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Resentment value from Zhou Tianbao plus 88. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tianbao's lips curled slightly, and he felt a secret joy in his heart. But the next moment left him utterly dumbfounded. Just as the timid student was about to stab the dagger into Su-han's chest, the dagger suddenly made a 180-degree turn and stabbed into his own chest instead. Splurt! The dagger pierced his chest, and blood instantly gushed out, staining his entire shirt red. The next moment, the timid student quickly pulled out the dagger and repeatedly stabbed his own abdomen, with blood gushing out in streams. Then it was the left arm, the right leg, even the heart. Before long, the timid student was covered in bloody wounds all over his body and finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood pooling beneath him. His eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. I'm afraid he himself didn't even understand how he died, because he had long been trapped in the illusion set by the white fox, unable to extricate himself. In the distance, Zhou Tianbao witnessed all of this and was instantly scared out of his wits, his body trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering. The timid student was actually an assassin, skilled in hiding and disguise. He was a heavily paid accomplice, hired specifically to join forces against Su-han. I didn't expect the timid student not only to fail in the assassination but also to lose his own life. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. Could it be that Su-han harbored some strange power? Very likely. Kill value plus 10. Kill value plus 10. Zhou Tianbao, is this your trump card? How pathetic. Su-han sneered mockingly. Su-han, please don't kill me. Su-han's cold words instantly pulled Zhou Tianbao out of his shock. He suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing, and begging for mercy. It's useless. Since you want to put me to death, how could I possibly let you go? Su-han sneered coldly. After a moment, lowly wretch, you will die a miserable death. I curse your 18 generations. A piercing scream echoed from the sky, followed by silence. Zhou Tianbao's resentment value plus 99. After killing Zhou Tianbao, Su-han walked toward the two corpses, crouched down, and began scavenging for treasures. Xiaobai, devour these two corpses. After finishing the search, Su-han immediately summoned the white fox to give instructions. Seeing the corpses of the two ability users, the white fox's eyes lit up, and she felt an unusual excitement. To her, human flesh was the most delicious, with an excellent texture. Slaughter value plus 100. Meanwhile, Su-han stood to the side, lost in thought. If it hadn't been for the white fox's warning today, he might have already been dead or crippled. He hadn't expected a seemingly timid student to make him lower his guard, with danger lurking so close. This is a big taboo. In the future, he will never easily trust strangers, and he will even have to guard against familiar people stabbing him in the back. Caution is paramount. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Area 1. Shua was walking through the towering dense forest, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, with occasional roars echoing from afar. As she walked on, there seems to be a level 2 demonic beast wind wolf ahead. Upon taking a closer look, Shua was instantly overjoyed. She would rather encounter a level 2 beast than be besieged by a group of level 1 beasts. The reason is simple. Level 2 beasts have a significant impact on the assessment results and carry a high weight. The next second, Shua swiftly charged toward the level 2 beast, the wind wolf. When she approached the wind wolf, she found its body swaying unsteadily, letting out a roaring sound as if laughing madly. This lasted for nearly a minute before it finally collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, Shua was instantly dumbfounded. She hadn't even made a move yet, and this level 2 demon beast wind wolf had already fallen? How bizarre. Giggle. Immediately afterward, Shua seemed to catch a whiff of a strange smell, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, even unable to resist the urge to laugh. She eventually burst into laughter, her sweet laughter echoing throughout the entire space. The laughter lasted for a full minute. In the end, Shua felt her body becoming light and airy, then fell toward the ground. Immediately after, all the demonic beasts and examination students in the area collapsed to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. 15 minutes passed. The beasts and assessment students in Area 2 also smelled this colorless and odorless gas and collapsed to the ground. Another 15 minutes minutes passed. The beasts and assessment students in Area 3 similarly fell unconscious. 15 minutes later, the beasts and assessment students in Area 4 were not spared either, despite coming from developed cities. Throughout the entire Daqing Mountain, only Su Han remained unharmed. Because he possesses a body immune to all poisons, the smiling half-step powder has no effect on him. Instead, it enhances the toxicity of the drug's effects. Time rewinds to 45 minutes ago. He was strolling through the forest. Why is this second-level demonic beast lying on the ground? Seeing the massive corpse of the demonic beast not far away, Su Han asked in astonishment. Soon, he approached and discovered that this second-level demonic beast was breathing heavily and had not yet died, merely unconscious. He lifted his right foot and gave its head a hard kick. Moments later, the demonic beast showed no reaction. In that case, I won't hold back, hee. Su Han smiled and raised his hand, pulling out the dagger Dark Soul, and stabbed it into the second-level beast on the ground. It's dead. At the same time, another number appeared on his blue watch, 7 twos. In other words, he had already slain 7 second-level beasts. What is this smell? Suddenly, Su Han caught a sour odor in the air and frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, poison gas. Poison gas in Daqing Mountain? Could someone be trying to harm them? How audacious. You must know that outside sat the heads of major prestigious universities in Huaxia, each one immensely powerful. If that's really the case, not good. Bai Ling Shue is in danger. Thinking of this, Su Han's expression changed, his heart tightened, but he tried to calm his emotions. If it were someone else, he might remain indifferent, but it was different when it came to Bai Ling Shue. The two had once fought side by side and could be considered friends. Taking a deep breath, the next second, Su Han began to move. On the way, he picked up the corpses of the demonic beasts while searching for Bai Ling Shue's figure. The numbers on his blue watch increased rapidly, 82S, 92S, 41S. When picking up the beast's corpse, he also saw some students participating in the assessment lying on the ground, most of whom he did not recognize. As for them, Su Han had no time to care, because he did not have an antidote on him. Moreover, Bai Ling Shue's whereabouts were still unknown, and he had no idea where she had fainted, which made him extremely anxious. Outside the Great Green Mountain. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the constantly changing virtual screen in mid-air. First place, Bai Ling Shue, 7 second-level demonic beasts, 23 first-level demonic beasts. Second place, Su Han, 6 second-level demonic beasts, 20 first-level demonic beasts. Third place, Yuan Feng, 5 second-level demonic beasts, 15 first-level demonic beasts. 11th place, Xiaoen, 2 second-level demon beasts, 8 first-level demon beasts. 20th place, Nan Feng, 1 second-level demon beast, 4 first-level demon beasts. Why are our people always ranked outside the top 10? So strange. Seeing the rankings, Feng Deming muttered to himself, his brows tightly furrowed. Logically speaking, with so much time having passed in their strength, they should have caught up quickly, but their ranking has barely moved, with no improvement at all. Meanwhile, the number of beasts slain by the assessment students in Sungbei City continues to climb. This left him utterly perplexed. Brother Feng, I'm sure Mayor Zhang Kunming of Sungbei City is behind this. Gu Xiqing, sitting nearby, leaned close to Feng Deming's ear and whispered, yes, I think so too. I'll have to investigate thoroughly after the selection assessment is over. Feng Deming nodded. If the facts are as I suspect, what are you planning to do? Gu Xiqing continued to ask in a low voice. Punish them severely without leniency. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Feng Deming's eyes, and his tone was unusually firm. All right, it's decided. Gu Xiqing's eyes also brightened. On the other side, Wang Qingyun whispered, Mayor, they seem to be discussing something privately, which might not be in our favor. Feng Deming's expression shifted subtly, and he responded calmly, we'll deal with soldiers as they come, and water with earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Kunming only uttered 8 short words, his gaze fixed intently on the virtual image in midair. Wang Qingyun softly responded with an oh. 10 minutes passed. What a strange thing. Suddenly, Lin Shuhan, the principal of Sangbei 6th High School, shouted loudly, Brother Lin, what happened? Wang Qingyun asked curiously. You'll know by looking at the virtual screen. Soon, the others also noticed the anomaly, and the sound of discussions immediately rose one after another. Currently, the data for the other students hasn't changed, they're all staying in place. Only Su Han's data is constantly fluctuating, and it's about to reach first place. Could it be that a 4th-level demon beast has appeared in the Great Green Mountain? I'm sure that's not the case. After all, we regularly clear out demon beasts above the 3rd level. Then what exactly is going on with Su Han? I can't figure it out either. Everyone was discussing anxiously, their faces full of worry, fearing that the students undergoing the assessment in Daqing Mountain might encounter mishaps and suffer heavy losses. After all, these students were the most promising talents in Sangbei City, not to mention that the students from other provinces came from affluent families and could not be offended. Another 20 minutes passed. At this moment, in the virtual screen midair, only Su Han's data was continuously changing, and he had already risen to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Su Han, possessing 8 second-level demonic beasts and 31st level demonic beasts. Second place, by Ling Shua, possesses 8 second level demon beasts and 23 first level demon beasts. 1 minute later. First place, Suhan, 9 second level demon beasts and 31st level demon beasts. Second place, by Ling Shua, 8 second level demon beasts and 23 first level demon beasts. Another minute passed. First place, Suhan, 10 second level demon beasts, 31 first level demon beasts. Second place, by Ling Shua, 8 second level demon beasts, 23 first level demon beasts. The data for other assessment students remained stagnant. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene. Some faces turned pale and green alternately, some lowered their heads in silence, some were extremely anxious, and some showed a gloomy look. They were well aware that something major must have happened in Daqing Mountain, and the students undergoing the assessment were in danger. Only Suhan remained unharmed, leaving them utterly perplexed. Brother Feng, should we temporarily suspend the assessment? At this moment, Gu Xiqing turned his head and whispered to Feng Deming, his face full of anxiety, with beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He brought with him the Nanfeng faction of the southern family from Kyoto, a super powerful family that holds immense influence. If anything went wrong, not only would he lose his livelihood, but he would also be hunted down by the southern family. Therefore, he was extremely concerned about Nanfeng's safety. Feng Deming pondered for a moment and nodded. These assessment students were all extraordinarily gifted, and there was no room for any mistakes. The Huaxia kingdom is currently in a stage of internal and external troubles, urgently needing the strength of their future. Although he is usually somewhat greedy, he is also aware of the seriousness of the situation. Gu Xiqing was overjoyed in his heart. Then, Feng Deming announced the decision to suspend the assessment, and no one else objected. So, everyone began to take action. Area 1. Suhan moved through the bushes, busy collecting the corpses of demonic beasts, casually delivering finishing blows, feeling extremely delighted. Young man, you're actually unharmed? The next moment, just as he was enthusiastically preparing to finish the job, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. Suhan turned around, his mouth instantly opening wide. A middle-aged man dressed like a character from a Counter-Strike game appeared not far away, his eyes filled with shock. You're the one who poisoned, right? Suhan instantly understood the other party's identity, and asked calmly. That's right, you have a keen eye. The middle-aged man nodded. Why did you do it? Do you need a reason? Right, no need to say more. How are you completely unscathed? That's a secret. Since you won't speak, then take this secret to the grave. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I've dealt with everyone who wanted to kill me, and you won't escape either. Suhan said calmly, his expression remaining composed. What an arrogant young man. The middle-aged man sneered and said, if you're not arrogant, how can you be considered young? Suhan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. The middle-aged man was left speechless, but the other party's words were not without reason. His face suddenly darkened. Your talent is impressive, but unfortunately, you've run into me today. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly flame ignited in his hand and instantly swept towards Suhan. Although the power of this flame is not particularly strong, for a high school student who is still immature, it is lethal enough to burn them alive. After all, he is already at the peak of the 4th tier, just one step away from advancing to the 5th tier. Meanwhile, Suhan's level is at most the 3rd tier, with a significant disparity in strength. However, the next scene made the middle-aged man's expression change drastically. The netherworld flame, which was originally attacking Suhan, suddenly turned 180 degrees and swiftly counterattacked, rushing toward him fiercely. This change happened too quickly. Before he could react, the flame had already struck his hazmat suit hard. The middle-aged man's heart tightened. If the hazmat suit were to be damaged, he would be poisoned by the half-step smile powder. So this was an illusion. When he inspected the hazmat suit, he was shocked to find it completely intact, and suddenly came to a realization. After all, his combat experience was extremely rich. At the same time, he also broke free from the illusion. Suhan was stunned upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to break through the illusion set by the white fox so quickly. This indicated that the man's cultivation level was at least above the 4th tier. Moreover, he exuded an aura of danger. The next moment, Suhan revealed a strange smile and murmured to himself, however, he seems to be very afraid of poison. As long as I can break his gas mask, victory will be mine. Just as the middle-aged man broke free from the illusion, Suhan drew his dagger, Dark Soul, and dashed forward at high speed, closing in on the middle-aged man within a few breaths. He swung the dagger, aiming straight at the middle-aged man's gas mask. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, retreating sharply. The dagger missed its target. Stopping in his tracks, the middle-aged man's face turned grim. He had narrowly avoided the young man's strike, sweat seeping from his palms, his heart filled with unease. Suhan saw him evade the assassination attempt, yet remained calm and unperturbed. Kid, you've completely angered me today. Go to hell. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, both hands simultaneously conjuring 2 streams of ghostly flames, even more terrifying than before, swiftly sweeping towards Suhan. Seeing these flames, Suhan seemed somewhat somewhat familiar with them and suddenly remembered, that's right, isn't this ghost fire? He had seen this type of flame in the ghost domain. A strange smile immediately appeared on his face. The next moment, Su-han silently chanted, and the ghost-slapping brick instantly appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man froze for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Kid, do you really think you can use a brick to counter my netherworld flames? Ha ha ha. Su-han smiled at the middle-aged man. Before the words had even fallen, two streams of netherworld flames were already rushing toward him. The next scene left the middle-aged man dumbfounded. Su-han raised his hand and placed the ghost-slapping brick between the two flames. In an instant, the ghost-slapping brick emitted bursts of black mist, which immediately enveloped and devoured the netherworld flames. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He never would have imagined that his netherworld flame could be absorbed by a brick. It was simply inconceivable. Your attacks are now useless against me. Prepare to die. Su-han shouted loudly. Since the ghost brick can devour the netherworld flame, he has become the nemesis of the middle-aged man. Hee. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's face turned as pale as paper, and he immediately turned around and fled for his life. Su-han let out a cold laugh and lifted his foot to chase after him. I, a dignified peak 4th-tier powerhouse, am actually being chased all over the place by a high school student. People would laugh their heads off if they heard about it. Absolutely disgraceful. The middle-aged man running ahead was on the verge of tears but utterly helpless, as he had encountered his nemesis and could only accept his bad luck. He simply couldn't figure out how that brick could absorb his netherworld flames. It was completely beyond comprehension. 4th rank, is this all you've got? Don't run if you've got guts. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why are you running away like a coward now? At this moment, Su-han was wielding a brick in his hand, chasing forward while constantly mocking. I'm your grandson, Grandpa, please stop chasing me, okay? The middle-aged man ran while pondering, and after a moment, he loudly begged for mercy, though his heart was filled with resentment. The toxic gas smiling death permeated the great green mountain, and even as an ability user, inhaling just a few breaths would render him unconscious. After all, he had personally set this poison, and its potency was extremely strong. He was well aware of that. What was most unbelievable was that the high school student behind him was completely unharmed, unaffected by the toxic gas, like some kind of monster. Utterly bizarre. What made it even more infuriating was that this guy had directly ruined his eliminate genius plan, rendering all his efforts futile, leaving him seething with rage. Resentment value from the middle-aged man plus 88. Grandpa? Su-han was momentarily stunned, then coldly said, I won't take in a heartless grandson like you. The middle-aged man actually wanted to poison them. His heart was vicious, truly deserving of death. They chased each other, and the distance gradually shortened. How are you running so fast? The middle-aged man was astonished. To tell you the truth, I've awakened the power type, so my speed has naturally improved a lot. Su-han responded indifferently. What? You actually awakened dual elements? Damn it. It's over. Completely over. The middle-aged man was terrified, his heart utterly filled with despair. 5 minutes later, the two were only 1 meter apart. Su-han kicked off with both feet, suddenly charging at the middle-aged man, swinging the brick fiercely toward the man's gas mask. Crack! The gas mask instantly split open with a crack, then shattered, scattering fragments all over the ground. No. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror. The laughing powder in the air quickly entered his nasal cavity, causing him to feel dizzy and unsteady. His body swayed, and after laughing uncontrollably for a minute, he collapsed unconscious. The time rewinds to over 10 minutes ago. Outside the Great Green Mountain, Fongdeming announced the suspension of the selection assessment, and everyone entered the Great Green Mountain to investigate the situation. The site is divided into 4 groups. The heads of 8 prestigious universities entered Zone 4 together, while the others were divided into 3 groups and headed to Zones 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Poisonous gas. As soon as they stepped into Daqing Mountain, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They quickly took out protective gear and promptly began rescue operations on site. Zone 1. Zheng Kunming and Lin Shouhan walked at the front, followed by a group of teachers. Along the way, they discovered many beast corpses and quite a few assessment students lying unconscious on the ground, clearly poisoned. Quickly carry these poisoned students out. If the toxicity deepens, their lives will be in danger. Zhang Kunming instructed the teachers. Yes, Mayor. Slaughter value plus 100. The teachers each carried a student on their back and quickly headed out of Daqing Mountain. As they were walking, the scene before them left them stunned. A student undergoing the assessment was holding a brick and chasing a middle-aged man in a hazmat suit, loudly hurling sharp insults as they ran. However, the middle-aged man running at the front seemed extremely afraid of the student, his voice trembling. What's going on? That student is actually holding a brick. How hilarious. The middle-aged man in front is so spineless, being called grandpa by a high school student and turning into a grandson. It's truly speechless. This student is awesome. But why are there other people at the assessment site? Could it be? Also, why wasn't this student affected by the toxic gas? Everyone was talking animatedly excitedly, hardly able to believe their eyes. Normally, a middle-aged person's strength should surpass that of a student undergoing an assessment, given their age and experience. However, reality was completely the opposite, leaving people baffled. Suddenly, Lin Shuhan trembled and exclaimed in shock, "That student is Su-han?" Dai Zheng Kunming was stunned for a moment, then immediately asked, "Ah, yes, he is Su-han." Lin Shuhan nodded. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding teachers suddenly understood. No wonder all the other students were unconscious due to poisoning, their data stagnant, while Su-han's data kept fluctuating. It turned out he hadn't been poisoned at all. "Mayor, let's hurry and catch up to see what's going on," Lin Shuhan said. Slaughter value plus 100. The crowd quickened their pace and pursued closely. "Stop!" Just as Su-han was about to knock down the middle-aged man, a loud shout to stop came from behind. "Yes, master." Su-han turned around and was stunned for a few seconds. He saw a group of middle-aged men rushing over. There was Zheng Kunming, the mayor of Sangbei City, Lin Shuhan, the principal of Sangbei No. 6 High School, and a group of teachers. Seeing this, Su-han immediately stopped his actions. Since he couldn't personally deal with that middle-aged man, he decided to leave it to the important figures of Sangbei City to handle. After all, he had already done his best. Soon, they walked up to Su-han. "Mayor, principal, teachers, hello." Su-han greeted respectfully. Everyone nodded in response. Zheng Kunming glanced at the unconscious middle-aged man lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to Su-han and asked curiously, "He is poisoning us, trying to kill us. If I hadn't discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Su-han answered truthfully, pointing to the middle-aged man on the ground. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. "What? The middle-aged man actually wants to poison the genius? My goodness! Harboring malicious intent, he must be severely punished without leniency. This is outrageous. Who gave him the courage? It's too despicable. Could this middle-aged man be a spy sent to Sangbei City by the West?" The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, alternating between pale and livid, with some even having bloodshot eyes. This showed that their inner anger had reached its peak, and they wished they could tear that middle-aged man apart on the spot. It must be understood that these students participating in the assessment were the elites of Sangbei City, the future of Sangbei City, and the backbone of Huaxia's defense against foreign enemies. Yet that middle-aged man actually wanted to poison these geniuses and act utterly devoid of humanity. They would never tolerate such an atrocity happening. Fortunately, Su-han appeared in time and prevented a disaster from occurring. Bang! Thus, Su-han became the savior of these talented students. After a long time, everyone gradually calmed their anger and turned to express their gratitude to Su-han. Su-han just smiled faintly and said nothing more. "By the way, Su-han, why aren't you afraid of poison?" At this moment, Mayor Zheng Kunming asked curiously. "Well, I can't really explain it. Maybe it's because of my body." However, Su-han looked up and scratched his head, pretending to be confused. He would never reveal the truth. After all, everyone knew he had awakened two abilities. If the third ability were exposed, it might shock the entire Sangbei City, or even the whole Huaxia nation. This is absolutely not what I wanted. The current example is right in front of us. The middle-aged man on the ground is trying to stifle a genius and might even be a spy sent by the enemy. If Su-han's triple element identity is exposed, it will definitely attract the attention of the enemy's higher-ups, putting him in constant danger and forcing him to live in fear every day. What's more, the abilities he awakened are not ordinary triple elements but an SSSS level talent. Mayor Zheng Kunming merely let out a light "oh" and did not probe further. Next, everyone turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man on the ground. At this moment, a teacher stepped forward, crouched slightly, and turned the middle-aged man's body over, revealing his full appearance. Mouse-like eyes, medium build, square face, faint stubble on his face, dark skin that clearly bore the marks of time, with thick and neatly groomed eyebrows. "Isn't this Li Jinglong?" Seeing his face, a teacher couldn't help but exclaim. "You know him?" Mayor Zheng Kunming asked. Slaughter value plus 100. Yes, Li Jinglong is a fire element teacher for the third year at Sangbei No. 1 High School. He doesn't have much talent, is calm and low-key, prefers to be alone, has almost no friends, and is very mysterious. I've had a few interactions with him, and they left a deep impression. However, he occasionally complains to me about some things. The teacher took a deep breath and said slowly, "What kind of things?" "The salary is low, and there's frequent overtime." "I see." Mayor Zheng Kunming slightly furrowed his brows, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. Subsequently, Mayor Zheng Kunming instructed other teachers to continue searching for poisoned students and arranged for them to go to Dakingshan for treatment. 3 hours later, inside a luxurious building in the center of Sangbei City, in the conference room. "Mayor Zhang, what exactly is going on?" Sitting in the seat of honor, Feng Deming, the head of the Magic City Academy, wore a somber expression, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Kunming. "Everyone, I am deeply sorry. This is my negligence. I will take primary responsibility for this incident, thoroughly investigate the root cause, and provide everyone with an explanation. Kill value plus 10. Slaughter value plus plus 100. Mayor Zhang Kunming immediately stood up, bowed deeply to everyone present, and offered a solemn apology. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the heads of the 8 prestigious universities slightly softened. You have indeed been negligent. Even the most basic examination venue has issues, let alone other aspects. If something happens to our people, no, to these genius students, I'd like to see how you plan to handle it. Feng Deming remained aggressive, his tone full of reproach, clearly furious. Zhang Kunming slightly lowered his head, remaining silent without arguing. Since a mistake was made, the consequences must be borne. Any casualties? Feng Deming asked. Yes. What are the specifics? 2 students are missing. Missing? Feng Deming was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. What does that mean? It means we didn't find the bodies of these 2 students at Duqing Mountain at all. Perhaps the murderer killed them and then burned the bodies with flames. It's also possible that they were drugged unconscious and then devoured by a beast. Zhang Kunming took a deep breath and explained slowly. Feng Deming nodded. Since it wasn't their people who went missing, he didn't take it too seriously. After a pause, he added, however, you did very well in this regard. It was because you caught the culprit in time that the situation didn't worsen further. You deserve praise for that. Actually, the culprit wasn't caught by us. After hearing Feng Deming's words, Zhang Kunming gave an awkward smile. Could it be our people who caught them? Feng Deming thought for a moment in confusion, then shook his head. No, I remember the culprit was in Area 1, while we were in Area 4. How could we have caught the culprit? Impossible. You misunderstood what I meant. The one who caught the culprit was neither your people nor ours, but a student undergoing the assessment. Facing Feng Deming's puzzled gaze, Zhang Kunming explained in detail. Who? Feng Deming asked. Su Han. If it weren't for him, all the assessment students on Duqing Mountain would likely have been poisoned to death, with unimaginable consequences. He is the true hero of this incident. Zhang Kunming's tone was calm, yet full of respect. The scene was bustling with noise. Everyone vividly remembered Su Han's performance. At that time, the data of other students under assessment remained unchanged, but his data fluctuated continuously, leaving everyone in awe. This name was deeply etched in their minds, impossible to forget. Principal Zhang, I remember you said the culprit's strength was at the peak of the 4th tier, but Su Han's strength seems to be only at the 2nd tier, right? Then how could he capture such a powerful culprit? And he doesn't seem to be affected by toxicity. I'm very curious. At this moment, Gu Xiqing, the head of the Kyoto Academy, questioned Zhang Kunming, because Su Han has awakened 2 systems. Zhang Kunming responded indifferently. He did not specify which 2 departments, leaving it to the heads of these prestigious institutions to guess. After all, Lin Shuhan had once told him that Su Han's awakened abilities were the purple eye and strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted. Wow! It turns out Su Han awakened 2 elements. No wonder he could capture the culprit across levels. I think he must have awakened the poison element, otherwise how do you explain him being unaffected by the deadly poison? You're right, I never expected Su Han to defeat a peak 4th tier expert. It's truly unbelievable. We must properly thank him in the future, because he saved all the students taking the exam at Duqing Mountain. I want to recruit him into the Kyoto Academy. He's from the Magic City Academy. Don't fight with me over him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. The heads of the 8 prestigious academies were both shocked and excited by Su Han's strength and performance, all eager to bring him under their wing. But they all understood that the Magic City Academy was Su Han's primary destination, and the other 7 families could only sigh in secret. After all, the Magic City Academy is the top institution in Huaxia, a place every student dreams of. As long as you can enter the Magic City Academy, your future will be limitless and bright. $1 million annual salary, wealth and glory, marrying someone rich and beautiful, bringing honor to your family, all of this is just around the corner. Of course, the other 3 major higher education institutions are also formidable, just slightly inferior to the Magic City Academy. Sangbei City. Inside the dungeon, I, a dignified peak 4th tier expert, was actually defeated by a wet behind the ears high school student. This is so humiliating, and my eliminate the genius plan was ruined by him. Everything is over. I can't accept this. Absolutely can't accept this. A middle-aged man dressed in white prison clothes, with disheveled hair, sat cross-legged on a pile of straw. His face alternated between pale and green, filled with unbearable suffering, while he roared in anger within his heart. He had poured immense effort into this plan, and now everything had gone to waste. Li Dinglong. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing approached from outside the cell. Hearing the sound, Li Jinglong neither turned around nor responded, merely sitting quietly and humming a few dissatisfied notes in his heart. The next second, accompanied by a creaking sound, the prison door opened. Okay. Principal Wang Qingyun of Sangbei No. 1 High School strode in. Why did you do this? Wang Qingyun questioned. However, Li Jinglong remained silent. Usually, I treat you all fairly well, sharing any good resources with you as much as possible. I've heard that you work diligently every day, industriously and without complaint, and that you are modest and calm, never causing trouble or stirring up conflict. conflicts. For these, I feel both gratified and honored. At this point, Wang Qingyun raised his voice, but your heart is so malicious, with the ambition of a wolf, making me extremely disappointed. Principal Wang, you still have the nerve to bring up the issue of treatment. Kill value plus 10, slaughter value plus 100. I can only say, haha, I work desperately every day, even have to work overtime, leaving early and returning late, and the reward I get each month is nothing more than a third-grade inferior crystal core. Meanwhile, other teachers work regular hours, and their monthly salary is 5 times mine. Just because my talent isn't good enough, I'm seen as a waste of resources. A third-grade inferior crystal core is practically something you'd give to a beggar. If it were you, what would you think? Wang Qingyun originally did not want to say much, but as soon as the words left his mouth, they immediately ignited the anger in Li Jinglong's heart. He spoke passionately. I hate those geniuses. They are the ones who took away my resources, deprived me of my efforts, hopes, and dreams. So I want to kill all these geniuses, leaving none alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jinglong burst into tears, crying his heart out. Today, he finally poured out all his grievances in front of Wang Qingyun. However, although he had hated those geniuses before, he had no intention to kill them. But later, one day, a Western missionary approached Li Jinglong, promising him a generous reward if he eliminated the geniuses of the Huaxia nation. At the time, he was hesitant, but the reward offered by the other party was simply too tempting. In the end, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed to the missionary's request. After hearing Li Jinglong's heartfelt confession, Wang Qingyun was stunned, deeply moved in his heart. Nowadays, the resources of Huaxia are already limited, and Sangbei City receives even less, as it is a remote area. Mayor Zhang Kunming once conveyed 2 principles to the 6 principles. People with high talent can receive more resources. Once their strength improves, they can go to the battlefield to slay demonic beasts, earn military merits, and ultimately give back to Sangbei City. As for those with low talent, they are allocated only a small amount of resources. Working diligently is enough, as any extra resources would simply be wasted. Li Jinglong, what you said is not wrong, and you said it well, but this is reality, unchangeable, and you can only accept your fate. You also understand the rules of this world, survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. Since you did these things, you must face severe punishment. One word, death. Wang Qingyun said expressionlessly, glanced at Li Jinglong, and asked, do you have anything else to say? Not good. Li Jinglong suddenly pursed his lips and let out a cold laugh, as if mocking the absurdity of the world. Seeing this, Wang Qingyun sighed, shook his head, turned around, and walked out of the cell. Northwest of Sangbei City, a secluded place outside the city walls. A simple little chapel. My heavens, Zeus. The mission failed. Li Jinglong is truly useless. Can't even handle such a simple task, a complete good-for-nothing. In the center of the church, a worshipper dressed in a black priest's robe and wearing a small white collar was praying. On the surface, he appeared to be a priest in Sangbei, officiating weddings for newlyweds, but in reality, he was a Western worshipper tasked with gathering intelligence and carrying out sabotage activities in Huaxia. Who will be the next target? Let me think carefully. After pondering for a moment, the worshipper shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, and then turned to leave the church. However, a treatment hospital in the center of Sangbei City specifically serving individuals with special abilities. Ordinary people are prohibited from entering. In the treatment room, all the poison assessment students lay on the hospital beds. Suddenly, they opened their eyes simultaneously, looked at each other in confusion, completely unaware of what had happened. 6 principals waited anxiously outside. They're awake. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the 6 principals were instantly invigorated, their faces lighting up with joy. They hurriedly got up and rushed into the treatment room. Entering the room, they saw that all the children had recovered their health. Overwhelmed with joy, they burst into tears, and some even had tears glistening in their eyes. Great, really great. Principal, what is going on with us? A brick? At this moment, a student who had just woken up asked in confusion. That's right. You were poisoned with a deadly toxin, and the toxicity is quite severe. Lin Shuhan said calmly, if it had been discovered any later, your lives might have been in danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the students immediately erupted into an uproar. What? We were poisoned? I didn't feel a thing. I remember just killing a monster in Area 2 of Dacheng Mountain, and after that, everything went blank. It was unbearable. This is too terrifying. Who on earth wants to harm us? Being alive feels so good. Everyone started discussing fervently. Listening to the noisy chatter, Lin Shuhan explained the whole situation in detail. The students were dumbfounded, each of them frozen in place, completely unable to believe that it was Su Han who had saved their lives. It was simply unbelievable. This was their lifesaver. Favorability from Yuan Phone plus 50. Favorability from Lu Huaijia plus 50. Trying to run? No way. Favorability from Bai Ling Shua plus 99. Favorability from Xia Wendong plus 50. Favorability from Nan Phone plus 50. All the students present were deeply grateful to Su Han, including those from other provinces. After all, it was Su Han who saved their lives, who wouldn't be thankful? thankful. If given the chance, they would certainly find a way to repay this kindness. However, at this moment, Su-han, lying at home, was completely bewildered, frozen in place. Because the favorability points floated past his eyes like a barrage, non-stop and overwhelming, it felt somewhat unreal, almost like a screen flood. Favorability points plus 50 from XXX. Favorability points plus 50 from XX. Looking at the constantly refreshing numbers in front of him, Su-han was dumbfounded, his heart in turmoil, and he couldn't help but curse repeatedly in his mind. The fluctuation of favorability lasted for half an hour before finally stopping. These favorability points floated past his eyes, as numerous as banknotes, truly exhilarating. Su-han took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions, and instantly understood what was going on. He knew that all the poisoned assessment students had already woken up, and the principal must have told them the truth. This was why the scene just now occurred. Immediately, Su-han opened his attribute panel. Strength 665, Mental Power 2508, Replication Ability 100, Poison's Body, Proficiency Expert, Slaughter Value 7200, Number of Draws 10, 10088. Seeing this panel information, Su-han couldn't help but be stunned. The proficiency of the 100 Poison's Body had actually advanced to the expert level, which meant that the toxicity of his attacks had significantly increased. The kill value has also risen to 7200, indicating that he has recently killed quite a few beasts and humans. More importantly, the emotion value has surpassed the 10,000 mark, which means he can now draw a prize. This is truly great news. System, I want to draw a prize, Su-han murmured to himself. Alright, host, the system responded coldly. First draw. Thank you for your patronage. Second draw. Congratulations on winning, received 1 advanced strength pill. Third draw. Thank you for your patronage. Sixth draw. Congratulations on winning, received 1 intermediate agility pill. Seventh draw. Congratulations on winning, obtained 1 advanced constitution pill. Eighth draw. Thank you for participating. Ninth draw. Thank you for participating. 10th draw. Congratulations on winning, obtained 1 pig slaughtering knife. Butcher knife? What is this thing? Su-han was stunned for a few seconds, but then he became secretly excited. After experiencing the incident with the brick last time, he knew very well that growth-type weapons were anything but simple. The butcher knife was highly likely to be another growth-type weapon. Open, Emotion Management System Inventory. Su-han saw 4 pills and a pig slaughtering knife appear in the inventory slots. The next second, he quickly clicked to check the attributes of these treasures. Constitution Pill. Main effect, the primary Constitution Pill increases strength by 50 points, the intermediate Constitution Pill increases strength by 100 points, and the advanced Constitution Pill increases strength by 500 points. Su-han was very pleased, feeling that he had gained a lot. As for the effects of the Strength Pill and Agility Pill, he was already well aware, so he didn't look at them further. Butcher's Knife. Type, Growth-type weapon. Absorption Power, 99, instantly kills level 1 beasts. Mainly has 2 functions. First, the pig slaughtering knife can absorb beast essence to upgrade. Second, it possesses infinite transformation, changes with level. Su-han, don't underestimate it as just a pig slaughtering knife. In reality, it is a blood demon blade. Don't think it's merely a blood demon blade. Its true form is actually a dragon-slaying saber. Su-han's eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. The function of this pig slaughtering knife is quite similar to the ghost-slapping brick, except one devours ghost energy while the other absorbs the essence of demonic beasts. Essentially, there isn't much difference between the two. Next, Su-han swallowed a high-grade strength pill, a mid-grade agility pill, and a high-grade constitution pill one after another. Then, he glanced at his attribute panel. As expected, the attribute values for strength, agility, and constitution had all increased, while the number of lottery draws had reset to 0. In the next moment, Su-han stood up, feeling a surge of intense power throughout his body, which had become lighter and more agile. His strength had clearly improved significantly. Subsequently, he began cultivating the 100 Poison's Body and discovered that the toxic gas within his body had transformed from its previous gray color into a dense mist, significantly enhancing its toxicity, even capable of killing third-level demonic beasts. This feeling made him extremely excited. The next day, returning to the classroom, he sat back in his seat. At this moment, the classmates in the class were engaged in a lively discussion. Okay, let me tell you, it seems there was a problem with the selection assessment for the 8 major higher academies this time. Really? Of course it's true. I heard all the students taking the test were poisoned, and Zhou Tianbao seems to have gone missing in Daqing Mountain. They still haven't found him. Hiss, that's terrifying. Luckily, I didn't participate, or I'd have ended up just as miserable as them. But, why is Su-han fine? As soon as the words were spoken, the classmates were stunned and all turned their gaze towards Su-han in the corner. Seeing everyone looking at him, he paid no attention and continued focusing on what he was doing. Su-han, is this true? Driven by curiosity, a classmate finally couldn't help but speak up. I don't know, Su-han replied indifferently with 3 words. The classmate was momentarily stunned but didn't press further, as he understood Su-han Han's personality and way of speaking. That's right, we were indeed poisoned and fell unconscious. If it weren't for Su Han, we would probably already be dead. He is our savior. At that moment, a tall figure walked into the classroom. As Bai Ling Shua finished speaking, the class instantly fell silent. What is going on? Bai Ling Shua, what exactly is going on here? A classmate asked curiously. Bai Ling Shua briefly explained what had happened. After listening, the class immediately erupted in excitement. Wow, Su Han is amazing. Su Han is so handsome, he made a great contribution. From now on, Su Han is my idol, I want to learn from him. Hearing these discussions, Su Han curled his lips and continued to sit silently. Meanwhile, in a small building in the northeastern outskirts of Sangbei City. At this moment, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped to around 0 degrees, creating an unusually oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Seated at the head was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe and draped in a black cloak, his expression cold and ruthless. With a lean figure, black curly hair, and a pair of dark, deep blue eyes that were icy and sharp, he exuded an aura of authority and mystery. Below him sat 5 members, each looking tense. Tang Wuqiang, let's hear what you have to say. The middle-aged man spoke. Lord Bingley, Beiwang City has fallen, and the beasts have taken over that city. According to the scouts' reports, those beasts seem to be advancing toward Sangbei City and are expected to arrive soon. A middle-aged man below stood up and replied respectfully. It turned out that the captain of the Guardian Squad was none other than Su Han's homeroom teacher, Tang Wuqiang. Although he was a teacher at Sangbei 6th High School, his heart was always filled with a strong dream for Huaxia, one that could not be quelled. To prove his worth, he resolutely became a protector of Sangbei City, safeguarding the lives of its citizens and contributing to the strength of Huaxia. Only in this way could Tang Wuqiang find some solace in his heart. Very good, very good. Bingley nodded in approval. Tang Wuqiang stared blankly at the middle-aged man seated in the place of honor, his heart filled with admiration and longing. Bingley was one of the 8 King Squad members of Huaxia, a 9th-tier super powerhouse with an SSSS-level ice attribute talent, possessing unparalleled strength. She had once used a single move, Frozen Miles, to slay a large number of beasts, earning widespread fame across Huaxia. She was later recruited into the King Squad by the higher-ups. He longed immensely to become such a powerful figure, slaying demons and protecting China. Unfortunately, Tang Wuqiang's soul had once been attacked by a beast, causing damage to his mental strength. Over time, not only did his power fail to increase, but it even declined. Originally, he was an 8th-tier powerhouse, but now his strength had regressed to the 6th tier, a drop of 2 full tiers. This left him deeply troubled, yet he had no solution. Thinking of this, Tang Wuqiang couldn't help but sigh. It seems I can no longer go to the battlefield to slay beasts. I can only protect the safety of the people in Sangbei City, but I can't help feeling a bit unwilling. Tang Wuqiang, you must keep a close watch on the movements of the beasts in Beiwang City and report to me immediately if there is any news, Bingley ordered coldly, casting him a frosty glance. Yes, Lord Bingley. Tang Wuqiang respectfully cupped his hands in obedience. The rest of you, go find some concealed places, such as caves or basements. These places are both hidden and safe. Bingley surveyed the surroundings and continued. When the beast horde attacks Beitsong City, the citizens can hide in these places. In dealing with such sudden situations, Bingley was highly experienced. After all, the major cities of Huaxia were constantly in turmoil, and he often had to go to provide support. All of this was exceedingly familiar to him. Yes, Lord Bingley. The other 4 also promptly accepted the order. Let's start taking action now. As soon as the words were spoken, the 5 of them got up and walked out of the house. After they left, Bingley murmured softly, if this continues, who knows when it will end. Clearly, he was also tired of this kind of life and just wanted to live an ordinary and peaceful life. 5 days passed. The first layer of the ghost domain. Su Han held a brick in his hand and slowly walked toward the ghost cave. During this period, the poison assessment students, under effective treatment, gradually had the toxins in their bodies weakened and their strength basically returned to its original state. Seeing this situation, the 8 heads of the advanced academies discussed and decided to wait a few more days to reconduct the selection assessment for this group of students. After all, if the assessment were cancelled, they would not only be unable to explain to their superiors but also fail to fulfill their promises to the students' parents. Therefore, a retest became the only option. In full view of the public, Li Jinglong was executed on the spot, deserving his punishment. Everyone hated him to the core, cursing him as a ruthless and heartless beast. Before his execution, he still refused to reveal the truth about his collusion with Western believers. Perhaps Li Jinglong had long despaired of this world, leaving life and death to fate. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianbao's body was never found and was presumed dead. Zhou Tianbao's family caused trouble at the 6th middle school several times, but in the end, the matter was left unresolved. Su Han also faced frequent harassment, especially from Bai Ling Shua, who even showed up at his doorstep. After all, he was her savior. Su Han did not refuse, but for now, the two were just ordinary friends. To avoid Bai Ling Shua, Su Han had no choice but to come to the ghost domain to collect slaughter points. The White Fox had already advanced gift and could travel through time and space twice a month. She had used it once before, leaving one chance remaining. On the way, Su-han heard the notification sound continuously. Ghost brick smashing experience +1. Ghost brick experience +1. He swung the brick, easily knocking down one level 1 ghost after another, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Time passed without notice. Reaching the edge of the ghost lair, he approached a cemetery. Bang! He kicked a tombstone, instantly enraging the ghost inside. So it was just a stinky rat. Looks like we can have an extra meal today. Hee, a ghost let out an eerie shriek. Let's hear it. Shut up with your creepy laugh. It's so annoying. Su-han replied casually, then swung the ghost-slapping brick, smashing it hard onto the head of the level 1 ghost. Ah! The ghost let out a miserable scream as a wisp of black energy was absorbed into the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick experience +1. Seeing this, the other ghosts retreated in terror. Moments later, the cemetery echoed with continuous screams and wails. Ghost brick smashing experience +1. 24 hours later. On the way back to Huangquan Street, Su-han asked inwardly, Xiaobai, do you know how to enter the second level? The first level of the ghost domain only has first-level ghosts, and the slaughter value is too low, which is far from satisfying him. To accumulate 100,000 slaughter points, how many first-level ghosts would he have to kill? It's truly exasperating. Master, I don't know, the white fox replied. Alright, then I'll go to Huangquan Street to ask. Su-han nodded helplessly. Arriving at the entrance of Huangquan Tavern. Stinky rat, it's already full here. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly. Su-han was just about to enter when the left gate ghost suddenly scolded in a sinister tone. You're new here, aren't you? Glancing at the left gate ghost, Su-han said coldly, how do you know? The left gate ghost was stunned. It had never seen this pesky rat before. Want to know the reason? Yes. Then take a hit from my brick. As soon as the words fell, Su-han wielded the ghost-slaying brick and mercilessly smashed it onto the forehead of the ghost guarding the left gate. Accompanied by a miserable scream, a wisp of black energy quickly seeped into the ghost-slaying brick. Ghost brick smashing experience +1. Honorable, esteemed guest, why have you come again? Hearing the scream, the right gatekeeping ghost poked its head out, its face instantly filled with terror. Logically speaking, this harbinger of doom should have returned to the human world long ago. After all, a novice can only stay in the ghost realm for 2 days at most. Yet now, much time has passed, and the other party has returned to the ghost realm again. It's simply inconceivable. Can't I come? Su-han's face turned cold. You can come. The right gatekeeper ghost quickly smiled and flattered. I came today mainly to inquire about something and have a meal. Do you know how to enter the second layer of the ghost realm? Who knows? Bandage Sama should know. Alright, thanks. You're welcome. After speaking, Su-han took a few steps forward, suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, by the way, from now on, you must remind the new left gatekeeper ghost never to mess with me. Otherwise, there's only one word, death. Yes, I will definitely remind them. The right gatekeeper ghost nodded, but was extremely shocked inside. Judging from this demon god's tone, it seems he might frequently visit the ghost domain Huangquan Hotel in the future. How is that possible? No, absolutely impossible. You must know, humans can only be passively summoned to the ghost realm. They absolutely cannot enter or leave on their own. But this god of death, truly baffling. Who dares in the Yellow Springs Tavern? At that moment, a sinister and terrifying voice came from inside the shop. The bandaged ghost, upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, was so frightened that he forcibly swallowed his words. The moment bandaged ghost saw Su-han, it was scared out of its wits, and blood instantly seeped out, spilling all over the ground. Its thoughts were identical to those of the right gatekeeper ghost, except this time Su-han brought an even more terrifying feeling, so frightening that it trembled all over. Damn it, the left gatekeeper ghost got taken out by this human again. What rotten luck. Looks like I need to find a clever ghost, or else humans will kill every ghost they see. Who can stand that? Bandage ghost glanced at the left gate, calculating in its mind. Bandage ghost, you're just in time. I have something to ask you. Su-han glanced at him and said calmly, honored guest, please speak. Bandage ghost said with a smile, how do I enter the second layer of the ghost domain? Speak up, don't stammer. Su-han's face darkened. Alright, I'll say it. At the very east end of Huangquan Street there's an attic. You can enter the second level of the ghost domain from there. Seeing Su-han's expression was off, the bandage ghost quickly added. After speaking, Su-han lifted his foot and walked inside. His stomach had long been growling with hunger, and he planned to fill it first. After all, it had been 24 hours since he had slain the level 1 ghost. Honored guest, please come in. The bandage ghost shouted loudly. Arrived at room 208 on the second floor. A familiar room, a familiar spot. Hello, esteemed guest, I am delivery staff number 0610. Soon, a young man pushed a food cart to the door and knocked 3 times. A magnetic voice came from inside. The young man lowered his head and pushed the cart through the door. Who, man? When the young man served the dishes on the table and saw Su-han's face, he froze, standing motionless on the spot. Don't just stand there, hurry up and serve the dishes, Su-han said calmly, while raising his hand to touch his hungry stomach. I'm sorry, The young man's voice trembled with fear. Don't worry, actually I'm human too, no need to be nervous. Besides, I used to be just like you, a beginner. Oh, the young man nodded, but was utterly shocked inside. Since the person in front of him is a beginner, why is he still staying in the ghost realm? And moreover, as a respected guest? Really can't understand. Could the gap between people truly be this vast? Heading all the way east. Walking along Huangquan Street, Su-han stroked his round belly, feeling completely full. Packed more than a dozen meals, preparing to stay on the second level of the ghost domain for a few days. After all, there's no chance to come back to the ghost domain again this month. As he walked, gusts of eerie wind occasionally swept by, mixed with the chilling sounds of ghostly wails and howls. Time seemed to pass unknowingly, and Su-han finally arrived in front of a dark and gloomy pavilion. The pavilion towered high, emanating a cold and sinister glow, making it appear particularly eerie and terrifying. 3 blood-red characters were prominently written above Wang Xianlu. The next moment, Su-han stepped forward without hesitation and pushed open the door. With a creak, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, sending chills down the spine. If you want to enter the second level of the ghost domain, pay 1,000 ghost coins. At this moment, a sinister voice echoed from inside the building. The sound seems to be coming from the second floor. Su-han quickly determined and began searching for the stairs leading to the second floor. When he reached the staircase, he was met with complete darkness, so silent that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. He took a deep breath, silently recited something in his heart, then patted his right hand. The ghost brick appeared, and he stepped onto the staircase. 1 step, 2 steps, until the 999th step. There are way too many steps to the second floor. This is just messing with people, Su-han complained helplessly in his mind. Finally, after stepping off the last stair, he lifted his foot onto the floor. The scene instantly shifted, and a dimly lit room came into view. In the center of the room sat a stunningly beautiful ghostly woman, her eyes slightly closed, holding a treasure resembling a rice bowl in her hands. Pay 1,000 ghost coins to enter the second level of the ghost domain. The stunning ghostly woman suddenly opened her eyes, glanced at Su-han, and repeated, "All right." Su-han nodded. He could feel an extremely dangerous and unparalleled aura emanating from this ghostly woman. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure would be here collecting tolls? What a waste of talent. He immediately took out a ghost coin with a denomination of 1,000 and tossed it toward the female ghost. Whoosh, the treasure emitted waves of eerie light, quickly absorbing the ghost coin before disappearing without a trace. "Alright, I'll send you to the second level of the ghost domain." As soon as she finished speaking, the female ghost waved her right hand, and a large door appeared in front of them, radiating endless white light from within. Seeing this, Su-han frowned slightly, his vigilance suddenly heightened. If there were a trap hidden within the door, wouldn't he be falling into a scheme and putting himself in danger? He absolutely couldn't allow himself to be easily deceived. He had to get to the bottom of it. "Are you trying to frame me? No need for that," the peerless ghost woman replied expressionlessly. "Then how can I trust you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. If not, forget it." Su-han was speechless. Wasn't this the exact phrase he often said himself? He hadn't expected this peerless female ghost to be even more ruthless than him. "If you don't go in now, the gate will close. Then you'll have to pay 1,000 ghost coins to open it again," the female ghost reminded. Hearing this, Su-han looked up and saw that the gate was indeed slowly closing. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and decided to trust this female ghost for now. The next second, he stepped toward the door, and the intense white light almost stung his eyes. As soon as he stepped inside, the door swiftly closed. It felt as if he had entered another dimension, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented, the world spinning around him. Suddenly, a scene appeared before his eyes. Su-han opened his eyes to see a battlefield shrouded in smoke, littered with corpses, with beacon fires rising everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. The flags were drenched in fresh blood, presenting a ghastly sight. The ground had long been stained a reddish brown, the blood unable to coagulate, while a gloomy haze enveloped the sky, blocking out the sun. The desolate aura of death spread endlessly. The corpses on the ground included both humans and some strange-looking creatures. They were neither demonic beasts nor ghosts, their identities hard to discern, surrounded by a black aura that sent chills down the spine. This scene lasted for about 5 minutes before disappearing. The scene shifted again, revealing a sinister and terrifying mountain range. From the distance came occasional roars resembling those of vicious dogs, loud and piercing. Before long, Su-han's feet touched the ground. He looked up and saw a strange palace standing ahead, surrounded by a chilling aura. 3 crimson characters were written on the palace: Evil Dog Ridge. Evil Dog Ridge? Su-han muttered softly, shaking his head in confusion, but still stepped forward. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Wangxiang Tower. Truly unexpected, so unexpected. Beside the recently closed door, the peerless ghostly woman murmured softly, her body trembling slightly. Arriving in front of the Evil Dog Ridge Palace. "Stinky rat, get lost. This is not a place you should be." Just as Su-han was about to step inside, a furious roar suddenly came from within the palace. The next second, 2 tall and ferocious vicious dogs walked out side by side, staring staring fiercely at Su-han, their viciousness fully revealed. Su-han glanced at them. These two vicious dogs had fierce gazes, mouths full of sharp steel teeth, bristling fur, and coats as tough as steel wire, resembling crazed, starving hellhounds. What if I don't leave? Su-han's lips curved slightly. Then just wait to be bitten to death by us. The vicious dog on the left snorted coldly. Noisy, Su-han replied coldly, then swung the ghost-slapping brick in his hand. With a swift movement, he leaped in front of the vicious dog on the left and smashed its head hard with the brick. Awu! A miserable cry rang out as the vicious dog turned into a wisp of black smoke and was absorbed into the ghost-slapping brick. Ghost-slapping brick experience +2. The vicious dog on the right was stunned at the sight. What's going on? Its brother was instantly killed. The strength of this stinky rat is unexpectedly terrifying, completely unbeatable. Better run for its life. Just as the vicious dog on the right realized and tried to escape, Su-han was already prepared and smashed another brick over. Woo! Another miserable scream. Ghost-breaking experience +2. After dealing with the two vicious dogs, Su-han walked straight into the palace. The sides of the palace were filled with various eerie statues, each with a unique form, their faces twisted in ferocity, and their eyes glaring angrily at the ground, evoking a sense of dread. Those statues resembled demons from hell, as if they could devour all living beings. Su-han looked up at them for a few moments and immediately felt a chill in his heart, involuntarily trembling a few times. Fortunately, they were just statues. If they were to come alive, he might lose his life. Soon, Su-han passed through the statue area and arrived at a strange dense forest shrouded in thick fog. The layers of mist overlapped, and from time to time, eerie cries and howls pierced the air, sharp and chilling. Without much thought, he stepped directly into the dense forest. In an instant, the thick fog enveloped Su-han's vision, leaving him barely able to see 1 or 2 meters ahead, and his sense of direction became blurred. However, these difficulties couldn't stump him. Activate the copy eye. Su-han silently chanted in his heart, and his right eye immediately emitted a purple halo. The road ahead became crystal clear, but there were many vicious dogs around staring at him. Their eyes were blood-red, bloodthirsty by nature, with sharp steel-like teeth constantly drooling, dripping onto the ground, as if they were about to treat Su-han as a delicious meal. Seeing this, Su-han's lips curled up slightly, unconcerned. However, just as he moved, the vicious dogs around him opened their mouths in unison and lunged at him fiercely. Perfect timing. Su-han shouted in a low voice, swung the ghost-slapping brick, and smashed it fiercely at the heads of the vicious dogs. Awu! A series of miserable cries echoed through the dense forest, and soon all the vicious dogs fell to the ground. Ghost-slapping brick experience +1. Ghost-slaying experience +1. After dealing with these vicious dogs, Su-han shook his head and continued forward. All these vicious dogs were level 2 ghosts, easily killed by him without encountering the slightest resistance. Along the way, he killed quite a few vicious dogs. Gradually, he noticed that the number of vicious dogs was decreasing, as if they were deliberately avoiding him. Helplessly, in the eyes of the vicious dogs now, Su-han was like a god of death. They didn't even have time to escape, let alone dare to provoke him. Just as he continued moving forward. Hey, don't go any further, or the vicious dog will bite you to death. At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Human? Su-han turned around and stared for a few seconds. A girl dressed in a Lolita outfit was hiding behind a nearby tree, secretly observing him, looking adorable. It's okay, I'm not afraid of vicious dogs. Su-han immediately showed a confident smile. After speaking, he turned around and continued walking forward. Really, why don't you listen to my advice? When the time comes and you die, don't blame me for not warning you. The girl in the Lolita outfit pouted slightly and stomped her foot on the spot. Hearing this, Su-han couldn't help but pause, stopping in his tracks and murmuring softly, it's rare to encounter such a kind-hearted girl nowadays. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any human activity on the second layer of the ghost domain. The only possibility is that the girl in the Lolita outfit was forcibly teleported here to carry out a mission. Why don't you join us? The girl in the Lolita outfit saw Su-han stop and mistakenly thought he had made up his mind, immediately shouting happily, "No, thank you." Su-han did not look back and said a faint thank you. The girl in the Lolita outfit was stunned, standing there in a daze for a few seconds. By the time she came to her senses, Su-han had already disappeared without a trace. Forget it, I won't bother with him. She let out a soft sigh, and the girl pretending to be a Lolita turned and melted into the darkness, gradually vanishing from sight. However, she did not know that a vicious dog was silently watching her from the shadows. Time passed without her noticing, and the girl in the Lolita outfit walked to the entrance of a hidden cave. She stopped, looked around to ensure no vicious dog was following her, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she pushed aside the large stone at the cave entrance, stepped inside, and pushed the stone back into place before proceeding deeper. A faint, eerie glow illuminated the cave interior. Walked to the innermost part. Guanlinger, how's the situation outside? A young boy sitting on the ground looked up at the visitor and asked. The number of vicious dogs has decreased significantly, it's really strange. Guanlinger's eyes were full of doubt. Fewer vicious dogs? The young boy was stunned, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Guanlinger blinked at him and suddenly remembered remembered something. Gu Shanbai, I have to tell you, I just met a strange person. A strange person? Gu Shanbai looked puzzled. He was walking slowly alone in Evil Dog Ridge, saying he wasn't afraid of the vicious dogs. Whether it's true or not, I can't be sure. Guan Linger said softly. Gu Shanbai stared at Guan Linger in disbelief. You must know, at the beginning, the 8 of them were transported to Ferocious Dog Ridge to carry out a mission, which required them to survive for 48 hours. As time passed, now only he and Guan Linger are still alive, while the other 6 were torn apart and devoured by the ferocious dogs. The scene was horrific. Fortunately, they found this cave and temporarily escaped the pursuit of the ferocious dogs. However, Guan Linger said that there are actually humans here, and that person even appeared calm and at ease, which is simply unbelievable. Gu Shanbai could hardly believe this was true. I think you must have seen it wrong. He shook his head. The mist covering Evil Dog Ridge easily caused illusions. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Guan Linger pouted, her expression full of dissatisfaction. Her talent was stealth, allowing her to see clearly for hundreds of meters in the mist. How could she possibly be mistaken? Alright, let's not talk about this. Did you find any food? Gu Shanbai touched his hungry stomach. Sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Guan Linger blushed slightly, showing an adorable expression. Gu Shanbai shook his head helplessly. The northwest gate of Sangbei City. Name, Su Han. Talent, Copy I. This gate is closer to Beihuang City, and if the beasts want to attack Sangbei City, they can only advance through here. Agility, 67. Constitution, 1018. At this moment, a middle-aged man draped in a black cloak, his expression cold, stood atop the towering city wall, gazing into the northwest with a calm and steady demeanor. Master Bingley, something terrible has happened. A large number of monsters are approaching Sangbei City. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran upstairs and reported loudly. Bingley's face remained calm and unperturbed, completely unaffected by the bad news. After all, he was experienced and long accustomed to such situations. Then, what should we do? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. How many days until the beast arrives? Bingley did not answer directly but asked in return. Around 2 days. Tang Guoqiang, immediately give the order. All ability users of the 4th tier and above, prepare for battle. Swear to defend Sangbei City and protect Huaxia. Ordinary civilians and ability users below the 4th tier should be relocated to safe and hidden places. Bingley gave the instructions unhurriedly. Understood. Lucky wheel, 10 consecutive draws begin. Go quickly. Yes, Lady Bingley. After speaking, Tang Guoqiang turned and went downstairs, feeling both anxious and excited. Anxious because he worried about the people of Sangbei City suffering from a beast attack, and excited because he could finally wield his sword to slay demons again, his blood boiling with anticipation. After Tang Guoqiang left, Bingley's gaze once again turned toward the northwest, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. I'll make sure you never return. 2 hours later, a piercing siren sounded from the tallest building in the center of Sangbei City, the Sangbei Tower, instantly echoing throughout the city and plunging everyone into panic as they all looked up in the same direction. Everyone's expressions were filled with fear, as if the end of the world had arrived, because they knew what this siren signified. At Sangbei City was about to face a severe disaster, whether it be a natural calamity or a beast attack. Hello, citizens. I am now officially informing everyone of an important matter. A large number of demonic beasts are approaching Sangbei City at an extremely fast speed and are expected to arrive in 2 days. However, please rest assured, the Huaxia Nation has dispatched a top expert to provide support, and he has already arrived in Sangbei City. This super expert is none other than Bingley. As long as he takes action, these monsters won't be a problem at all. To be on the safe side, I will arrange for staff to transfer you to a hidden shelter where you will be completely safe from monster attacks. Finally, I want to emphasize that everyone must remain calm and follow the staff's instructions, or bear the consequences. The giant broadcast from the tallest building in Sangbei City, the Sangbei Tower, delivered this shocking news. Everyone looked up toward the direction of the broadcast, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. What? A large number of demonic beasts are actually going to attack Sangbei City? That's terrifying. Oh my, Lord Bingley has already arrived in Sangbei City. Now I can rest assured. Indeed, his move Frozen Miles is simply invincible. It's truly awe-inspiring. No matter how many demonic beasts come, he can kill them all. Protect Sangbei City. Protect Huaxia. Voices of discussion rose and fell among the crowd. At this moment, in the conference room on the top floor of Sangbei Tower. Everyone, I apologize for making you endure this hardship as well. Mayor Zhang Kunming sincerely apologized to the heads of the 8 prestigious institutions. Mayor Zhang, there's no need for such words. Growth value, 0/100. Level, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold. Protecting every inch of Huaxia's land is the shared wish of all Huaxia citizens. We will never back down. Since Sangbei City is facing difficulties, we will fully support you until all the beasts are eradicated. After hearing Zhang Kunming's words, Feng Deming's expression suddenly turned somber, appearing somewhat displeased. In fact, he felt quite frustrated, as he hadn't expected expected to encounter a once-in-decades beast tide during this trip to Songbei City. Moreover, the selection assessment would likely be postponed again. His luck was truly terrible. However, for the sake of protecting Huaxia, none of this was a big deal. Brother Phone, thank you very much. Zhang Kunming sincerely expressed his gratitude. After all, the strength of these 8 higher education institution leaders was remarkable, providing a significant boost to the defense of Songbei City. This made him feel much more at ease. You're welcome. Feng Deming waved his hand. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. Suddenly, Su Yian, the head of Jiangnan Academy, spoke deeply. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked and turned their gaze toward Su Yian. What a phrase, born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. Well said, truly inspiring. Brother Su, you hit the nail on the head. That was amazing. I'm fired up just listening to it. Everyone showered Su Yian with praise. Inside a luxurious mansion. Where on earth did Su Han go? I can't get a signal to make a call, and I can't send messages either. What on earth is going on? This is driving me crazy. At this moment, Bai Ling Shua was pacing back and forth in the room with her phone in hand, her expression anxious. Could he have been eaten by a high-level demonic beast? Impossible. How could that be? After all, the demonic beasts haven't entered Songbei City yet. Bai Ling Shua's mind was running wild, fearing that something might have happened to Su Han. The phone shows no signal, indicating that Su Han must be in a remote area. After all, Songbei City has many mountains, and it's impossible for the signal to cover everywhere. There are occasional blind spots. Perhaps he is training somewhere and lost track of time. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Bai Ling Shua let out a long sigh of relief and was about to head out. As soon as she pushed the door open, the scene before her made her freeze instantly. In the hall, many servants were busy hammering and moving various decorations, creating a noisy and jarring sound. Seeing this, Bai Ling Shua shook her head helplessly, left the room, and walked into the hall. Dad, what are you doing? Bai Ling Shua asked. Ling Shua, didn't you hear the broadcast just now? A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire glanced at Bai Ling Shua and said anxiously. That is Bai Ling Shua's father, Bai Lesong. Yes, I heard it. Is there a problem? Bai Ling Shua asked in confusion. A large number of demonic beasts are about to invade Songbei City. I need to pack up the valuable treasures at home and take them out. If the demonic beasts break into the city, this house will likely suffer. Bai Lesong explained as he spoke. Although the Bai family is considered a prominent and wealthy household in Songbei City, all of this is an industry he built with his own hands. From having nothing to now being wealthy and influential, he has gone through countless hardships and obstacles. He understands that this family business did not come easily. If it were destroyed by the beasts, it would mean losing everything and he might have to start all over again. Moreover, all the decorations in the house were bought by him at great expense. Previously, it was mainly to show off, but now they all have to be put away. Alright, Bai Ling Shuan understood as well and didn't say much. After all, she was raised personally by Bai Lesong. Her mother seemed to have passed away long ago, reportedly dying from complications during childbirth. Ling Shue, there's quite a bit of dust here. You should go back to your room first. At this moment, Bai Lesong said with concern. Bai Ling Shue softly responded with an and turned to walk upstairs. Soon, another day had passed. Woo woo. Meanwhile, Su Han leisurely continued to slay vicious dogs on Vicious Dog Ridge, their miserable cries echoing one after another. Ghost Brick Smash Experience +1. The surrounding vicious dogs, witnessing this scene, fled in terror, not daring to look back. It is evident that in their hearts, Su Han was as terrifying as a demon, making them extremely fearful. Seeing the number of vicious dogs dwindling, Su Han frowned slightly, then turned around and walked back. As he walked, help! Help! At that moment, a scream came from ahead. Su Han looked up, and the glow of the purple copying eye allowed him to see everything ahead clearly. He saw a group of vicious dogs barking around a girl. He recognized this girl. She was the kind-hearted girl he had met not long ago. He believed that kind-hearted people would always have good fortune, so Su Han decided to save her. He walked over. It's bad. That fiend is coming. Let's run quickly. Suddenly, a vicious dog glanced at Su Han's face and screamed in fright. Hearing this, the other vicious dogs turned to look and were instantly scared out of their wits, immediately turning tail and running away. Seeing this, Su Han looked surprised and shook his head, saying, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already running away. How boring. Those vicious dogs all ran away? Guan Linger was even more stunned. She turned around, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Su Han, stammering, You're actually still alive. However, Su Han was speechless and smiled. What, are you hoping for me to die? I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. At close range, this boy was quite handsome. Guan Linger blushed instantly and even stuttered while speaking. I understand, Su Han said with a smile. Was it you who scared off those vicious dogs just now? Is there anyone else here besides you and me? That's right. Wow. You're amazing. No wonder you dare to wander alone in Evil Dog Ridge. Truly impressive. Guan Linger immediately understood, exclaiming in surprise and gratitude. It's all thanks to you for saving me. Otherwise I would have been done for. You're a girl. How dare you come out alone? Su-han asked curiously. Because my companion and I were hungry, so why not together? His right leg was bitten off by a vicious dog, making it difficult for him to move. Oh, I see. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, Guanlinger burst into tears, crying her heart out and complaining incessantly, this evil dogridge is simply not a place for humans to stay, it's too terrifying. But Su-han just stood quietly to the side without comforting her. Slaughter value plus 10. He knew that the girl had too much pent-up frustration in her heart, and as long as she cried out her bitterness, everything would get better. After all, this was what his past life's experience had taught him. Sure enough, after crying for a while, Guanlinger felt much better emotionally. Slaughter value plus 10. Next, the two began chatting, introducing themselves to each other and sharing some experiences. In the end, Guanlinger asked Su-han to go and check on her friend. Su-han couldn't resist her tearful persuasion, and with the number of vicious dogs dwindling, he reluctantly agreed to go. The citizens of Sangbei City, under the arrangement of the staff, entered Daqing Mountain in an orderly manner. Since the first and second level monsters in Daqing Mountain had long been poisoned to death, the area instantly became a safe and hidden refuge. Moreover, over the past few days, the toxic gas in the mountain had completely dissipated, and the air had returned to being fresh. Li Jinglong never expected that before his death, he could still lend a helping hand to the people of Sangbei City. Hurry up, stop dawdling, or if the beasts invade Sangbei City in full force, you won't be able to escape. A staff member urged a slow-moving tycoon loudly. Stop rushing me, I'm already going as fast as I can. Seriously. The tycoon was in no hurry, responding leisurely with a sentence, then curling his lips to show a dissatisfied expression. The staff member was so angry he was almost losing his mind, but there was nothing he could do. There are always some people who like to go against the rules, as if that's the only way to show their prowess. Even so, most of the common folk still followed the rules honestly, entering the Great Green Mountain early to hide. This is precisely the fundamental reason why the people find it difficult to achieve unified action in times of crisis. To the northwest of Sangbei City, outside the city walls, there was a small chapel. Inside one of the rooms, two people were secretly discussing something at this moment. Have you thought it over? Payment is not an issue. Dressed in a black priest's robe and wearing a small white collar, the believer spoke in a low voice while reaching into his pocket to take out 5 high-grade level 4 crystal cores. A gloomy young man, who had been hesitating, slightly raised his head. When he saw the 5 crystal cores, his eyes immediately lit up, his breathing became rapid, and his body involuntarily trembled a few times. Slaughter value plus 10. Alright, I agree to your terms. That's more like it. The believer revealed a satisfied smile. It turned out he was once again scheming a plot to eliminate geniuses. At the moment, a large number of demonic beasts were slowly approaching, which might just be a perfect opportunity. So, he brought this person to carry out the task. These crystal cores. The young man stared intently at the 5 crystal cores handed over by the cultist, his face full of excitement. Now they are yours. As long as you complete the task, the reward will not be lacking. The believer spoke as he tossed the crystal core over. The young man caught it, reached out to gently touch it, and his eyes immediately sparkled with dazzling light. Seeing this, the believer's lips curled into a sly smile. Slaughter value plus 10. Suddenly, a series of loud boom boom noises came from outside, shaking the ground so violently that tiles from the roof of the church began to fall. What on earth is happening outside? The believer asked, his face full of shock. Immediately after, boom, a massive foot descended from the sky, crashing directly into the secret room of the church. The enormous foot landed squarely on the believer and the young man. In an instant, the two were crushed into pulp, blood splattering everywhere, the gruesome scene unbearable to look at. The sole of that foot was 5 meters long, covered in black fur. Roars echoed through the sky, the ground trembled, dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sun, as countless demonic beasts surged in this direction. Those are demonic beasts. The soldiers on the walls of Sangbei City heard the roar and immediately turned their gaze forward. Their faces turned pale, almost fainting. It was a bloodthirsty minotaur, standing 15 meters tall and 20 meters long, as large as a 5-story Western-style building. Its eyes were blood red, 2 golden rings hung from its nose, its fur stood on end, and it exuded an overwhelming fury and majesty, as if even the air trembled. In its hands, it held a weapon with a diameter of about 1 meter, sweeping everything in its path. That's a bloodthirsty minotaur. Soon, a soldier recognized its name, his face turning exceptionally grim, pale as paper. Rumor had it that the bloodthirsty minotaur was ferocious and bloodthirsty, killing without hesitation, like an executioner. Still, a bloodthirsty minotaur that can speak human language. This is just too terrifying. The soldier next to him chimed in, his body trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering loudly. After all, this was their first time seeing a beast that could speak human language. They were so shocked that they stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. The bloodthirsty minotaur pounded its chest with its right hand, speaking human words as it roared angrily, "Brothers, kill for me, kill, kill, kill. Slaughter all the humans inside, leave no one alive. Ha ha, kill, kill." As soon as the words fell, deafening roars erupted from all directions, creating an overwhelming momentum. momentum. Stupid ox, slow down. A Wujin ape towering at 20 to 30 meters tall roared furiously, its voice thundering like a storm. Smelly monkey, I don't have time to waste words with you. I need to kill more people. The bloodthirsty minotaur bellowed, simultaneously releasing 2 streams of air from its plate-sized nostrils, shaking the mountains and rivers. I also love killing. How about we compete to see who kills more? The golden ape laughed. Alright, I'll play along with you. The bloodthirsty minotaur thought for a moment and nodded. After speaking, the 2 beasts charged forward, followed by countless other beasts. The bloodthirsty minotaur and the golden ape were both level 7 beasts, capable of human speech, possessing immense power, and extremely savage. Aren't the beasts supposed to start attacking Sangbei City today? Why did they come early? Hearing these angry shouts, the soldiers on the city wall froze again, only to hear someone muttering under their breath. Soon, a massive number of beasts emerged from the distance, blotting out the sky, densely packed, their numbers impossible to count. There were even flying beasts among them. The soldiers instantly felt as if the end of the world had arrived. They had never seen such a colossal horde of beasts before, utterly terrifying. Everyone, prepare for battle and defend Sangbei City. After a moment, the soldiers' emotions suddenly surged, letting out a thunderous roar. Lord Bingley had already stepped onto the city wall. He was a 9th-tier super powerhouse. Didn't expect the beasts to arrive so quickly, truly beyond my expectations. Speaking coldly, Bingley glanced at the endless swarm of beasts rushing forward, a peculiar glint flashing in his icy eyes. Among the beasts were bloodthirsty minotaurs, ice-armored pythons, golden-horned giants, saber-toothed tigers, black gold apes, and a large number of wind wolves, rapidly charging toward the walls of Sangbei City. Magic crystal cannon, is it ready? Kill value plus 10. Seeing this, Bingley immediately gave the order. Ready! The soldiers nearby roared in unison. The magic crystal cannon is an advanced weapon developed by the Huaxia military specifically to combat beasts. It combines the energy of ability users with high-grade crystal cores, boasting immense destructive power and proving highly effective against ordinary beasts. However, its usage conditions are extremely stringent. The crystal core must be of the highest quality, as other grades are completely unusable. Very good, very good. Bingley nodded in approval, and then a cold light flashed. As long as these beasts dare to come, I will make sure they never return. The tallest building in the city center, Sangbei Tower. Alright, inside the meeting room. I don't know. What? A large number of beasts are already approaching the northwest city wall. Mayor Zhang Kunming received Bingley's message and was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. After hanging up the phone, he still felt dazed, shook his head, and tried to keep himself alert. Mayor Zhang, what happened? Phone Deming noticed Zhang Kunming's unusual expression and sensed something was wrong, quickly asking. The monsters have arrived. Zhang Kunming took a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil slightly, and replied. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was instantly stunned, and then they began to clamor. The beast's speed is just too fast. It's finally here. We must give it our all and fight to the end. Protect Sangbei, protect Huaxia. Immediately after, Zhang Kunming walked toward the broadcasting room and cleared his throat. Hello, citizens. Emergency notice. A large number of monsters have approached the northwest city wall of Sangbei City. Everyone, please proceed quickly to the shelter without hesitation, or bear the consequences at your own risk. All ability users of level 4 and above, please head immediately to the northwest city wall to prepare for battle. Move quickly. A shocking announcement came from the massive broadcast system of the tallest building in Sangbei City. Those slow-moving citizens all looked up at the broadcast, glancing at each other in confusion, stunned one by one. What? The last broadcast said the beasts wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. How come they're here now? This news is so unreliable. A large number of beasts are about to invade Sangbei City. Everyone quickly hide. Perfect timing. I was just thinking about slaying beasts to contribute to the defense of Sangbei. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Most of the people were in extreme panic, while only a few kept complaining about the government's inaction without reflecting on themselves. At this moment, in the northeastern outskirts of Sangbei City, inside a small building, 5 people were sitting around discussing. I didn't expect the beasts to arrive so quickly. It really caught me by surprise. Thank you. You're welcome. Since we're here, we'll slay them one by one and won't let a single beast escape. Looking around, Tang Guoqiang's eyes were full of brilliance, his heart devoid of fear, instead brimming with passion. He had waited for this moment for a long time. From leaving Lulan to arriving at Sangbei, he had never been this excited. His blood was boiling. Captain, we'll fight the beasts with you. The other 3 responded in unison. Only Wang Muqing responded softly, but her mind was preoccupied with another matter. Su Han had gone missing again and hadn't returned home for several days. As his landlord, she felt utterly helpless. This guy really knows how to make people worry. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Tang Guoqiang quickly noticed something was off and asked with concern. Please come in. Captain, I'm fine. Wang Muqing smiled faintly, masking the anxiety in his heart. Tang Guoqiang nodded and immediately ordered, there's no time to lose. Let's head to the northwest gate of Sangbei City now. With that, everyone everyone stood up and walked toward the door. The battle between humans and beasts is about to erupt. Just as a large number of demonic beasts launched an attack on Sangbei City, the second layer of the ghost domain, Evil Dog Ridge. Su-han was completely unaware of this and was following Guanlinger toward a hidden cave. By the way, what is the talent you awakened? Su-han suddenly asked curiously. Logically speaking, there are many vicious dogs in Vicious Dog Ridge, so how did Guanlinger avoid their pursuit? Su-han smiled faintly. A-level talent, Stealth. Guanlinger blinked. Oh, Stealth, no wonder. Su-han immediately understood. What about you? E-level Purple Eyes. E-level? Guanlinger appeared somewhat puzzled. Yes, Su-han replied with a smile. How is that possible? Guanlinger widened her eyes in shock. Su-han dared to roam alone in Evil Dog Ridge. His talent couldn't possibly be E-level. You must know that E-level is the most useless talent. Su-han just gave a faint smile without offering much explanation, but silently thought to himself, System, do you know the innate ability after stealth evolution? Invisibility. The system coldly replied with 2 words. Invisibility? Su-han was momentarily stunned, then felt overwhelming joy in his heart, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This was an excellent ability. Most people dream of having the skill of invisibility, and by then, he could, you know what I mean. This grade A stealth talent must be replicated. Thinking of this, Su-han immediately said to Guanlinger, can you show me your special ability? Sure. Guanlinger nodded in agreement. I want to see it right now. As soon as the words were spoken, Guanlinger's figure became faintly discernible in the darkness. Su-han silently recited in his heart, and his right eye instantly emitted a layer of purple halo. The moment he locked onto Guanlinger's figure, Su-han silently recited again. In the next second, the purple halo enveloped Guanlinger and began the detection. Consumed 10,000 points of slaughter value. Class A ability Stealth successfully copied. Hearing the notification sound, Su-han's heart was filled with joy. But this was far from over. He silently recited another sentence. Consume 100,000 kill points. A-level ability Stealth successfully evolves into S-level ability Invisibility. Immediately, Su-han was overjoyed, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. This was the innate talent of invisibility. How could he not be excited? After a moment of happiness, he took a slight breath and gradually calmed his emotions. The next second, he began reviewing the detailed description of the S-level ability Invisibility. The art of invisibility can make the body transparent, achieving the effect of invisibility, but it can only hide the physical form. Sound and scent cannot be concealed. When an ability user employs this power, they can lurk near enemies, undetected to carry out assassinations, and they can also make objects transparent. For example, the ability user can hide their weapon, causing the enemy to mistakenly believe they are unarmed during an attack, thereby lowering their guard. Final warning, although the art of invisibility can render the body invisible, it can still be detected by some powerful ability users, so use it with caution. After reading this, Su-han's eyes sparkled. The art of invisibility was simply the perfect ability for assassination and escape, absolutely thrilling. Immediately, he opened his attribute panel. Strength 1165, Agility 1167, Constitution 1518, Mental Power 2508. Copied abilities: 1. A-level Poison Immunity, Expert. 2. S-level Invisibility Technique, Beginner. Kill value 7,200 points. Lottery attempts 5,888 points. Agility attribute directly increased by 1,000 points. Truly impressive. As expected of the S-level Invisibility Technique, undoubtedly the ultimate tool for escape. Kill value of 7,200 points. Not bad at all. Seeing these attribute numbers, Su-han couldn't help but cheer inwardly, so excited he almost danced with joy. After a moment, he carefully examined the detailed description of the proficiency in the invisibility technique. Beginner. Invisibility lasts for 1 hour. Can be used again after 1 hour. Proficient. Invisibility lasts for 2 hours. Same as above. Expert. Invisibility lasts for 5 hours. Same as above. Master. Permanent invisibility. In other words, Su-han can currently only stay invisible for 1 hour. Actually, 1 hour is already long enough. After reading all the information, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Guanlinger also stopped demonstrating her stealth ability. Guanlinger, thank you. Su-han suddenly looked into Guanlinger's eyes and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Guanlinger looked puzzled, completely unable to understand why Su-han was thanking her, and then said, the one who should be thankful is me. Then let's thank each other. After speaking, the two quickened their pace. At this moment, on the northwest city wall of Sangbei City, over 100 magic crystal cannons were arranged on the city wall, their barrels uniformly aimed at the vast horde of beasts ahead. Beside each magic crystal cannon stood 2 soldiers, gripping the control levers tightly. Bingley stood at the highest point of the city wall, proudly suspended in mid-air. Her cold eyes gazed at the endless sea of beasts, her face exuding a calm and steady composure. Leading this horde of beasts was a black phoenix engulfed in flames. It hovered high in the air, flapping its fiery wings, and gazed coldly at Bingley and the others on the city wall. Little humans, surrender now. Wait a moment, we will completely flatten this city and leave you with an intact corpse. The blazing black phoenix sneered with contempt. Arrogant, an 8th level blazing black phoenix dares to show off in front of me? You're simply courting death. Today, none of you should even think about going back. Bingley responded coldly, her tone filled with icy killing intent. He, I actually think you're even more arrogant than me. The blazing black phoenix suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing across the heavens and earth. The flames resembled a small sun, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a terrifying level. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she shouted sternly, "Now, I want to see exactly what makes you so arrogant. Brothers, kill, kill, kill. Wipe out every human in this city for me, leave no one alive. Roar, roar. Kill, kill. Exterminate all humans." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding beasts roared in unison. In an instant, endless beasts surged like a tide toward the northwest city wall of Sangbei, overwhelming the sky, a dense black mass, with storm clouds gathering and lightning flashing. This is too terrifying. The soldiers on the city wall trembled at the sight before them, their legs weak and their gazes vacant, completely overwhelmed. There are too many beasts, covering the sky and blocking the sun. It's impossible to count them. Tang Guqian, who had just arrived, felt his heart tighten and drew in a sharp breath, never expecting the beasts to far exceed his expectations. However, he quickly steadied himself, as his resolve to protect Huaxia outweighed his fear. Suddenly, Bingley took a deep breath and softly chanted, "Frozen for miles." In an instant, the temperature of the sky plummeted, and the air became as solid as an ice sculpture, with an unending chill spreading everywhere. Miles of ice rapidly extended, freezing all the monsters in an instant, rendering them immobile. The soldiers on the city walls cheered jubilantly at the sight. "Wow, Lord Ice Seal is so cool. These monsters are simply no match, so weak. His Frozen Miles is absolutely invincible. This is just too powerful." Indeed, Lady Bingley of the Wang Group sealed tens of thousands of monsters with just one move. Incredible, simply unbelievable. Looking at the boundless ice, Tang Guqian marveled inwardly, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. As long as Bingley is here, these monsters are no match, and Sangbei City is saved. This is truly fantastic news. Meanwhile, within the Great Green Mountain, above the 4 areas, 4 rectangular virtual screens appeared. These screens were connected to the tallest building in the center of Sangbei City, displaying a panoramic view of the city, resembling a movie projection. The screens were showing the spectacular scene of Bingley using Frozen Miles to seal tens of thousands of demonic beasts. The hiding civilians and superhumans all looked up at the scene, their faces full of excitement and joy, their spirits lifted. However, the next moment left everyone stunned, their eyes blank. The endless ice in the scene began to crack, accompanied by countless sounds of shattering glass. Eventually, the entire ice layer broke apart and turned to ashes. In the next instant, a blazing black phoenix soared into the sky, radiating endless brilliance like a dazzling sun, its vibrant colors illuminating the entire sky with boundless light. Immediately afterward, the other beasts also woke up one after another, full of vigor and vitality. "Petty human, your Frozen Miles is decent, but it still lacks refinement." In midair, the blazing black phoenix cast a cold glance at Bingley, its words full of contempt. "Lowly human, how dare you dream of freezing our queen? Truly overestimating yourself." Suddenly, the giant sky-black gold ape roared. That's right, Queen, you are mighty. You are our goddess." Beside him, the bloodthirsty minotaur also foolishly echoed with a roar. Slaughter value plus 100. The soldiers on the city wall turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and panic. My Frozen Miles was actually broken by this blazing black phoenix. A trace of heaviness arose in Bingley's heart, and cold sweat slightly seeped from his forehead. Impossible. If she's only an 8th level beast, she wouldn't be able to counter my ultimate move, unless. At this thought, Bingley's expression suddenly turned grim. He hadn't expected that the strength of the blazing black phoenix was not at the 8th level but the 9th. No wonder those 8th tier experts in Bei Huang City were instantly killed by her in one strike. This was the truth. If this were indeed the case, the situation would be troublesome. Although there is only one major level difference between an 8th level beast and a 9th level beast, their strength is worlds apart, completely on different tiers, even if the 9th level is only at the minor stage. Bingley was well aware of this, as he himself had advanced step by step from the 8th tier. Thinking of this, Bingley frowned slightly and muttered to himself, this is really a big problem. Now, the only option is to stall the blazing black phoenix. Killing her is almost impossible. Then the other level 7 demonic beasts will definitely charge into Cheongsong North City, wantonly slaughtering humans. Slaughter value plus 100. He took a deep breath and turned back, solemnly instructing, Mayor Zhang, Tang Guqian, and everyone else, listen to me carefully. We're listening, Lord Bingley. Everyone responded in unison. Right now, I can only deal with that blazing black phoenix. The other demonic beasts will be up to you. Bingley spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions changed drastically, staring at Bingley with puzzled looks. Because the level of the blazing black phoenix has already reached level 9, we were all deceived moved by her. As Bing Li's words fell, the scene instantly became deathly silent, suffocating. They could hardly believe this was true. Wouldn't that mean Sangbei City was about to be breached? The situation was critically dangerous. Brothers, kill. Leave no one alive. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, the blazing black phoenix in midair let out a piercing cry, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demonic beasts surged toward Sangbei City like a tide, forming a dense, dark mass that seemed like the arrival of doomsday, instilling fear in people's hearts. Magic crystal cannons annihilate these beasts with full force. Mayor Zhang Kunming, upon seeing this, immediately ordered the soldiers to open fire. Ignition, launch. The next second, the soldiers responded in unison. Chiu chiu, boom boom, ah ah ah. Over 100 magic crystal cannons fired wildly at the horde of beasts, instantly exploding among them with deafening roars, accompanied by the beasts' shrill screams. Unfortunately, these magic crystal cannons could only harm beasts below level 5. Those above level 5 at most suffered minor scratches and continued advancing step by step. Brothers, let's go together. Zhang Kunming shouted to the heads of the 8 top academies. Good. The 8 people responded in unison. Boom boom. Slaughter value plus 100. Bang bang. Slaughter value plus 100. They launched their supernatural attacks, with wind, fire, lightning, and ice simultaneously striking the group of beasts. Tang Guoqian's face was full of excitement as flames engulfed beasts below level 5. Bing Li stood atop a towering ice pillar, locking eyes with the blazing black phoenix. Soon, both sides made their moves simultaneously, one wielding ice-based powers, the other fire-based skills, intertwining in a scene of ice and fire. Boom! Lightning and thunder instantly tore through the sky, like a bright lightning beacon, ripping apart the densely clouded heavens and plunging the surroundings into darkness. Despite the ferocity of human attacks, the number of beasts was simply overwhelming, seemingly endless. No one knew how much time had passed. Not good. The city gate seems about to be breached. Bing Li glanced at the battlefield, pondering silently, but was powerless. The reason was simple: the blazing black phoenix kept attacking him fiercely, leaving him no time to deal with other beasts. Soon, a large number of low-level beasts finally broke through the gates of Sangbei City and poured into the city. Run! The beasts are here! The citizens evacuating on the streets instantly fell into chaos, their faces pale and trembling uncontrollably, some even forgetting to flee. A furious roar echoed as a massive green-eyed fire lion suddenly smashed a 3-story building, revealing 2 terrified humans, followed by their screams of agony. 10 minutes later, whether nobles or commoners, they were trampled, swatted, or bitten to death by the beasts, leaving corpses strewn everywhere in a horrifying scene. However, most of the casualties were those stubborn commoners who ignored the staff's warnings, dawdled, and refused to cooperate. They deserved their fate. The majority of obedient commoners had already relocated to hide in the Great Green Mountain, where they were safe and sound. After all, the beasts found it difficult to locate the entrance. What? Sangbei City has actually been taken over by demonic beasts? At this moment, Suhan finally emerged from the ghost domain, landing in a hidden corner of a building. He observed his surroundings in secret, his heart immediately overwhelmed with shock. There were too many demonic beasts, densely packed, impossible to count. It was truly terrifying. Although he felt a bit timid, Suhan decided to give it a try. The reason was simple: he held in his hand a butcher knife specifically designed to absorb the essence of demonic beasts, which could be used to enhance its attribute points. Nowadays, with numerous beasts in the city, the speed of leveling up will naturally be very fast. Moreover, he can use the invisibility technique to secretly assassinate the beasts without being detected by the enemy. The opportunity is right in front of him and must not be missed easily. Thinking of this, Suhan silently chanted, "Invisibility technique." In the next second, his body completely disappeared from people's sight, which means he had become invisible. Ordinary beasts cannot detect his presence at all, unless they are those with sharp eyes. Immediately after, Suhan's mind moved, and a rusty pig-killing knife instantly appeared in his right hand. Fortunately, it could also turn invisible, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, his strength and attack power were equivalent to a 3rd-tier strength type, more than enough to slay a 3rd-tier beast. In addition, his agility attribute had exceeded 1,000 points, making his speed exceptionally swift. He exhaled slightly, his figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from where he was, reappearing 100 meters away. Now, he could only target beasts below level 4. Walking on the streets of Sangbei City, boom, bang, various monsters were wantonly plundering the surrounding buildings, most of which were already in ruins, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless human corpses were scattered across the ground, headless bodies, crushed skulls, blood-soaked limbs, and even nauseating intestines. It was a horrifying sight, unbearable to look at. Seeing this scene, Suhan gasped in shock, and a trace of emotion suddenly surged in his heart, no longer as cold and indifferent. The people of Huaxia died so tragically. These beasts are too cruel, truly hateful. From this moment on, he harbored a deep hatred for the beasts, vowing to kill everyone he encountered. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, filled with rage. Kill, kill, kill. There There is a pack of wind wolves ahead. Their levels don't seem high. Soon, Suhan locked onto his first target and quickly ran over. Yes. Upon approaching, he saw the pack of wind wolves surrounding a father and daughter, drooling onto the ground, appearing ravenous. You beasts, eat me first. Don't you dare touch my daughter, or I won't let you off. The father used his massive body to shield his daughter, mustering his courage to shout angrily. However, the wind wolves couldn't understand human speech at all and lunged at the father and daughter with their bloodthirsty jaws. Dad, are we really going to die? Impossible. The daughter in his arms trembled and made a sound. Good girl, with daddy here, we won't die. Absolutely not. The father patted his daughter's body while muttering incessantly, his eyes tightly shut, as if waiting for death to arrive. I believe in daddy, the daughter nodded. At the moment the wind wolves pounced, screams echoed continuously, and they all fell to the ground, dead. Cleaver experience points +8. Slaughter points +1000. Pig slaughtering knife experience points +8. Slaughter value +1000. Suhan stared intently as the pig slaughtering knife absorbed the essence of the wind wolf. The blade gleamed brightly, appearing sharper and no longer worn out. After the absorption was complete, he glanced at the father and daughter and said softly, the wind wolf has been dealt with. You should quickly find a safe place to hide. As soon as the words fell, Suhan's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. The father suddenly opened his eyes and found the wind wolf in front of him dead, bloodstained, but the person who had just spoken was nowhere to be seen. He immediately knelt down in gratitude. They should have gone to Deqing Mountain to seek refuge earlier, but the daughter suddenly fell ill yesterday, constantly convulsing and incoherent. The father had no choice but to stay and take care of her, which caused their delay in escaping. All the way slaughtering. Pig slaying knife experience +8. Slaughter value +1000. Suhan avoided 4th level beasts and specifically targeted 3rd level beasts, slashing wildly with extreme satisfaction. Watching one demonic beast after another fall to the ground, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At the same time, he noticed that each time he slew a 3rd level demonic beast, the butcher knife would gain 8 experience points. Alright, I got it. With this, the speed of leveling up was astonishingly fast. Before long, the butcher knife leapt from bronze to black iron, significantly increasing its attack power and greatly improving the efficiency of slaying demonic beasts. Help! Someone save me! As long as someone saves me, I am willing to give them a lot of money. Suddenly, a middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, desperately crying out for help to those around him. His voice was heart-wrenching, filled with despair. This middle-aged man was the same wealthy individual who had previously resisted the staff. At this moment, he was filled with deep regret. If he had known it would come to this, he would have hidden in the Great Green Mountain earlier. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. 4 or 5 demonic beasts nearby were rapidly closing in on him, their gazes fierce, their blood-red eyes full of hunger. One even licked its dry tongue. Seeing this, Suhan initially intended to slay the beasts one by one. However, upon hearing the middle-aged man's repulsive cries for help, his heart instantly turned cold, and he turned to leave. Such a person deserves to die. Even on the brink of death, they still try to buy their life with money. It's truly speechless. They don't even take a look at the current situation. Don't eat me. Moments later, the middle-aged man's screams were extremely harrowing, as if life was worse than death. Then, it fell silent, completely devoid of sound, and he breathed his last. Roar. Seeing this scene, Suhan shook his head, his gaze icy cold. He flashed to the front of the beasts, swung the pig slaughtering knife, and slashed fiercely at their throats. Pig slaughtering knife experience +8. Slaughter value +1000. Immediately afterward, Suhan quickly left the scene and continued searching for traces of 3rd level beasts. 20 minutes later, he had already taken down quite a few beasts. Pig slaughtering knife experience points +8. Slaughter value +1000. To Suhan's surprise, the pig slaughtering knife upgraded once again, rising from black iron to silver, with its attack power reaching a new level. For him, this was undoubtedly extremely good news. Dong. At this moment, a series of earth-shaking sounds came from behind. Suhan turned around and was instantly stunned for a few seconds. An 8-meter-tall, 10-meter-long green-eyed fire lion, its entire body ablaze with flames, was staring intently at him. Its eyes spewed fury, as if it had already seen through his every move. Initially, Suhan didn't pay much attention and was about to quietly leave, but he quickly realized he was gravely mistaken. No matter which direction he moved, the green-eyed fire lion's gaze remained fixed on him. Can you see my figure? He mustered up his courage and asked softly. The green-eyed fire lion nodded, its eyes full of fury, licking its dry lips. In its eyes, Suhan was nothing more than a delicious and tempting prey, making its mouth water. Suhan stared blankly at the colossal creature, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Just moments ago, he thought he was lucky, but it turned out the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. This green-eyed fire lion is at least a 4th-level demon beast with formidable strength. It can even see through his invisibility technique, truly troublesome. However, Suhan absolutely does not intend to surrender. He is confident he can take down this fire lion for 3 reasons. First, the green-eyed fire lion has a massive body, while he is small and agile, able to dodge attacks at any time. Second, the fire lion has low intelligence and only relies on brute force attacks, as it has not yet reached the 7th level. Third, he can use deadly poison to attack the fire lion's soul, weakening its mobility and causing its mind to become confused. Just as Suhan was thinking, the fire lion could no longer suppress its anger. It kicked its hind legs and lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Hearing the roar, Suhan reacted instantly, his figure flashing as he quickly dodged 100 meters away, avoiding the fierce attack. The fire lion froze. This lowly human had actually evaded it, enraging it further. It immediately turned around and launched another attack. Poison illusion technique. At this moment, a trace of cunning flashed in Suhan's eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he murmured softly. The so-called poison illusion technique is a new move he created by combining poison techniques with the White Fox's illusion realm. It allows him to release deadly poison within the illusion, catching enemies completely off guard. It is particularly effective against low-intelligence demon beasts. As expected, the fire lion fell into the illusion, its face filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably, as if it had seen a horrifying monster. At the same time, its body shook violently, its breathing rapid, clearly poisoned. However, it wasn't long before it surprisingly regained consciousness and shook its head. Suhan was somewhat stunned, not expecting the fire lion to wake up, but then quickly understood. After all, the white fox was only a 2nd-level ghost, and the power of its illusion was limited. Although the blue-eyed fire lion was not very intelligent, its strength was undeniable, having reached level 4. Only toxins had a slight effect on it. Seeing this, Suhan sneered coldly, and with the butcher knife in his hand, he aimed at the blue-eyed fire lion's head and slashed several times mercilessly, as if chopping a pig's head. He had to launch a surprise attack while the opponent was still not fully conscious. After dozens of frenzied slashes, the bloodied blue-eyed fire lion finally couldn't hold on, letting out a mournful howl before collapsing to its death. After the blue-eyed fire lion died, the butcher knife began to absorb the essence within its body. Butcher knife experience plus 16, slaughter value plus 10,000. Seeing the 10,000 slaughter points floating across the screen, Suhan paused for a moment, then took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This level 4 beast was indeed extraordinary, costing him quite a bit of effort. After all, at the same level, the strength of beasts far surpasses that of humans. The combat power of a level 4 beast even exceeds that of a tier 4 ability user. Of course, Suhan is an exception. The higher the level of the enemies slain, the more slaughter points are gained. If he kills a few more high-level beasts, his slaughter points will skyrocket. Immediately, Suhan opened the attribute panel of the pig slaughtering knife to check. Pig slaughtering knife. Type, growth type weapon. Growth value, 1016/10,000. Level, silver, can evolve into blood demon blade. Absorption power, 1115. Suhan carefully calculated that the growth value of a level 3 beast is 8 points, while that of a level 4 beast is 16 points. This indicates that, during this period, he has already slain 125 level 3 beasts and 1 level 4 beast. The efficiency is quite high, and he feels rather satisfied. Before long, he obtained another crucial piece of information. The higher the enemy's level, the faster the efficiency of acquiring slaughter points. There were many high-level demonic beasts here. If Suhan could slay all the demonic beasts below level 4, wouldn't his slaughter points skyrocket like a rocket? Just the thought of it was exhilarating. However, the only way to achieve this goal was to use toxins for area attacks. But the toxicity in his body wasn't strong enough. It could hardly kill level 4 demonic beasts and was even ineffective against powerful level 3 demonic beasts. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for him to raise his toxin proficiency to a master level. For now, the only way to significantly enhance his toxicity was to upgrade the body of 100 poisons. Anyway, his slaughter points had already exceeded 100,000. Copy eye, activate. No time to think further, Suhan silently chanted in his heart, and his right eye immediately emitted a purple halo. Evolution. At the same time, he silently chanted again in his heart. Consumed 100,000 slaughter points, A-level ability 100 poisons body successfully evolved into S-level 1000 poisons body. Hearing the prompt tone, Suhan let out a long breath. He knew that the evolution of supernatural abilities was not guaranteed to succeed, and this time, successfully evolving was purely good luck. If it had failed, the 100,000 slaughter points would have been wasted, and just thinking about it was heartbreaking. He exhaled slightly and then checked the attributes of the 1000 poisons body. The 1000 poisons body is formed by condensing 1,000 types of toxins from the world, refining oneself to become impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and impenetrable by evil forces. In other words, his physical defense had improved significantly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Suhan's mouth as he immediately opened his attribute panel. Strength, 1165. Agility, 1167. Constitution, 6518. Mental power, 2508. Copy ability, 1,000 poison body, expert, 2. 2. Invisibility technique, beginner, slaughter value, 42,200. Lottery attempts, 5, 5888. Next, Suhan silently recited in his heart, 1000 poison technique. The body immediately released a layer of mist-like gas, its color almost indistinguishable from before. Seeing this, he instantly understood the changes that were about to occur. Then, Suhan silently chanted again, and the pig slaughtering knife instantly appeared in his right hand. He softly called out, transform. In the next second, the pig slaughtering knife transformed into a blood-drenched blood demon blade. The blood demon blade had a stylish appearance, with exceptional toughness and sharpness, and the dragon head on the back of the blade added an extra touch of majesty. After playing with it for a while, Suhan retrieved a mid-grade level 4 crystal core from the corpse of the green-eyed fire lion. Next, he took out all the level 4 and level 5 crystal cores and began enhancing his mental strength, as his foundation was already very solid. After a period of absorption, he finally advanced from the 3rd tier minor achievement to the 4th tier minor achievement. His mental power attribute instantly soared from 2508 points to 10,000 points. The 100 poisons body ability successfully evolved, and his realm improved along with it. Double the joy. On the northwest city wall, in midair, two figures were staring at each other, neither able to gain the upper hand, only managing to restrain one another. Petty human, your strength is nothing special, haha. The blazing black phoenix glanced at Bingley, her tone full of contempt. Her task was simply to hold off this human in front of her, nothing more. As for the siege, she would leave it to her subordinates to accomplish. Bingley did not respond, merely staring coldly at the blazing black phoenix. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inwardly, he was extremely anxious. If the blazing black phoenix continued to stall him, Sangbei City would eventually be overrun by the massive horde of monsters, and countless civilians would perish in the flames. Such an outcome was something he absolutely could not bear to witness. Boom! Ice and fire intertwined, alternating between cold and hot. Before long, the two people and one beast engaged in another round of fierce clashes. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's over. Sangbei City is completely finished. Mayor Zhang Kunming watched as swarms of low-level beasts surged through the city gates, despair flooding his heart. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet his hands continued to fiercely battle a high-level beast. At present, the high-level beasts were being held back by human experts, but tens of thousands of 3rd and 4th level beasts rampaged unchecked, plundering the city without restraint. The cries of citizens who failed to evacuate in time echoed across the land, their screams unending. Damn it! There are way too many beasts this time. Tang Guoqian, also engaged in combat with a high-level beast, was stunned by the current situation. Even though he had defended Lulan before, he had rarely seen such an overwhelming beast tide. It seemed endless. Ha! Now our brothers have already invaded Sangbei City and are enjoying delicious human flesh. I'm craving it so much. I want to go and satisfy my appetite too. The bloodthirsty minotaur suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared angrily at the sky, licking its tongue. Stupid bull, it's simple. Just kill the humans in front of you, and then you can go, right? You are so stupid. The black gold ape nearby mocked sarcastically. Stupid monkey, I'm not dumb, just a bit slow. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll teach you a lesson. Slaughter value plus 100. The bloodthirsty minotaur glared fiercely at the black gold ape, signaling it to stop arguing. Alright, enough talk. I'll kill the human in front of me first, then go eat human flesh. Same here. With that, the black gold ape and the bloodthirsty minotaur charged fiercely at the two from the 8 academies. Damn beast, courting death. The conversation between these two demonic beasts completely enraged Feng Deming, and he unleashed his strongest attack without hesitation to confront them. At this moment, boom, bang, tens of thousands of low-level demonic beasts flooded into Sangbei City, wantonly plundering as numerous buildings collapsed with a crash. What's going on? The number of demonic beasts keeps increasing. Suhan, who had just slain a level 4 saber-toothed tiger, was utterly astonished and completely baffled. He originally planned to use poison to kill these low-level demonic beasts, but hesitated when he thought about the many ordinary citizens in the city. If he released poison, the demonic beasts would die, but humans would also be unlikely to escape unscathed. More critically, he didn't have any antidote elixirs on him. At the moment, Suhan could only wield the blood demon blade, slaying the low-level demonic beasts one by one, with extremely slow efficiency. Moreover, his invisibility time had run out, leaving him fully exposed, and he would have to wait an hour before he could turn invisible again. The time goes back to before Suhan appeared. However, inside the Great Green Mountain, virtual images were suspended mid-air in 4 areas. The people all looked up at the images, their faces filled with fear and their mouths agape. Is this the end of the world? It's over. Sangbei City has been overrun by a massive number of beasts. The urban area has turned into a living hell. Everything is gone. If these beasts discover Daqing Mountain, what will we do? Yeah, we won't be able to resist this terrifying horde of beasts at all. No. The crowd discussed anxiously, each trembling with fear, their eyes filled with despair. Not even the ability users below the 4th tier were spared. No one had expected the beasts to actually finally conquered Sangbei City. They could only watch helplessly as their beautiful homeland was destroyed, unable to do anything. Their hearts were filled with pain and endless resentment. Meanwhile, in an open area of Zone 1, isn't that Su-han? Suddenly, a student exclaimed. Yeah, why is he wandering around Sangbei City? Isn't that courting death? Another student nearby also recognized him. As the two finished speaking, the others around them also noticed this scene. Su-han is really bold. Who gave him the courage to wander around Sangbei City like this? Could it be Liang Jingru? He's done for. He'll be devoured by the beasts any moment now. Standing in the corner, Bai Ling Xue also noticed Su-han's figure and was momentarily stunned. Then, overwhelmed with joy, tears glistened in her eyes. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Su-han is still alive. Suddenly, she thought of something, her face turned deathly pale, and her body trembled slightly. How could Su-han appear in the city? He will definitely die. What should we do? At the same time, what on earth should we do? As she spoke, Bai Ling Xue stood frozen in place, completely stunned and at a loss. Look quickly. A massive level 4 saber-toothed tiger is charging rapidly towards Su-han. At this moment, a student cried out in alarm. It's over. Su-han is going to die. A nearby student chimed in. Bai Ling Xue was instantly awakened by these two exclamations. She slightly raised her head to look at the scene in the sky, her face turning as pale as paper, and she screamed heart-wrenchingly. No, don't. You. After shouting, she tightly closed her eyes, not daring to look directly at the tragic scene. However, the next moment left everyone completely stunned. In the scene, Su-han remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, his figure moved, and in an instant, he was beside the level 4 saber-toothed tiger. However, the next second, he drew the butcher knife in his hand and slashed fiercely at the tiger's neck. Blood spurted out instantly, splattering all over the ground. The level 4 saber-toothed tiger's entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud, undoubtedly dead. Meanwhile, Su-han's butcher knife was absorbing the essence from its body. Pig-killing knife experience plus 16. Slaughter value plus 10,000. Everyone in Area 1 was dumbfounded, completely stunned. What's going on? A level 4 saber-toothed tiger was actually killed in seconds by Su-han? The knife in his hand seems to be a butcher's knife. Oh my god. What? A butcher's knife? A butcher's knife can slay a powerful 4th level demon beast? Impossible. Su-han's strength is terrifying. No wonder he dares to wander around the city without fear of demon beast attacks. The crowd buzzed with discussion, hardly able to believe their eyes, utterly shocked. Listening to the discussions around her, Bai Ling Xue suddenly opened her eyes, overjoyed and trembling uncontrollably, her chest heaving violently. Su-han isn't dead. This is wonderful. However, Su-han never expected to be exposed to everyone's gaze, as if he were in the world of Truman. If he knew the truth, he would definitely hide immediately. After all, he didn't like showing off and always preferred a quiet and low-key life. After dealing with that 4th level saber-toothed tiger, he flickered and disappeared 100 meters away, continuing to slay the beasts. As time passed, Su-han noticed that the number of beasts not only didn't decrease but actually increased. In other words, a large number of low-level beasts were continuously pouring into the city. This is absolutely not a solution. Seeing this, Su-han stopped in his tracks, his brows slightly furrowed. Although the butcher knife can instantly kill these beasts, the efficiency is too low and it takes too long. The main issue is that he only has 2 hands, not 8 hands or countless clones. Moreover, the citizens in the city are suffering from fierce attacks by a large number of demonic beasts, resulting in heavy casualties and a tragic scene beyond description. In the eyes of his classmates, Su-han is a cold and ruthless person with a sharp tongue, but that is not actually the case. He simply speaks little, dislikes talking too much, and just wants to quietly be a handsome man. The casualties among the citizens did, in fact, stir something in his heart. Thinking of this, he murmured softly to himself, "It seems I need to do something." After speaking, his gaze turned to the tallest building in Sangbei City, the Sangbei Tower, with a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. The next second, Su-han swiftly dashed in that direction. At the same time, Su-han's figure appeared in the virtual screens of all 4 areas of Dacheng Mountain. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation. What is Su-han trying to do? Is he not going to continue slaying the beasts? Look, the number of beasts in the city is increasing. There's no way he can kill them all by himself. Could Su-han be thinking of escaping? After all, at this rate, his stamina will eventually run out, and he'll be close to death. But where can he escape to? Both inside and outside the city are filled with beasts. There's no way out. Who knows? Sigh. Everyone began to discuss. No one knew how much time had passed. Su-han held a pig-slaughtering knife, slaying low-level monsters along the way, advancing swiftly without any difficulty. Pig-slaughtering knife experience plus 8. Slaughter value plus 1,000. Pig-killing knife experience plus 16. Slaughter value plus 10,000. Almost there, it's close. He looked up and muttered to himself. With that, Su-han quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the base of the Sangbei Tower. The Sangbei Tower is the tallest building in Sangbei City and also the most fortified high-rise, constructed constructed with black iron. He rushed up in one go. Soon, Su-han reached the top floor and entered the broadcasting room, which was filled with various equipment. This was the place used to spread messages. After some adjustments and exploration, he finally got it working. The next second, Su-han sat in front of the microphone, took a deep breath, and then his clear voice rang out through the microphone. Citizens of Sangbei City who are still in hiding, please pay attention and listen carefully to what I have to say. I have a good way to save you. As long as you follow my instructions, there's an 80% chance of survival. Next, a large amount of white mist will appear in the air. Do not inhale it through your nose, or you will die instantly. I'll say it again. Do not inhale this mist, or you will die immediately. I hope you remember my words and strive to live on. As the words fell, Su-han let out a long sigh of relief. Now, this was all he could do. Whether the hiding citizens were willing to listen or not was no longer his concern. Besides, these third and fourth level monsters had low intelligence and couldn't understand human speech at all. This is also the reason he came up with this method. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. The citizens trembling and hiding within various buildings heard the words on the broadcast and were instantly overjoyed, their faces lighting up with long-lost smiles. Just moments ago, they were still deeply regretting not going to Dachingshan to hide earlier. Now, heaven has suddenly given them a glimmer of hope, and they must seize it tightly. After all, no one wants to die. Being alive is the foundation of everything. As long as they are alive, everything else is not a problem. At this moment, these people finally saw the true essence of life, and perhaps their personalities will undergo a dramatic change in the future. Everyone at Daching Mountain was stunned by this scene, completely unable to understand what Su-han was planning. Su-han actually wants to rescue the citizens in the city. It's simply unbelievable. How is that possible? It's almost impossible. The city is full of monsters. I really want to see what method he has. I'm quite curious. However, when Bai Ling Shue heard Su-han's words, she already understood what he intended to do. She knew that Su-han had awakened 3 types of abilities, one of which was the poison type. While everyone was discussing fervently, Su-han walked out of the broadcasting room, stood at the top of Sangbei Tower, and overlooked the entire Sangbei City. Most of the buildings have been destroyed, and the streets are filled with 3rd and 4th level beasts, striking fear into people's hearts. From the northwest direction, lightning and thunder occasionally roar, deafening and terrifying to the extreme, echoing throughout the land. Without time to think further, Su-han tightly closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart, "Art of thousand poisons, reveal yourselves." Moments later, a mist-like gas emerged from his body, quickly spreading in all directions. These toxic fumes rapidly spread to every corner of Sangbei City. Soon, many 3rd and 4th level demonic beasts were poisoned, inhaling the toxic gas that caused dizziness and blurred vision. Their internal organs began to churn, gradually darkening, and they let out agonized howls of woe amidst the pain. In less than 5 minutes, some of the demonic beasts completely collapsed. Their bodies were covered with dense black pores, horrifying to behold, with white foam coming out of their mouths, dying in an extremely tragic manner. Before long, agonized howls echoed throughout Sangbei City, shaking the heavens and earth. A large number of demonic beasts turned into corpses one after another. Seeing the slaughter value skyrocketing, Su-han was overjoyed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, he truly struck it rich. As long as he possesses hundreds of millions of kill points, he won't have to worry about anything anymore. By then, he can replicate more powerful and interesting talents and abilities. Immediately after, his strength will keep growing. He knows well that in this world, only by being strong can one avoid being eliminated or killed, and also earn greater respect. And everyone at Daching Mountain was dumbfounded, staring blankly as one beast after another fell in the image. The mist released by Su-han can actually poison the beasts in the city to death. This is absolutely incredible. Whoa, holy crap, damn, This is utterly terrifying. I can hardly believe my own eyes. They're dead, all these beasts are dead, we're finally saved. Su-han is the great hero of Sangbei City. Slaughter value plus 1,000. Slaughter value plus 10,000. Slaughter value plus 10,000. Slaughter value plus 1,000. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, and then a wave of joy surged in their hearts. As long as all the beasts in the city were dead, their lives would no longer be in danger. On the northwest city wall. Why are the low-level beasts in the city all running out? What's going on? Mayor Zheng Kunming, who was fighting fiercely, noticed the anomaly, his heart tightened, and he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that a powerful figure has come to support Sangbei City? It's highly possible. As this thought emerged, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. Sangbei City finally had a turning point. For him, this was undoubtedly tremendous news, as it seemed fate had not completely abandoned Sangbei City. Soon, others on the city wall also noticed this scene. Shocked at first, they then revealed joyful smiles. Good, that's great. Reinforcements from Sangbei City have arrived. Heaven has eyes. The crowd murmured softly, their eyes brimming with tears. On the other side, many high-level beasts were stunned upon seeing this and immediately communicated with the low-level beasts that had fled outside the city, quickly learning explaining the reason for their escape. Truly despicable humans, they don't even spare their own kind, daring to release poison within the city. Heartless and ruthless, absolutely cruel. Today, you will surely die. I will avenge my brothers. Leave none of these humans alive. Kill them all. Kill for me. As soon as the words fell, the black gold ape roared angrily toward the direction of the city wall. Kill, kill, kill. Roar. With the roar of the black gold ape, other high-level demonic beasts also began to howl. The sound made the humans on the city wall pause slightly, as if they were gradually understanding the reason. Someone is poisoning inside Sangbei City? Who on earth did this? Could it be that another ruthless individual has emerged, seeking revenge on humanity? This is terrible. Jiang Kunming thought to himself, his face instantly darkening. After all, the incident of Li Jinglong poisoning people was still fresh in his memory. At the same time, he quickly connected the dots between the two. Without time to think further, Jiang Kunming immediately used his ultimate move to counter as the beast was closing in. Boom! Bang bang! The skills of both sides clashed fiercely. Dark clouds gathered, lightning roared, and ice and fire intertwined. An hour passed. All low-level monsters within Sangbei City were completely wiped out, poisoned to death without exception. Outside the city, numerous low-level monsters, afraid to enter, could only cheer and support the high-level monsters. Standing at the top of the Sangbei Tower, Suhan witnessed this scene and still did not stop releasing the thousand poisons technique. The reason was simple. If the poisonous gas in the city dissipated, low-level demonic beasts would once again flood in madly, with unimaginable consequences. So he could only continue doing this. Although it was somewhat regrettable that these demonic beasts died, the essence within their bodies had long been depleted by the poisonous gas. This means that Suhan's butcher knife cannot finish off the beasts and absorb their essence, otherwise his level would skyrocket. However, the slaughter value is different. As long as the beasts die, the slaughter value will continue to increase, even if they are poisoned to death. Thinking of this, Suhan's heart was already eager, and he quickly opened his attribute panel. Mental power, 10,000. Kill value, 100860000. Number of draws, 55888. Seeing this data, Suhan was stunned for a few seconds, so shocked that he could hardly believe his eyes. Holy crap, damn, that's incredible. The kill value actually broke through the sky, reaching over 100 million points. Then, he rubbed his eyes and carefully counted again, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, brother, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather. It was indeed 9 digits. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a billionaire from his past life, so rich it overflowed. Respected by everyone, no matter where he went, there was always a group of people following him and flattering him. However, the feeling of being rich is truly exhilarating. He exhaled slightly, allowing his inner self to gradually calm down. Although he possessed over 100 million kill points, if he didn't convert them into strength, they would ultimately remain as a dull string of numbers, devoid of any practical significance. Currently, he had 2 S-level innate abilities. At his disposal, one was the 1000 poison body, and the other was the art of invisibility. Though vastly different, each had its own merits. The 1000 poison body was primarily used for group attacks, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. Of course, if Suhan's proficiency reached the master level, he would be able to control the toxins at will, even altering their direction. The art of invisibility, on the other hand, leaned more towards assassination and escape, excelling in single-point breakthroughs. Thinking of this, Suhan murmured softly, both of these S-level abilities are extremely outstanding. Why not evolve them together, since I have enough kill points anyway? Without thinking much, Suhan silently chanted, and his right eye immediately emitted a layer of purple halo. Evolution of the 1000 poison body. He chanted again silently. Consuming 1 million points of slaughter value, S-level ability 1000 poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. Listening to the system's prompt, Suhan was stunned for a few seconds, a vague sense of foreboding rising in his heart. What's going on? Wasn't the ability evolution successful in one go before? Why does it require waiting this time? Truly speechless. Name, Suhan. Talent, Copy I. Strength, 1165. Agility, 1167. Constitution, 6518. Because evolving an ability from B level to A level, or from A level to S level, is relatively simpler. Copy ability, 1000 poison body, expert, 2. Invisibility technique, beginner. But evolving from S level to SS level is extremely difficult and carries a certain failure rate, so you understand. The system suddenly whispered an explanation in Suhan's ear. System, don't suddenly pop up and scare people to death. Suhan was startled. After all, he had just been immersed in thought. You aren't even afraid of ghosts, yet you're afraid of me? Besides, I'm much more handsome than a ghost. The system responded coldly. Suhan was speechless, rolling rolling his eyes. I've never seen you before. For all I know, you might be a she-male. You're the she-male. Your whole family are she-males. The system exploded in anger. Resentment value from the system plus 50. Su-han was stunned, not expecting such a strong reaction from the system, even generating resentment points. Maybe it really is a demon. Evolution of S-level ability 1000 poison body failed. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Failed? Let's get to it. Copy I, activate. Su-han was even more speechless, feeling helpless in his heart, and could only accept reality. 1 million slaughter points, just like that, were gone. It truly hurt, just like in his previous life when he gambled in Macau, betting 1 million in a showdown, only to lose it all. This kind of feeling was hard to describe. Continue evolving the 1000 poison body. Su-han gritted his teeth. Consuming 1 million slaughter points, the S-level ability 1000 poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. Ding. Not long after, S-level ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Failed again? At this moment, Su-han was a bit flustered, his body trembling slightly. Another million slaughter points lost. His luck was just too bad. Fortunately, his slaughter points were abundant, exceeding over 100 million. Continue evolving the 1000 poison body. Consuming 1 million kill points, S-class ability 1000 poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. 2 minutes later, S-class ability 1000 poison body evolution failed. Failed again? No way, don't mess with me, my heart can't take it. Su-han was stunned for a moment, then started complaining. 3 million kill points completely wasted, not a single gain. This is driving me crazy. Su-han was furious, almost losing his mind. At this moment, he finally understood the saying, take a gamble, turn a bike into a motorcycle, take another gamble, turn a motorcycle into a jeep. But despite his anger, evolution had to continue. He didn't believe his luck would always be this bad. Continue evolving the 1000 Venom's body. Consuming 1 million slaughter points, S-level ability 1000 Venom's body is evolving. Please wait patiently. It didn't take long. S-level superpower 1000 poison body evolution failed. Hearing that familiar sound of failure, Su-han was already numb inside and silently recited, continue evolving the 1000 poison body. Ding. Consuming 1 million slaughter points, S-level superpower 1000 poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. The 8th evolution. The S-level ability 1000 poison body has successfully evolved into the SS level 10,000 absolute poison body. As soon as the words were spoken, Su-han let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relief. A total of 8 million slaughter points had been spent, leaving over 92 million slaughter points remaining. This was still acceptable to him. He exhaled softly, his mood gradually calming. Then, Su-han began to examine the attributes of the 10,000 absolute poison body. The 10,000 absolute poison body is formed by condensing all the poisons in the world, refining them into oneself. It is indestructible, impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and resistant to all demonic and ghostly entities. The 10,000 absolute poison bodies released 10,000 absolute poison technique possesses an extremely potent and domineering toxicity, capable of killing most level 7 beasts and incapacitating most level 8 beasts, provided the proficiency level reaches the master level. Ding! Seeing this, Su-han couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This poison could directly kill a level 7 beast. It was truly overwhelming. After all, to him, a level 7 beast was as easy to control as humans controlling ants. If he possessed an SSS level poison body, wouldn't he be able to easily kill level 8 beasts? Thinking of this, his heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps he could really evolve into an SSS level poison body. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, his mood instantly improved. The next second, Su-han silently recited, evolution, absolute poison body. Consume 10 million slaughter points. SS level ability absolute poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. 5 minutes later, SS level superpower absolute poison body evolution failed. Upon hearing this news, Su-han's heart remained as calm as still water. Perhaps he had already become numb. Besides, as long as he successfully evolves into an SSS level poison body, the kill value would no longer be an issue. He could easily earn it back by casually releasing some poison techniques. Just like someone with a monthly salary of billions wouldn't even blink when spending millions. Continue evolving the absolute poison body. Su-han silently chanted again. Consuming 10 million kill points, SS level superpower absolute poison body is evolving. Please wait patiently. 5 minutes later, SS level superpower absolute poison body evolution failed. Continue evolving the absolute poison body. Ding! It reached the 12th evolution. SS level supernatural ability, absolute poison body successfully evolved into SSS level calamity poison body. Hearing this voice, Su-han was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into wild joy, jumping excitedly in place, clenching his fists tightly, producing crackling sounds. It finally succeeded. This is amazing. When the 10th evolution failed, his heart wavered a bit. After all, there were only 2 chances left. When the 11th attempt failed, he was almost in despair, feeling that his luck was just too bad. bad. By the time of the final evolution, he kept silently chanting in his heart, "Heavens, please open your eyes, I beg you." Unexpectedly, the heavens really did open their eyes. Ding! Calming his excited emotions, Suhan checked the attributes of the Calamity Poison Body. The Calamity Poison Body is formed by condensing countless poisons in the world, refining oneself to become indestructible, impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and capable of exposing all demons and ghosts. The Calamity Poison techniques released by the Calamity Poison Body are enough to poison most level 8 beasts to death and stun most level 9 beasts, provided the proficiency reaches the master level, as expected by Suhan. System: can the SSS level Calamity Poison Body continue to evolve? Impossible, it's already max level. The system responded coldly. Suhan softly uttered an hymn and opened his attribute panel. Physique, 66518. Mental power, 10,000. Copied abilities, 1. Calamity Poison Body, Beginner, 2. Invisibility, Beginner. Kill value, 860000. Lottery attempts, 55888. His physique directly skyrocketed by more than 60,000 points, truly impressive. However, the proficiency of the Calamity Poison Body was still only at the beginner level, which left Suhan quite puzzled. Ding! Because the toxicity of the Calamity Poison Body is extremely strong, you must start practicing again, the system explained. Alright, Suhan nodded helplessly, understanding the reasoning behind it. Although the proficiency of the Calamity Poison Body is only at the beginner level, its toxicity is still potent enough to kill most level 5 demonic beasts and paralyze most level 6 demonic beasts. Alright, that's acceptable. Ding! Watching the slaughter value plummet, Suhan couldn't help but feel a sense of bankruptcy. Just moments ago, he was a billionaire, but in no time, he had fallen to a modest middle-class level of a few 100,000. The dramatic ups and downs of life were truly nerve-wracking. Fortunately, the ability evolution succeeded, otherwise, it would have been a situation that left him wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. Letting out a light breath, Suhan was about to practice the Calamity Poison technique but suddenly thought of something and stopped. The poison of the Calamity Poison technique was too potent, and the slightest mistake could be fatal. The next second, Suhan looked toward the northwest city wall. Using the ability of his copy eye, everything ahead came into view, leaving nothing hidden. Human ability users were still fiercely battling high-level beasts, with lightning and thunder intertwining and dark clouds pressing down, making it hard to determine the victor. A large number of low-level beasts, however, dared not intrude into the city. Come back! Seeing this scene, Suhan instantly understood, withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, activated the mantra of the Calamity Poison Body, and softly called downward. Ding! As soon as he finished speaking, his body became like a black hole, rapidly drawing in the white mist from all directions. Half an hour later, the poisonous gas in Sangbei City was completely absorbed by Suhan, and the environment returned to its original state. After completing these tasks, he went straight to the broadcasting room and immediately said, "All the low-level monsters in the city are now dead, and the poison gas has dissipated. Ding! Everyone, quickly find a safer place to hide. If the monsters break in again, there will be no escape." Hearing this, the citizens who had been hiding and covering their noses were stunned for a moment. Then, long-lost smiles appeared on their faces as they began to step out of their hiding places. Soon, they took to the streets and saw a large number of foul-smelling, pitch-black beast corpses fleeing hastily in the direction of Dacheng Mountain. Seeing this, Suhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The recent use of the Thousand Poisons technique had consumed a significant amount of his mental energy, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted, so he began to slowly recover his strength. I thought I was going to be devoured by the beasts. I never expected to survive. It feels so good to be alive. Thank you to that mysterious person for the rescue. I'm truly so grateful. Ding! These beasts are too terrifying. I was so scared I almost wet myself. I need to hide quickly. Thank goodness, I'm still alive. From now on, I will turn over a new leaf and never make mistakes again. That mysterious person is practically my savior. The surviving citizens of Sangbei City ran toward the direction of Dacheng Mountain while excitedly discussing. At this moment, they were filled with gratitude for Suhan's life-saving grace, and their hearts were deeply remorseful for their past mistakes. All the people and ability users of Dakingshan witnessed the virtual scene before them, stunned and rooted to the spot. This, Suhan is freaking amazing. He actually did it and saved the citizens of the city. I remember Suhan awakened both the purple eyes and strength abilities. I never expected him to awaken the poison ability as well. Awakening 3 abilities is simply unbelievable. I heard that there are very few students in Huaxia who have awakened 3 systems, less than 100 people, and Suhan is one of them. I really envy him so much. Although his talent is outstanding, what I admire most is his courage. He has the spirit of standing alone against countless enemies, which is truly admirable. We all feel ashamed. Suhan is the hero of Sangbei City, an absolute great hero. Suhan is so handsome. This is what the prince on a white horse in my heart should look like, a true hero. Now I've decided, I will officially pursue Suhan. At this moment, Bai Ling Shua stared blankly at the virtual image of Su Han, stunned, but the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. At this moment, the arrogance in her heart quietly dissipated, transforming her into a gentle little woman. An hour later, on the northwest city wall, bang bang, name, Su Han, talent, copy I, strength, 1165, agility, 1167. The intense battle between advanced ability users and high-level beasts continued. However, after a prolonged confrontation, the advanced psychics were severely drained of their mental energy, both physically and mentally exhausted. Mayor Zhang, my mental energy is severely depleted. I can't hold on much longer. Mo Faison, the head of Guangshan Academy, whispered to Zhang Kunming. Brother Mo, hang in there. Victory will surely be ours. Keep it up. Mayor Zhang Kunming glanced at him and comforted him. In fact, his own mental strength was also stretched thin, but for the sake of preventing Sangbei City from being occupied by beasts, he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving for one last effort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain, I can't hold on much longer. A panting young man spoke to Tang Wuqiang. Xiaofeng, never give up. Remember our mission and goal, to protect the people of Sangbei City. As long as you keep this in mind, your body will be filled with strength. Tang Wuqiang encouraged the young man. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xiaofeng took a deep breath, silently recited the phrase, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as his fighting spirit reignited. Brothers, these lowly humans are almost done for. Let's give it our all and finish them off together. Kill, kill, kill. The massive black gold ape noticed something unusual about the humans opposite it and let out an earth-shaking roar that echoed in all directions. Alright, I'm filled with strength. Brothers, charge with me. The bloodthirsty minotaur roared and followed. Moments later, boom, roar. These high-level beasts intensified their attacks, their ferocity terrifying enough to make one's blood run cold. Zhang Kunming and the others' expressions changed drastically, with some even turning as pale as paper. No one had expected that the high-level beasts on the other side still had such abundant strength. Everyone felt deeply troubled and could only rely on their faith to hold on. Bang bang. In an instant, the high-level ability users were completely overpowered by the high-level beasts, and it seemed they wouldn't last much longer before a total collapse. My hand is broken. Soon, someone was injured by a high-level beast and screamed in pain. Not good. It seems something's wrong over there. Bingley, who was fighting the blazing black phoenix, noticed the anomaly. His expression changed slightly, and he felt an unbearable anxiety. Unfortunately, he couldn't free himself at all. Little human, are you trying to save your companion? As long as I'm here, don't even think about succeeding. The blazing black phoenix seemed to see through Bingley's thoughts and sneered mockingly. You! Bingley's face turned pale with anger. That little human over there is about to give up. When the time comes and only you're left, I'll have a good time playing with you. Hee hee hee. The blazing black phoenix saw Bingley's face grow increasingly grim and let out a mocking hee 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 laugh. Meanwhile, as the human and beast bickered, the battle on the other side had already reached a fever pitch, with humans at a disadvantage and the beasts holding the upper hand. Brothers, let's give it our all. We must never bow to these beasts. Even if we die, we will die fighting. Tang Wuqiang suddenly roared angrily at the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the city wall froze, their expressions changed abruptly, their eyes turned red, gleaming with a strange light, and their fighting spirit ignited instantly. Kill, kill, kill. Slay these beasts. We must never let the beasts breach Sangbei City and protect every inch of Huaxia's land. The crowd seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, angrily roaring at the sky. Lowly humans, even if you shout until your throats are hoarse, you are no match for us. Brothers, charge. At the same time, a roar came from the opposite side, and the black gold ape was equally unyielding. Exactly, I'm going to kill you all. The bloodthirsty minotaur nodded in agreement. The next moment, the two sides clashed again. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, deafening and surrounded by dense dark clouds. Despite humanity's high morale, they still could not withstand these superior beasts. Before long, Zhang Kunming and the others were forced to retreat, their expressions extremely grim, as a deep sense of despair surged in their hearts. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. It's over, truly over. Even the once-spirited Tang Wuqiang appeared somewhat dejected, his eyes dim and lifeless. Sorry, I'm late. At that moment, a magnetic voice emerged from the group of beasts. The next second, wisps of black gas rose from the beast group, rapidly spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed. Wherever the black gas passed, wails echoed continuously. A large number of beasts below level 6 collapsed and died, while level 6 beasts fainted directly. Level 7 beasts looked grim, feeling dizzy, disoriented, and even nauseous. What's happening? My head feels so dizzy. The bloodthirsty minotaur shook its head vigorously. Not good. We've been poisoned. Brothers, hold your breath quickly. Boom! The black gold ape suddenly realized and shouted around. But it was too late. The black gas had already spread rapidly among the beasts. What? An expert has come to save us? Zhang Kunming was dumbfounded at the sight, then overjoyed. That's great. Such a potent poison. Tang Wuqiang felt a chill in his heart. This poison is too powerful. Most of the beasts are perishing. Dead, ha, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. My god, I'm speechless, all I can say is amazing. Finally, an expert has come to save us. Sangbei City is saved. But why can't I see the person who released the poison? So strange. I didn't see them either. The ability users on the northwest city wall witnessed this scene, stunned and speechless, then became incredibly excited. They had originally fallen into despair, awaiting the slaughter by the beasts, but unexpectedly, a poison-type expert appeared out of nowhere. This was fantastic news. Everyone was finally saved. Well done. Bingley also noticed the situation here, and her heart was instantly filled with joy, but she then slightly furrowed her brows. He did not see any trace of that poison expert, as if the figure had suddenly vanished. This time, only he was sent to Sangbei City for the beast-tide rescue, and it seemed there were no other experts. Then who exactly is this poison expert? Could it be that person from the Soul Group? Impossible. After pondering for a long time, Bingley still couldn't figure out the other party's identity and had to give up. What? Almost all my subordinates are dead. Damn it. Where did this human poison expert come from? This is infuriating. I must take this guy down. However, the blazing black phoenix saw the situation before her, froze for a few seconds, and then gritted her teeth as she began searching for that poison expert. She searched all around but found nothing. Roar! How could this be? Impossible. That poison expert seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could he know invisibility magic? Very likely. Thinking of this, the blazing black phoenix turned to look for another figure, but moments later, she was stunned again. The level 4 green-eyed fire lion was nowhere to be seen, clearly already poisoned to death. But what she didn't know was that the green-eyed fire lion had long been slain by Su-han. At this moment, Su-han was having a great deal of fun. Slaughter value plus 100,000. Watching the slaughter value continuously rise, Su-han couldn't stop grinning. As long as he remained silent, no one could detect his presence. If they could, they would have already. What's more, he had no intention of revealing himself, not even in front of his human companions. Boom. The reason is simple. Once his identity is exposed, high-level demonic beasts might come to assassinate him, and he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, Su-han is only 18 years old, with limitless potential. Moreover, his toxins are extremely lethal to these demonic beasts, terrifyingly so. As the saying goes, a monstrous genius must be eradicated early, or the consequences will be endless. Regarding this, Su-han was well aware that he must act cautiously and proceed low-key. Time passed little by little. Half an hour later, the beasts were either dead, unconscious on the ground, or delirious. None of them were in a normal state. Dream on. Only the condition of the blazing black phoenix was slightly better. Brothers, attack. Bingley immediately issued the command. Yes, Lord Bingley. The ability users on the northwest city wall responded in unison. Whoosh. The next second, they seemed to be energized, unleashing their ultimate moves to fiercely attack the beasts below. The flaming black phoenix's expression changed drastically, hurriedly summoning the remaining beasts to flee in panic. Seeing this, everyone immediately erupted in victorious cheers. These beasts are fleeing like rats. This is hilarious. Protect Sangbei, protect Huaxia. If our mental strength weren't slightly weaker, not a single one of them would have escaped. It's great that Sangbei City was defended. We have to thank that poison-type expert. He saved us and saved Sangbei City. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. Yeah, but where is he? Listening to the discussions from all directions, Su-han took advantage of the invisibility before it ended, quietly slipped into the city, and hid. After Su-han left, Bingley and the others searched several times but couldn't find the poison-type expert, ultimately having to give up. Perhaps the person was just passing by, lending a hand casually, without intending to show up. Or maybe he doesn't like being ostentatious and is accustomed to acting low-key. No matter the reason, they were all immensely grateful to that poison-type expert. If not for his appearance, the entire Sangbei City would likely have been trampled by the beasts, with civilians suffering tragic deaths and widespread devastation. Bang bang. More critically, the northern pass would have been completely lost. The living space of the Huaxia nation would have been further diminished. Even if they die in battle, such an outcome must never be tolerated. Protecting the territory of China is an unshirkable responsibility for every Chinese citizen. After failing to locate the poison-type expert, they had no choice but to clean up the remains of the beasts on the ground. Although many ability users and civilians were lost in resisting the fierce attacks of the beasts, they also gained a large amount of resources, such as the beasts' crystal cores. Such a result can already be considered good. Half an hour later, Su-han quietly returned home. Before he could even sit down properly, the phone rang. What is it? Su-han asked. Su-han, you are now the great hero of Sangbei City, a true hero. I am proud of you. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. What do you mean? Su-han pretended to be confused, but a storm was raging in his heart. He had been extremely cautious in his actions, so logically, no one should have found out. How did Bai Ling Xiaoen know about this? Still dare to pretend? Stop pretending. We've been watching your every move for a long time. Bai Ling Xiaoen said with a smile. You guys? This time Su-han was truly stunned. Bai Ling Ling Shua then briefly recounted the situation. After listening, Su-han was at a loss for words and remained silent. What kind of situation is this? It turns out I've been exposed under everyone's eyes all along, just like a live broadcast. The most exasperating part is that I was completely unaware of it, utterly speechless. However, there was one thing that made Su-han feel relieved. People seem to have not discovered his invisibility technique yet, which eased his mind considerably. Since things had already developed this way, it seemed he could only hide for the time being and wait for the situation to calm down before coming out. After all, he preferred a quiet life. There's one more thing I want to tell you. At this moment, Bai Ling Shua's voice sounded again. What is it? Su-han asked. Su-han, Bai Ling Shua suddenly became so nervous that she couldn't speak for a moment. After all, she had never actively confessed to a boy before. It was always boys who expressed their feelings to her. What are you talking about? Hurry up and say it. Su-han was a bit helpless. I like you. Bai Ling Shua took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Like me, however. Su-han was stunned, his head buzzing. Oh my god. The school beauty Bai Ling Shua actually confessed to him. I want to be a couple with you. What do you think? Seeing that Su-han didn't respond, Bai Ling Shua could only muster her courage and continue speaking. After all, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back, only Cupid's arrow. No way. Su-han decisively replied with 2 words. The reason is simple. I haven't fallen for you yet. Bai Ling Shua responded helplessly. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she added, but I will definitely make you fall for me, that's for sure. Then I'll wait and see. Su-han smiled. Didn't Bai Ling Shua know that confessions over the phone and WeChat were pointless? That was his experience from his previous life. Just wait and see. Bai Ling Shua's lips curved slightly upward, exuding considerable confidence. Can I go to your house to find you? No. Why? Bai Ling Shua asked, puzzled. Slaughter value plus 1,000. Slaughter value plus 10,000. I want to be alone, Su-han replied simply. Slaughter value plus 10,000. Who is Jingjing? Bai Ling Shua asked. Playing dumb. Su-han rolled her eyes. Oh, then I'll call you during class. Then I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Su-han let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally lie down quietly for a while. Releasing the poison of calamity had drained all his mental energy, leaving him utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. So tired, he just wanted to have a good sleep. It seemed that he would need to visit the Kaiyuan Trading Company in the future to buy some spirit recovery pills to carry with him for emergencies. The so-called spirit recovery pills were medicines that could quickly restore the mental energy of ability users. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep. 10 hours later, Su-han opened his eyes, quickly got out of bed, and prepared to start the day's tasks. The next second, he opened the attribute panel and discovered that the kill value had exceeded 100 million again. However, this time, Su-han was not as excited as last time. His heart remained calm, appearing unusually composed. What surprised him was that the resentment value had actually surpassed 10,000. This could only mean that those high-level demonic beasts harbored extreme hatred toward him, as they possessed a certain level of intelligence. System, I want to draw a prize. Su-han silently recited. Okay, host. The system responded coldly. Boom. First consecutive draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained 1 primary super strength pill. Second consecutive draw. Thank you for your patronage. Third consecutive draw. Thank you for your patronage. Sixth consecutive draw. Thank you for your patronage. Seventh consecutive draw. Thank you for your patronage. Eighth draw. Thank you for your patronage. Ninth draw. Thank you for your patronage. The 10th consecutive draw. Congratulations on winning. Obtained 1 basic super agility pill. This time the luck was really bad. Only 2 pills were won in 10 consecutive draws. Truly speechless. So Su-han carefully checked the attributes of the pills in the inventory. Super power pill. Main function. The primary super power pill can increase strength by 10,000 points. The intermediate super power pill increases strength by 50,000 points. And the advanced super power pill can boost strength by 100,000 points. Super agility pill. Main function. The primary super agility pill can increase agility by 10,000 points. The intermediate super agility pill boosts agility by 50,000 points. And the advanced super agility pill can increase agility by 100,000 points. A super elixir can increase attributes by at least 10,000 points. Absolutely incredible. Su-han was overjoyed, and a smile instantly spread across his face. The next second, he directly took out a beginner-level super strength pill from the inventory, placed it in his palm, and stared at it for a few seconds. This thing is actually as big as a watermelon? No wonder it's called the super strength pill. Looking at this thing, Su-han couldn't help but feel helpless. He held it in both hands and started gnawing on it. Gnawing on a pill? Who eats it like this? Truly speechless. He gnawed for a full 5 minutes before finishing it, his stomach feeling bloated and uncomfortably full, and he couldn't help but burp. However, he felt his strength had increased tenfold compared to before, and he could punch a full-grown elephant to death with one one blow. His physical toughness had also risen to the dark gold level, becoming indestructible. Immediately after, he took out a beginner-level super agility pill, which was also the size of a watermelon, and quickly ate it. Suddenly, the body felt much lighter, as soft as cotton. With a gentle jump, it could reach the ceiling. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Next, Su-Han prepared to evolve the invisibility technique, with success entirely dependent on luck. Silently reciting in his heart, his right eye immediately emitted a layer of purple halo. Evolution of the invisibility technique, he silently recited again. Consuming 1 million slaughter points, S-level ability invisibility technique is evolving. Please wait patiently. 2 minutes later, Great S ability stealth technique evolution failed. Seeing this result, Su-Han was already prepared in his heart. Continue evolving the stealth technique. 2 minutes later, S-level ability stealth technique evolution failed. The 18th evolution of stealth technique, S-level ability stealth technique evolution failed. 38th evolution of the invisibility technique, S-level superpower invisibility technique evolution failed. 58th evolution of the invisibility technique, S-level superpower invisibility technique evolution failed. The 99th evolution of the invisibility technique, the S-level superpower invisibility technique has successfully evolved into the SS-level Azura invisibility. Hearing this news, Su-Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. 99 times, a full 91 times more than last time. The slaughter points were completely wiped out, a total of 99,990,000 points, almost a billion. He suddenly felt a bit of heartache. He let out a slight breath. System, do you know why? Su-Han asked. Because your first innate ability successfully evolved to SSS level, the success rate of evolving your second innate ability has decreased, and the same goes for the third innate ability, and so on. Why? In short, the success probability of evolving your innate abilities will become smaller and smaller. You need to be mentally prepared. Oh, I understand. Su-Han immediately grasped it. Alright, this is similar to the double color ball lottery. The probability of winning with 5 balls is higher than with 6 balls. The logic is similar. The next second, he checked the attributes of the SS level Shura Stealth. Shura Stealth not only has the stealth feature but also increases the probability of evading enemies' physical and magical attacks. For example, when enemies launch a sneak attack, you can sense their presence and have a certain chance to dodge the attack. Moreover, the Shura's stealth state appears mist-like, capable of concealing its aura to avoid detection, and its movement speed is twice as fast as before. Su-Han's eyes immediately lit up. Anything else? This skill is truly awesome. Yes, he originally intended to continue upgrading the SS level Shura Stealth to SSS level. Go ahead. The kill value is far from enough, at least several billion points. It's simply terrifying. This thought was quickly dismissed by him. Although Su-Han can now obtain a large amount of kill value, several billion kill value points are still an astronomical figure for him. That's not hundreds of thousands, but billions. Not to mention he would have to poison hundreds of thousands of level 4 or higher beasts to gather that much. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. This time, he managed to gain over 1 billion slaughter points purely by luck. It just so happened that a large number of demonic beasts were attacking Sangbei City, and only 3rd and 4th level beasts had entered the city, giving him a rare opportunity to slip through. Next time, there won't be such a good chance. He took a deep breath. Su-Han checked his attribute panel and found that his strength and agility had indeed each increased by 10,000 points, while his slaughter value had dropped to just over 20 million, which was barely acceptable. At this moment, his strength was already incredibly powerful, and ordinary geniuses were no match for him, as he could easily defeat them in an instant. Next, Su-Han took out hundreds of crystal cores from his inventory and placed them on the bed, where they sparkled brilliantly. These crystal cores were collected after he released the poison of calamity outside the northwest city wall, poisoning and killing the beasts. Okay. The crystal cores ranged in levels from 4 to 6, with the majority being of low quality, a few of medium quality, and only a handful of high-quality crystal cores. Not a single top-grade crystal core. It seems that top-grade crystal cores are indeed extremely rare and hard to come by. Okay. Due to time constraints, Su-Han could only excavate these few hundred crystal cores at the time, missing out on the opportunity for tens of thousands, which inevitably made his heart ache a little. However, Su-Han does not plan to advance his realm again immediately. After all, he had just advanced to a higher realm, and he needed time to settle, solidify his foundation, and only then could he go further. In a few days, he planned to go to the Kaiyuan Trading Company to buy some medicinal pills for replenishment. At this moment, in the meeting room of the tallest building in Sangbei City, the Sangbei Tower. This time, you all performed exceptionally well, defending Sangbei City without a single person retreating or giving up. I feel truly gratified and honored. As descendants of Huaxia, each of us must shoulder this mission and responsibility. Never give up, never back down. We must never let those monstrous beasts trample on Huaxia's land and harm innocent people. Absolutely not. Bingley, seated at the head, spoke forcefully, his expression stern. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below was instantly filled with fervor. Each person stood tall with their chests out, brimming with energy, their eyes shining with resolute determination. Very good, excellent. Bingley glanced around at everyone, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked, who poisoned the tens of thousands of low-level demonic beasts in the city? At this moment, Mayor Zhang Kunming stood up and cupped his hands in response. Bingley was slightly taken aback, shook her head after a moment of contemplation, and then turned to Zhang Kunming. Which expert? He probably doesn't qualify as an expert, Zhang Kunming replied after some thought. Oh, how so? Bingley immediately became interested. Because Suhan is a student in Class 8, Grade 12 of Sangbei 6th High School, who just turned 18 and recently awakened his innate ability. Zhang Kunming explained. After all, this information was told to him by Tang Guoqiang, who happened to be Suhan's homeroom teacher. A Grade 12 student? Just awakened? Bingley couldn't help but be stunned. Lucky wheel, 10 consecutive draws begin. He simply couldn't associate a recently awakened Grade 12 student with a powerful individual capable of poisoning tens of thousands of demonic beasts to death. You should know that newly awakened students have very weak mental strength, and their level is only at the first stage. Being able to kill a level 1 beast is already considered impressive. However, the beasts within the city are generally at levels 3 or 4, and their numbers are vast. How could a newly awakened senior high school student possibly poison these beasts to death? This is almost impossible, unless their talent is extraordinarily exceptional. Are you sure there's no mistake? Bingley's eyes were full of doubt. Absolutely no mistake. The people of Duching Mountain witnessed this shocking scene with their own eyes. It can't be fake. Then what level of supernatural talent did he awaken? He awakened a tri-elemental ability. 3 systems? Bingley was stunned again, then urgently asked, which 3 systems? One is E-level purple eyes, the second is A-level strength, and the third is the poison system, though I'm not sure about the specific level, Zhang Kunming said slowly. After hearing this, Bingley drew a sharp breath, her brows slightly furrowed. The talent levels of the first 2 elements are not high, and could even be described as poor. But that poison element talent is definitely very high, at least SS level. Otherwise, there's no way to explain Suhan poisoning tens of thousands of 3rd and 4th level demonic beasts. After all, students who can awaken 3 element abilities are rare prodigies in the Huaxia nation. Lord Bingley, actually, Suhan is my student. At this moment, Tang Guoqiang stood up, cupped his hands, and said, what kind of person is he? Low-key, quiet, smart, patriotic, just a bit sharp-tongued. Good personality. I like him very much. Bingley nodded with satisfaction. If Suhan's strength is strong enough in the future, I might consider recruiting him into the king group. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below was shocked, their eyes gleaming with envy. It is well known that the king group is not something ordinary people can join. Even monstrous geniuses must go through rigorous assessments. The group consists of only 8 members, each incredibly powerful, highly respected, and admired. It can be said to be second to none, above all others. Now, with Bingley's recommendation, as long as Suhan's future strength is not too inferior, he has a high probability of entering the king group. This is truly enviable. Thank you, Lord Bingley. Tang Guoqiang was extremely excited. As Suhan's homeroom teacher, he felt genuinely happy for his student's achievements. Being able to nurture such an outstanding student is truly an unparalleled honor. You're welcome. After all, Suhan is the great hero of Sangbei City, Bingley said calmly. In fact, Suhan had helped him a lot at critical moments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to complete his mission. So, he owed Suhan a favor. Do you think Suhan might be the poison-type expert outside the city? Suddenly, Feng Deming, the person in charge of the Magic City Academy, asked. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone immediately fell into deep thought. Upon careful consideration, it did seem possible, as both were poison-type ability users. No, impossible. Zhang Kunming shook his head, denying this speculation. Feng Deming asked curiously. Because the poison released by Suhan is white mist, while the poison released by the poison expert outside the city is black gas. The two are completely different. Zhang Kunming explained in detail. Everyone suddenly saw the light, as if they all understood the difference. Mayor Zhang, since Suhan is the great hero of Sangbei City, you must reward him well, Bingley reminded. Of course. At that time, I will erect a magnificent hero statue of Suhan in the city center, so that the citizens can look up to him as a role model, Zhang Kunming said with a smile. Not bad. Bingley nodded in satisfaction, then stood up and announced, today's meeting ends here. Dismissed. 10 days later, the beasts on the streets of Sangbei City had been completely cleared, leaving only some severely damaged buildings still under repair. The citizens gradually resumed their lives, but the flow of people on the streets had noticeably decreased, and the city was no longer as bustling and lively as before. Perhaps some people were still immersed in panic and had not fully recovered. During this time, Suhan stayed quietly at home and did not go out. The landlord, Wang Muqing, occasionally dropped by for a visit, and classmates from his class expressed their concern through phone calls. The homeroom teacher even personally called to urge him to focus on cultivating his abilities, saying that great opportunities awaited him in the future. As for what those opportunities were, Tang Wuqiang did not elaborate, likely to prevent Su Han from being distracted by them and delaying his cultivation, which would be counterproductive. Although he stayed at home all day, Su Han was not idle. He diligently studied the poison of calamity, striving to raise his proficiency to a mastery level. However, the difficulty was immense, leaving him struggling without much reward. The mental exhaustion was overwhelming, almost draining him completely. As expected of an SSS level ability, it was truly extraordinary. Today, he plans to visit Xiaoen Trading Company to buy some supplies like elixirs. Walking on the streets of Sangbei City, although there were fewer people, it was still bustling, and the vast majority of shops were open for business. Su Han's appearance quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Look, isn't that the great hero Su Han? It's true, he actually went out. Taking a closer look, he really is handsome, young, and promising. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. He instantly killed that level 4 saber-toothed tiger with a butcher knife. That move was so cool. This is a rare opportunity. Hurry up and take a photo to post on Moments and praise him properly. Copy I, activate. Su Han, I love you. People were talking excitedly. Listening to these words, Su Han felt a bit strange and uncomfortable. He had never liked such noisy scenes, so he neither smiled at the people around him nor greeted them but quickened his pace. No matter where he went, someone would recognize him, which made him somewhat irritable. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "Damn, I've actually become a celebrity in Sangbei City. From now on, I'll have to wear a mask when I go out, and maybe ask Tony to give me a more ordinary haircut." Ding! He was well aware that he was too handsome, attracting too much attention. The only solution was to get a less eye-catching hairstyle and keep a low profile. After who knows how long, Su Han finally arrived in front of the Xiaoen Trading Company. Wow, isn't this Su Han? I'm so excited. Just stepping into the store, a stunning beauty in a cheongsam with an outstanding temperament instantly lit up and couldn't help but scream, "It's really Su Han. I adore you so much. You're my Prince Charming, my great hero." Another equally elegant beauty beside her chimed in. Su Han just slightly raised his head, smiled at the two beauties, and said nothing more before walking straight in. After he walked away, the beauty on the left suddenly sighed. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for an autograph." "It's okay, we'll ask for an autograph together when he comes out." The exceptionally graceful beauty on the right smiled and said, "Alright." The moment they saw Su Han, the two beauties seemed to forget the basic etiquette of welcoming guests and hurriedly walked toward the pill section. "Hello, sir, may I ask what you would like to purchase?" At this moment, a tall beauty dressed in a black suit approached with a smile. Su Han, with his back to her, did not recognize her. "I want to buy pills," Su Han said straightforwardly. "What kind of pill?" "Rejuvenation pill." "Alright, let me introduce it to you." After speaking, the tall beauty walked up to Su Han, glanced at him casually, and was immediately stunned. She asked in confusion, "Are you Su Han?" Su Han nodded. "It's really you. That's great." The tall beauty instantly became excited. "Miss, don't get too excited. Let's quickly get down to business." Su Han shook his head helplessly. Now, everyone who saw him would get excited, which made him very uncomfortable. However, he couldn't change it and could only silently accept it. "Please take a look yourself first. Wait for me for a moment, I'll be right back," the tall beauty said to Su Han with a smile. After speaking, she turned and quickly ran inside. Su Han looked bewildered, thinking to himself, what on earth is going on? He was just here to buy some pills. There was no need to make such a big fuss. Not long after, an elderly man in his 50s, dressed in luxurious attire, of medium build but appearing robust, approached with a weathered smile on his face and respect in his demeanor. He spoke in a reverent tone. "Young friend Su Han, your arrival brings great honor to the Xiaoen Trading Company." "You flatter me, sir," Su Han responded calmly. "I'm not joking. If it weren't for you, the Xiaoen Trading Company would have been devastated by those beasts, with significant losses. That's why I must properly thank you," the system explained. The elder approached and said to Su Han with a smile, "You are too kind. I merely did what little I could," Su Han replied with a faint smile. At that time, he noticed that the beasts in the city were only at levels 3 or 4, which gave him the courage to rush out and slay them, primarily to enhance the attribute points of his butcher knife. If the beasts had been level 5 or higher, he would have stayed far away and never risked being a hero. After all, staying alive is the ultimate priority. Anyway, you have slain numerous monsters and saved the people. You are the great hero of Sangbei City, the elder said with deep respect. Alright. Su Han nodded helplessly, unable to deny it, as it was indeed the truth. "By the way, I am Guo Digang, the owner of Xiaoen Trading Company." The old man suddenly remembered something and introduced himself. "Guo Digang?" Su Han was stunned for a few seconds and muttered, "Can you perform crosstalk?" "No. Since you've come to Xiaoen Trading Company, all the treasures you purchase today will be free of charge," Guo Digang said with a smile. "Really?" Su Han's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true. I'm the boss, and what I say goes." "Then I won't hold back." "Don't hold back. Take as much as you want. Much appreciated." As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Digang turned around and instructed the tall beauty behind him, "Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin, take good care of our young friend Suhan. Make sure not to neglect him. Understood, boss, Xiaoqin replied with a respectful smile. Young friend Suhan, I'll head upstairs first. Take your time to choose. With that, Woody Gang walked inside. Next, under Xiaoqin's enthusiastic hospitality, Suhan only took some essence recovery pills and did not take any other treasures. If he took more, he would feel embarrassed, and besides, he had no use for the other treasures since he could obtain them through the system. Xinjia, thank you for your hospitality. I should be heading back now, Suhan said with a smile. Ha, you're only taking these essence recovery pills? You don't want any of the other treasures? Xiaoqin was greatly surprised. No need. Let me remind you, if you miss this chance, there won't be another. Next time, it'll cost you. Then why are you returning it? Because I only need these revitalization pills for now, nothing else, Suhan said with a slight smile. Fine. Xiaoqin rolled her eyes, speechless. Moments later, Suhan walked out of the Kaiyuan Trading Company. After he left, Xiaoqin immediately rushed upstairs. What? Suhan only took some revitalizing essence pills? Woody Gang was also very shocked. Yes, boss, Xiaoqin nodded. Great, worthy of being the great hero of Sangbei City, Loki, brave, unselfish, exceptionally intelligent, patriotic. Such a monstrous genius is precisely the kind of talent that the Huaxia nation urgently needs. Arriving at the classroom, Suhan returned to his seat. With his appearance, the classmates immediately burst into excitement. Our great hero is here. As Suhan's classmate, I feel incredibly honored. Even my neighbors are praising me. From now on, I want to learn from Suhan and protect Huaxia. The classmates discussed fervently, but no one stepped forward to disturb him, as everyone knew Suhan preferred quiet. Not long after, Shua hurriedly walked into the classroom. Upon seeing the school beauty appear, the boys in the class were completely captivated, their eyes fixed on her graceful figure, unable to help swallowing nervously. However, Shua did not head to her seat but instead walked straight to the back of the classroom, stopping in a corner. The classmates, seeing this, seemed to have already guessed what was about to happen. Suhan, can I sit here? Shua asked. Suhan didn't even look up and calmly refused. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted into another commotion. Wow! Suhan actually turned down even the school beauty by Shua's invitation. Truly a great hero. I feel ashamed in comparison. If Shua invited me, I'd be willing to die for it. But alas, Suhan, you're so cool. Hearing the chatter around her, Shua turned her head and let out a cold snort, instantly silencing the classroom. No one in the class dared to offend her. After all, she had awakened an SSS level innate ability, making her a favored child of heaven with a future of limitless potential and $1 million annual salary ahead. Suhan, Shua, return to your seat. I have an announcement to make. At this moment, Tang Guoqiang walked to the podium, looked around at the entire class, and said in a cold tone, Suhan, homeroom teacher, I want to sit with Suhan. Shua did not move and coldly responded, I don't want to. Suddenly, Suhan interjected, why? You'll disturb my studies. Everyone was speechless. Suhan's words were truly shameless. Although he was the great hero of Sangbei City, Shua was, after all, an SSS level talent. Moreover, her academic performance was consistently excellent, while Suhan had been at the bottom for years. Shua stared blankly at Suhan, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. She had originally planned to sit with Suhan, gradually develop feelings, and eventually make him fall for her. But he completely disregarded the plan and outright rejected her. She hadn't even taken the first step, so the second, third, or even the 10th step was out of the question. This Suhan was truly like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. However, she would not give up so easily. Tang Guoqiang, standing on the podium, was also surprised, his eyes fixed on Suhan. In his view, Shua was beautiful and charming, perhaps not to the point of being breathtaking, but enough to make any man's heart flutter, just like how women feel when they see a beautiful dress. He hadn't expected Suhan to reject her, leaving him utterly shocked. If it were him, he would have agreed immediately. Alright, Shua, since that's the case, hurry back to your seat, he said. Tang Guoqiang said indifferently. Oh, Shua nodded, turned around, and jogged back to her seat. You all did very well, cooperating perfectly with the staff's arrangements. I am very pleased. After Shua sat down, Tang Guoqiang spoke slowly. Speaking of this, he turned his gaze to Suhan in the last row and continued, next, I want to give special praise to Suhan. He poisoned a large number of low-level demon beasts invading Sangbei City and saved many citizens, greatly reducing the city's losses. Suhan is the great hero of Sangbei City. You should take him as an example and protect every inch of Huaxia's land. As soon as the words were spoken, the room immediately erupted into enthusiastic and continuous applause. Suhan slightly raised his head, looking forward with a calm expression, as if Tang Guoqiang's praise was not directed at him. The applause lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading away. Suhan, is there anything you'd like to say to everyone? Tang Guoqiang asked. Study hard and make progress every day. Suhan stood up and said simply. The classmates were speechless. speechless once again. Any thoughts? Tang Wuqiang asked again. Be a good person. Su Han raised his hand and scratched his head. Sit down. Tang Wuqiang shook his head helplessly. Su Han was indeed a conversational black hole. His words were simple yet hit the nail on the head. Although he didn't say much, every word hit the mark and went straight to the core. Su Han then sat down. Tomorrow, you and Bai Lingsno will go to Sangbei Tower. Tang Wuqiang went straight to the point. Su Han and Bai Lingsno both nodded in agreement. Soon, a day passed. Sangbei Tower, inside the conference room. As soon as Su Han and Bai Lingxue entered the room, they were surrounded by a group of people. Mayor Zhang Kunming, along with the heads of the 8 academies, showered Su Han with praise. However, in the face of these compliments, Su Han's expression remained calm and unperturbed. He had been praised so often recently that he had grown accustomed to it, his heart long since numb. Su Han, what reward would you like? Zhang Kunming asked. I don't want a reward. Su Han shook his head, his tone serious. As a citizen of Huaxia, protecting Sangbei City is my duty and obligation. I don't need any reward. Good, well said. Zhang Kunming praised repeatedly. The others also cast approving glances, their eyes shining with admiration. Although what you said is correct, the reward must still be given. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the people of Sangbei City. Must it be given? Certainly. Then give me 20,000 crystal cores. Su Han said casually. After all, he had poisoned tens of thousands of demonic beasts outside the city, and those crystal cores rightfully belonged to him. Losing them for nothing left him feeling somewhat unwilling. Everyone was speechless. Su Han was really asking for the moon. Truly admirable. They themselves didn't even have that many crystal cores. After all, resources in the Huaxia nation were scarce, and crystal cores could only be obtained by killing demonic beasts. I'm afraid we don't have that many crystal cores, Zhang Kunming said with an awkward smile. Those 2,000 should be there, right? Well, no. Zhang Kunming's face turned slightly red. Most of the beast cores from the monsters outside the city had been taken away by Bingli, leaving only about 2,000, which had to be evenly distributed, otherwise, there would be complaints from everyone. As the mayor, he was quite troubled. Then how many are there exactly? Su Han asked curiously, secretly wondering. That shouldn't be the case. So many monsters were poisoned outside the city. Logically, there should be tens of thousands. 200 beast cores. Do you think that's acceptable? Zhang Kunming asked tentatively. Alright, 200 it is. Su Han noticed Zhang Kunming's unpleasant expression and seemed to sense some hidden matters, so he nodded. Okay. Zhang Kunming let out a long sigh of relief but felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. He never expected to be led by the nose by a senior high school student, which made him feel a bit humiliated. Moments later, Su Han took the 200 crystal cores and immediately pocketed them. With the rewards distributed, the meeting officially moved on to the main agenda. After these days of discussion, we have devised a new selection and assessment method. Su Han, Bai Lingxue, and Yuan Feng will directly advance to the choice of higher academies, while the remaining students will compete for the remaining 7 spots through strength duels. Do the 3 of you have any objections? Feng Deming, the head of the Magic City Academy, stood up and slowly addressed the 3 students. After all, Bai Lingxue and Yuan Feng had awakened SSS level innate abilities, while Su Han had awakened triple element talents. All 3 of them were exceptionally gifted prodigies with immense potential for cultivation. Why? Moreover, Sangbei City is located in a remote area, with scarce resources and limited room for growth. Only by entering higher education institutions in developed cities can their abilities be maximized. These institutions are rich in resources and highly competitive, capable of unleashing the potential of extraordinary talents. In the future, the Huaxia nation will need them to protect their homeland and resist foreign enemies. Su Han and the other 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads to indicate no objections. Alright, please choose the higher education institution you wish to enter, Feng Deming said, turning his gaze to the frail boy on the far left. Yuan Feng, you choose first. Okay. Yuan Feng nodded, took 2 steps forward, looked around, and frowned slightly, as if still hesitating. The 8 leaders also focused their attention on Yuan Feng, their expressions calm and unperturbed. The reason was simple. Although Yuan Feng's talent was SSS level, it was of the wood element, which belonged to a supportive system, such as healing and other spells. The drawback was weaker offensive power and less physical strength, making him suitable only as the team's backup. However, support personnel were equally indispensable, complementing each other. No matter which academy Yuan Feng chose, it would be acceptable. Therefore, they all remained composed. I choose Kyoto Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Feng finally made his decision. As soon as he spoke, the 8 representatives were slightly surprised, especially Feng Deming. No one expected Yuan Feng to ultimately choose Kyoto Academy over the renowned Modu Academy. After all, Modu Academy is hailed as the top institution in Huaxia, a dream university for all students. However, they could understand, as Kyoto Academy's strength is also not to be underestimated. Brother Gu, congratulations. Feng Deming congratulated Gu Sicheng. everyone. Yes, quite lucky indeed. Duan, the person in charge of Hanwoo Academy nearby, also chimed in. Likewise, Gu Xiqing's face blossomed into a smile. This time, 8 officials came to Sangbei City to pre-select talents, each bearing heavy responsibilities and definitely not idle visitors here for leisure. Each person must recruit at least one student to take back, or they will face penalties, such as deductions from their monthly salary or year-end bonus. Of course, the punishment standards vary among institutions. Completing the task, however, comes with generous rewards. He became the first to complete the task, and naturally, his heart was filled with joy. Next, it was Bai Lingshua's turn to choose a higher institution. This time, the 8 leaders couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Bai Lingshua had awakened an SSS level ice element, with extremely powerful attack capabilities and equally astonishing growth potential. Every top academy longed to have such a genius. This time, she should choose the Magic City Academy, someone speculated. Feng Deming squinted his eyes, staring at Bai Lingshua, silently contemplating in his heart. With Yuan Feng's precedent, he dared not jump to conclusions. Although the Magic City Academy was the top institution, students' choices were unpredictable and could defy expectations at any moment. I hope for a miracle that Bai Lingshua will choose Hanwoo Academy. Duan silently prayed in her heart. It seems Bai Lingshua won't choose Guangshan Academy. Sigh. The person in charge of Guangshan Academy, Mo Fei, let out a long sigh. Bai Lingshua hadn't even glanced at him, her eyes constantly shifting between the 3 prestigious schools of Jingdu, Modu, and Hanwoo. The head of Jiangnan Academy, Su Yian, frowned slightly, his expression complex, lost in thought. I choose the Magic City Academy. Bai Lingshua's gaze finally settled on Feng Deming. That's more like it. Feng Deming's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. The other leaders also congratulated Feng Deming one after another, and he thanked them all in return. Finally, it was Su Han's turn to choose a higher academy. He took 2 steady steps forward, looked around, his expression as calm as ever. At this moment, the 8 representatives of the higher academies were so nervous they almost held their breath, as if waiting for exam results to be announced. Some even had sweat forming in their palms. They all admired Su Han's triple element talent and growth potential. The poison element talent is highly offensive, excelling in assassination and covert operations, and also possesses group attack skills with astonishing power. More importantly, Bing Li's royal group had promised to endorse him. If a certain academy were to cultivate a member of the royal group, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation among all higher academies and across the entire Huaxia. I choose Jiangnan Academy. Amidst the crowd's tension, Su Han calmly made his decision. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was utterly shocked. Even Jiangnan Academy's representative, Su Yian, couldn't hide his surprise. No one had expected Su Han to choose the lower-ranked Jiangnan Academy over the top-ranked Modu Academy or the second-ranked Kyoto Academy. It was simply unbelievable. What? Su Han actually chose Jiangnan Academy. Then wouldn't I have to be separated from him? Wait, I want to choose Jiangnan Academy too. Bai Lingshua stared blankly at Su Han, her heart shaken, her face instantly turning pale. She had thought he would choose the Modu Academy just like her, but unexpectedly. Su Han, can I ask why you chose Jiangnan Academy? Feng Deming suddenly spoke, his tone full of reluctance, unwilling to easily give up on such a monstrous genius. Okay, Brother Feng, that's where you're wrong. Why should you need to know the reason for their choice of academy? Are you planning to poach from Jiangnan Academy? Standing beside him, Su Yian's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, Brother Su, I didn't mean it that way, I was just purely curious. Don't be upset. Seeing Su Yian's change in expression, Feng Deming quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Oh, that's good. Su Yian breathed a sigh of relief. Su Han had finally chosen Jiangnan Academy, and no one wanted to let go easily. I chose Jiangnan Academy because Su Han had just spoken halfway when he suddenly stopped. Before the voice had faded, everyone's gaze focused on him, filled with curiosity and doubt, as if they were all eager to hear the answer. Because of what? Feng Deming asked urgently. No comment. Su Han gave a mysterious smile. In fact, the real reason he chose Jiangnan Academy was because of a treasure map of a secret realm given to him by a mysterious figure in the ghost domain. And the secret realm was hidden somewhere in the space near Jiangnan Academy. He vaguely felt that this secret realm held extraordinary significance for him. Everyone rolled their eyes one after another, full of helplessness. Is Su Han really joking with them? Stirring up trouble for no reason, he sure has some nerve. Although Su Han annoyed everyone, they couldn't be bothered to argue too much. After all, he was just a senior high school student, and mischief was common at that age. They were long used to it. Alright, now that the higher education institution has been chosen, the meeting is adjourned. Feng Deming immediately stood up and announced as soon as Su Han made his choice. Can I choose a different higher education institution? At that moment, a clear voice rang out in the silent conference room. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward the speaker, their faces full of confusion. Bai Lingshua's expression was icy, yet under the gaze of the crowd, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a freshly bloomed peony. Both noble and delicate, exceptionally captivating. Bai Ling Shua, are you dissatisfied with the Magic City Academy? Feng Deming's face darkened, and he questioned sternly. Wasn't Bai Ling Shua publicly humiliating him? I didn't mean that. Bai Ling Shua's expression was flustered. Then what do you mean? I just want to choose the same prestigious university as Su-han, she said softly, then glanced at Su-han beside her. This scene was witnessed by everyone, and they suddenly realized, so Bai Ling Shua likes Su-han. She actually chose Jiangnan Academy for him. They expressed their understanding of this, but Feng Deming felt a bit helpless in his heart. The Modu Academy had just lost an SSS-level monstrous genius for no reason. Alright, Jiangnan Academy has gained another SSS-level monstrous genius, hee. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Su Yian was secretly overjoyed. Su-han was initially a bit confused, but then felt a slight emotional stir. He hadn't expected Bai Ling Shua to give up the Modu Academy for him, leaving him with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Yes, although Su-han usually appeared cold and arrogant, he was ultimately flesh and blood, with emotions and desires deep within. However, he actually didn't want Bai Ling Shua to change her choice because of him. The reason was simple. Modu Academy had richer resources and was better suited for her development. As for him, it didn't matter which academy he attended. Oh, Bai Ling Shua, since you've decided to go to Jiangnan Academy, then I'll support your decision. Feng Deming took a deep breath, just about to make an announcement. Su-han suddenly interrupted him. Everyone's gaze once again turned uniformly towards Su-han. I have something I want to say to Bai Ling Shua, my apologies. Su-han quickly apologized to everyone. After speaking, he gave Bai Ling Shua a look, and she immediately understood. A moment later, the two left the meeting room and went to a corner of the hallway. Su-han looked directly into Bai Ling Shua's eyes and succinctly expressed what was on his mind. Bai Ling Shua seemed to have some understanding after hearing this. If you really like me, you should go to the Magic City Academy. That way, we can improve together and grow together. Maybe your strength will surpass mine in the future. After all, it's only in solitude that one can unlock their potential. At this point, Su-han added another sentence. Alright, in the future, I will definitely surpass you, for sure. Just wait and see. Humph. Bai Ling Shua listened to Su-han's advice, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Feeling the other party's concern, she secretly felt pleased and let out a light hum. Alright, I'll wait. Su-han smiled. The two returned to the meeting room. I still choose the Magic City Academy, Bai Ling Shua said softly, glancing around. 10 minutes later. Good, very good. Feng Deming nodded excitedly. Alas, the Modu Academy has lost an SSS-level monstrous genius for nothing. Su Yian's face was desolate. The ups and downs of life were truly too thrilling. Meanwhile, deep within the Yunluo mountain range, a resplendent palace stood tall amidst the scene, soaring hundreds of meters high, majestic and magnificent, elegant and noble, leaving onlookers in awe. At the top of the structure was a carving of a black phoenix, its head held high as it soared above the clouds. I know. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the grand hall was heavy, with only the sound of the beast's heavy breathing reverberating like a low hum. Seated at the head was a cold and stunning woman dressed in black silk. Her skin was as white as snow, her blue pupils slightly narrowed, and her gaze exuded a chilling, murderous intent. That aura of menace caused fine beads of sweat to form on her brow, while her thick, jet-black hair further accentuated her unparalleled beauty. Upon closer inspection of her flawless and coldly elegant face, it was not difficult to recognize her as the 9th-level beast, the blazing black phoenix. Standing below were several level 7 or higher demonic beasts. This time, the plan failed, and the culprits are those two poison-type experts. If it weren't for them, we would have already taken Sangbei City and occupied the north. Truly infuriating. The blazing black phoenix scanned the surroundings coldly and spoke, her expression dark and severe. Having just broken through to level 9, she had planned to take advantage of this period to swiftly conquer northern cities and expand her sphere of influence. Yet, she never expected to encounter two tough opponents along the way. No, to be precise, only one of them was truly formidable. The mysterious and stealthy poison-type expert dealt them a fatal blow, causing significant losses among the beasts. She had no choice but to return to the Yunluo mountain range to recover and rest. As for the poison-type expert in the city, they were insignificant to her. The reason was simple. Their poison was not potent, and since they were in a revealed state, they could be killed at any time. However, the blazing black phoenix had no idea that these two poison-type experts were actually the same person. Otherwise, she would have been utterly shocked. After all, the poisons used by the two were completely different, making it hard to associate them as the same individual. Honorable Queen, those two poison-type experts truly deserve to die. They made us lose tens of thousands of low-level demonic beasts for nothing, and it will probably take more than 10 years to recover. At this moment, the black gold ape below the stage spoke. That mysterious, invisible poison-type expert has extremely potent toxins, making me feel dizzy and lightheaded. Okay. Over time, I can only hold on for a short while. It's truly terrifying. The bloodthirsty minotaur nearby showed a look of fear. Who would have thought that such a powerful poison-type expert would would appear in Sangbei City. The key is that he can turn invisible, making him impossible to guard against. I've never heard of this person before. Most likely emerged recently, with extremely outstanding talent. Listening to the complaints of the two beasts below, the blazing black phoenix couldn't help but sigh, then its expression turned cold. Such a genius must be assassinated as soon as possible, or it will be a huge problem for us. Her Majesty is absolutely right. The black gold ape nodded in agreement. Who do you think should be sent to assassinate him? Blazing Black Phoenix asked. Su-han? As soon as the words fell, the crowd of demons below instantly fell silent. It wasn't that they were unwilling to go, but their massive size made them easily noticeable to humans, and they lacked stealthy assassination methods. Going would be no different from courting death. Your Majesty, I have a beast to recommend. Suddenly, a loud voice emerged from the group of demons. Oh, who is it? Blazing Black Phoenix immediately showed interest. Dark Rat Beast of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. No way, so it's that. The flame Black Phoenix's eyes lit up as she murmured softly. It is said that the Dark Rat Beast is a 7th level demon beast, small in size, skilled in concealment, and extremely fast, making it indeed the best candidate for assassination. However, the situation over at the Cloud Mist Mountain Range gave her a headache, as that guy had been pursuing her relentlessly, while she had no interest in him at all. In that case, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. After pondering for a moment, the blazing Black Phoenix finally made a decision. Shut up. 20 days later. Jiangnan Academy is located in the center of Jiangnan City, in the eastern part of Huaxia. It is one of the top 10 prestigious schools in Huaxia, ranking 8th in strength. The academy has a history of 500 years, boasting profound heritage and a well-established cultivation system. Although it does not rival the peak of Modu Academy, this place is home to numerous prodigies, making the competition exceptionally fierce. At this moment, Su Yian was walking with two people along the bustling streets of Jiangnan City. One of them was Su Han, and the other was Man Yun from Sangbei 3rd High School, an SS-level Earth Element ability user. Her abilities are defense-oriented, capable of continuously draining her opponent's stamina. During the competition for the remaining 7 spots, it was through her defensive tactics that she exhausted her opponent and secured one of the spots. Wow! Jiangnan City is so beautiful and bustling, Man Yun exclaimed excitedly as she walked, her joy evident. Su Yian smiled as he watched her act like someone who had never seen the world, a proud expression appearing on his face, though he was secretly calculating something else in his mind. At present, he had completed the task assigned by his superiors and even secured an extra spot. More importantly, the genius he brought to Sangbei City had successfully been admitted to the Kyoto Academy, which promised generous rewards. Su Han, on the other hand, appeared exceptionally calm, walking quietly while his gaze lingered on the city's beautiful scenery. Jiangnan City is indeed much more prosperous than Sangbei City, simply worlds apart. After all, Jiangnan City is a developed metropolis, while Sangbei City is remote and underdeveloped. The two cannot be compared at all. Su Han's behavior made Su Yian feel slightly surprised, but he could understand, as he had learned from Tangguo-chan that she was a child who liked quietness and low profile. Su Han, what do you think of Jiangnan City? Su Yian couldn't help but ask. Just so, Su Han responded indifferently, but what he said was indeed the truth. Although Jiangnan City was extraordinarily prosperous, it ultimately couldn't compare to those super metropolises of his previous life, like Shanghai. He had seen the world and wasn't some country bumpkin. Su Yian immediately rolled his eyes, speechless. If Jiangnan City was considered just so, then what would Sangbei City be? Mud houses or latrines? Originally, he had planned to boast about Jiangnan City in front of Su Han to satisfy his vanity, but he didn't expect the other party to play by a different set of rules. Earlier, he hadn't believed Tangguo-chan's words, but now he had witnessed Su Han's conversational skills, an absolute conversation killer. The three of them remained silent along the way, and after an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a magnificent school gate, Jiangnan Academy. Su Han couldn't help but pause for a few seconds. The gate before him was even more luxurious and imposing than those of top universities in his previous life, exuding deeper cultural heritage, elegance, and solemnity. The most striking feature was the towering dragon statue at the center of the gate, standing over 20 meters tall, equivalent to an 8-story building. It overlooked all beings with an awe-inspiring presence, as if soaring through the clouds, making people feel a sense of reverence and fear. However, what shocked Su Han the most was that he could actually sense a powerful aura of majesty emanating from the dragon, as if it had come to life, vivid and lifelike. Activate the copy eye, Su Han silently recited in his heart, and his right eye immediately emitted a purple glow. Soon, he saw an unbelievable scene, which frightened him into quickly deactivating the copy eye. Unexpectedly, this divine dragon harbored a terrifying power that made his heart tremble. However, this power was sealed, making it undetectable to ordinary people. It was truly terrifying. Man Yun was even more stunned, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly agape, completely frozen. But she was merely awestruck by the divine dragon's majestic and domineering presence. Seeing this, Su Suyin smiled and said, although Jiangnan Academy ranks low in strength among the institutions in Huaxia, its school gate is one of the best. It is said that a super strong individual personally built it hundreds of years ago, and it has been preserved to this day, still commanding respect and awe. Soon, this scene caught the attention of the surrounding students. These two were dumbfounded the moment they saw the school gate. Ha ha ha, wow, the freshmen are here, so amusing, hee hee. Judging by their outfits, they must be bumpkins from some remote district, never seen the world. Yeah, I wonder how strong they are. Can they compare to the super freshman Gucci? If they can, I'll eat crap standing on my head. You're at it again, scamming for food and drinks. The surrounding students mocked Su-han and the other person relentlessly. Go, don't embarrass yourself here. Hearing these remarks, Su-yian's expression changed slightly, and he glared at them fiercely. The students were so frightened that they quickly dispersed. Not long after, Su-han and the other person regained their composure. How do you feel? Su-yian raised his eyes and asked with a smile. What a magnificent school gate, it strikes straight to my soul, Man-yun remarked emotionally. It's truly overwhelming, she added. So scary, so terrifying. Su-han, on the other hand, patted his chest and took a deep breath. Scary? Terrifying? Su-han's words left Su-yian slightly stunned, completely puzzled. Perhaps he meant to say overwhelming. However, he misunderstood, completely misunderstood, because Su-yian couldn't see the special nature of this divine dragon. So he told the two of them the legend behind the statue of this divine dragon. After listening, Su-han's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had understood something. In front of a retro and luxurious building, Mingji Building is the floor where new students reside. The meaning of Mingji Building is tranquility, cultivates character, frugality nurtures virtue, without detachment, one cannot clarify ambition, without serenity, one cannot achieve far-reaching goals. Su-han, this will be your accommodation from now on, Su-yian instructed. He first helped the two with their new student enrollment procedures, then took Man-yun to the female dormitory, and finally brought Su-han to the male dormitory. Mr. Su, how many people live in one room? Su-han asked. Four, ha. Upon hearing this, Su-han frowned slightly. Is there a problem? Su-yian asked in confusion. Go ahead. Can we rent a place to live off campus? Su-han asked. No. Su-yian shook his head. Su-han was immediately in a dilemma. After hesitating for a moment, his eyes lit up. Then, is it possible for one person to live in a dormitory? I'm afraid not. Su-yian frowned deeply. Please help me out. I want to live alone. Su-han's tone was sincere, and he added, of course, I can pay extra. I'll see what I can do. Su-yian pondered for a moment. Thank you. You're welcome. Afterward, Su-yian gave Su-han a detailed introduction to the various rules and regulations of Jiangnan Academy, specifically reminding him not to cause trouble, as the consequences could be unimaginable. If the situation was serious, he could even be expelled. Su-han firmly remembered these words in his heart. He thought to himself that as long as others didn't cause trouble, he would never take the initiative to stir up issues. Upon arriving at room 308, it turned out to be a 4-person room, equipped with 4 luxurious beds, complete facilities, including a washing machine, computer desks, and various appliances. Su-han was extremely satisfied with this, thinking that it would make things much more convenient in the future. It was truly wonderful. After reading it once, he planned to rest for a while to regain his strength. After all, Sangbei City was thousands of kilometers away from Jiangnan City, and he had just undergone a long flight, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. The next second, he collapsed onto the bed and fell sound asleep. Inside a certain teaching building, in the office, as Su-yian walked through the door, he immediately attracted the attention of the other teachers. Wow, Mr. Su, you are actually still alive. It's truly unbelievable. I heard that a beast tide broke out in Sangbei City, and many people were devoured by the monsters. It was horrifying. Teacher Su, you're alive, which means humanity won this battle. That's great. The entire Huaxia nation is in a state of turmoil now. You have to be careful everywhere, or you might lose your life. Sigh, you all know about it? Su-yian listened to these words, paused for a moment, stopped in his tracks, and asked in confusion. Of course, it's all over social media. A middle-aged man in a white shirt immediately responded. The scenes of those humans dying tragically make me extremely angry, wishing I could go up there myself to slay demons and eliminate evil. Those demonic beasts deserve to die. A chubby middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. Teacher Su, quickly tell us how you managed to defeat those demonic beasts. A teacher suddenly asked curiously. Lord Bingley of the Wang Group personally went to support Sangbei City, so you understand. Su-yian lifted his gaze and said slowly. Before leaving Sangbei City, Lord Bingley had warned the 8 heads of the advanced academies not to reveal any information about Su-han, lest it attract the enemy's attention. After all, Su-han, at just 18 years old, had only recently awakened his talent and was already capable of poisoning a large number of 3rd and 4th level beasts, a truly terrifying feat. If the enemy were to give him time to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, Su-han might become a nightmare for the beasts, and they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to eliminate him to prevent future threats. However, secrets cannot be kept forever. The Dark Rat Beast learned this news from the people of Sangbei City and also found out that Su-han had already arrived at Jiangnan Academy to study. After all, Su-han is the great hero of Sangbei City, and discussions about him happen almost daily. The assassination operation has quietly begun. As Su Yian finished speaking, the conference room instantly erupted in excitement. Wow! So Lord Bingley personally provided support. No wonder it was so powerful. That move Frozen Miles was absolutely stunning. Yes, as long as Lady Bingley takes action, those monsters will probably all be frozen into ice blocks. Hehe. It seems these teachers have a deep impression of Bingley, their eyes full of admiration. By the way, Teacher Su, you probably didn't complete the task this time, did you? Suddenly, the middle-aged man in a white shirt seemed to recall something and asked. Zhong Libai, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, is also an admissions teacher. Teacher Zhong, let me tell you, not only did I complete the task, but I also exceeded it. I recruited 2 students, haha, Su Yian chuckled. As soon as these words were spoken, the other teachers immediately turned their gazes toward him, full of disbelief. Everyone knew that recruiting even one talented student was already quite impressive. After all, Jiangnan Academy was relatively weaker, and most talented students would prioritize choosing Modu, Jingdu, or Hanwu Academy, with only a very few opting for Jiangnan. Yet Su Yian had managed to recruit 2 talented students, which was truly astonishing. Although Su Yian exceeded the task, I think the 2 students he recruited probably don't have great talent and are likely at the bottom in terms of ability. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing sneered mockingly. Sun Liangcheng, what do you mean by that? Su Yian's expression instantly turned cold from a smile. The two had a poor relationship, often quarreling or even coming to blows over trivial matters, practically sworn enemies. Did I not make myself clear? Or is there something wrong with your ears? Sun Liangcheng squinted his eyes, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The 2 students I recruited have decent talent and strength, so don't go spreading nonsense. Su Yian's face suddenly turned icy cold, with a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Decent? That depends on who you're comparing them to, hee. For ordinary students, these 2 of yours are indeed quite good, fairly outstanding. But, compared to the monstrous genius students I've recruited, they're simply trash. Sun Liangcheng had a faint smile on his lips as he continued with his sarcastic remarks. That's not necessarily true. Su Yian replied coldly, I'm afraid you don't know how extraordinary the student I recruited this time is. A once-in-a-century prodigy, truly a genius among geniuses. Sun Liangcheng laughed arrogantly and said, utter nonsense. A once-in-a-century genius? I think you're just spouting nonsense, pure fabrication. Besides, how could such an extraordinary prodigy possibly end up being chosen by you? They would have long been snatched up by the Magic City Academy. Su Yian refused to show weakness and immediately fought back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other teachers. Sun Liangcheng still wore a smile on his face, showing no trace of anger. In fact, he also didn't understand why that student chose Jiangnan Academy. The scene at the time shocked everyone. It was simply unbelievable. He could only say that the student had incredible luck. As soon as Su Yian heard this, he immediately looked around. Teacher Su, what he said is true. The entire Jiangnan Academy knows about this now, and it's causing quite a stir. That student's talent is simply monstrous. Zhong Libai glanced at Su Yian and exclaimed, indeed, SSS level lightning element. Among this year's freshmen, it's practically an invincible existence. I'm afraid even second-year students are no match for him. The chubby middle-aged man next to him chimed in, SSS level lightning element. Su Yian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. No wonder Sun Liangcheng dared to act so smug in front of him. It's well known that students in Huaxia who awaken the lightning element are extremely rare, practically 1 in a million. Let alone an SSS level lightning element, it's absolutely terrifying. After all, the lightning element ranks almost first in attack power among all elements. So, what do you think? Are you convinced now? Seeing Su Yian's expression change, Sun Liangcheng asked with a cheerful smile. It's just an SSS level lightning type, what's so great about that? Su Yian was, of course, unconvinced and just wanted to save face. Oh wow, quite the bold statement. Not convinced? How ridiculous. Shall I let my student teach a lesson to the 2 students you brought? 1 against 2, absolutely a knockout. Sun Liangcheng's lips curled into a cold smile. After hearing this, Su Yian's lips twitched slightly, a hint of timidity flashed in his eyes, but there was more unwillingness. There was no choice, that student's talent was simply monstrous. Although Su Han had awakened 3 elements, with poison being the strongest, it was a group attack skill and not very effective in one-on-one battles. Moreover, it was sinister and despicable, earning little respect. Overall, Su Han was no match for that student, and he could only give up on this confrontation. Coward, wimp. Su Yian, from now on, you'll have to walk with your head down whenever you see me, ha. Sun Liangcheng mocked Su Yian arrogantly and smugly. Sun Liangcheng, don't push your luck. Su Yian was burning with anger inside. Since you admitted defeat, you should have expected this outcome. Sun Liangcheng said said coldly. Fine, you forced me to do this. I accept this duel. Su Yian gritted his teeth, clenching them in anger. Sun Liangcheng had truly gone too far. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Su Han, praying that the latter could bring him a surprise. After all, Su Han was a mysterious and unpredictable person, and Su Yian couldn't gauge his true strength. Mr. Su, don't act impulsively. You fell for Teacher Sun's trick. Quickly take back what you just said, and bear with it in the future. Teacher Sun, you're bound to lose. Don't act on impulse. This is so frustrating. As soon as Su Yian finished speaking, the other teachers immediately became anxious. Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. Su Yian's expression was calm, fearless, and his gaze was as steadfast as steel. But Sun Liangcheng burst into wild laughter. Don't be so smug. You might be the one to lose. Listening to Sun Liangcheng's laughter, Su Yian felt displeased, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Joke? Me lose? That cold joke isn't funny at all. Sun Liangcheng shook his head, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since you've accepted this duel, let's bet on something, otherwise it lacks a bit of fun. Su Yian hesitated for a moment, but his expression was as dark as storm clouds. This Sun Liangcheng is still the same as ever, insidious and cunning. Not only did he set a trap, but he also wants to collect extra interest. He's simply inhuman. Afraid? Sun Liangcheng narrowed his eyes, a coldness hidden in his smile. Afraid of what? A bet is a bet. Do you think I'd be scared of you? Go ahead. What are we betting on? Su Yian's temper flared up as well, and he simply went all out. After all, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. He had to fight to the end. Of course, it's betting crystal cores. How many? 2,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores. So many? Su Yian was taken aback. At the moment, he only had about 1,500, still 500 short. If you don't have enough for 2,000, I can lend you some, Sun Liangcheng said with a smile. Not necessary, Su Yian coldly refused. Then, do you dare to bet? A bet it is. When do you say we start? Sun Liangcheng asked. He knew Su Yian had just returned, and so had those two students. They all needed time to rest. Only with full strength could they have a decisive battle. Otherwise, people would say he was playing dirty tricks, and his reputation would be ruined, which wasn't worth it. 3 days from now, Su Yian thought for a moment. 3 days would be just right. He needed to borrow those 500 low-grade level 3 crystal cores and still have 2 days to teach Su Han a few martial techniques. Whether for pride or profit, he had to win this duel. Alright, it's a deal. Sun Liangcheng nodded, secretly pleased. 2,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores were in his grasp, and he was delighted. After all, he had great confidence in that prodigy student. Victory was certain. Night fell. Inside room 309 of Mingji building, two men were sitting in the room, engaged in a heated discussion. Mr. Sun, what you're doing is completely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Without my consent, you actually sold me out? A cold-hearted student had a flash of lightning in his eyes, exuding a chillingly dangerous aura. Gucci, SSS level lightning type. No way. His skin was bronze, his face angular and sharp, cold yet handsome. His deep black eyes shimmered with an enchanting glow, his high nose bridge, and perfectly shaped lips all exuded nobility and elegance. The most striking feature was the few strands of white hair mixed in with his black hair, making him appear even more cold and aloof. Xiaogu, I had no choice, I was forced into it. That Su Yian is too arrogant, completely disregarding others. I told him your talent is a once-in-a-century occurrence, but he didn't believe me and even mocked me. In the end, he actually challenged me. I couldn't swallow my anger, so I had no choice but to reluctantly accept this duel. Sun Liangcheng complained with a wronged expression, his tone making it seem as if he were the victim. In reality, the truth was entirely the opposite. He was twisting the facts and was extremely insidious. Alright, I understand. Gu Qi was still deceived by Sun Liangcheng's acting. His cold expression gradually softened, becoming calm and gentle. After all, he was only 18 years old, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and simple-minded. Xiaogu, to be honest with you, you are the most extraordinary genius I've ever seen, a rarity in 100 years. Dealing with those minor characters, you can easily defeat them with just a flick of your finger. After winning, we'll split those 1,000 third-grade inferior crystal cores evenly. You get 500, I get 500. Sun Liangcheng's eyes lit up, and he continued to increase the intensity of his compliments. Gucci's face revealed a faint smile, the corners of his lips slightly raised, but his heart was bursting with joy. Although 500 crystal cores were nothing to him, this flattery made him feel extremely pleased. So, what is your decision? Seeing Gucci smile, Sun Liangcheng also chuckled softly and asked, Alright, then I'll reluctantly step in. To deal with the opponent, 1 minute is enough. Gucci nodded. Why would it take a minute? I think 10 seconds is plenty, Sun Liangcheng replied with a smile. Well said. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room 308, there were also two people conversing in the room. Su Han was equally displeased with Su Yian's actions, his gaze as sharp as icy blades, and his expression remained stern. Seeing this, Su Yian also put on a grievance-like expression similar to Sun Liangcheng's, and began accusing the latter, his eyes slightly red. However, he was genuinely emotional, without any pretense. Sun Liangcheng Liangchang, on the other hand, was merely acting, trying to deceive Guqi. Mr. Su, don't complain to me, it's useless. I don't buy into this at all. Su Han had long seen through Su Yian's tricks and said coldly. After all, having lived 2 lives, he was far from being a simple high school student. Hearing this, Su Yian immediately revealed a bitter smile, his face seemingly filled with anguish. He hadn't expected Su Han to be so astute, seeing through his emotional ploy in an instant. He even began to suspect that the high school senior before him was more like a seasoned and mature man, which was simply unbelievable. What is the wager between you and Sun Liangcheng? Su Han suddenly asked. 2,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores, Su Yian replied. Only 2,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores? Too little, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Su Yian was speechless. Then, Su Han raised her voice and said, you need to raise the stakes. Raise the stakes? Su Yian was stunned, momentarily at a loss, unable to understand Su Han's meaning. That's right, raise it to 10,000 pieces. Now that's something worth watching. 10,000 pieces? Su Yian was slightly taken aback, even his words came out haltingly. As long as you can gather 10,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores, I'll help you fight. Otherwise, forget it. Seeing Su Yian's shock, Su Han knew the other party probably didn't have that many crystal cores, so he candidly expressed his thoughts. I don't have any. Su Yian stared blankly at Su Han, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, and couldn't help but shout loudly. Now we can't even gather 2,000. Where would we get so many? It's truly frustrating with no one to confide in. Figure it out yourself. Su Han finished coldly, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Without benefits, he would never take action, unless in special circumstances. In this world, whether facing enemies or companions, one must be ruthless. Only this way can you survive, and only then will others respect you. Su Yian was stunned, a wry smile instantly appearing on his face, and his eyes seemed to lose their sparkle, dimming all at once. Where on earth was he supposed to get 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores? It was well known that resources were scarce throughout the Huaxia nation, and almost no one was willing to lend out crystal cores casually. Forget it, he might as well swallow his pride, thicken his skin, and go find Sun Liangcheng to figure out a way to cancel this duel. Moreover, even if 10,000 pieces are gathered, it would just be a waste, leaving behind a mountain of debt. The reason is simple. Su Han is simply no match for that prodigious student. Teacher Su, now I have something to tell you. Seeing Su Yian's worried expression, Su Han suddenly revealed a faint smile. This duel, I'm sure to win. Ha, you can really beat that monstrous student? Su Yian paused for a moment, then looked up at Su Han, his face full of doubt. Of course. Su Han smiled faintly. Su Yian was deeply shocked and couldn't help but ask after a moment, do you know how powerful an SSS level lightning ability is? Not really sure. Su Han shook his head. Let me tell you, the lightning ability has the strongest attack power among all abilities, containing lightning and thunder, with extremely terrifying energy. If you get hit by one of their moves, you'll either be gravely injured or worse. Su Yian explained carefully. Wait, oh, I'd like to see that. Su Han's eyes lit up, immediately showing interest, with a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he could replicate the SSS level lightning ability, that would be absolutely thrilling. The most powerful offensive ability, he had to obtain it. Looking at Su Han's eager expression, Su Yian helplessly rolled his eyes, thinking that his earlier explanation had been in vain. Although the SSS level lightning element is terrifying, I have great confidence in myself. Teacher Su, just go ahead and gather 10,000 third-grade inferior crystal cores. Su Han said with a smile. How can I feel at ease collecting crystal cores when you say that? Su Yian immediately gave Su Han a sidelong glance. Since you don't believe me, I'll tell you a secret. To be honest, my cultivation level has already broken through to the 4th tier. Su Han immediately reassured Su Yian. 4th tier? Su Yian was greatly shocked, his heart filled with disbelief, and he quickly asked, didn't you just awaken your talent not long ago? How could your level rise so quickly? You have to understand, students who have just awakened their abilities are generally at the 1st tier major achievement, and those with better talent are at most at the peak of the 1st tier. Even those monstrous geniuses are only at the 2nd tier, with the highest being no more than the small success of the 3rd tier. The 4th tier is simply out of reach. However, Su Han actually reached the 4th tier, which is simply unbelievable. Maybe it's because I awakened 3 types of abilities, so my advancement speed is relatively fast. Su Han casually made up an excuse. That's true. Upon careful thought, Su Yian felt that this explanation made sense. After all, he had never seen a student awaken 3 elements and was completely clueless about leveling up. No wonder the other party could poison a large number of level 3 and level 4 beasts. Now you should be at ease, right? Su Han smiled at Su Yian. Su Yian nodded, a hint of joy gradually appearing on his surprised face. Since Su Han could confidently win this duel, he didn't hesitate to borrow crystal cores from the principal. With 10,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores in hand, he felt elated. However, the next sentence instantly shattered Su Yian's sweet dream. Teacher Su, let's talk about how to distribute the benefits fights now. Suhan spoke softly, a faint smile on the corner of his lips. Suyi was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a helpless nod, feeling utterly frustrated. Suhan didn't seem like a senior high school student at all. He was more like a shrewd and mature man, meticulous and adept at scheming. However, it was he who initiated this duel without obtaining the other's consent, so he could only silently accept it. 60-40. Alright, I'll take 60, you take 40. No, I'll take 60, you take 40. Suhan shook his head. What? You want to take the lion's share? So ruthless. Suyin was instantly stunned, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. These are my terms, they can't be changed. Agree and we continue, disagree, and we part ways. Alright, I agree. At this moment, Suhan's smile seemed devilish, leaving a deep impression in Su Yian's heart. Gritting his teeth, he said. Afterward, Su Yian got up to leave, and Suhan also stood up. Not long after stepping out of the room, the door of room 309 next door suddenly opened, and someone quickly walked out. The two of them looked into each other's eyes and were momentarily stunned. Wow, I didn't expect you to be right next door. We really are fated. Haha, Sun Liangcheng said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Humph. Su Yian let out a cold snort. Have you gathered those 2,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores? Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Sun Liangcheng wasn't angry, but a strange smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. After speaking coldly, Su Yian suddenly laughed. Additionally, I want to raise the stakes. Ha, what did you just say? Sun Liangcheng was stunned for a few seconds, doubting he had misheard, and quickly repeated, did I hear that right? You want to raise the stakes? That's correct, Su Yian replied. Interesting, so interesting. Sun Liangcheng laughed recklessly, his expression unrestrained. Go ahead and laugh. The harder you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. Su Yian thought to himself. Speak, how much are you raising the stakes? 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. What? 10,000? Sun Liangcheng was utterly shocked. He only had about 3,000 crystal cores on him and never expected Su Yian to dare to raise the stakes so high. It was simply unbelievable. Scared? Su Yian squinted his eyes, staring at Sun Liangcheng. Afraid? What a joke. Sun Liangcheng chuckled lightly, a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Dealing with you, I still have confidence. Since you want to give me the crystal core, I won't be polite and will reluctantly accept it. I'm just worried your pocket is too small to hold it. Su Yian responded coldly. He. Sun Liangcheng laughed. The bet is settled then. After speaking, Su Yian was about to leave, but Sun Liangcheng stopped him. Wait, what's wrong? Su Yian asked, puzzled. For safety's sake, let's sign an agreement. What do you think? Sun Liangcheng said slowly. He was certain he would win this duel, but he was worried that Su Yian might renege and fail to produce 10,000 crystal cores, leaving him with nowhere to cry. After all, the two had only made a verbal agreement without any written proof, which made him uneasy. Okay. Su Yian nodded almost eagerly, secretly delighted. He was also afraid that Sun Liangcheng might renege for the same reason. Then, Sun Liangcheng took out 2 sheets of paper from his pocket and quickly wrote 2 copies of the betting agreement. Finally, the two of them pressed their fingerprints on the agreement. After signing, Su Yian and Sun Liangcheng both revealed satisfied smiles, each harboring their own schemes. The next day, the sky was faintly bright, layers of white mist filled the air, and the sun had yet to rise. Xindu Building, the dormitory for second-year students at Jiangnan Academy. The meaning, speak with loyalty and trust, act with sincerity and respect. The main idea is that every student must be loyal to China, work hard to train diligently, and serve China in the future. At this moment, a student, wearing a school uniform and with a strong physique wakes up early, preparing to head to the training ground to practice supernatural martial arts. Ha, what's posted on the wall? Just as he stepped out of the dormitory door, the strong student glanced to the right and immediately let out a sound of surprise. With a puzzled look, he walked over to the poster, took a quick glance, and realized it was a poster. The next moment, he carefully read the content on it. At the very top, written in large red letters, Freshman Showdown, Battle of Geniuses. Interesting. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a smile as the sturdy student continued reading. Gucci vs. Suhan. Time, 1400 hours, 3 days later. Location, Training Ground Arena. Seeing this information, he immediately fell into deep thought. He had heard of Gucci, an SSS level lightning type, incredibly powerful. Recently, Gucci's exploits had been the talk of Jiangnan Academy, with every student discussing them in shock. Even the principal was moved. It was clear how impactful and awe-inspiring the name Gucci was. After all, his talent was undeniable, a once-in-a-century genius, truly a genius among geniuses. It was genuinely astonishing. As for Suhan, the sturdy student seemed to have never heard of this freshman before, completely unfamiliar, with no idea where this genius had come from. Unexpectedly, the other party dared to challenge Gucci. What audacity, utterly reckless. However, he was curious to see what Suhan looked like and how strong he was, his heart filled with boundless curiosity. Seeing the bottom of the poster, the sturdy student was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open. The stakes for the bet were shockingly written as Sun Liang Liangcheng and Su Yian's wager 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. Sun Liangcheng supported Gu Qi, while Su Yian supported Su Han. If one side lost, they must pay the wager face-to-face without defaulting, or they would face the scorn of the entire school. The stakes are really high this time. This is going to be a good show, hee hee. Excitement quickly surged in his heart. The sturdy student rubbed his hands together incessantly, his face full of anticipation. The Xiaoen building, the dormitory for third-year students at Jiangnan Academy, symbolizes the cultivation of a gentleman, rectifying his heart within. The main idea is that every student must cultivate themselves and develop inner virtues. A large poster was also displayed at the entrance of the dormitory building, quickly attracting the attention of many students. Their expressions alternated between curiosity and shock. Of course, there is also the Mingdao building, the dormitory for senior students of Jiangnan Academy, symbolizing understanding human principles, understanding the way of heaven, and understanding the way of Huaxia. The main idea is that graduates need to grasp the principles of being human, comprehend the way of heaven, and contribute to the protection of Huaxia. A large crowd of students also gathered at the entrance of the Mingdao building, each filled with curiosity and amazement. Almost in an instant, this news swept through the entire Jiangnan Academy like a whirlwind. Whether students or teachers, everyone knew about the genius showdown between Gucci and Su Han, including the principal. Wow! The showdown between the genius freshmen is really worth watching. No need to watch, Gucci will definitely win. Teacher Sun can easily earn 10,000 low-grade tier 3 crystal cores. So enviable. Yeah, Gucci awakened the SSS level lightning element, a once-in-a-century talent with formidable strength. Even sophomore students are no match for him. Su Han? Never heard of that name, must be a nobody. I really admire Su Han's courage. Knowing how strong Gucci is, he still dares to challenge him. Truly admirable. Mr. Su is probably going to lose everything, even his underwear. How tragic. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, showing great interest in this match. Most believed Gucci would win without a doubt, with some even asserting he could defeat Su Han within 10 seconds. The two were simply not on the same level. Most students felt sympathy for Su Yian, as 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores were no small amount. After all, each teacher's monthly salary was only 20 lower grade level 3 crystal cores, which was pitifully little. The teaching dormitory building was the residential area for teachers. Each teacher had an independent 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, featuring simple yet elegant decor. Room 602. Su Yian, oh Su Yian, you think you can compete with me? You're still a bit too green, huh? At this moment, Sun Liangcheng, dressed in pajamas, sat at the dining table, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. His eyes were fixed intently on the phone screen, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Displayed on the screen was the Gucci vs Su Han poster. Indeed, all the posters within Jiangnan Academy had been secretly put up by him late at night. He wanted nothing more than to see Su Yian's reputation ruined, forever trampled under his feet, with no chance of recovery. Thinking of this, Sun Liangcheng raised the swirling wine glass to his lips, took a few sips, and a faint blush appeared on his face. Originally, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but all of this was forced by Su Yian. The reason was simple. The original bet was 2,000 crystal cores, but unexpectedly, the other party raised it to 10,000 in one go, leaving him stunned. Although the two had signed an agreement, he still remained cautious. Later, Sun Liangcheng came up with a brilliant idea. Only in front of the entire school staff and students would Su Yian not dare to renege on the bet. If the other party dared to back out, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by the staff and students every day. Under such immense pressure, Su Yian would have no choice but to obediently pay the wager. Room 608. Damn Sun Liangcheng. A dog can't stop eating filth, always playing sneaky tricks. Su Yian half sat on the bed, gritting his teeth, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But this time, he's bound to fall into my hands. When that happens, it'll be his turn to cry. If Sun Liangcheng cannot produce 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores, I will definitely not let him off the hook and will punish him severely. Just now, Su Yian was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a poster featuring Gucci vs Su Han. Without a doubt, this must be Sun Liangcheng's doing, as he often plays petty tricks and is insidious and cunning. In the past, Su Yian was frequently schemed against by him, resulting in damage to his reputation and property. Thus, Su Yian gritted his teeth in hatred towards Sun Liangcheng. The relationship between the two has always been tense, like fire and water, mutually antagonistic. However, Su Yian did not expect that this time Sun Liangcheng had actually recruited an SSS level lightning element prodigy student, which left him utterly shocked. What a stroke of dumb luck. Bah, bah, bah. However, his luck wasn't bad either, as he had recruited a student like Su Han, who was exceptionally gifted. Thinking of this, Su Yian felt a sense of relief and murmured to himself, "It seems I need to have a talk with the principal." With that, he quickly got up from the bed. Dawn had broken. Principal Gong. Su Yian knocked on the door 3 times, pushed it open, and entered, cupping his hands hands in salute. Xiao, you're here just in time. I have something to ask you. A middle-aged man dressed in gray, exuding an air of elegance and composure, looked up at him with a gentle tone. This man was none other than Gong Hansong, the principal of Jiangnan Academy. Let me explain, Su Yian said, immediately understanding the situation. Very well, Gong Hansong nodded. So Su Yian briefly and concisely recounted the entire incident, naturally without revealing Su Han's true strength. After listening, Gong Hansong fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, he asked with confusion, since you knew you were going to lose, why did you increase the stakes? Aren't you just giving Sun Liancheng the crystal core for nothing? I really don't understand. Who wins and who loses is not certain yet. Su Yian replied with a mysterious smile. From what you're saying, Su Han actually has the strength to rival Guqi? Gong Hansong's face was full of doubt. That's right. Su Yian nodded. How is that possible? Gong Hansong was shocked. You have to understand, Guqi is a once-in-a-century prodigy and an SSS level lightning type. He truly couldn't imagine anyone from another type being able to match him. Su Han has awakened 3 elements, Su Yian said to Gong Hansong with a smile. 3 elements? Gong Hansong was stunned, his eyes widened in shock, and he took a sharp breath. No wonder Su Han dared to compete with Guqi. It all made sense now. In the entire Huaxia nation, students who awaken 3 elements were as rare as phoenix feathers. Jiangnan Academy once had such a genius, but that was a century ago, and now there is no one. This shows just how rare awakening 3 elements is, truly a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Great! Jiangnan Academy finally has hope of rising again. Thinking of this, Gong Hansong immediately became excited, his eyes gleaming as he shouted loudly. Although Jiangnan Academy is one of the top 10 prestigious schools in Huaxia, its strength has always ranked low, making it difficult to improve. This has been a source of pain in his heart. He longs for the day when Jiangnan Academy can rise to the top 3. Hundreds of years ago, Jiangnan Academy once held the top position. Although it has fallen into some decline now, its foundation remains strong, and it has not sunk into obscurity. Now that 2 monstrous geniuses have joined, the rise of Jiangnan Academy is just around the corner. After all, they are once-in-a-century unparalleled talents. Gong Hansong is filled with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Su Yian was startled by the sudden shout, involuntarily taking 2 or 3 steps back. Gong Hansong finally calmed his emotions, looked up at Su Yian, and slowly said, "Tell me all the detailed information about Su Han." All right. Su Yian nodded and began to elaborate on everything he knew about Su Han. After listening, Gong Hansong fell into silence, but his heart was deeply shaken. Although Su Han's dual element innate abilities were mediocre, his poison-based ability was extremely terrifying, enough to save the entire Tsangbei city. What is even more shocking is that Su Han's level has already reached the 4th tier. With a cultivation speed as fast as riding a rocket, it's simply unbelievable. According to the information obtained, Guqi's level has only just reached the peak of the 2nd tier and will soon step into the 3rd tier. Principal Gong, before the final battle, I hope you can help me keep this secret, Su Yian said solemnly. I promise you, Gong Hansong nodded. There's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with. Su Yian suddenly showed a hint of an awkward smile. I would like to borrow 8,500 low-grade level 3 crystal cores from you. All right. Gong Hansong agreed without hesitation. After all, Su Yian had brought in Su Han, such an extraordinarily talented genius. This was a great achievement. Su Yian was momentarily stunned after hearing this, not expecting Gong Hansong to agree so readily. After all, as the principal, he rarely lent crystal cores to others, because once he did, it would inevitably lead to more people following suit. This was something everyone could understand. Finally, Su Yian also mentioned Su Han's request to have a dormitory to himself. Gong Hansong immediately agreed, as Guqi had made a similar request. After all, these monstrous geniuses all prefer solitude, and he understands this very well. Time moved to the afternoon. At this moment, at the entrance of Jiangnan Academy's training ground, a handsome student was sitting upright on a long bench, expressionless, his cold gaze sweeping over the students coming and going. In front of him was a desk, and next to it stood a display rack with a striking poster on it. The poster was filled with dense text. At the top were large red characters, Guqi versus Su Han. In the middle were large blue characters, place your bets. Below are bold black characters, bet on Guqi, 1 to 2, bet on Su Han, 1 to 10. The last line carefully notes, each person can bet a maximum of 50 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. However, this handsome student did not shout loudly to the surroundings but instead leaned on the table with both hands, quietly waiting. Soon, this scene caught the attention of the surrounding students. Look, there's someone setting up a gambling table over there. Let's go take a look. It's true. Let's go, see what's going on. Someone actually dares to set up a betting table for Guqi versus Su Han. Isn't he afraid of losing everything? Yeah, in this freshman duel, Guqi is sure to win. I think this guy must be out of his mind. They thought this student was simply a fool, purely giving money away to others. Although they were cursing with their mouths, their bodies couldn't help but slowly move closer. Before long, many students gathered around the table, almost forming a circle. Everyone was full of curiosity, but no one dared to place a bet. The reason was simple, they were afraid that after placing a bet, this handsome student would suddenly run away, leaving them with no choice but to cry in despair. "Handsome guy, is your bet for real?" someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. "Of course it's real, more real than pearls," the handsome student replied expressionlessly. Facing the onlookers, he merely raised his head slightly to glance around and said coldly, "I'm afraid you can't afford to lose," making everyone too scared to place a bet. Someone else chimed in, Exactly. The person next to him also said, "What we fear most is that you'll deceive us out of our crystal cores, then run away and hide, leaving us unable to find you. Wouldn't we suffer a huge loss then?" Someone quickly shouted, "Everyone, quiet down, please listen to me." Suddenly, the handsome student stood up from his chair, his voice calm yet firm. "I understand you all have various concerns, but rest assured, I definitely have crystal cores." After speaking, he muttered a few words to himself, raised his hand, and took out dozens of crystal cores from the inventory, placing them on the table, shining with a dazzling light. The students watching were stunned, completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what did I just see? So many high-grade crystal cores. There are actually 4th level, 5th level, and even 6th level crystal cores. This is truly unbelievable. I misjudged him. I didn't expect this handsome student to actually be a rich second generation. Moreover, the quality of these high-level crystal cores is quite good. There are medium-grade ones, and even some top-grade ones. It really makes me admire him wholeheartedly. There are almost no 3rd-level crystal cores. No wonder this handsome student dares to open a betting pool here. I want to place a bet. I want to place a bet too." That's right, this handsome student was none other than Suhan. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory in the morning, he saw a poster of his showdown with Gucci, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The students of Jiangnan Academy were all abuzz about this matter, creating a huge commotion that almost everyone knew about, which left him quite troubled. After all, Suhan never wanted to be famous and had always kept a low profile. Fortunately, the poster didn't have his photo on it, otherwise, he would have to go out wearing a mask again. Having experienced such a life once in Songbei City, he found it far too inconvenient. Originally, he thought this freshman duel would be resolved privately, but unexpectedly, the entire school knew about it. Later, Su Yian called to tell him that all of this was Sun Liangqing's scheme. Regarding this, Suhan was also helpless and could only silently accept it. After all, his heart wasn't that ruthless, he would never resort to assassinating Sun Liangqing. Since the situation was already set in stone, Suhan decided to take action and maximize the benefits of this freshman duel. In the end, he came up with the brilliant idea of opening a betting pool. It was a surefire, risk-free business. When it came to opening a betting pool, only Suhan could do it. Other students wouldn't dare to touch it unless they had completely lost their minds. The reason was simple, everyone believed that Gucci would definitely win, and by then, they'd lose everything, even their underwear. But Suhan understood in his heart that he was bound to win this freshman duel and could earn a hefty sum of crystal cores. It was simply exhilarating. The maximum bet is 50 lower grade level 3 crystal cores? That's too little. Can I bet 1,000? Just as Suhan was pondering, someone shouted from the crowd of students, "It really is too little." Immediately, someone else chimed in. When these students saw Suhan take out 4th, 5th, and 6th level crystal cores, their eyes lit up, and they felt a strong itch in their hearts. In their view, as long as they bet on Gucci, they were bound to win. In the end, doubling their crystal cores, why not? The more crystal cores they bet, the more they would earn. No way! Suhan coldly and decisively refused. As for why the bet wasn't set to be unlimited, the reason is simple. 50 low-grade level 3 crystal cores are within the acceptable range for students at Jiangnan Academy. Losing wouldn't be too painful, and they wouldn't come to trouble him. If someone bet their entire fortune and lost, they would definitely come to cause trouble for him. Suhan wasn't afraid of trouble, but having students pestering him every day would drive him crazy and seriously disrupt his life. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted. "The betting pool has a cap. How boring." "Exactly. I originally wanted to bet 2,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores and make a fortune, but now I can only earn 50. It's so frustrating." "Wow, 2,000? Does your family own a mine?" "50 is 50. It's a guaranteed win anyway. Bet if you want, if not, get lost," Suhan said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing the commotion, his gaze suddenly became as deep as an abyss, with a flash of coldness in his eyes. "Oh wow, quite the tone you have there. Do you believe I won't smash your gambling table?" Everyone began to discuss. An ugly-looking student suddenly stood up, arrogantly speaking to Suhan with a tone full of contempt and disdain. "Looking for trouble?" Suhan's face darkened. "I am looking for trouble. What can you do about it?" The ugly student glared fiercely at Suhan. "I really can't do anything about you," Suhan responded coldly, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "However, you're too ugly. Go get some plastic surgery, so you don't scare my guests." "What? How dare you call me ugly? I'm so angry I could die." The ugly student heard this, and his face instantly darkened, becoming even more unpleasant unpleasant to look at. He hated it the most when others called him ugly. The pain in his heart could never be erased. Resentment value from the ugly student plus 88. As soon as the words were spoken, someone in the crowd of students exclaimed, I remember now, he's Wang Ba from the Hidden Dragon rankings, ranked 100th. All around, it suddenly became noisy again. Wow, so he's Wang Ba from the Hidden Dragon rankings. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Anyone who makes it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings is incredibly powerful. There's not a single weakling, they're all tough characters. Looks like the guy who opened the betting pool is in trouble. He's probably going to get beaten half to death. Yeah, who told him to mess with someone on the Hidden Dragon ranking? He can only blame himself for asking for trouble. Everyone started discussing fervently. Listening to the waves of exclamations around him, Wang Ba's expression immediately shifted from gloomy to a faint smile. However, the smile didn't truly reach his eyes, though he felt secretly pleased. The reputation of the Hidden Dragon ranking was indeed well deserved. The students nearby couldn't help but feel awe upon hearing about it. To make it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking, he had put in a lot of effort, and now, his hard work was finally paying off. Although he was only ranked at the bottom of the list, he had at least secured a spot. Hidden Dragon ranking? Sounds pretty impressive. Suhan frowned slightly, muttering under his breath, feeling completely baffled by this ranking. After all, he had just entered Jiangnan Academy and was still unclear about many things. Kid, as long as you compensate me with a top-grade level 6 crystal core, we'll call it even. I don't want to haggle with you, lest everyone says I'm bullying you. Wang Ba looked at Suhan, who remained silent and mistakenly thought the other was afraid of him. Feeling smug, he spoke proudly. Suhan coldly raised his head and glanced at him, replying bluntly, I'm giving you a way out. Don't be shameless. Wang Ba's face darkened, clouds of anger gathering. No need. If you have the guts, bring it on. I'll take it head on. Suhan responded indifferently, his expression as calm as still water. I think you're courting death. Wang Ba was completely enraged, his face turning livid with anger. Resentment value from Wang Ba plus 88. You are the one courting death, not me, hee hee. Suhan chuckled lightly, inwardly certain that the opponent was no match for him. Although Wang Ba ranked 100th on the Hidden Dragon list, he remained completely unafraid. What's more, he had the trump card of White Fox behind him. Recently, White Fox had been digesting demonic beasts, and its cultivation had advanced to the level of a Tier 3 ghost. Its illusions were extremely terrifying, and ability users below Tier 6 were highly likely to lose themselves within, unless they possessed eye-related abilities. Good, very good. Wang Ba was so infuriated by Suhan's words that he forced a bitter smile. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said coldly, Kid, state your name. I want to duel you. Jiangnan Academy stipulates that fighting on campus is strictly prohibited. Violators will be punished, and in severe cases, may even be expelled. If two students wish to resolve personal grievances, they can only issue a duel challenge, with the location set at the training grounds arena. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding students burst into an uproar. This handsome student is really bold. Didn't he hear that Wang Ba is already on the Hidden Dragon ranking? He's messed with someone he shouldn't have. This handsome guy is doomed. Wang Ba will definitely beat him half to death. Such a sharp tongue, directly hitting Wang Ba's sore spot. If it were me, I'd be so angry I'd spit blood. Too bad such a handsome face is paired with such a thorny mouth, otherwise he'd definitely be my Prince Charming. Still, being able to produce so many high-grade crystal cores must mean he's from a wealthy background. Arrogant and dismissive, these are typical traits of these young masters. Who do you think you are? Why should I agree to your duel? If there's nothing else, step aside, and don't block my customers. Suhan remained indifferent, his expression calm as he coldly responded to the surrounding discussions. If he accepted Wang Ba's challenge, his identity would immediately be exposed, instantly becoming the center of attention. Moreover, if he defeated the opponent, in seconds, his strength would be fully revealed, leading many students to bet on his victory, which would be a loss rather than a gain. He might even end up losing money in the end, left with no recourse but regret. He would never do something so foolish. Wang Ba was so furious he almost spat blood, his anger stuck in his throat, unable to say a word. The rules of Jiangnan Academy were indeed like this: duels must be agreed upon by both parties, otherwise, participation could not be forced. Resentment value from Wang Ba plus 88. What are you talking about? Hurry up, don't waste time. Seeing your face makes me want to throw up the delicious food I had for lunch. After saying that, Suhan casually made a vomiting gesture. Kid, just you wait. Unless you never leave the school gates, I will never let you off. Wang Ba gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Resentment value from Wang Ba plus 88. Wang Ba? I think you should just be called Wang Ba asterisk. It suits your vibe better. Suhan's lips curled into a cold smile. Asterisk note: Wang Ba can mean turtle or be used as an insult in Chinese. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted, and the room was filled with roaring laughter. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Watch out for my fist. Hearing the laughter, Wang Ba's eyes burned with fury. He raised his fist and turned turned to glare fiercely at the surrounding students. Everyone was so frightened that they immediately stifled their laughter, covering their mouths to hold it in. And you, don't get cocky. One day, I'll have you in my grasp. At that time, I will make you wish for life but unable to live, wish for death but unable to die. This is the consequence of crossing me. Seeing this, Wang Ba immediately turned to look at Su Han, his expression dark and carrying a hint of provocation, his tone laced with warning. I'm waiting. Just don't end up capsizing in the gutter and getting bullied instead. Ha. Su Han didn't take Wang Ba's threat to heart at all, merely smiling faintly. Wang Ba snorted coldly, having already abandoned the idea of betting in his mind. He turned to leave. Take care, I won't see you off. Su Han waved his hand and replied bluntly, this is outrageous. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ba's face instantly darkened like iron, his expression twisted, his eyes blazing with fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he roared in his heart, resentment value from Wang Ba plus 88. Receiving this resentment value, the corners of Su Han's mouth lifted slightly. He thought to himself that the other party was indeed too inexperienced and couldn't keep his composure at all. After Wang Ba walked away, the surrounding students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes turned to Su Han, filled with shock. They originally thought Su Han would be harshly taught a lesson by Wang Ba, but unexpectedly, the outcome turned out to be this. Wang Ba was so infuriated by Su Han's sharp tongue that he fled in defeat, driven away. It's simply unbelievable. Su Han smiled at the crowd and said, I know I'm very handsome, but don't keep staring at me like that. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. You'd better place your bets quickly, Su Han said with a cheerful smile. Hearing the first sentence, everyone was speechless. Upon hearing the second sentence, their eyes immediately lit up and they instantly reacted, nodding one after another as they reached into their pockets to take out crystal cores. I bet on Gucci 30 low-grade tier 3 crystal cores. I also bet on Gucci 20 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. I bet on Gucci 50 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. After each student placed their bet, they wrote their name and phone number in a thick notebook and carefully noted Su Han's contact information. All the students present bet on Gucci to win. Not a single person believed in Su Han. Watching one crystal core after another being credited, Su Han's face remained calm, but he was secretly overjoyed. He didn't mind his phone number being made public. After all, he could simply change it once the matter was settled, an easy task. This was practically robbing crystal cores, and he didn't even have to do it himself. The cores were delivered to him automatically. It was incredibly satisfying. Time passed second by second. At this moment, a southwestern corner of Jiangnan Academy. Xiaoli, what do you need me for? A chubby student asked his skinny companion. Brother Rome, let me tell you, there's someone setting up a betting pool at the entrance of the training ground, Xiaoli said with a smile. What kind of betting pool? Brother Rome asked, puzzled. It's the betting match between the new genius Gucci and Su Han 2 days later. Bet small on Gucci to win, 2-to-1 payout. Bet on Su Han to win, 10-to-1 payout. Don't you think this is a surefire deal? He, Xiaoli said with a smug smile. Yeah. A glint flashed in Brother Rome's eyes as he hurriedly asked, is that student still around? Don't worry, he's still here and said he won't leave for the next 3 days. Alright, let's hurry over. I've already placed my bet. I can't bet again. Only once? Brother Rome was puzzled again. Yes, there are still restrictions. The maximum bet is only 50 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. Xiaoli nodded. Even with the restriction, earning 50 lower grade level 3 crystal cores is still quite a good deal. Hearing this, Brother Rome's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment before he said, the student running the betting pool must be really wealthy. So many high-grade crystal cores, and even upper-grade level 6 crystal cores, TSK. I guess he's some young master from a prominent family, deliberately giving us crystal cores. That's really generous of him. As he spoke, Xiaoli became more and more excited, gesturing animatedly. What? A top-grade level 6 crystal core? Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Brother Rome was utterly shocked. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly urged, let's get over there quickly. He knew very well what a top-grade level 6 crystal core meant. That was the crystal core of a powerful level 6 beast. Okay. The two finished speaking and quickly ran towards the training ground. The news of Su Han opening a betting pool spread like wildfire throughout Jiangnan Academy, and students flocked to the location of the betting pool. Teaching and rest building. Well, room 608. This little guy really isn't like an ordinary senior high school student. He actually dared to set up a betting pool at the training ground entrance. Truly an eye-opener for me. Not bad. When the time comes, I can earn some crystal cores too. Ha. Su Yan, who had just returned from scouting, sat on the luxurious sofa holding a cup of coffee in his hands. He took a few sips, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour ago, he received news that someone had set up a betting pool at the training ground entrance, so he went to check it out himself. You don't know until you see it, and once you see it, you're shocked. It turned out that the one running the betting pool was actually Su Han. He was stunned for a few seconds before completely understanding the reason behind it. This showed that Su Han had absolute confidence in defeating Gucci. Otherwise, he would never take such a risk unless he was truly afraid fool. This little guy not only had extraordinary talent but also possessed a knack for business, impressively clever to the point of leaving others speechless. Thinking of this, Su Yian's face lit up with a radiant smile, one of genuine happiness. As long as Su Han won this duel, he could also win his bet with Sun Liangcheng. He didn't care about anything else, it was all about pride and saving face. Fortunately, Su Han's performance was strong enough. Meanwhile, room 602. Oh, a student is actually running a betting pool? What a fool. I heard he took out dozens of level 4, 5, and 6 crystal cores all at once, and their quality was exceptionally good. That really surprised me. I'm afraid that guy is a rich second-generation young master, specifically handing out benefits to the students of Jiangnan Academy. It's better for me not to mess with this kind of student. Sitting at the dining table, Sun Liangcheng swirled his wineglass, took a few sips of red wine, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He loves drinking red wine the most, savoring it carefully. His home was stocked with various kinds of red wine, and he drank at least one bottle every day, which made him appear more noble and elegant, with an extraordinary demeanor. Sun Liangcheng firmly believed that in this showdown of new talents, Gucci would undoubtedly win, with no chance of defeat. This was also the consensus among everyone. As for Su Han, he was nothing more than an unknown nobody, not worth mentioning. By then, Su Yian would have to give him 10,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores. Mingji Building, room 309. Teacher Sun just told me about this new talent showdown yesterday, so how does the entire school know about it today? How strange. Who on earth put the posters on the doors of all the dormitories? At this moment, Gucci was sitting on the bed, his dark, deep eyes flashing with lightning-like brilliance, looking extremely intimidating. As he fell into deep thought, he wasn't afraid of being in the spotlight, as he was long accustomed to such situations. What he hated was others using him to gain profit and fame. Could it have been Su Han who put up the posters? He quickly dismissed the idea for a simple reason. If the entire school knew about this freshman duel, Su Han's reputation would be tarnished. After all, Gucci was confident he would win. So, the culprit was neither Su Han nor Teacher Su behind the scenes. If it wasn't them, then why did Teacher Su raise the stakes? And raised it to 10,000 low-grade level 3 crystal cores, a full tenfold increase. It was utterly baffling. Of course, this information was told to Gucci by Sun Liangcheng, who ultimately put up the posters. The whole situation was shrouded in mystery, leaving him with a headache. Thinking of this, Gucci quickly raised both hands to rub his temples, gradually feeling the pain subside. After a while, dealing with a mere Su Han is no effort at all, so boring. If it weren't for Teacher Sun asking me to step in, I wouldn't bother wasting my time. He took a deep breath and started thinking about happier things. He had also heard that someone had started a betting pool, and all the students were betting on his victory. No one had even wagered a single crystal core on Su Han. It seemed the students truly had sharp eyes, which put him in a good mood. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in Gucci's eyes as he muttered to himself, although this freshman duel is a waste of my time, it does have its benefits. The benefit is that it will make all the teachers and students at Jiangnan Academy realize just how terrifying my SSS level lightning element is, capable of instantly defeating any opponent. This way, I can gain more resources from the academy, and my cultivation speed will skyrocket. But this is not my ultimate goal, but rather, after speaking, Gucci gradually calmed down, contemplating the road ahead. The sun had set. There were not many students left on the training ground, some had gone to eat, some to rest, and some to flirt. Today's earnings are not bad, made about 50,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores. The earnings for tomorrow and the day after should gradually increase. After all, only a small number of students are betting right now. Su Han was sitting at his desk, gazing at the bags of crystal cores in front of him with a calm expression, murmuring softly to himself. After all, he had witnessed 100 million kill points before, and these numbers no longer fazed him. He remained utterly composed. These 50,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores had only attracted bets from a little over 1,000 students, a relatively small number. The reason was simple. The entrance to the training ground was too narrow to accommodate many students, resulting in overcrowding and inefficiency. Su Han had no intention of changing locations. He would earn whatever he could, leaving everything to fate. After all, he didn't lack crystal cores and could obtain them effortlessly. With this thought, Su Han was about to pack up and head back for dinner. Excuse me, is it still possible to place a bet? At this moment, a crisp voice came from ahead. I'm closing up. Come back tomorrow. Su Han didn't even lift his head and shook it slightly. The person merely let out a soft "oh" and then turned around to walk away. Why does this voice sound so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before? Su Han suddenly remembered something and murmured to himself, then looked up and shouted forward, "Wait!" Hearing the voice, the person immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around. The two locked eyes. The two exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Chen, I didn't expect you to come to Jiangnan Academy as well. We really are destined to meet," Su Han said softly. The person who arrived was Chen, whom he had encountered in the ghost domain, possessing a B-level ability, Gas Aura. etc. Why yes. As soon as Chen Xiaochen saw Su-han's eyes, her face instantly turned slightly red, her head unconsciously lowered slightly, and her words became stammered. These past few days, she had been constantly worried about whether Su-han was safe and sound, unable to eat or sleep. After all, a beast tide had broken out in Sangbei City, and many people had lost their lives. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. When she first arrived at Jiangnan Academy, she heard about the duel between Gucci and Su-han, and even saw students setting up a betting pool at the training ground, so she came over specifically to check it out and place a bet. She never expected the one running the betting pool to be the Su-han she knew. It was simply unbelievable. He was still alive, and he was even at the same academy. Her emotions were overwhelmingly stirred. I'm not a devil. I won't eat you. Lift your head. Su-han saw the highest favorability value and instantly understood its meaning. Speaking softly, Chen Xiaoqian softly responded with an lifted her head, and once again met Su-han's eyes. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Su-han sighed helplessly and had no choice but to change the subject. By the way, who do you want to bet on? Of course, I'll bet on you. Chen Xiaoqian felt relieved when she heard Su-han's question, no longer as nervous, and answered softly. Alright, how much pressure? 5 low-grade level 3 crystal cores. 5? That's so few? Su-han was stunned. I only have this much on me. Chen Xiaoqian's face turned red again, and she stammered. Forget it, I'll lend you 45 pieces, just pay me back later. Su-han thought for a moment. After all, he had copied the gas of Vas from Chen Xiaoqian, and their relationship was good, so helping her wouldn't hurt. 50 crystal cores can win 500, and in the end, she can get 450 lower-grade third-level crystal cores. For her, this is undoubtedly a huge fortune. This doesn't seem right. Chen Xiaoqian wanted to decline. Su-han shook his head. It's fine, take it, don't be polite with me. Su-han smiled. Well, alright. Chen Xiaoqian nodded, her heart filled with joy. When you go back, make sure not to tell anyone about my news. Went to the cafeteria to eat with Chen Xiaoqian. After eating, returned to room 308 in Mingji building. Su-han had just sat on the bed for a short while when Bai Lingshue's call came through. Lingxue, what's the matter? Su-han, have you arrived at Jiangnan Academy? Bai Lingxue asked. I arrived a long time ago. Oh, then, have you missed me? No, Su-han replied calmly. The other end of the phone fell silent. Su-han, that fool, really is a fool. I've been so proactive, yet he's still as straightforward as ever, not even bothering to coax me. It's really infuriating. Turns out chasing someone is really exhausting. At this moment, Bai Lingxue was sitting on the bed in the girls' dormitory of the Magic City Academy, holding her phone in her right hand, pouting slightly, and looking a bit upset. She finally realized how painful and passive it is to pursue someone who doesn't like you, just like being a sycophant. At the same time, she also better understood how humble the boys pursuing her were. However, her stubborn nature would never allow her to give up easily. She was determined to see this love through to the end. Taking a deep breath, she kept pushing forward, cheering herself on. Resentment value from Bai Lingxue plus 10. Su-han shook his head helplessly upon receiving the resentment value. It seemed his words had made her angry. How's the learning environment at Jiangnan Academy? Bai Lingxue changed the topic. It's alright, passable. Well, it definitely can't compare to Magic City Academy. This place is so beautiful and magnificent, it's practically like a gorgeous castle. I'm absolutely in love with it. If you like it, that's fine. Okay. Bai Lingxue instantly showed a helpless expression. Anything else? No, nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After Su-han finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. The other end of the phone. It seems my path to pursuing love is destined to be bumpy. Sigh. Bai Lingxue listened to the beep sound coming from the phone, froze for a few seconds, then put down the phone and let out a long sigh. Since Su-han was completely unresponsive to her sweet words, she could only find another way. She racked her brains but still couldn't come up with a good idea. Suddenly, Bai Lingxue remembered what Su-han had said to her at the Sangbei Tower, and her eyes lit up instantly. She murmured to herself, that's right, Su-han meant that I should focus on cultivating diligently and not think about anything else. If my strength surpasses Su-han in the future, he will definitely look at me in a new light. What is it? At that moment, Bai Lingxue suddenly realized that the true essence of love lies in one's own strength. Only by becoming stronger can one earn the respect, recognition, and even love of others. She made a swift decision, resolving to train diligently with the goal of becoming an ice element expert like Bingli. From now on, she would no longer disturb Su-han until she achieved success. The next morning, Su-han was still sitting at the desk by the entrance of the training ground, running a betting pool. Before long, many students came one after another to bet on Gucci's victory. Su-han was naturally overjoyed at this. As long as they weren't betting on him to win, it was fine. I bet on Su-han, 50 low-grade level 3 crystal cores. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out. How is this possible? Hearing this sentence, Su-han was startled. At the same time, the surrounding students all turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. A sweet-looking female student was seen walking to the desk. Su-han looked up up at her and immediately felt relieved. It turned out to be Man Yun. "Miss, are you sure you want to bet on Suhan winning?" Suhan pretended not to recognize Man Yun. "Sure." Man Yun smiled faintly, understanding his intention. "Once you've placed your bet, you can't take it back." As soon as the words were spoken, the scene immediately became chaotic. "Beautiful lady, how could you bet on Suhan to win? He's bound to lose." "Yeah, aren't you just giving away crystal cores to this handsome guy for nothing? I advise you to bet on Gucci instead. It's a sure win gamble." "Exactly, not earning crystal cores would be foolish." The students were talking animatedly. "My business is none of your concern, thank you," Man Yun responded indifferently. Hearing the noisy chatter, a cold smile flashed across Man Yun's lips, and then she reminded them in a sweet voice, "Besides, Suhan might not necessarily lose, you know." The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed, thinking Man Yun was simply crazy. Although they had never met Suhan in person, Gucci's innate talent was indeed a once-in-a-century occurrence. SSS level lightning element, ranked first in attack power among all elements. So it was absolutely impossible for Suhan to defeat Gucci, absolutely impossible. Time flew by. A day passed. Only 1 hour remained until the showdown between Gucci and Suhan. At this moment, the steps of the training ground were already packed with teachers and students. The noise was deafening, with cheers and shouts rising one after another. The atmosphere was extremely lively, even attracting third and fourth year students to come. They whispered to each other in pairs, their faces full of anticipation and joy. They just wanted to witness this once-in-a-century prodigious genius and SSS level lightning element user, Gucci. As for Suhan, no one was interested in him at all. On the high platform, the important figures of Jiangnan Academy were all seated. In the center sat Principal Gong Hansong, flanked by the heads of various departments. "You guys, who do you think will win this genius showdown among the new students?" Gong Hansong glanced around and asked calmly. "Of course it's Gucci, that's an easy guess," a middle-aged man dressed in black on the left answered. "What about you?" Gong Hansong continued to ask. "Gucci, Gucci," the other department heads echoed. "It seems you all have great confidence in Gucci." Gong Hansong smiled slowly. As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted in commotion. "Absolutely, that's for sure. Gucci's talent speaks for itself. The freshman this year can't shake his position, and even the sophomores are no match for him. SSS level lightning element, just thinking about it is terrifying. Who is Suhan? I don't think I've heard of this person. He can't even compare to Gucci. They're not on the same level of genius at all. I don't think Gucci will necessarily win." Hearing this, Gong Hansong gave a mysterious smile. After all, he had learned about Suhan's talent from Su Yian, while others had no idea that the other party had awakened 3 elements. As soon as he finished speaking, all the department heads sitting nearby froze, their gazes fixed on Gong Hansong, with faint smiles on their lips. Whether it was mockery or genuine amusement, no one could tell. From Gong Hansong's words, it seemed Suhan had the strength to compete with Gucci. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Once the match starts, you'll see. Facing the puzzled expressions of the department heads, Gong Hansong did not offer much explanation, merely smiled faintly and said, "One sentence." After all, he had promised Su Yian not to disclose any information about Suhan, and breaking a promise was not good. Gong Hansong said no more, and the department heads refrained from pressing further. They turned their attention to the arena, only to find that the 2 contestants had yet to appear. However, they were not in a hurry, as there was plenty of time. All right, just as the training ground was bustling with activity. "Line up properly, no cutting in line, or your betting qualification will be revoked." Suhan was still sitting at the desk by the entrance of the training ground, running a betting pool and shouting non-stop. A considerable number of students had already gathered in front to place their bets, but there were still some trying to cut in line. Although the freshman duel was about to begin, Suhan remained completely unperturbed. After all, hardly anyone recognized him, and only a very few who did wouldn't actively expose his identity. The most important thing right now was earning crystal cores. Time is money, and not a second could be wasted. Over the past 3 days, Suhan had already earned nearly 200,000 lower grade tier 3 crystal cores, which was a decent result. However, he still felt it was somewhat insufficient. After all, he had capped the maximum bet at 50 cores, which prevented the students from wagering more, leading to this outcome. But he was content and wouldn't fuss over it too much, leaving everything to fate. If Suhan knew that the teachers at Jiangnan Academy only earned 20 low-grade level 3 crystal cores as their salary, he would probably be shocked. Without comparison, there is no harm. "I bet on Gucci 40 low-grade level 3 crystal cores. I also bet on Gucci 50 low-grade level 3 crystal cores." After the betting ended, the students wrote down detailed information in their notebooks on the desks, then quickly headed toward the training field. Almost everyone bet on Gucci to win. Not a single person bet on Suhan. Suhan smiled faintly. Time passed little by little. Soon, there were only 15 minutes left until the freshman genius showdown. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Look, the monstrous genius Gucci is here. At this moment, someone in the crowd of students students suddenly exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, the students in line all turned their heads and were instantly stunned. A student with bronze skin and a stern expression slowly approached from a distance, his entire body emitting a faint golden glow. His deep, jet-black eyes sparkled with lightning-like brilliance, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. Wow, so this is what Gucci looks like. So cool, he's actually surrounded by lightning. That's just too awesome. No wonder he's the prodigy who awakened the SSS level lightning element. He's truly in a league of his own. So domineering. Looking at it this way, Suhan is bound to lose miserably. The students were abuzz with discussion, feeling shocked by Gucci's aura and pressure. Suhan stood up from the stool, looked toward Gucci, his eyes gleaming, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. SSS level lightning type, truly extraordinary. This superpower, I've got it. He. However, Gucci's eyes stared straight ahead as he walked directly toward the training ground, completely ignoring the surrounding students. His cold demeanor exuded charm, giving off an untouchable aura. Reaching the entrance, he walked straight in. Inside the training ground, with Gucci's arrival, the atmosphere on site was completely ignited. The students were ecstatic, the scene was bustling, and the deafening cheers filled the air. Even the talented juniors and seniors were equally excited. The teachers also wore satisfied smiles on their faces, their eyes sparkling with admiration. What a monstrous genius! Such an overwhelming aura. Gucci stepped onto the stage, crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes tightly, stood straight, and waited quietly. 7 minutes passed. Only 8 minutes remain until the showdown of the new talents. However, where is Suhan? Everyone present felt dissatisfied, cursing, and showing expressions of disdain. The match is about to start. Why hasn't Suhan shown up yet? What a joke. Yeah, Gucci has been here for so long. So what's with Suhan's arrogant act? I bet Suhan came early, saw Gucci's overwhelming presence, got so scared he wet his pants, and then just ran off. You're probably right, very likely. It's a pity we've waited so long and still haven't seen Gucci's amazing performance. It's really frustrating. Somewhere on the stage, Suhan won't back out at the last minute, right? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? Sun Liangcheng glanced at Suyin on his right, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He will definitely arrive on time, you don't need to worry. Suyin also turned to look at Sun Liangcheng, speaking coldly. Just now, he saw Suhan at the entrance of the training ground but didn't go up to greet him, otherwise, the other party's identity would be exposed. He didn't expect the other party to dare to play like this, which left him quite shocked. What a bold move. I'm telling you, if he doesn't show up, it counts as your loss, so don't try to back out then. Sun Liangcheng's lips curled into a faint sneer as he calculated in his mind that those 10,000 lower grade level 3 crystal cores couldn't be wasted. Don't worry, I've already prepared the crystal cores. I'm more worried about you backing out. Su Yian reminded. After all, he understood Sun Liangcheng's personality, full of schemes. I'll lose? What a joke. Sun Liangcheng sneered, but in reality, he had only prepared 3,000 crystal cores. The reason was simple. This round was a guaranteed win, so there was no need to prepare them all. Don't come crying to me then, I won't go easy on you. Su Yian's lips carried a hint of coldness. Sun Liangcheng responded with a cold laugh, his laughter full of mockery. On the central high platform, Principal Gong, the time is almost up. Why hasn't Su Han arrived yet? A department head suddenly looked at Gong Hansong and asked. I'm not sure about this either. Gong Hansong shook his head, his brows tightly furrowed. If Su Han's strength is truly as Su Yian described, then he would never lose his composure. Could it all be fake? Impossible. He knows Su Yian very well. That person has an upright character and wouldn't lie casually. He is very confident about this, but he doesn't understand why Su Han hasn't arrived yet. Principal Gong, if the time comes and Su Han still hasn't shown up, what do you plan to do? Another department head asked. Time's up. Let's wait 5 more minutes. If Su Han still doesn't show up, I can only announce Gucci as the winner. Gong Hansong pondered for a moment. As soon as these words were spoken, the department heads all nodded in agreement. Unknowingly, the showdown between the new talents had only 2 minutes left. At this moment, there were still quite a few students placing bets at the entrance of the training ground. Alright, I'm closing up. You all can leave now. Su Han glanced at his phone, immediately stood up from the bench, and waved his hand toward the surroundings. As soon as the words were spoken, the students in line immediately became anxious and started complaining. What? You're leaving? I haven't placed my bet yet. Exactly. What does this freshman genius showdown have to do with you? How can you just pack up and leave? Close the stall a few minutes later, I beg you. These students had just rushed back from outside the school. Upon hearing the news, they hurried over to place bets. Not earning crystal cores would be simply foolish. But now the person running the betting stall was about to close, and of course, they were anxious. For them, 50 low-grade level 3 crystal cores were already a considerable amount. This duel is obviously related to me. Su Han quickly responded, breaking the chatter. How could it be related? Someone questioned. I am Su Han. As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding students were stunned, their mouths agape, each one frozen in shock. What? You are actually Su Su-han? Are you kidding me? At the same time, this is unbelievable. My god, Su-han is actually running a betting pool here. Does he really think he can beat Gucci? Are you talking nonsense? If he beats Gucci, I'll drink urine while standing on my head. There you go again, trying to scam food and drinks. Su-han didn't bother listening to their chatter and directly slipped into the training ground. By the time they realized, Su-han had already vanished without a trace, and they all hurried after him. Enter the training ground. Su-han walked calmly toward the arena. However, everyone's attention at the scene was focused on Gucci, completely ignoring Su-han's arrival. After all, they didn't know Su-han. Only a very few people had already noticed Su-han, a glimmer flashing in their eyes. He's here, finally here. On the stage, Su Yian's anxious heart finally settled at this moment. He let out a long breath and immediately broke into a broad smile. Chen Xiaoqian and Man Yun also noticed this change, their hearts equally filled with joy, especially Chen Xiaoqian. The three of them fixed their gaze on Su-han as he walked step by step toward the arena. When Su-han stepped onto the arena stairs, everyone present froze for a few seconds. Then, all eyes simultaneously focused on him. Seeing Su-han's true appearance, the crowd was utterly stunned, almost unable to believe their eyes. No one had expected that the student running the betting pool was actually Su-han. It was simply unbelievable. Many betting students were filled with doubt in their hearts. Why is he doing this? Why? Could it be that Su-han really thinks he can defeat Gucci? How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. In a certain corner, Wang Ba, a dignified figure on the hidden dragon list, was actually played by a freshman. How infuriating. This grudge must be avenged, or my lifelong reputation will be ruined. Su-han, just you wait. I will make you understand the price of provoking me worse than death. Unless you stay in Jiangnan Academy forever and never think of leaving. Humph. Wang Ba's expression changed drastically, his eyes fixed intently on Su-han, who was stepping onto the arena step by step, gritting his teeth. Since he had learned the truth, he would never let the other party off easily. Somewhere on the stage, Su-han is actually the student running the betting pool at the training ground entrance? I thought that student was some rich second-generation kid from a prominent family, but it turns out he's just a poor student from Xiangbei City who's never seen the world. No wonder Su-han could produce so many high-grade crystal cores. It must be the reward specially given by the mayor of Xiangbei City to the city's geniuses. These treasures are truly wasted on him. If I could get them, advancing to the next level would be no problem at all. Had ha. Sun Liangqing's face showed a trace of astonishment, followed by a gloomy expression and a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. After all, Xiangbei City had recently suffered a beast tide attack, and with Bing Li's assistance, humans ultimately defeated those monsters. Tens of thousands of those monsters died, producing a large number of high-grade crystal cores. Crystal cores are an essential resource for human survival, and this matter has been widely spread across Huaxia, known to everyone. It was just that Sun Liangqing never expected the mayor of Xiangbei City to be so generous, distributing high-grade crystal cores to the city's geniuses. What was even more infuriating was that Su-han blatantly displayed these crystal cores among the students, which was incredibly foolish. As the saying goes, a guest doesn't leave their goods, and wealth shouldn't be flaunted. Otherwise, it would only invite disaster. Moreover, Su-han knew full well that he couldn't beat Gucci, yet he still dared to open a betting pool and distribute the crystal cores to the students. From this, Sun Liangqing concluded that Su-han wasn't very bright, seemingly a bit naive, which was why he dared to scheme against him. If Su-han knew what Sun Liangqing was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes on the spot and curse, "You clueless fool," at the very center of the high platform. So it turns out we've all been tricked by this brat Su-han, huh? He's not simple, his strength must be formidable, his mind sharp, and he even knows a bit about business. Making so many crystal cores, even I'm envious. The moment Gong Han saw Su-han appear, he instantly understood. Since Su-han dared to open a betting pool at the training ground entrance, it showed he was very confident in defeating Gucci. This both surprised and excited Gong Han. This duel was bound to be spectacular. Would Gucci emerge victorious, or would Su-han claim the win? Everyone was eager to find out. Just as Su-han stepped onto the arena, Gucci suddenly crossed his arms and opened his eyes sharply, with lightning-like brilliance flashing in them, making him appear extremely terrifying. Quite interesting, hee hee. The next second, he glanced at the newcomer, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a peculiar smile as he murmured softly, "Right on time, not late." But Su-han didn't even lift his head to look at Gucci. He simply lowered his head, casually took out his phone, glanced at it, and saw that it was exactly 1400 hours. He let out a slight sigh of relief. The people around were stunned at the sight, and then an uproar erupted. This Su-han is way too bold, completely disregarding Gucci. Yeah, Gucci definitely won't let him off later, at least beat him half to death. What a reckless guy. I'm actually looking forward to the scene of Gucci beating up Su-han. It's bound to be thrilling. Listening to you, I'm looking forward to it too, hee hee. Ignoring me? How outrageous. Very good, just what I wanted. Just wait, I'll make you pay a heavy price later. Listening to the surrounding discussion, expressions, Gucci's face turned alternately pale and livid, looking extremely unpleasant. The faint traces of lightning in his eyes seemed to be mixed with fiery sparks. As someone born with exceptional talent, he would never allow anyone to look down on him, not even a little, or the consequences would be severe. This was undoubtedly an insult to his dignity. Resentment value from Gucci plus 88. It's not that exaggerated, is it? I just glanced at my phone, and he's already so furious with me. It seems he is really narrow-minded. Su-han, who had just received a wave of resentment points, was momentarily stunned and silently pondered in his heart. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold as he slightly raised his head to glance at Gucci in the distance, but he said nothing. Overall, Gucci looked quite good, cold and stylishly handsome. However, in terms of looks, he was slightly inferior to Su-han. But Su-han had to admit that Gucci's demeanor clearly surpassed his own. After all, Su-han was an orphan, living a life of uncertainty with no time to groom himself. Gucci, on the other hand, was evidently of noble birth, dressed impeccably with a cold and elegant air, exuding the aura of an aristocratic young master. Kid, how dare you ignore me? You've got some nerve. Just wait, I'll show you what cruelty really means. Gucci also stared at Su-han, his eyes blazing with anger, gritting his teeth. Resentment value from Gucci plus 88. Principal's office. To deal with you, one move is enough. Receiving another resentment value, Su-han shook his head, expressionless, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke softly.